In the year 737 of the age of the universe, amidst the vast expanse of the seventh cosmos, planet Vegeta shone like a resplendent jewel, radiating a unique and captivating brilliance within the boundless starry sky. This planet was once teeming with life and vitality, boasting expansive lands, ceaseless rivers, and lush, verdant forests. Yet at this moment, an inexplicable and heavy tension enveloped planet Vegeta like an invisible yet resilient web, casting a shadow of unease over its entirety. Inside the newborn Saiyan cultivation chamber number 98, 16 cultivation pods floated in parallel, constructed from a special transparent material. These pods emitted a gentle, soft glow, while the pale green nutrient solution within rippled like the essence of life itself. Inside the pods, newborn Saions curled up, their diminutive forms exhibiting a faint bronze hue, reflective of the innate toughness characteristic of their kind. Their tails stirred unconsciously in the liquid, as if exploring this world yet to be fully known to them, sending delicate ripples across the nutrient solution. Before the pod numbered 09454 stood two lizard-like figures clad in white lab coats. Towering in stature with elongated limbs, they appeared particularly incongruous amidst the high-tech surroundings. No mask, a lizard man with deep blue skin, gripped the terminal tightly, his eyes fixed on the data displayed on the screen. His slit-like pupils reflected the image of the newborn Saiyan within pod 09454. His brow slightly furrowed, tinged with confusion and discontent as he spoke, a combat power index of merely 6. His voice was sharp, laced with a chilling undertone that reverberated in the quiet chamber like invisible arrows. Beside him, his partner, Rithdrew, was intently polishing the screen of his terminal, which glimmered faintly under his touch. Upon hearing Thamask's words, a smirk of derision crept onto his lips as he replied, "After all, this is a product of King Vegeta's reproduction plan. I hear he himself has participated in the initiative." He leaned closer to the cultivation pod, extending a slender finger with sharp nails that scraped against the glass with a jarring sound. His gaze roamed over the infant, a strange glimmer in his eyes as he mused, "However, this little monkey does possess an unusually high muscle density. Perhaps it harbors some latent potential." At this, Thamask swiftly swiped his fingers across the terminal, refreshing the data on the screen. Upon pulling up the infant's log, he scoffed derisively, "Subject 09454, Father, low-ranking warrior Bailji, Mother, low-ranking warrior Shalakang." His tone dripped with disdain, as if discussing the most insignificant of insects. .2 lowly warriors who haven't even surpassed a combat index of 2000. What quality could they possibly produce? Just then, Rithadrew's device emitted a piercing alarm that he looked up, glancing outside. "Lord Frieza has commenced energy cannon test firings again. This marks the 4th time today." Fear tinged his voice, barely perceptible. In the distance, a purple energy beam streaked across the sky like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air with a sharp, whistling sound. The entire nursery trembled violently, the lights on the walls flickering ominously as if on the verge of extinguishing. Except for the pod before them, the other infants within their chambers seemed to be stimulated by some force. Their crimson eyes snapping open, glinting with primal ferocity as they emitted piercing shrieks, sounds that seemed intent on shattering the confines of their pods, echoing through the cosmos with rage and defiance. Thamask seized pod 09454, dragging it toward the transport corridor, his voice cold as he ordered, "Send it to the low-level planet designated Y9527. Such combat power is fit only for cannon fodder." As he manipulated the controls, the pod's door began to close, the infant's screams gradually muffled. However, chaos erupted suddenly. Alarms blared, flooding the nursery with a crimson warning light. The flickering red glow enveloped every corner like a surging sea of blood, heralding an impending doom. The transport corridor opened automatically under emergency conditions, the lights flickering as pod 09454 swiftly glided into the waiting spaceship. Inside the spacecraft, an array of complex instruments and devices filled the space, the dashboard lights blinking incessantly. In the depths of the universe, a chilling atmosphere permeated Frieza's flagship. Lavishly decorated, the flagship housed Frieza's diminutive and grotesque figure seated upon a vessel resembling a crib. His eyes glinted with a cold light as he gazed disdainfully toward planet Vegeta, his voice a sinister whisper from the depths of hell. "Planet Vegeta has been too restless of late, engaging in reproduction plans even without Lord Beerus' decree. I yearn to obliterate this race." As he spoke, he slowly extended his right index finger, purple energy coalescing at its tip, forming a sphere radiating an aura of terror. The sphere spun continuously, warping the surrounding space. Before he flicked his finger, casting the energy sphere toward planet Vegeta. Upon impact with the planet's core, it detonated like a powder keg, engulfing the entire planet in a blinding flash that illuminated the cosmos, followed by a powerful wave of energy radiating outward. Debris from the planet scattered like meteors, the atmosphere ruptured, and in an instant, planet Vegeta was reduced to ruins. At that moment, Pod 09454 was suddenly enveloped by a mysterious force. A white energy sphere, akin to a shooting star, swiftly merged with the Saiyan infant's body. Simultaneously, a wisp of black mist stealthily infiltrated the infant, concealing itself within, initiating compatibility assessment. Compatibility 100. Activating system binding protocol. As a series of notifications echoed within his mind, Sunja, nestled within the cultivation pod, began to quiver slightly as if on the verge of awakening. His brow furrowed, seemingly entangled in a fierce dream. Beep system activation successful. Beep. Analyzing current timeline primary universe time. Year 737, planet Vegeta. Triggering special event. Witness the destruction of planet Vegeta. Automatic event logging successful. Reward. Legendary Saiyan Bloodline SSS. System currency, 10,000. Beep. Insufficient energy. Primary system entering slumber. Beep. Activating auxiliary program. As the system notifications fell silent, Sunja, submerged in the nutrient solution, gradually calmed. His breathing steadying as if the tumult he had just experienced were merely a fleeting dream. Yet, the crisis was far from over. The spacecraft's auxiliary AI suddenly blared an alarm. High-energy reaction detected, initiating emergency warp. The alarm's shrill urgency echoed throughout the ship. Instruments whirred to life, dashboard lights flashing frantically. Amidst the deafening explosion that resonated from planet Vegeta, Spaceship 0723 swayed like a leaf in a storm, propelled outward into the abyss of the cosmos by the energy waves. Emanating from the cataclysmic detonation. In the depths of the universe, darkness loomed like an endless chasm, fraught with unknown dangers and mysteries. Chapter 2. The drawbacks of Bloodline fusion. A mysterious meteor, with the force of a celestial tear, pierced through the atmosphere of an unknown planet, engulfed in roaring flames, and plummeted into an expansive and profound primordial forest. In this ancient forest, towering trees stood densely, their branches intertwining, while sunlight streamed through the gaps in the foliage, casting golden beams across the ground. At the moment of impact, the meteor generated a deafening sound, creating a crater with a diameter of 10 meters. Billowing clouds of dust rose from the pit, resembling a heavy curtain that temporarily concealed the secrets lying beneath. The air became thick with dust, carrying a pungent odor, startling the surrounding birds into flight, filling the air with their frantic cries. As time elapsed, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a spherical spacecraft. Its surface bore the scars of impact, the result of atmospheric friction and collision, yet it still emanated a cold, technological sheen. Inside the spacecraft, a boy with a monkey-like tail curled up in a snug blue combat suit, complemented by a white soft armor made of an unknown material, appeared conspicuously out of place in this alien and primitive environment. Suddenly, an electronic synthetic female voice pierced the tranquility of the forest. Destination planet reached. Time taken, 2.5 years. Automatically opening hatch, deactivating incubation pod. The voice was clear and devoid of emotion. As the words echoed, the hatch of the spacecraft slowly opened, accompanied by the dull sound of mechanical operations. During the opening, the surrounding air seemed to swirl, creating a small gust. Inside the incubation pod, a pale green nutrient solution was gradually siphoned away, producing ripples across its surface. The pipes extracting the nutrient solution emitted soft gurgling sounds. Sunja, who had been tightly shut-eyed, suddenly jolted awake, his small face turning a deep shade of crimson, followed by a violent fit of coughing. His body quaked with each cough, as if attempting to expel every breath from his chest. As a small amount of liquid was expelled, his complexion slowly returned to normal, albeit slightly pallid. Sunja took a deep breath, his chest heaving, and cursed, "That damn turtle wanted to kill me, see? Almost suffocated me." His voice, filled with anger and exhaustion, reverberated through the vast forest. As he cursed, Sunja struggled to rise, his eyes reflecting a blend of rage and confusion as he scanned his surroundings, desperately seeking the culprit who had endangered him. Observing the unfamiliar environment around him, he furrowed his brows and murmured, "Was it just a fall? Where the hell am I? Is this still domestically?" The towering, eerie trees loomed around him, and unidentifiable animal sounds occasionally echoed, stirring a sense of unease within him. When his gaze fell upon the flickering green data screen before him, he froze again. The screen projected a youthful figure, a child. Instinctively, Sanjay reached out, only to see a delicate, pale hand. A surge of shock coursed through him, disbelief etched across his face. No way, did I just fall and cross over? Is crossing over this haphazard these days? His eyes were filled with confusion and astonishment, as if he could scarcely believe what lay before him. What is this? How disgusting. Sanjay grimaced as he stared at the light green viscous fluid he had coughed up, a wave of nausea rising within him. The fluid exuded a faint fishy smell, rendering him uncomfortable. This is the universal nutrient solution of the Frieza Force, designed to repair minor injuries and provide sustenance. Suddenly, the electronic synthetic voice sounded once more near Sanjay. The tone remained cold and mechanical, devoid of emotion. Who? Sanjay gasped, his muscles tensing as he scanned his surroundings, on high alert for the source of the voice. His heart raced, and every unexpected sound in this completely alien environment heightened his anxiety. His hands instinctively tightened, ready to confront any potential danger. Frieza Force, Spaceship 0723 Auxiliary AI. The electronic voice continued leisurely. Ding. Host awakening detected. Unclaimed check and reward available. A different voice suddenly echoed in Sanjay's mind. He instinctively inquired, Auxiliary AI, what reward? Useful information not detected. Please rephrase your question. The response from the auxiliary AI deepened Sanjay's confusion. His brows knitted tighter, filled with perplexity. At that moment, the voice in his mind spoke again. Would you like to claim the reward? Sanjay no longer doubted his sanity. A flicker of excitement crossed his eyes as he instinctively exclaimed, System, is that you? Yes, host. The full name of this system is Check-in Assistance System. There is no need for verbal communication. Simply call out to the system in your mind. Listening to the system's explanation, Sanjay struggled to contain his excitement and directly asked in his mind, what was that reward you mentioned? Experience the destruction of planet Vegeta. Reward, Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. 1,000 points. Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Wait, the destruction of planet Vegeta. Am I in the Dragon Ball world? As a fan of Dragon Ball, Sanjay could hardly be unaware of planet Vegeta. His eyes widened, disbelief etched across his face. Indeed, host. Wow. So this is the very world where planets can be casually obliterated, where Earth can be blown up at any moment. What a disaster. Sanjay sighed heavily, contemplating the horrors of the Dragon Ball universe. Beyond lamenting the future, a nagging feeling lingered in his mind, as if he had forgotten something important. The system's voice rang out again. Host, would you like to claim the reward? Right. How could I have forgotten the legendary Saiyan Bloodline reward? What a fool I am. System, claim the reward. Reward successfully claimed. Would the host like to open the basic panel? Open. Immediately, a panel radiating a gentle blue light materialized before Sanjay. Host, Sanjay Bloodline. Saiyan Power Index. 6. You were just slightly stronger than a weakling. System space. Legendary Saiyan Bloodline. Mergeable. Gazing at this somewhat rudimentary attribute panel, Sanjay couldn't help but exclaim in exasperation, I've crossed over, yet I'm still a weakling? System, what functions do you possess? Primary functions. Check-in, for character check-ins. Special plot check-ins. Each check-in yields items and point rewards. Auxiliary functions. Point exchange. System space. Listening to the system's introduction, Sanjay couldn't help but internally scoff. 3 functions? This system feels like the leftover scraps of someone else's choices, far too simplistic. The system space seems hastily cobbled together. System, open the exchange list. The exchange list was as follows. Sinzabine X1. 10 points Sinzabine Seedling X1. 50 points Soil X1. 100 points Suppression Potion X1. 100 points Adjustable Weight Set X1. 300 points Tenfold Gravity Chamber X1. 1,000 points Hundredfold Gravity Chamber Blueprint X1. 10,000 points, and so forth. Sanjay glanced at his 1,000 points and the equally rudimentary exchange list, left with no strength to complain further. After closing the exchange panel, Sanjay fell into contemplation. Well aware that a Super Saiyan, which emerges only once every 1,000 years in the Dragon Ball universe, is a rare phenomenon. Upon emerging from his reverie, Sanjay voiced his concerns to the system. System, are there any requirements for merging with the bloodline of a legendary Saiyan? Is it akin to Broly's lineage? Indeed. There are no prerequisites. However, the merging process requires a considerable amount of time, during which you will be in slumber. The system will transfer you underground and activate an energy shield to ensure your safety. After merging, will I go berserk like Broly? Yes, but you can exchange for suppressants to inhibit the emergence of violent tendencies. I see. Then, system, please store the spacecraft in the system's space and proceed with the merging of the legendary Saiyan bloodline. With the system's explanation alleviating his worries, Sanjay prepared himself as the spacecraft was absorbed into the system's realm. Let us begin. Beep. Auxiliary program initiated. Beep. Bloodline merging in preparation. As the system's voice echoed, Sanjay felt a heaviness in his eyelids, and his body fell uncontrollably to the ground. He was enveloped by a mysterious energy, shimmering with an unusual light, as if weaving a magical cocoon around him. The surrounding soil was displaced by this energy, gradually obscuring Sanjay's form. Beep. Merging commenced. Beep. Main system in slumber. Beep. Auxiliary program activated, tracking merging progress automatically. Merging progress. 10. 30. 50. As the bloodline merged, a dark mist emanated from Sanjay's body during his slumber. This mist appeared almost sentient, slowly writhing and integrating into the legendary Saiyan bloodline, spreading an aura of malevolent power that seemed to alter the very essence of the bloodline. Split line, 2.5 years later. On the low-level planet Y9527, a spacecraft hovered quietly outside the planet's atmosphere. Its disc-shaped body, supported by 10 legs, presented a rather peculiar and oddly comical sight. Inside the spacecraft, 10 lizard-like beings clad in white battle armor busied themselves. Among them, one particularly tall lizard radiated an aura of authority, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating all FA-aids. Beside him, another lizard fumbled with a terminal, nervously reporting, "Captain." The spacecraft feedback records confirm that the occupant of spacecraft 0723 is indeed a Saiyan, designated number 09257, with a battle power of 6 at birth. His voice trembled slightly, tinged with respect for his superior. "Then let us locate him," the lizard commander sneered, a disdainful smile curling his lips as if mocking the Saiyan's insignificance. His sharp teeth glinted coldly under the lights. The lizard with the terminal recoiled, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow with his tail, his voice quavering, "Commander." Records indicate that the spacecraft's signal disappeared over 2.5 years ago, and the life detector shows that this planet still harbors a multitude of life forms. A flicker of understanding crossed the tall lizard's slanted eyes. He tilted his head slightly, snorting dismissively, as if regarding the planet's troubles with contempt. "It appears that little monkey has perished on this planet." With that, he crossed his arms, his robust muscles bulging. "Order the ship to descend and occupy this planet." At the commander's word, tension surged within the spacecraft. The lizard at the control panel rapidly pressed various buttons, and the ship slowly initiated its descent into the planet's atmosphere. A thunderous roar echoed across the land, heralding the impending doom of this tranquil planet. The surrounding air was disturbed by the ship's high-speed descent, forming a colossal vortex. Not far from where Frieza's army last received the spacecraft's signal, deep underground, a softly glowing spherical object floated silently within a cavern formed by tectonic movements. It resembled a pearl glimmering in the dark, casting an air of mystery over the cavern. The walls were adorned with peculiar minerals that emitted a faint glow, illuminating the white sphere's light. Occasionally, droplets of water fell, their sounds resonating clearly in the stillness. 7 days later, the radiance of the sphere began to wane, gradually descending toward the cavern floor. As the white glow faded, it revealed a slumbering youth, Sanjay. His features bore a newfound determination compared to 2.5 years prior, his skin now a subtle bronze, exuding an aura of latent power. Beep. Merging progress 100, attempting to awaken the main system, auxiliary system shutting down. As the successful merging notification chimed, the system emerged from its slumber. Host awaken. The sun is shining on your backside. The system's voice rang playfully in Sanjay's mind. Listening to the system's voice, Sanjay rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly sat up, shaking his slightly swollen head, still not fully awake. The cavern's darkness momentarily disoriented him, and in his dazed state, he instinctively wondered, "Oh, where am I?" As consciousness returned, Sanjay suddenly recalled the fact of his transmigration, his gaze sharpening with clarity. "Yes, I have traversed worlds. Is the system present?" Sanjay urgently called out in his mind. "Here, host." The system's response came swiftly. "Open the attribute panel." Eager to understand the changes brought about by the merging of bloodlines, Sanjay watched as the familiar blue interface materialized before him like a dream. Host, Sanjay Bloodline. Legendary Saiyan abilities. Ancient Bloodline. Naturally possesses a high concentration of S cells that increase over time. Stamina remains unaffected by combat, and battle power grows with the increase of cells. However, due to unknown factors, vitality diminishes as S cells increase. Infinite potential. High concentration of S cells offers limitless potential for development. Body enhancement. Significant increase in physical strength. Rapid learning. Exceptional comprehension and learning abilities from the bloodline. Berserk factor. A drawback of high concentration S cells, an uncontrollable urge for destruction arises, leading to the loss of rationality. Dash. An ability arising from unknown causes, capable of doubling normal battle power, but also altering one's appearance. Battle Power Index, 711. System, what is the meaning of the question marks following the bloodline? Sanjay inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion as he scrutinized the multiple question marks on the attribute interface. Beep. Auxiliary program activated. Detection in progress. Beep. Unknown energy detected within the bloodline. Attempting to purge. Purge failed. Unknown energy has fully integrated into the bloodline. Beep. Attempting forced purge. Warning you. Host body beginning to deteriorate. Attempting. The system's voice resonated in Sanjay's mind, tinged with urgency. As the system detected the unknown energy, Sanjay felt as if countless blades were slicing through him, a searing pain engulfing his entire being. A look of anguish etched upon his face. Tiny fissures began to mar his skin, oozing blood that stained his garments. Signs of disintegration manifested in his body. Sanjay could not suppress a pained howl, his voice reverberating through the cavern, steeped in despair and terror. As the signs of disintegration persisted, each speck of dust that dispersed felt like a fragment of life slipping away. Cease the eradication command. Commence host restoration. The system responded swiftly, enveloping Sanjay's body in a gentle energy, akin to a warm spring breeze, tenderly soothing his injured form. The cracks gradually began to mend, and the blood slowly ceased its flow, yet Sanjay remained pallid, his body weakly sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Chapter 3. The Sudden Battle and Narrow Escape System. What on earth is happening? Sanjay lay weakly on the ground, his breath faint, his eyes filled with anxiety and unease as he struggled to inquire of the system. His body felt as though it had been drained of strength. Each breath was accompanied by a sharp pain, as if countless needles were stabbing at his heart and lungs. According to the system's log, an unknown energy has fused with your bloodline. This energy is exceedingly peculiar, intricately linked to your body. If I attempt to forcibly eliminate it, you will undoubtedly perish. For we are deeply bound. Your demise also signifies my end. The system's voice resonated with a sense of helplessness and gravity, as if recounting an inescapable tragic fate. Then what am I supposed to do? Sanjay's eyes widened, shock and fear instantly engulfing his heart. His mind was a tumult of confusion, utterly at a loss for how to confront this abrupt calamity. How had he found himself ensnared in such a dire predicament? Was he truly destined to meet his end here? I currently possess no viable solutions. According to the detected information, this energy has completely integrated into your S cells. Moreover, host, you must understand that as the S cells in your bloodline increase, this energy will similarly amplify. Worse still, your legendary Saiyan bloodline is developing in an unstable direction, potentially spiraling out of control at any moment. The system's words struck Sanjay like a hammer, each blow resonating within his heart. The optimal course of action at present is to utilize inhibitors to suppress the increase of S cells, thereby stabilizing the situation temporarily. As long as you can preserve your life, there may yet be a glimmer of hope, for the existence of Dragon Balls offers a possibility. The system added, attempting to provide Sanjay with a modicum of solace. Indeed, as long as I do not perish, there will always be a way. Sanjay gritted his teeth, enduring the dual torment of body and spirit while quietly rallying himself. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. He was resolute in his quest to survive. System, if you cannot solve even this minor issue, and nearly brought me to my demise, what use are you to me? Sanjay's anger erupted like a volcano. As he shouted furiously at the system, he felt as though he had been grievously wronged, and this fury temporarily overshadowed his physical weakness. Host, please do not say that. You are still alive, are you not? I can compensate you with 100 points at most. The system's voice conveyed a hint of grievance, reminiscent of a pet attempting to appease its master after a mistake. Not acceptable. You nearly caused my death, and you think 100 points will suffice? I demand 100. 000. Sanjay was infuriated, his eyes wide open as if he could devour the system whole. He believed that such a paltry sum could never atone for the suffering and terror he had endured. 2,000 points is the maximum I can offer. I simply do not have that many points at my disposal, the system lamented, its tone tinged with desperation, as though it had reached the end of its tether. Very well, grant me the points. Remember, this is the last time. After receiving the points, Sun Tzu feigned magnanimity in forgiving the system. Yet the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed a flicker of smugness within him. He thought to himself that securing the points was paramount, and he could settle the score with the system later. Exchange for inhibitors and sins of beans, Sun Tzu said impatiently. Shortly thereafter, a bean and a glass vial filled with blue liquid appeared in his hand. The vial contained the inhibitor. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the sins of bean into his mouth, followed by the inhibitor, which he poured directly down his throat. The empty glass vial instantly dissolved into motes of light. Sun Tzu found the flavor of the inhibitor pleasantly tangy and sweet. As the effects of the inhibitor took hold within him, his previously chaotic mind suddenly cleared. The power index, which had been climbing incessantly due to bloodline issues, finally ceased its ascent. While the idea of limitless growth in his bloodline sounded enticing at this moment, Sun Tzu prioritized his very existence above all else. Check attributes, he said, as his strength began to return thanks to the sins of being. Host, Sun Tzu bloodline, legendary scion, mutating, abilities, ancient bloodline, infinite potential, body enhancement, rapid learning, berserk factor, an ability generated by unknown causes, capable of doubling normal combat power, but also altering one's appearance. Combat power index, 66. Just then, a violent explosion rang out overhead, shaking the ground beneath him. Sun Tzu looked up in terror, witnessing massive boulders plummeting from above, creating a gaping hole in the earth. Not long ago, within the spaceship of the Frieza Force parked on the ground, a small, hurried lizard man rushed to a towering lizard man, kneeling on one knee to respectfully report, "Captain, we have detected a high-energy reaction. According to our analysis, it should be a powerful force hidden on this planet. Oh, this planet has been mostly cleared. Let us investigate this final power and see what it entails. I hope it provides me with some amusement," the lizardman captain said. A cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. With a command from the lizardman captain, several small aircraft swiftly sped towards the designated target. Sun Tzu stood beneath the newly formed hole, bewildered and utterly unaware of the unfolding events. However, his curiosity compelled him to investigate further. Thus, Sun Tzu crouched slightly, gathering strength in his legs, and leaped towards the opening. Yet, just as he emerged from the hole, a dazzling energy wave struck like lightning, propelling him backwards. Sun Tzu crashed heavily to the ground, feeling as though all his bones had come undone, enduring excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he struggled to rise, only to see a group of lizard men clad in white armor, wielding energy rifles, standing not far from him. Among them, one lizard man was exceptionally tall, his arm outstretched towards Sun Tzu, palm facing him. It was evident that the lethal energy wave that had nearly claimed Sun Tzu's life had originated from him. The lizard man captain regarded the suddenly appearing Sun Tzu with disdain, effortlessly launching another energy wave. Observing Sun Tzu being knocked back, along with his familiar tail, the lizard man captain coldly remarked, "So it turns out you are a scion. It appears you are the one dispatched to conquer this planet. Perfect, I shall use you for practice." The lizard man captain waved his hand to signal his subordinates to attack. Sun Tzu, witnessing the pack of lizard men charging towards him with ferocity, became flustered. His heart raced wildly, as if it would leap from his throat. Instinctively, he waved his hands, attempting to fend off the impending onslaught. Deep within, he urgently called out to the system, "System, what is happening? This is Frieza Force's Team 925. Their mission is to eliminate the remnants of the Scions. This squad possesses a maximum combat power of 2,500 points." The system quickly relayed the detected information to Sun Tzu, followed by a suggestion. "I advise the host to confront them head-on." As Sun Tzu absorbed the system's data, a wave of despair washed over him. He silently lamented, "What kind of predicament is this? Why must I be so unfortunate?" At that moment, the lizard men had already closed in on Sun Tzu. A series of blinding energy rays shot towards him like arrows. Sun Tzu was taken aback and hurriedly dodged to the side. The energy rays grazed his body and struck the ground in the distance, leaving behind charred marks. Before Sun Tzu could catch his breath, a fist, accompanied by a whooshing sound, swung towards his head. Caught off guard, he was struck directly by the blow. The immense force knocked him to the ground. causing his body to roll several times before coming to a halt. The lizard man who had attacked him retracted his fist and disdainfully remarked, "This is too weak, utterly boring." Observing Sunja, who lay on the ground unable to rise, his eyes were filled with contempt. System, what should I do?" Sunja, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, pleaded for help. At that moment, he felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly defenseless. "You have fused with a legendary bloodline. Why fear them? Think of Sun Wukong. These lizard men are merely minor Karami. Annihilate them." The system, witnessing Sunja's predicament, scolded him for his cowardice. "I am aware of that, but Sun Wukong has undergone combat training since childhood and knows how to fight. I am utterly clueless and lack the means to contend with them." Sunja lamented, feeling powerless despite possessing a powerful bloodline that he could not harness. "My apologies. I forgot you were so weak, possessing strength, yet lacking the knowledge to wield it." The system quickly apologized for its oversight. "Enough of this. Do you have any combat skills? Quickly give me something. I am on the verge of being killed." Sunja struggled to rise, his heart racing as he glanced at the approaching lizard man. Time was of the essence, and every moment was precious. Regrettably, this system lacks the ability to directly grant skills. "The only option available to the host is," the system replied with an air of inevitability. "System, this is urgent. Stop with the suspense. I'm about to be killed." Sunja was struck again by the lizard man and fell to the ground once more. His consciousness began to blur, yet the desire to survive compelled him to inquire about a solution. "Simple. The host can activate the core of this planet by spending 2,000 points, and then..." The system stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing the system's suggestion, a flicker of hope surged within Sunja, making the pain from his injuries feel somewhat bearable. "Hurry. Activate the core. Take my points." As the points were expended, the planet began to tremble violently. The earth seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, and massive fissures spread across the ground. The lizard man captain sensed the abnormal vibrations and was overwhelmed by a strong sense of crisis. He quickly instructed the other lizard men poised to continue attacking Sunja. "Enough of this. Let me finish him. This planet feels off." With that, the lizard man captain strode towards Sunja. At that moment, the combat power detector on his head emitted a series of frantic beeps. The green screen before him displayed a torrent of data, changing at a dizzying speed. Before he could comprehend the information, a terrifying energy shockwave erupted from Sunja, expanding outward like a volcanic eruption. Caught off guard, the lizard man captain was struck directly by the shockwave. A searing pain shot through his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. Simultaneously, the other lizard men were also swept away by the immense energy. As Sunja unleashed the energy shockwave, he endured his injuries and the extreme weakness that followed, urgently calling out to the system, the spaceship, quickly." The lizard man captain clutched his chest, blood seeping between his fingers. He bore the pain, his eyes filled with shock and fear, fixated on the spot where the energy shockwave had erupted. To his astonishment, a white sphere shot upwards, quickly breaking through the atmosphere and disappearing from sight. As Sunja's spaceship ascended beyond the atmosphere, the planet erupted in a series of deafening explosions. A tremendous roar echoed through the universe as the planet was reduced to cosmic dust in a blinding flash. In the spaceship, Sunja seemed to faintly hear the desperate screams of the lizard man captain. "System, damn you. If only that captain had approached a moment later, I would have perished alongside him." Unable to contain his rage, Sunja shouted at the system. He felt he had narrowly escaped death, attributing it all to the system's blunders. "Host, you should be grateful to me. Thanks to my assistance, you would have been killed long ago." The system retorted, slightly irritated. It felt it had done its utmost to help Sunja, who, however, was ungrateful. "Also, host, you are far too weak. Hurry and go to Earth to learn how to fight," the system suggested, fully aware of Sunja's vulnerability in this perilous universe. "You have a point. I will go to Earth. However, I do not know its coordinates," Sunja responded, taking time to calm his racing heart after the harrowing experience. He recognized the truth in the system's advice. Only by enhancing his strength could he survive in this cruel world. Promptly, the system provided the coordinates for Earth along with subsequent recommendations. Head to this coordinate, activate the cultivation pod, and initiate the medical functions. Upon receiving the coordinates, Sunja immediately activated the spaceship's auxiliary AI, instructing it, execute command, activate medical functions, and release anesthetic gas. As the AI's voice echoed, white gas began to seep from the surroundings of the cultivation pod. The gas, soft and mist-like, quickly enveloped the entire pod. As Sunja inhaled the anesthetic, he felt his eyelids grow heavier, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. His consciousness faded, and he slowly closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber. As Sunja drifted into sleep, a pale green nutrient solution began to fill the pod, enveloping him completely like clear lake water. Under the nurturing properties of the solution, his injuries gradually began to heal. At that moment, the system's murmurs echoed in his mind. What medical functions are you activating? You could exchange for divine beings instead. This host is truly difficult to manage. As the spaceship advanced towards Earth amidst the system's incessant chatter. Chapter 4. Arrival on Earth and first encounter on a remote and desolate coastline of Earth. The night enveloped the world in an expansive black satin, softly shrouding all within its embrace. The sea mirrored the rhythmic pulse of the waves, undulating in a timeless tranquility, seemingly impervious to any unforeseen disruption. Yet, from the distant horizon, a brilliant light abruptly pierced the darkness. A shooting star, akin to a blazing sword, streaked across the night sky, mercilessly shattering the serene silence. Its luminous tail trailed behind, dazzlingly bright, as it hurtled towards the Earth with astonishing speed. The previously calm surface of the sea was instantly disturbed by this unexpected event. With a thunderous roar, the meteor plunged into the ocean, creating a colossal splash. As the water settled, it became evident that this was no ordinary celestial body, but rather a spherical spacecraft. The vessel radiated an unusual metallic sheen, shimmering under the moonlight, suggesting its origins from a distant and unknown realm. As the hatch of the spacecraft slowly opened with a faint hissing sound, a young boy emerged. His hair stood upright in a distinctive hedgehog-like style, exuding an aura of individuality. The predominant color was a deep black with vibrant red tips. His facial features were chiseled, and his eyes conveyed a sense of determination and courage. He donned a deep blue combat suit that glinted subtly in the moonlight, complemented by white armor that created a striking contrast. The armor hugged his form closely, accentuating the boy's sharp and agile demeanor. Around his waist, a tail coiled like a lively belt, adding an air of mystery. As the boy stepped away, the spacecraft seemed to possess a spirit of its own, vanishing mysteriously after a brief flicker of light. This boy was none other than our protagonist, Sunja. System, where am I? Sunja pondered silently, while retracting the spacecraft into the system's space. Earth, where else? Came the system's voice, tinged with evident impatience, as if dismissing Sunja's query. I know it's Earth. I meant to ask for a specific location. Sunja pressed on, undeterred by the system's tone. How would I know? I'm not a map. The system retorted bluntly. Fine, Sunja sighed in resignation, realizing that he would not glean any useful information from the system. Without assistance, he wandered along the coast, hoping to encounter fishermen still casting their nets, seeking to inquire about his whereabouts. His silhouette stretched long under the moonlight as he treaded carefully along the beach, constantly alert to the sounds around him. However, after an entire night of searching, he found nothing. The only sounds were the crashing waves and the occasional cries of seabirds, no other signs of life. As dawn broke, despite his robust physique, Sunja felt an overwhelming fatigue after a night of relentless wandering. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and each step required considerable effort. He leaned against a tall coconut tree, allowing himself to sink to the ground. As he relaxed, drowsiness washed over him, making his eyelids feel leaden, and sleep began to envelop him. At that moment, a distant roar of engines grew louder, jolting him awake. The sound infused him with renewed energy. His previously hazy gaze sharpened with anticipation as he stood up, eager to discover the source of the noise. In the distance, a motorcycle approached the beach, kicking up clouds of sand. Alongside it, a boy sprinted, carrying an object that appeared larger than himself. As they drew nearer, Sunja realized the boy was bearing a large turtle on his back. Soon, they reached the shoreline. The girl who dismounted from the motorcycle, along with the boy, spoke softly to the turtle that the boy set down. The turtle seemed to understand, nodding its head before slowly making its way into the ocean, disappearing into the vast water. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Sunja hurried towards them. As he approached, he heard the girl exclaim, "We don't have time to wait for you. We're leaving." "Excuse me," Sunja called out, eager to engage. Both the boy and girl turned to face him. Upon seeing their faces, Sunja was overcome with an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The girl wore a loose nightgown, her shoulder-length blue hair fluttering gently in the breeze, and her violet blue eyes sparkled like precious gems. When he noticed the boy's signature spiky hair, Sanja's heart raced with a bold hypothesis. Just then, the system's notification chimed in his mind. Host has encountered key figures. Sun Wukong Kakarot, Bulma. Check-in successful. Reward, 200 points. With the confirmation of his suspicion, Sanja marveled inwardly, recognizing that he had not initially recognized them due to his perception of the Dragon Ball characters as mere animated figures. Now, witnessing them in reality, he felt a momentary disorientation. Bulma, hearing his voice, turned toward him. Upon seeing the young boy's face, her heart skipped a beat. She gasped internally, so handsome. Her voice involuntarily carried a note of excitement as she asked, "Hello, can I help you with something?" Sanja, jolted back to reality by Bulma's response, thought to himself how serendipitous it was to find assistance just when he needed it. With a hint of eagerness in his voice, he replied, "Hello, I'm Sanja, and I was wondering how to get to the nearest town." Bulma pointed towards the curious Sun Wukong beside her and introduced, "I'm Bulma, and this is Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong then asked, a hint of uncertainty in his tone, "Sanja, I sense great strength in you. Are you a martial artist?" Sanja was taken aback, reflecting on the Saiyan's innate combat intuition. Aware that Wukong's curiosity bore no ulterior motives, he steadied himself and replied calmly, "No, I'm not a martial artist. I'm here to find a mentor to learn from." Wukong's expression dimmed slightly, disappointment coloring his voice as he said, "I guess I misjudged." At that moment, Bulma's voice rang out cheerfully once more, "Nai, Sanja, where do you plan to seek training?" Sanja replied honestly, "I don't know. I intend to wander and see." Upon learning of Sanja's uncertainty about his training destination, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Bulma's eyes, and her voice bubbled with enthusiasm. "Sanja, do you know about the Dragon Balls?" Well aware of the history of the Dragon Balls, Sanja could not possibly feign ignorance, yet he pretended to be utterly bewildered and inquired, "What are Dragon Balls?" Hearing Sanja's response, Bulma became even more animated, her entire being exuding joy as she began to dance with excitement. "It is said that collecting all 7 Dragon Balls grants you a wish. Isn't that magical?" Subsequently, as if fearing that Sanja might not believe her, Bulma hurriedly retrieved the Dragon Balls they had gathered from Goku's waist, showcasing them while exclaiming, "Look, this is the Dragon Ball, the one that can grant a wish." Sanja cautiously picked up one of the Dragon Balls from Bulma's hand. Feeling its genuine texture, smooth and slightly cool to the touch, this sensation inadvertently reminded him of his childhood days spent watching Dragon Ball anime, with vivid, exhilarating scenes flashing through his mind. He gazed down at the Dragon Ball in his hand, a flicker of nostalgic light shimmering in his eyes. At that moment, Goku's urgent voice rang in his ears. It turned out that Goku, having seen Bulma take the Dragon Ball from his waist, was momentarily puzzled. Upon seeing Sanja lift the 4-star Dragon Ball, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had discovered a rare treasure, and he rushed forward, shouting, "Quick, put it down, that's my grandpa's." Hearing Goku's voice, Sanja quickly raised his head, and, noticing Goku charging towards him, promptly returned the 4-star ball to Bulma. In a swift motion, Bulma tossed the Dragon Ball into Goku's arms, and then turned to Sanja, asking, "Sanja, since you are uncertain about your destination, why not join us in searching for the Dragon Balls?" Upon hearing Bulma's suggestion, Sanja felt a surge of joy within, thinking to himself that he had been waiting for this very invitation. Although elated, he maintained a stoic facade, yet the corners of his mouth, which gradually turned upward, betrayed his inner delight. He feigned calmness as he replied to Bulma, "Sure, just as you said. We might encounter a teacher who can guide me in my training along the way." Bulma's face radiated with happiness at Sanja's agreement, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as she exclaimed, "Great, it's settled then." "Welcome aboard." Goku, for his part, scratched his head and wore a nonchalant expression regarding Sanja's joining their quest for the Dragon Balls. Seeing Goku's indifferent attitude, a weight was finally lifted from Sanja's heart. He then recalled the Dragon Ball storyline from his previous life, and, to verify the accuracy of his memories, asked Bulma, "By the way, Bulma, I saw you place a turtle into the sea earlier. That turtle seemed to be able to talk?" Enthusiastically, Bulma recounted their encounter with the talking turtle and how they helped it find its way home, gesticulating animatedly, her face aglow with kindness. As Bulma finished her tale, Sanja confirmed his memories from his past life. He then smiled at Bulma and said, "Bulma, you can call me Aja. That's what my friends call me." After Sanja spoke, Bulma readily replied, "All right, Aja, from now on we are friends." However, just after saying this, Bulma caught sight of Sanja's handsome features and, Suddenly lost in thought, her face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She quickly turned away, fearing Sunja might notice her bashful demeanor. Thus, Sunja officially joined the ranks of those waiting for Master Roshi. Chapter 5, The Turtle Sage and the Principles of the Turtle School as Sunja, Wukong, and Bulma eagerly awaited. A unique spectacle quietly emerged upon the once tranquil sea. A small black dot gradually approached from the horizon. Initially, it appeared as an indistinct form. Yet, as moments passed, the dot became increasingly discernible, revealing itself to be a turtle atop another turtle's shell. As the turtles drew nearer, the onlookers realized that it was not two turtles, but rather an elderly man carrying a turtle shell and a large walking stick. The old man sported a shiny, bald head that glimmered under the sunlight, reflecting the wisdom of countless experiences. Hello, good afternoon. The sudden greeting shattered the serene atmosphere, resonating cheerfully across the waves. The turtle sage acknowledged the trio, then spoke gently. I heard from the old turtle that you saved his life. Wukong, filled with curiosity, gazed at the turtle sage and asked brightly, Grandpa, who are you? At that moment, the turtle sage gracefully leapt down from the back of the turtle, a warm smile gracing his face as he introduced himself. I am the turtle sage. Turning to the nearby turtle, he inquired, Old turtle, who saved you? Hearing the question, the turtle raised its front limb and pointed to Wukong and Sunja, saying, It was him, the young lad who saved me. The turtle sage looked in the direction indicated and found two boys, one tall and one short, standing there, leaving him momentarily bewildered. The old turtle had mentioned a boy who saved him, yet here stood two. Upon seeing the turtle sage, Sunja felt an exhilarating flame ignite within him. In his past life, the turtle sage had left an indelible impression on him, particularly the principles of the turtle school. Engage in physical exercise, study diligently, enjoy games, savor good food, rest well, and lead a joyful and vibrant life. Reflecting on these words stirred a profound sentiment within Sunja, as the once screen-bound images now vividly materialized before his eyes. Just then, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. The host has encountered a key figure, Turtle Sage Master Wutian. Check-in successful, reward points, 150. Snapping back to reality, Sunja turned to see the turtle sage gazing intently at him. Understanding the old turtle's indication, he quickly sidestepped and pointed to Wukong, saying, Grandpa. It was he who saved your turtle. Upon hearing Sunja's words, the turtle sage walked confidently to Wukong, slightly bowing to meet his gaze, filled with gratitude, and said warmly, You have worked hard, young brother. Allow me to gift you something as a token of my appreciation. Wukong, puzzled, scratched his head and murmured, A gift? Without responding to Wukong's inquiry, the turtle sage turned, raised his walking stick high towards the sky, and bellowed, Come forth, Phoenix. Sunja smiled at this classic reenactment. What followed unfolded precisely as expected. The phoenix met its demise, and the turtle sage, in resignation, could only present the flying nimbus to Wukong. While demonstrating how to use it, the turtle sage unexpectedly plopped down onto the ground, then deftly flipped back up. Seeing this, Sunja, although aware there was no serious harm done, felt an instinctive concern and stepped forward, asking, Grandpa, are you all right? The turtle sage, hearing the concerned inquiry, paused momentarily, then raised a hand to gently pat Sunja's shoulder, smiling, I'm fine, young brother. What is your name? Sunja hesitated then, feeling a mix of irritation and certainty, replied, Grandpa, my name is Sunja, just call me Aja. And I'm not small. The turtle sage nodded at Sunja's introduction, but upon hearing the last statement, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Sunja, feeling the heat rise to his cheeks, clenched his fists in frustration. Wukong and Bulma, intrigued by the turtle sage's laughter, approached to inquire about the commotion. Once the turtle sage's laughter subsided, Sunja could only helplessly explain, It's nothing, just told the old man a joke. By the way, Wukong, let me try the flying nimbus and see if I can ride it. He then stepped forward, preparing to leap onto the nimbus. At that moment, the turtle sage interjected, Young brother Sunja, you cannot ride the flying nimbus. Upon hearing this, Sunja's expression darkened again. Defiantly, he leaped with all his might and managed to stand firmly on the nimbus. Elated, he barely had time to celebrate before the nimbus dissipated after just a second, sending him crashing to the ground. Rising, he rubbed his sore backside, staring in disbelief at the remnants of the nimbus. The turtle sage's voice resonated again. Didn't I tell you, young brother Sunja? Sunja turned his head away, pretending not to hear. With a shout of excitement from Wukong, The nimbus soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of yellow light, vanishing from view. At that moment, Bulma's clear voice chimed in. Hey, Grandpa. Can I see the thing hanging around your neck? Without hesitation, the turtle sage removed the Dragon Ball from around his neck and handed it to Bulma, grinning. This is quite beautiful, isn't it? I found it 100 years ago at the bottom of the sea and kept it because I liked it. As Bulma received the Dragon Ball, she immediately recognized it, exclaiming in delight, Ajah, come look. Hearing her, Sanjay turned to see the Dragon Ball in Bulma's hands and felt a surge of excitement, thinking, how could I have forgotten this? If you're waiting for benefits, you might as well forget it with me around. He quickly approached Bulma, taking the 3-star ball from her and turning to the turtle sage, asking, Grandpa, could you give this glass ball to Bulma? She is also a benefactor to the turtle. The turtle sage, noticing the unusual value in the way Bulma and Sanjay regarded the Dragon Ball, engaged in a playful exchange until Bulma ultimately traded a kiss on his bald head for the Dragon Ball. Soon after, Wukong returned, thrilled to learn they had acquired another Dragon Ball. The group then waved farewell to the turtle sage, who leisurely departed on the back of the turtle, journeying into the depths of the ocean. Afterward, Sanjay followed Wukong and the others to their dwelling, a hemispherical abode resembling a large bowl turned upside down. Before long, a shrill scream erupted from within my panties, and Wukong dashed out in a panic, shouting in pain, while Bulma pursued him, wielding a gun with an angry expression. Observing this classic scene unfold, Sanjay couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Continuing on, Wukong soared away on his nimbus cloud. After venting her frustrations, Bulma turned around to find Sanjay standing at the door, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She covered her face and dashed into the bedroom like a whirlwind. Shortly thereafter, she emerged, donned in a fresh outfit. Glancing at Sanjay still lingering at the entrance, Bulma remarked, Ajah, you should take a shower. You smell quite unpleasant. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Sanjay instinctively raised his arm to smell, a strong odor of sweat assaulting his nostrils, causing him to awkwardly scratch his head. After Bulma indicated the direction of the bathroom, Sanjay rushed in with haste. Inside the bathroom, Sanjay reclined in the tub, softly calling out to the system, open the attribute panel. Instantly, a virtual screen materialized before him. Host, Sanjay Bloodline, Legendary Saiyan. Abilities, Ancient Bloodline, Infinite Potential. Physical Enhancement, Rapid Learning, Berserk Factor. An ability stemming from an unknown cause that can double normal combat power, albeit altering one's appearance. Combat Power Index, 67. As the attribute panel unfolded, Sanjay's gaze fixated on the only fluctuating combat power index, his mind filled with perplexity, prompting him to inquire of the system, hasn't my bloodline been suppressed? How has the combat power index still increased? Responding to Sanjay's query, the system's voice echoed, Host, while your bloodline is indeed suppressed, the combat power index does not automatically rise. However, it can increase with your training. Although reassured by the system's explanation regarding the bloodline's repressive state, Sanjay remained skeptical about the slight increase in the combat power index, continuing to pose questions. The system, with a hint of exasperation, elucidated, Host, that increase is a result of your last exhausting surge of energy. The combat power index calculated by this system reflects your maximum potential output. Please do not conflate this system with subpar products that measure combat power. Listening to the system's clarification on the combat power index, Sanjay finally grasped the concept. After discussing additional matters with the system, he stood up from the bathtub and exchanged for a new outfit. Observing the blue combat suit in his hands and the discarded clothing from his earlier bath, Sanjay fell silent and asked, System, why is it still this outfit? The system replied with a hint of mirth, Host, this is the only model available, and it is no ordinary clothing. It is adjustable weight gear. P.S. Don't ask, Host. It's an unavoidable force. With the system's explanation, Sanjay comprehended the functionality of the gear. After dressing, he stepped out of the bathroom, towel in hand, and found Bulma seated in the living room with a cup of coffee. As Sanjay emerged, Bulma glanced over and immediately noticed he was still clad in the same outfit. Her attention was soon captivated by the object swaying behind him. As she drew closer, she finally discerned what it was, a tail reminiscent of Wukong's, albeit more robust. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, coffee spraying from her mouth as she exclaimed, Puffed, you have a tail too. Startled by Bulma's reaction, Sanjay handed her the towel he had just used to dry his hair and explained, Here, a towel for you to wipe your mouth. As for this, it is a characteristic of our Saiyan bloodline. accepting the towel and thanking him. Bulma wiped the coffee from her lips and, recalling Wukong, curiously asked, "So, Wukong is one of your kin as well, right? He has a tail just like you. And both of your surnames are the same." To Bulma's inquiry, Sanjia replied affirmatively, "Wukong is indeed a Saiyan. As for the surname, it's merely a coincidence." Just then, Wukong returned, noticing Sanjia's tail, and excitedly exclaimed to Bulma, "Ah, Bulma, look, Sanjia has a tail too. He's a boy just like me." I wasn't lying. Boys have tails. In response, Bulma playfully smacked Wukong on the head, rubbing her slightly sore fist, and said to the now lump-headed Wukong, "Not all boys have tails. You and Sanjia are Saiyans, and that's your trait." Wukong nodded in a somewhat confused understanding. At that moment, Sanjia wrapped his tail around his waist, prompting Wukong to mimic him, also securing his tail. Thus, this little episode came to a close. With a resounding boom, Bulma transformed the house into a capsule, and the Dragon Ball team once again embarked on their adventurous journey. The ensuing storyline closely mirrored the original, with Oolong and Yamcha gradually joining the Dragon Ball team. However, in a deviation from the original, Master Roshi was astounded by Sanjia's talent and earnestly sought to take him as a disciple. This occurred at Fire Mountain, where Master Roshi extinguished flames with the Kamehameha technique. Sanjia merely observed once and subsequently mastered the move. When Master Roshi next encountered Sanjia, he was engaged in a contest with Wukong to see whose Kamehameha could travel farther. Their displayed potential, leaving Master Roshi in awe. Later, in Pilaf's castle, both Sanjia and Wukong transformed into great apes. Due to the purity of his bloodline, Sanjia retained his sanity. Under his full-force assault, the moon shifted slightly, yet the full moon remained intact. However, Wukong's tail was severed by Yamcha, who justified his action by stating it was for Wukong's own good, as he could not control his faculties. Ultimately, Sanjia and his companions gathered the Dragon Balls, summoning the Eternal Dragon. After making their wishes, Oolong and Yamcha returned to West City with Bulma, while Sanjia and Wukong continued on their path of training, their adventures still unfolding. Chapter 6. The Master and Krillin. In the vast expanse of the ocean, there lay a tranquil island, where a quaint little house nestled among verdant trees, exuding an aura of serenity. On ordinary days, the gentle sea breeze whispered through the leaves, accompanied by the soothing rhythm of waves caressing the shore, painting an eternal picture of peace. However, on this particular day, a sudden roar shattered the island's tranquility. An oddly shaped flying vessel streaked across the sky like a shooting star, hurtling towards the island. Since parting ways with Bulma, Sanjia had initially planned to accompany Goku to seek training from Master Roshi. Yet, Goku intended to return to Bowsy Mountain to gather his belongings, prompting Sanjia to proceed ahead. Ingeniously, Sanjia had managed to acquire this flying craft from Pilaf, along with some versatile capsules. Should one inquire about his ability to pilot such a contraption, he would merely shrug and jest, attributing it to the author's arrangement. The flying vessel landed steadily upon the sandy beach of Master Roshi's island. Sanjia emerged from the cabin with the agility of a blue lightning bolt, his feet firmly planted on the ground. The long journey and intense training sessions with Goku had transformed him completely. No longer the frail youth who had first arrived on Earth, he now possessed a physique as robust as a solid mountain, with well-defined muscles that seemed to narrate his metamorphosis and growth. During his quest for the Dragon Balls, Sanjia had come to realize that despite his formidable lineage, he lacked the finesse to wield his power adeptly. Thus, he approached Goku with a humble heart, eager to learn. Goku, generous with his knowledge, often engaged in friendly sparring sessions with him. Initially, Sanjia struggled to counter Goku's fierce assaults, finding himself dodging helplessly and enduring relentless attacks. However, as their training continued, Sanjia's remarkable perseverance and insight enabled him to gradually master the art of combat. Now, he was capable of holding his own against Goku, occasionally even hinting at surpassing him. Returning to the present, beneath a grand tree beside Master Roshi's abode, a hammock swayed gently in the breeze. Master Roshi reclined comfortably within, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon his face. He held a magazine in his hands, engrossed in its contents. Yet, the powerful gust generated by Sanjia's arrival sent the magazine spiraling into the air, ultimately vanishing into the nearby foliage. As the magazine flew away, Master Roshi's countenance was revealed. He had unknowingly drifted into slumber, his eyes darting beneath closed lids as if lost in an exhilarating dream. The glistening drool at the corner of his mouth and the faintly lewd grin on his face betrayed the colorful fantasies of his dreams. Upon witnessing Master Roshi's comical state, Sunja couldn't help but chuckle, approaching him to gently nudge him awake, softly calling, "Old man, wake up," with Sunja's gentle prodding and call. Master Roshi gradually emerged from his slumber, remnants of dreams lingering in his eyes as he instinctively wiped his mouth, finally regaining his senses. Upon recognizing Sunja before him, a smile spread across his face as he inquired, "What brings you here, kid? Where's Goku?" Sunja, eager to respond, replied, "Did you not express a desire to take me on as a disciple? I have come to pay my respects." Goku went back to Bowsy Mountain to pack his things and asked me to come ahead. Master Roshi nodded with a smile, "Indeed. I intended to accept both you and Goku as my disciples. Your talents are quite impressive." His expression then turned serious as he continued, "However, my turtle school adheres to strict rules, and an entrance examination is essential. After all, without rules, there can be no order. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Master Roshi's words, Sunja felt a sense of calm wash over him. He knew that this so-called entrance examination was merely a formality. After all, Master Roshi was the founder of the turtle school, and the decision to take on disciples ultimately rested with him. Prepared for this, Sunja retrieved a versatile capsule from his pocket and respectfully presented it, saying, "You are correct, Master. I also brought you a gift. Please take a look." Master Roshi's eyes lit up upon hearing the word gift. Without hesitation, he pressed the button on the capsule and tossed it onto the nearby ground. With a resounding bang, the contents of the capsule spilled forth in a cascade. As Master Roshi peered closely, he discovered a pile of books, which momentarily diminished his enthusiasm. Nonetheless, he habitually glanced at the colorful covers. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a ravenous wolf spotting its prey. He eagerly rushed forward to examine one closely. Noticing Sunja's gaze upon him, he cleared his throat awkwardly and remarked, "Ahem, this gift is delightful. I shall accept it. When Goku arrives, you both can undergo the assessment. Meanwhile, feel free to explore the surroundings." Sunja, amused by Master Roshi's eager yet feigned seriousness, smiled and said, "Certainly. Master, take your time. I shall not disturb you." Hearing Sunja refer to him as Master brought a glimmer of joy to Master Roshi's face as he waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, you rascal. You're not my disciple yet, so don't get ahead of yourself." Sunja chuckled silently and turned to leave. As he distanced himself, Master Roshi immediately dove back into the pile of books, meticulously collecting the yellow periodicals as if they were treasures, carefully stowing them away in the versatile capsule. Meanwhile, Sunja, having wandered to the side, silently summoned the system. His persistent efforts had accumulated a total of 4,260 points. Curiosity piqued. He yearned to see what treasures he could exchange. "System, open the exchange list for me." As his words faded, a familiar interface materialized before him. The screen displayed a plethora of items. Senzu Beans X1. Sunja scanned the exchange list with eager anticipation, suddenly spotting an unexpected item that made his eyes light up. Excitedly, he exclaimed, "System, exchange for a teleportation card." He thought to himself, "If this is what I believe it to be, it could prove invaluable in critical moments." As soon as he voiced his desire, a blue and white paper card appeared before him. He grasped it steadily, and detailed information about the item unfolded. Teleportation card, upon use, one can be transported to any location. Method, silently envision the desired destination, then tear the card. If only a vague location is known, there may be a margin of error in the teleportation. Reading the card's details brought Sunja immense satisfaction, as it aligned perfectly with his expectations. Subsequently, he checked his attributes panel, noting a 3-point increase in his battle power index, which now reached 70. Time passed unnoticed, and soon, Goku arrived riding on his Nimbus, laden with luggage. To Sunja's surprise, he was accompanied by a small bald-headed boy. Sunja, upon catching sight of Wukong leaping down from the Nimbus, hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Wukong, you have finally arrived." After exchanging greetings, Sunja pointed to a nearby small bald head and inquired, "Who is this little fellow accompanying you?" Wukong scratched his head and chuckled, explaining, "On my way here, I encountered Krillin, who mentioned he was also searching for Master Roshi, so I brought him along." The small bald head, having overheard Sunja and Wukong speak of him, quickly stepped forward and politely introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Krillin. Hailing from the distant Doran Temple in Tokyo." Sunja responded with a smile, "Hello, Krillin. You can call me Asia." Upon hearing this, Krillin eagerly asked, "Sunja, are you a disciple of Master Wutian?" Sunja shook his head, replying, "Not yet, but the old man said he would take me as a disciple if I passed the exam." At that moment, Master Roshi's voice resonated from behind them. So you all have arrived. The group turned to see Master Roshi leisurely approaching. Noticing the unfamiliar small bald head alongside Sun Jia and Wukong, he inquired, Jia, is this your friend? Sun Jia replied, no, we just met. His name is Krillin. Before Master Roshi could say anything further, Krillin darted in front of him like a gust of wind, bowing respectfully and asking, you are the renowned god of martial arts, Master Wu Tian, right? I am Krillin, and I wish to become your disciple. Master Roshi, taken aback by Krillin's fervent display, paused momentarily before responding. Indeed, I am the Master Wu Tian you mentioned. However, I regret to inform you that I do not easily accept disciples, so you might as well give up. Surprisingly, Krillin displayed no signs of disappointment. Rather, he seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Calmly, he retrieved a blue package from his back and began to present a series of gifts to Master Roshi. Gradually, Master Roshi's demeanor softened in response to Krillin's offerings. Ultimately, he addressed the three of them, stating, if you wish to train under me, there is one condition. You must bring a beautiful girl to me. After making this declaration, Master Roshi's gaze swept over the trio, finally lingering on Sun Jia, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Upon hearing this identical request to that in the original tale, Sun Jia could not help but smile wryly while rubbing his forehead. Understanding the old man's intent, he promptly assured, rest assured, Master, I will do my utmost. Master Roshi, satisfied, returned a knowing glance and said, you may go. Complete the task, and I shall accept you as my disciples. Subsequently, much like in the original narrative, Wukong excitedly leaped onto the Nimbus, with Krillin closely following behind. Sun Jia, meanwhile, turned to his flying vehicle. Initially, Krillin's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the craft, and he intended to join Sun Jia. However, Sun Jia cleverly dismissed him on the pretext that Wukong did not comprehend what a beautiful girl was. Thus, the trio set forth towards the city, with Wukong and Krillin soaring ahead on the Nimbus, while Sun Jia piloted his craft closely behind. Chapter 7. Lan Chi. In a bustling yet somewhat rugged city in the north, there exists a tavern steeped in history. The dim, golden light flickers upon the wooden tables and floors, imparting an air of mystery to the space. On the walls, an old notice board stands out, particularly a wanted poster that captures attention. The poster features a girl of striking beauty, her hair a radiant golden hue reminiscent of sunlight. Yet her exquisite face betrays an undercurrent of madness that elicits a sense of caution. At that moment, the tavern door creaks open, allowing a gust of cold wind to sweep in. A girl with blue hair strides in, clad in a low-cut light green tank top that perfectly accentuates her alluring figure, paired with yellow denim shorts. Her long, fair legs glimmer enticingly under the light. She carries a slightly worn travel bag and moves gracefully toward the bar. As she appears, a hand shoots out from a group seated at the bar, a revolver aimed squarely at her. However, upon seeing the girl's lake-like blue hair, the gunman's expression shifts to one of confusion, and he slowly withdraws his weapon, murmuring, "You are not her." Sensing the tension in the air, the girl furrows her brow slightly but continues her approach to the bar. The man who had just drawn the gun clears his throat and addresses the bartender. "Prepare a drink for this lovely lady. It's on me." The girl emits a soft, puzzled sound. Before she can inquire further, the gunman, lost in thought, continues. "No need to ask why. Your hair color is just like that of the girl I once loved." His voice is low and gravelly, tinged with an indescribable melancholy. A neighboring patron, overhearing this, expresses disbelief. "How kitsch can you be?" Moments later, the bartender presents the prepared drink to the girl. She graciously thanks him and takes a delicate sip. Perhaps it is some peculiar spice in the beverage, or perhaps it is some other unknown reason, but suddenly, her nose twitches and she lets out a loud sneeze. In the aftermath of that singular sneeze, something extraordinary occurs. Her hair, once a serene blue, transforms into a brilliant golden hue, and the softness of her features is replaced by an icy demeanor. Her gaze sharpens, radiating a chilling intensity. If Sun Jia were present, he might exclaim, "I've encountered a female Super Saiyan." The gunman instinctively turns at the sound of her sneeze, intending to check on her, but is met with sheer astonishment at her transformation. The girl now resembles the one depicted on the wanted poster, as if she were carved from the same mold. Reacting swiftly, the man draws his revolver once more, aiming at her. Yet, the girl is even quicker. She raises her long leg and kicks the gun from his grasp, sending it flying in an arc, clattering to the ground. Following this, she delivers a powerful punch to the gunman's chest, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into the furniture behind him. The bartender, now panicked, retrieves a shotgun from the wall, his hands trembling with anxiety as he points it at the girl, stammering, "Don't move. I'll shoot." Unperturbed, the girl bends slightly and opens her travel bag. The bartender, instinctively glancing at the bag, sees it stuffed with bundles of cash, shimmering enticingly under the dim light. He becomes momentarily entranced by the sight, as if ensnared by a spell. Noticing his daze, the girl's eyes gleam mischievously as she swiftly extracts a submachine gun from the bag, expertly chambering a round, the dark muzzle aimed directly at the bartender. Regaining his senses, the bartender drops his shotgun in fright, crouching on the ground with his hands on his head, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the girl fires her weapon. A rapid succession of gunfire echoing throughout the tavern. Amidst the smoke, she walks calmly out of the establishment, standing at the entrance. Behind her, the tavern lies in disarray. Tables and chairs are overturned, glasses shattered, and the walls riddled with bullet holes. Remarkably, despite the chaos, not a single person inside has been harmed. Meanwhile, Sun Je and his companions, having exited the Turtle Hermit's abode, soar toward a nearby town. Aware of the original narrative's trajectory, Sun Je and his allies, Goku and Krillin, part ways to search with purpose. Unlike others who wander aimlessly, Sun Je heads directly to the police station. For there is a significant female character in the early chapters of Dragon Ball Lam-Z. Indeed, she is the striking girl who transforms with a sneeze and is the one Goku and his friends eventually find and bring back to the Turtle Hermit. After inquiring with locals, Sun Je arrives near the police station, where he observes several police vehicles taking off in rapid succession. It is evident they are in pursuit of Lam-Z. Without hesitation, he follows the direction of their flight. In the vast expanse of yellow sands, a cargo train rolls slowly out of town. Standing beside the tracks is a girl with golden hair, shouldering an RPG, none other than Lam-Z. After exiting the tavern, she commandeered a unicycle motorcycle and sped here with determination. With unwavering resolve, she pulls the trigger. A rocket streaks toward the tracks, exploding with a thunderous boom. Flames soaring skyward, smoke billowing. The explosion reverberates in the train's cockpit, where the driver, witnessing the distant inferno, turns pale. In a panic, he pulls the train's brakes, causing it to screech to a halt just before reaching the destroyed tracks. The driver breathes a sigh of relief, grateful for his narrow escape. As the driver revels in his fortune, Lam-Z nimbly climbs aboard the train, swiftly pillaging its valuables. Once back on her stolen unicycle motorcycle, the distant wail of police sirens reaches her ears. Without a moment's hesitation, she accelerates, the unicycle motorcycle darting away like an arrow, leaving only a cloud of stirred sand in her wake. Chapter 8. Pursuit and assistance in a winding and secluded valley. The wind howled and yellow sand swirled. A golden-haired girl was racing forward on a unicycle motorcycle with breathtaking speed, her agile form exuding a fierce determination. Her dazzling hair danced wildly in the wind, resembling flames ablaze. Behind her, several flying vehicles, their red and blue lights flashing, pursued relentlessly. The shrill whine of the aircraft pierced the air, intertwining with the roar of the motorcycle's engine, shattering the valley's tranquil ambience. Amidst this thrilling chase, the golden-haired girl suddenly smirked, revealing a cunning smile. She swiftly freed one hand, retrieving a black sphere from her waist, and without hesitation, tossed it behind her. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the sphere detonated, its powerful shockwave acting like an invisible force that toppled the pursuing flying vehicles. The craft spiraled through the air, belching thick smoke before crashing heavily to the ground. At that moment, Sun Je was hastily approaching and witnessed this heart-stopping scene. He marveled inwardly, recognizing the fierce prowess of the golden-haired Lanky. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Special individual, Lanky, detected, automatic checkpoint successful, reward, soul stabilizing elixir, points, 100. Elated by the system's announcement, Sun Je thought. To think there would be a reward this time. He promptly recited the command to claim his prize. In an instant, a circular glass vial containing a light blue liquid appeared in his hand. Upon examining the vial, the details surfaced before his eyes. Soul stabilizing elixir. Enhances or repairs one's soul. Gazing at the elixir, Sun Je couldn't help but exclaim internally, what a remarkable item. However, the fact that it originated from Lanky sparked a flicker of doubt within him. He asked the system, Is Lanky's transformation triggered by a sneeze a form of split personality? The system, seemingly exasperated by the question, replied, Host, have you ever encountered a case of split personality that results in direct transformation? By your logic, would a Saiyan transforming into a Super Saiyan also be considered a split personality? Split personality is a mental disorder, a division at the psychological level. In Lanky's case, it is a dual soul existence. The sneeze is merely a catalyst. Recall that in the original narrative, whenever blue-haired Lanky faced danger, golden-haired Lanky would manifest. Yet, when golden-haired Lanky intended to harm others, she would revert to blue-haired Lanky. Understanding the system's explanation, Sunja had an epiphany. No wonder he found the premise of a sneeze causing a complete transformation peculiar during his initial reading. It was indeed a dual soul phenomenon. Returning to Lanky, she drew the double-barreled shotgun she had acquired from the tavern, expertly aiming at the relentless police vehicles behind her. Her gaze was steely, her finger poised on the trigger, ready to deliver a lethal blow to her pursuers. However, at that critical moment, Lanky suddenly felt an unusual sensation in her nose, and inwardly thought, oh no. The next instant, a loud sneeze shattered the tense atmosphere, causing her to miss the prime opportunity to shoot the driver. As the sneeze echoed, her golden hair transformed back to blue. The sudden movement from the sneeze caused her motorcycle, which had been cruising steadily, to lose balance. The vehicle violently tipped over on the valley floor, flinging Lanky into the air. She arced through the sky before crashing heavily to the ground, letting out a painful groan. The pursuing police vehicles came to a screeching halt. Officers leaped from their cars, tension palpable as they drew their firearms, aiming at the fallen Lanky. A commanding officer shouted, Do not move, Lanky. You are under arrest. Surrender peacefully and do not attempt to flee, or we will open fire. The blue-haired Lanky, wincing in pain as she sat up, looked innocently towards the officers, her voice trembling with fear. Who are you? What do you want? Help. At that critical juncture, a small energy blast shot like a meteor between the officers and Lanky, erupting into a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, a flying vehicle descended at remarkable speed. As it passed Lanky, a hand shot out, deftly grasping her arm, and, with a swift motion, pulled her into the safety of the craft. Indeed, it was Sunja who had fired the energy blast and piloted the vehicle. As he whisked Lanky away, Goku and Krillin, alerted by her earlier cry for help, hurriedly arrived on their flying Nimbus. However, they searched in vain for the source of the sound and had no choice but to proceed to their predetermined meeting point. For Lanky, everything had transpired too swiftly for her to react. She felt an overwhelming force on her arm, and before she knew it, she was inexplicably inside the flying vehicle. Yet, when she finally took in her surroundings and realized she was out of danger, her lake blue eyes reflected innocence and a hint of concern as she turned to Sunja, softly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. But are those people all right? Sunja, focused on piloting the vehicle, smiled at her gentle words and concern for the officers, responding, Rest assured, they are fine. I merely stirred up some dust. They won't be harmed. Moreover, my intention in rescuing you comes with a request, so no need for such formality. Upon hearing Sunja's words, Lanky was filled with curiosity and retorted, If they are fine, that is wonderful. And you say you have a request of me? But we have never met before. At this moment, Sunja felt they had evaded the police's pursuit and began to slow the flying vehicle as it descended towards the ground. While maneuvering the craft, he replied to Lanky's inquiry, But we are meeting now, aren't we? Hello, I am Sunja, but you may call me Asia. Upon hearing his introduction, Lanky instinctively responded politely, Hello, Mr. Sunja, my name is Lanky. The flying vehicle landed smoothly. Sunja gazed at the innocent Lanky before him, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, You see, I just saved your life. Does that not make me your savior? Listening to Sunja's words, Lanky nodded obediently, saying, Mr. Sunja, you are indeed my savior. Her adorably naive response stirred a pang of guilt within Sunja, who thought to himself, Why does it feel as though I am luring an unsuspecting girl? With a hint of unease, Sunja continued, Well, you have acknowledged me as your savior. Additionally, I know your name is Lanky, and you know mine. So shall we consider ourselves friends who are acquainted with each other's names? He spoke swiftly, intently watching Lanky's expression. Observing her bewildered demeanor, he discerned that her mind was in a haze. With a sense of assurance, he added, I do not believe it is unreasonable for me to request your assistance as a friend and savior, is it? As Lan-Chi regained her composure, she instinctively replied with politeness, Mr. Sunja, you are absolutely right. There is no exaggeration in your words. Upon hearing Lan Shi's response, Sunja felt an inner thrill, thinking to himself, I've got her hooked. However, before he could continue, a sudden, resounding sneeze echoed through the air. At the sound of the sneeze, Sunja's smile abruptly froze on his face. To his astonishment, Lan Shi, now with her hair transformed to a striking yellow, produced a handgun from seemingly nowhere. The dark muzzle pressed firmly against Sunja's forehead. In the next instant, a gunshot pierced the silence, accompanied by Lan Shi's furious exclamation, You dare to trick me. You are seeking death. Sunja felt a powerful impact on his forehead, causing him to lose control and fall backward, as a tide of excruciating pain engulfed him. Chapter 9. The sudden confrontation. Sunja found himself slumped in the cockpit of the aircraft, his forehead pressed tightly against a bullet. The bullet, having struck what seemed to be impenetrable metal, was now utterly deformed, its twisted shape narrating the harrowing moment that had just transpired. After a brief period of disorientation, a cry of pain erupted. It hurts. Sunja sprang upright, and with the motion, the bullet that had been pressed against his forehead fell with a soft thud into the cabin. Instinctively, he reached up, trembling, to touch his forehead, expecting to feel the sticky warmth of blood. Instead, he encountered only a pronounced swelling. Realizing no liquid was flowing from the wound, he exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat of survival from his brow, and silently thanked his fortune. He had narrowly escaped death, and thankfully, he could withstand a bullet now. Yet before Sunja could fully bask in the relief of his survival, Lan Shi's voice, filled with wrath, rang out once more, followed by a deafening barrage of gunfire. You little brat, you're tougher than I thought. Die. In that moment, Sunja was no longer caught off guard. Reacting swiftly, he rolled out of the cockpit and took cover behind the door. Bullets rained down upon the aircraft like a torrential downpour, the relentless sound echoing in his ears, each shot striking his heart like a hammer. In this tense moment, a voice from the system, imbued with a sense of exasperation, echoed in his mind. Host, why are you being so cowardly? You can withstand bullets now, why hide? At the sound of the voice, Sunja instinctively shrank his neck and replied, somewhat meekly, I can withstand them, but you know well the excruciating pain they inflict. The system, at a loss for words, sighed in resignation, pondering, the host I chose. I must endure. As the bullets continued to pour down like a storm, the gunfire gradually subsided. Sunja, ever vigilant, cautiously peered out to assess the situation. However, just as he did, a dark spherical object, propelled by a fierce wind, hurtled towards his face. Sunja's complexion turned pale, his eyes wide with terror, rendered motionless by fear. In that critical moment, he summoned every ounce of strength and leapt to the side. Boom! The ground shook with a deafening explosion, the force distorting the air around him. Trembling, Sunja turned back to witness their aircraft, which had moments ago carried them, now reduced to a charred skeleton engulfed in flames, acrid smoke billowing into the air. At that moment, Lan Shi, brandishing a submachine gun she had produced from seemingly nowhere, advanced towards Sunja with determined, almost ruthless strides. Her eyes blazed with fury, as if she sought to consume him whole. Watching Lan Shi approach with her weapon, Sunja felt his own anger ignite. His eyes reddened, teeth clenched, he sprang up, pushing off the ground with all his might, charging toward her like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing Sunja rush at her, Lan Shi did not hesitate. She pulled the trigger with fervor. In an instant, a fiery serpent erupted from the barrel, and a torrent of bullets surged towards Sunja. Undeterred by the deluge of gunfire, Sunja surged forward, unyielding, until he reached Lan Shi. He swiftly raised his leg and kicked the gun from her grasp, sending it flying through the air. Without missing a beat, he followed up with a powerful punch to her abdomen. Lan Shi took the blow squarely, her body recoiling as if struck by lightning. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around her midsection, doubling over in agony, her form curling like a shrimp. With her legs giving way, she collapsed to the ground, emitting a pained groan that sounded like torn fabric, tugging at the heartstrings of those who heard it. As Sunja's fist connected with Lan Shi, a pang of regret surged within him. Observing her crumpled figure on the ground, he felt a flicker of compassion in his heart. He sighed deeply and silently invoked a magical beam from the system. Approaching Lan Shi, he knelt down, extending his hand to help her up. However, upon seeing his gesture, a flash of fear flickered in her eyes. Gritting her teeth against the pain in her abdomen, she pushed against the ground, struggling to distance herself from him. In response, Sunja extended the hand bearing the magical bean, softly saying, I struck too hard. I apologize. Here, take this bean. It will heal your wounds. Upon hearing his words, Lam-Z glanced up to see the verdant bean resting in his palm. She then looked back at him, contemplating. This bastard possesses such formidable strength. If he truly wished to kill me, it would be effortless. Surely, he wouldn't resort to such a crude means of poisoning me. With this understanding, Lam-Z gritted her teeth, enduring the pain as she attempted to reach for the magical bean. Yet, the searing agony in her abdomen rendered even lifting her arm exceedingly difficult. Noticing her struggle, Sanjay quickly interjected, Don't move. I'll feed you. Before she could respond, he gently placed the bean in her mouth. As she felt the bean fill her mouth, she instinctively bit down. Then, locking eyes with Sanjay's earnest gaze, her defenses began to waver. She chewed slowly, finally managing to swallow the magical bean. Miraculously, the pain in her abdomen receded like a tide, vanishing without a trace. Overwhelmed with astonishment, she sprang to her feet, pressing her hands against her previously injured abdomen, exclaiming, It really doesn't hurt anymore. Next, she meticulously examined herself, discovering that the injuries she had sustained from being thrown off the motorcycle had also healed remarkably. Her face radiated astonishment as she exclaimed, This is incredible. Sanjay stepped forward, his expression sincere, and spoke again, I'm truly sorry. It was all my fault. Please forgive me. Upon hearing his words, Lam-Z quickly set aside her curiosity regarding the magical bean, turning to face him with a feigned fierceness, declaring, You scoundrel, I want to forget this. If you want my forgiveness, you can dream on. Yet the fleeting emotion in her eyes betrayed her bravado. Before Sanjay could respond, a loud achoo erupted unexpectedly. Instantly, Lam-Z transformed back into the sweet, blue-haired girl she was. With a bewildered expression, she scanned her surroundings, taking in the skeletal remains of the aircraft. And in a soft, confused tone, asked Sanjay, Mr. Sun, what happened? How did the aircraft end up like this? Hearing her question, Sanjay looked at the adorably dazed Lam-Z, responding with a hint of confusion, You don't know? Immediately, Lam-Z tilted her head. Her eyes filled with confusion as she responded, Mr. Sanjay, what are you talking about? Upon receiving her answer, Sanjay gazed intently into Lam-Z's eyes, hoping to uncover some hidden truth, yet he found nothing. It appeared that their memories were not interconnected. With no other option, Sanjay remarked, It's nothing. By the way, Lam-Z, weren't you wanted before? Would you be interested in taking refuge with me for a while? Upon hearing Sanjay's invitation, Lam-Z expressed no doubt and replied directly, Sure. Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Sanjay. Elated and relieved by Lam-Z's acceptance, Sanjay looked at her and said, It's truly wonderful that you agreed. You've been a great help to me. To this, Lam-Z responded shyly, No. I should be the one thanking you for your hospitality, Mr. Sanjay. At that moment, Sanjay took out a universal capsule from his pocket, gently pressed a button, and then tossed it into the open space. With a resounding boom, a brand new aircraft materialized on the ground. Sanjay turned to Lam-Z and politely said, Shall we depart, Miss Lam-Z? Hearing his invitation, Lam-Z obediently followed behind him and boarded the aircraft. Soon after, the new aircraft slowly powered up and ascended, heading towards the designated meeting point previously agreed upon with Wukong and the others. Chapter 10. The flustered Master Roshi. After Sanjay piloted the aircraft to the agreed rendezvous point with Lam-Z, he scanned the surroundings. But the figures of Wukong and Klin were nowhere to be seen. The aircraft gradually came to a halt, and Sanjay slightly turned his head to glance at the quietly seated Lam-Z in the co-pilot's seat, and spoke, Miss Lam-Z, do you recall the favor I mentioned previously? Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion appeared on Lam-Z's originally calm face. Her eyes sparkled with realization as she recalled their earlier conversation, and she responded softly with an adorable expression, I remember. May I ask, Mr. Sanjay, what is it that you need my assistance with? Observing the innocence radiating from Lam-Z, Sanjay couldn't help but sigh inwardly, quickly suppressing his thoughts as his expression turned serious. He continued, Here is the situation. My companions and I wish to apprentice under an elderly master to learn martial arts. The elder has set a challenge. If we can bring back a female disciple, he will accept us as his students. Sanjay deliberately concealed the elder's somewhat lascivious intentions, fully aware that should he reveal the entire truth at this moment, Lam-Z's temperament might prompt her to draw a weapon in outrage. After a brief pause, he added, And then I fortuitously encountered you. At that time, you had no defined destination, so I thought perhaps you could assist us in fulfilling this task. Of course, If you are unwilling, I could seek others. Lan-Z listened intently to Sun Ji's explanation, initially shaking her head gently before a glint of gratitude shone in her eyes. With sincerity, she replied, I understand your intentions, Mr. Sun Ji, and I accept your request. Besides, you are my savior. I can certainly oblige such a small favor. Sun Ji felt a wave of relief wash over him at Lan-Zi's straightforward agreement, reflecting on how much easier it was to communicate with her in this state. Unlike the fiery-haired version who might have brandished a gun at the slightest provocation. He quickly exclaimed, I am immensely grateful for your acceptance, Miss Lan-Z. A blush of shyness crept onto Lan-Zi's cheeks as she shyly responded, It's merely a small matter, Mr. Sun Ji, please do not be so formal. After all, as you said, we are friends. Realizing he had been overly formal, Sun Ji promptly said, Lan-Z, I was being a bit pretentious. From now on, I shall call you that, and please, refrain from addressing me as Mr. Sun Ji. It feels too distant. Call me a Zhu instead. Hearing this, Lan-Zi's lips curled into a sweet smile, and she cheerfully replied, All right, a Zhu. As Sun Ji and Lan-Z engaged in their pleasant exchange, time slipped away unnoticed. With the sun gradually sinking in the west, casting a twilight hue across the sky. At that moment, two familiar figures appeared in the distant sky, Wukong and Clin. Accompanied by a girl with long brown hair and a lovely visage, later introduced as Lina. Upon their arrival, both parties exchanged greetings and began flying towards Master Roshi's abode. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, Master Roshi had donned a pink suit and was standing in front of the mirror, inspecting his appearance with a mix of self-satisfaction and absurdity. Gazing at his somewhat ridiculous yet self-assured reflection, Master Roshi sighed. Ah, time flies, yet I still retain my charm. As his mind wandered to lascivious thoughts, that signature lecherous grin crept onto his face, and he unconsciously drooled. As Sun Ji and the others approached the Turtle Hermit's house, the sky darkened further. While Sun Ji skillfully piloted the aircraft down, Wukong, riding on his cloud, leaped down with Clin on his back, landing deftly on the ground before the house. Upon landing, Wukong shouted exuberantly, Grandpa, we brought back the beautiful girls you wanted. Come out and see. Inside, Master Roshi, having already heard the sound of the aircraft's engine, felt a surge of joy knowing Sun Ji and his companions had returned. Upon hearing Wukong's loud call, he hurriedly adjusted his outfit and dashed to the door, flinging it open. As he emerged, he playfully punched Wukong on the head, feigning anger. Why shout so loudly? You'll frighten the girls. In truth, even before Wukong's shout, Master Roshi had already spotted the two lovely girls from the window, prompting his mock reprimand. Just then, Sun Ji's aircraft landed gracefully before them. As Sun Ji and Lan-Z approached, Master Roshi's eyes widened in surprise, captivated by their beauty and allure. He instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, anxious not to reveal his excitement. Seemingly under some enchantment, Master Roshi stepped forward eagerly, grabbing each girl by the hand, and began to rub them, saying, Ladies, you must be tired from your journey. Would you like to wash up? I could help you with your backs. Lan-Z did not react overtly to Master Roshi's grasp, merely furrowing her brow slightly. However, Lina was far less tolerant. Feeling the lecherous grip of the old man, a wave of disgust surged through her. She yanked her arm away forcefully, but despite his advanced age, Master Roshi's grip was surprisingly strong, and her attempts to escape were futile. Lina's anger ignited instantly, and she retaliated with a punch to Master Roshi's head, shouting, Let go, you pervert. Stunned by the blow, Master Roshi released his grip, momentarily sobered. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he attempted to regain some semblance of authority, addressing the group, Ahem, from today onward. You shall be disciples of the Turtle School. At this moment, Lina, puzzled, interjected, Disciples of the Turtle School? I came here because I heard there was free food and accommodation. Clin, standing nearby, felt a cold sweat trickle down his bald head at her words. Realizing that this was exactly what he had said to persuade Lina to join them. Anxiously glancing at Master Roshi, he silently prayed for the elder's patience. To his relief, Master Roshi did not seem overly perturbed by Lina's comment. Instead, he approached her with feigned seriousness, stating, Indeed, we provide free food and lodging. Upon finishing, Master Roshi broke into that classic lecherous grin, lifting his hands in a grasping motion, and added, However, there is a small requirement. Lina, seeing Master Roshi's demeanor, instantly understood the implications behind his so-called small requirement. Her face flushed with anger as she stepped forward, delivering another solid blow to his head, and retorted, Pervert. Having observed the escalating situation, Sun Ji hurriedly stepped in to mediate. He approached Lina and gently said, "Miss Lina, please do not be angry. I will take care of your accommodation and meals." Initially infuriated by Master Roshi's actions and contemplating calling the authorities, Lina felt her anger dissipate upon hearing Sanja's assurance of complimentary lodging and meals. When she lifted her gaze and beheld Sanja's handsome visage and earnest eyes, much of her ire melted away. Observing her change in demeanor, Sanja continued, "Moreover, do not misconstrue the old man's previous behavior. He merely meant to ask for a shoulder massage when you have a moment to spare." After delivering this explanation, Sanja discreetly signaled Master Roshi with a glance. Being astute, Master Roshi quickly followed Sanja's cue and added, "Zhou is correct. You have misunderstood me. That was indeed an invitation for a massage." Upon hearing this, a flicker of regret flashed in Lina's eyes. She approached Master Roshi, extended her hand, and gently massaged the sizable bump on his head that she had inadvertently caused, saying, "That must hurt. I apologize, old man." Master Roshi reveled in the soft touch on his head, and in a moment of whimsy, he wrapped his arms around Lina's waist and nestled into her embrace, lamenting, "I am hundreds of years old, yet I am still misunderstood. How unfair." Boo-hoo. This time, Lina refrained from reacting violently. Instead, she felt a dampness at her chest. Looking down, she realized, with a hint of exasperation, that Master Roshi was not genuinely weeping. He was merely using the opportunity to bury his head against her bosom and sway back and forth. The moisture she felt was not tears, but rather his drool. However, this scene did not last long, as Master Roshi suddenly fell backward onto the ground, his nose beginning to spout blood profusely. Sanja recognized that Master Roshi's excessive excitement had led to this alarming situation, fearing that the old man might perish from blood loss. He hurriedly approached and retrieved a magical bean from the system space, placing it in Master Roshi's mouth. Chapter 11. Training. As Sanja fed a celestial bean into the mouth of Master Roshi, the old man's pallid complexion gradually regained a hint of color. He leisurely rose from the ground, brushing off the dust that had clung to him from the fall. His mind, however, lingered on the fleeting yet exquisite sensation he had felt in Lina's embrace, a hint of longing glimmering in his eyes. He sighed inwardly, lamenting his lack of self-control. How quickly he had faltered. At that moment, Sanja's concerned voice broke through his reverie. "Are you all right, old man?" Master Roshi snapped back to reality, hastily concealing the peculiar expression in his gaze and forcing an awkward smile. "I'm fine, just had some spicy food these past few days, and my nose started bleeding." "Heh." Sanja, amused by the Master's obvious attempt at deception, chose not to expose him. Instead, he gestured toward Lan-Z, introducing her to Master Roshi. "This is Lan-Z, the female disciple I found for you." He then leaned closer, whispering a cautionary note into the Master's ear. "Old man, Lan-Z is not like ordinary girls. Tread carefully, lest you provoke trouble." Upon hearing her introduction, Lan-Z politely approached, slightly bowing as she spoke softly. "Hello, Master Wu Tian. I am Lan-Z, here to apprentice under you with Aja." Master Roshi gazed at the sweet and charming girl with flowing blue hair, his restless hands unconsciously reaching out, his face adorned with a warm smile, eager to greet her. However, just as his hand was about to touch Lan-Z, a loud sneeze erupted unexpectedly. Master Roshi's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lan-Z, whose formerly smooth blue hair had instantly transformed into a cascade of yellow curls, her entire demeanor undergoing a dramatic metamorphosis. His outstretched hands seemed frozen in midair, motionless. Then, a furious female voice pierced the air. "You old fool, what do you think you're doing? Wanna die?" Almost immediately, the unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked echoed, revealing that Lan-Z had somehow acquired a submachine gun, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at Master Roshi and Sanja. Before either man could react, a torrential barrage of bullets rained down upon them. Both Sanja and Master Roshi turned pale, scrambling to shield themselves and evade the hail of gunfire as bullets ricocheted off the ground, sending dust flying, the gunshots reverberating throughout the courtyard. In a short while, another sneeze sounded, abruptly halting the gunfire. Gasping for breath, Sanja and Master Roshi collapsed onto the ground, their clothes coated in dust, Sanja's hair a disheveled mess. Regaining his breath, Sanja looked at Master Roshi with a weary expression. "Old man, I told you Lan-Z is not like ordinary girls, but you wouldn't listen. What did you expect would happen?" Master Roshi, still shaken, wore an expression of relief mixed with reluctance. "I thought you meant she was different because of her broad-mindedness. Who knew she would suddenly change like that?" Sanja rolled his eyes at the absurdity of the Master's response. "Regardless, I'm not concerned. I've completed your test, and I am now your disciple." With an exasperated gesture, Master Roshi lightly thumped Sanji on the head. All right, you're impressive. But you're responsible for Lan Chi's well-being from now on. I can't risk provoking her again." Sanji chose not to dwell on Master Roshi's comment and stood up, calling out to Lan Chi, who had reverted to her blue-haired appearance. "Lan Chi, the old man has agreed to take us as disciples. Come over and call him master." Upon hearing this, Lan Chi's face brightened with joy as she trotted over. She bowed respectfully before Master Roshi and cheerfully declared, "Master." At the sound of Lan Chi addressing him as master, Master Roshi instinctively recoiled slightly, casting a wary glance at Sanji. He then turned to Lan Chi, saying, "From now on, you are a disciple of the Turtle School. Your daily needs will be managed by your senior brother, Aja." With that, Master Roshi hurriedly made his way back to the Turtle House, seemingly eager to escape the possibility of another transformation from Lan Chi. Watching Master Roshi depart, Sanji silently called upon the system. Wasn't he, Master Roshi, supposed to take risks with Lan Chi, even at the peril of being harmed? Why is he so cautious now? The system's teasing voice soon echoed in his mind. "You have altered the original plot. Lena did not appear in the original story. Moreover, compared to Lena, Lan Chi is like a ticking time bomb. One wrong move, and you could end up injured without any benefit. I wouldn't choose Lan Chi either." Sanji brushed off the system's remarks about altering the original narrative. After all, since arriving in this world, he had been destined to change many things. Back at the Turtle House, Master Roshi entered to find Goku, Krillin, and Lena cowering behind the sofa, terrified from Lan Chi's gunfire. Seeing this scene ignited a flare of anger within him. He swiftly approached Goku and Krillin, delivering 2 firm punches to their heads, grumbling, "You 2 little rascals. All you do is hide, never offering to help me." Goku and Krillin clutched their heads, yelping in pain, and, faced with Master Roshi's scowling visage, dared not utter a word. After delivering his reprimand, Master Roshi noticed their pitiful expressions and felt slightly appeased. He then turned his attention to Lena, who was equally pale and trembling from the earlier chaos. Master Roshi's anger dissipated, replaced by concern as he approached her quickly and gently reassured, "Miss Lena, don't be afraid. That girl just has a peculiar temperament. She wouldn't really hurt anyone." Under Master Roshi's soothing words, Lena gradually calmed down. At that moment, Sanji entered the house and asked Master Roshi, "Old man, when do we start training?" Seizing the opportunity to comfort Lena while trying to mask his own embarrassment, Master Roshi cleared his throat and replied, "Ahem, let us leave it at that for today. We'll have dinner and rest tonight, and begin formal training tomorrow." Sanji, satisfied with the response, turned to Lan Chi and said, "Come on, Lan Chi, let us prepare dinner." Lan Chi nodded obediently at Sanji's suggestion. Then with a hint of curiosity inquired, "Aja, can you cook?" Sanji, observing the curiosity in her eyes, smiled and replied, "I often cooked when I was alone before, so I know a bit." Of course, when he referred to before, he meant the skills he had acquired during his solitary struggles on Earth, skills that had yet to see the light of day in this new world. As the two entered the kitchen, Master Roshi finally realized the implication of Sanji's statement. He turned to Goku and asked, "Sanji can cook?" Goku scratched his head innocently and replied, "Can he cook? I can cook too. Just put the meat on the fire to roast it." Master Roshi, hearing Goku's response, couldn't he help but facepalm in disbelief. He thought to himself, "Is this what you call cooking?" Before long, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen, enveloping the entire house. Accompanying this delightful fragrance was Lan Chi's exclamatory gasp of surprise. After a brief interlude, Sanji emerged from the kitchen, bearing a splendid array of dishes, each a feast for the senses. The sight of these delectable creations made it impossible for the onlookers to resist swallowing in anticipation. Amidst the chorus of praise, Sanji savored an enjoyable dinner. However, an amusing incident occurred after the meal. Due to insufficient room at Kame House, Sanji, in a moment of exasperation, resorted to the portable housing capsule gifted by Bulma. He had anticipated that this would resolve the issue, yet upon opening the capsule to reveal a house, it became evident that space was still inadequate. Ultimately, a consensus was reached. Apart from Lan Chi and Lena, who each received a room, the others would have to share. Thus, they spent the night in a somewhat cramped atmosphere. Early the next morning, Master Roshi led everyone to a quaint town. They halted beside a picturesque yet treacherous cliff, where Master Roshi resolved to establish their training grounds. Naturally, this decision heralded a period of intense and arduous training. Observing his 3 disciples standing at attention, Master Roshi cleared his throat and declared, "In accordance with your order of entry, Sunja is your senior brother, followed by Wukong, with Krillin being the last. He then turned to Sunja and inquired, Aja, how old are you this year? Without hesitation, Sunja replied, I am 14. Master Roshi nodded thoughtfully, 14. Is it? You should be. Wait, how old did you say you are? 14. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Sunja, struggling to reconcile the towering, mature figure before him with the fact that he was merely 14. Beside them, Krillin instinctively compared his height to Sunja's, only to feel deflated as he sank into a profound sense of inadequacy. After all, he was only 1 year younger, yet their heights diverged significantly. Krillin mused inwardly, 14? What must one eat to grow so tall? Under the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, Sunja sheepishly touched his nose and reiterated, I truly am just 14. Master Roshi, choosing to move past the age discussion, gathered his thoughts and continued, tomorrow morning we will commence formal training. Today, I will share with you the principles of the Turtle School and explain the concept of Chi. As Master Roshi eloquently elaborated, time slipped away unnoticed. With each profound explanation, Sunja gradually realized that his ability to withstand bullets was due to the Chi within him. This also clarified the original narrative wherein Vegeta narrowly escaped a fatal blow from Akerol. In essence, Chi could not only serve as an offensive tool but also bolster one's defenses. Despite the protagonist boasting a combat index of 70, should his Chi be depleted. With his current physical strength, he could indeed meet a swift demise, as Sunja had feared. Contemplating this revelation, Sunja clenched his fists with determination. The training under the Turtle School marked the inaugural step on his journey toward strength. Chapter 12. The conclusion of training in the suit at 4 o'clock the next morning. While the world remained enveloped in darkness and silence, the Turtle Hermit shattered this tranquility. He stood outside the rooms of Sunja, Wukong, and Krillin, energetically knocking on the door and shouting, Rise and shine. Training is about to commence. His voice carried an irresistible force, abruptly dragging the three from the realms of slumber back into reality. Sunja groggily poked his head out from under the covers, glanced at the pitch-black sky outside, and murmured, so early. Beside him, Wukong and Krillin appeared equally drowsy, still in a state of half-awakening. The Turtle Hermit, undeterred by their complaints, continued to urge them on, hurry up. There's no room for laziness in training. After a considerable time, the trio finally dragged themselves out of bed, their eyes still heavy with sleep as they began to dress. Observing their sluggishness, the Turtle Hermit refrained from rushing them further, patiently awaiting their full awakenings, until vitality returned to their gazes. Once they were alert, the Turtle Hermit announced, Today marks the official start of our training, beginning with warm-up exercises. Let us commence with a run. With that, he shouted the rallying call, 1, 2, 1, and set off running into the distance. Sunja, Wukong, and Krillin exchanged glances before hastily following suit. The gentle morning breeze caressed their faces, dissipating the remnants of sleep, while the sound of their footsteps echoed clearly on the quiet path. In the days that followed, Sunja, much like Wukong and Krillin in the original narrative, endured the arduous task of delivering milk. Each dawn, they trudged along winding mountain roads, hauling heavy crates of fresh milk to every household. This was supplemented by grueling training involving hand-tilling of the earth. Thus, day after day, the monotonous and strenuous routine repeated itself. Before long, a day of training concluded, and Sunja returned to his room, exhausted, collapsing onto his bed as if his bones had been disassembled. Days passed in this manner, and in the blink of an eye, 7 months had flown by. On one particular night, after a day filled with intense training, Sunja lay in bed as usual. Yet his mind was preoccupied with a singular question. Finally, he posed it to the system in his mind. System, do you know the method for cultivating the dance of air? The system's voice, tinged with a hint of regret, resonated in his thoughts. Host, I am unaware of the cultivation method for the dance of air, but I understand that to soar, one must overcome gravity. Force is counteractive. The mention of overcoming gravity ignited a memory of Gohan teaching Biddy Lee the dance of air in the original tale. His eyes brightened as a glimmer of hope emerged. He swiftly leapt from his bed, donned his clothes, and stepped outside. The night was thick, and the moonlight blanketed the earth in a silvery veil. Sunja approached the cliff, seeking a flat surface to sit cross-legged. He closed his eyes, striving to recall every detail of Gohan's lesson to Biddy Lee, then began to practice according to his memory. Initially, progress was slow. He felt the energy within him thrashing about like uncontrollable wild horses. Yet, he persevered, continually adjusting his breathing and mindset. Gradually, He sensed a faint energy coalescing between his hands. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was astonished to see a small sphere of light forming between his palms, emanating a soft glow. Elated, he felt a surge of triumph. However, just then, a sudden fluctuation in his emotions caused the previously stable sphere to tremble uneasily. Alarmed by the sight, Sanji instinctively attempted to control the sphere, but to his dismay, the more he tried, the more violently it shook, culminating in a thunderous explosion. The sound reverberated like thunder on a clear day, instantly rousing the turtle hermit and the others. They rushed out of their rooms, heading towards the source of the noise. Upon arrival, they found Sanji standing there, his face smeared with soot, hair disheveled, and looking utterly disheveled. The turtle hermit, taken aback by Sanji's appearance, inquired, "Aja, what on earth are you doing? You look a mess." Still dazed from the explosion, Sanji sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled, "Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to see if I could condense my energy into a sphere, but it didn't quite work out. Heh." Upon hearing this, the turtle hermit approached, patted Sanji's shoulder, and offered reassurance. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Your foundation is still fragile. Such attempts must be approached gradually. Contemplating the turtle hermit's words, Sanji nodded thoughtfully. After exchanging some insights on energy cultivation with the turtle hermit, he returned to wash up and rest, preparing to embrace the challenges of a new day. As the training progressed, a month passed with Sanji tirelessly attempting to master the dance of air. One day, after their routine training, the turtle hermit announced that the World Martial Arts Tournament would commence the following day, and he decided to allow Sanji and the others to participate. The news ignited excitement among them, and Sanji realized that his time training under the turtle hermit was drawing to a close. That evening, after shedding the iconic turtle shell-weighted gear, Sanji instantly felt a wave of lightness, as if he could take flight. Over the course of his foundational training, Sanji had undergone notable physical changes. He had grown taller, now standing at 175 meters, and had slimmed down considerably. His previously bulky muscles, although reduced, had become more toned and powerful. During these 8 months of training, various events unfolded. In the second month following the start of training, Lena departed, unable to endure the turtle hermit's incessant antics. After her departure, the turtle hermit set his sights on Lan-Chi, but each time he approached, he was met with a barrage of gunfire, leaving him too frightened to pursue her further. With Sanji's presence, Wukong and Krillin became even stronger than in the original tale. The catalyst was Sanji's desire to gift them the weighted gear produced by the system, only to be thwarted by the turtle hermit, who cited concerns over their growth. Consequently, Sanji could only utilize the equipment himself. From the outset, he began with a weight equivalent to his own body, gradually increasing to 5 times his weight, consistently pushing his limits through this weighted training. Upon discovering that Sanji had been training alongside them while bearing twice his weight, Wukong and Krillin were spurred into a competitive spirit. From that moment, they trained with renewed vigor, each session an effort to catch up to Sanji. Now, after dinner, Sanji returned to the cliffside to practice the dance of air once more. After a month of diligent training, he had learned to control his levitation. The principle was deceptively simple, sensing the energy within and directing it to escape through the pores of his skin, with the release direction determining his flight path. As his mastery over the energy grew more refined, Sanji could now float slowly. In truth, it was not that he could not fly faster, rather, his energy reserves were insufficient to sustain prolonged rapid flight. When Sanji first succeeded in floating, the turtle hermit and Wukong were profoundly astonished, with the turtle hermit being the most taken aback, because Master Roshi was aware that his disciple, Master Crane, possessed a technique known as the sky dance, which he had once attempted to learn but failed. However, Sanji succeeded in mastering this extraordinary skill. Moreover, Master Roshi sensed that Sanji's practice of the sky dance differed from that of Master Crane. After Sanji elucidated the principles to him, Master Roshi, filled with curiosity, attempted it for the first time and, to his astonishment, succeeded. He soared into the sky at an incredible speed and joyfully circled in the air before returning, his face alight with exhilaration and satisfaction. Upon his return, Master Roshi requested Sanji to teach Goku and Krillin as well. Consequently, Goku and Krillin encountered similar challenges during their learning of the sky dance, experiencing short flight durations before being forced to land due to the depletion of their internal energy. Lan-Chi also attempted to cultivate the sky dance. However, her internal energy was insufficient to lift her, leading her to abandon the effort. After returning to his room following his practice of the sky dance, Sanji mentally addressed the system, display the attribute panel. Soon, The familiar interface reappeared before him. Host. Sunja. Bloodline. Legendary Scion. Dark. Abilities. Ancient Bloodline. Sealed. Infinite Potential. Body Enhancement. Rapid Learning. Fury Factor. Sealed. A power derived from an unknown cause that can double normal combat strength but alters one's appearance. Sealed. Skills learned. Kamehameha. Sky Dance. Temple Version. Kame House Basic Techniques. Chi Perception. Chi Manipulation. Combat Power Index. 82. Points. 3210. System Space. Spaceship. Teleportation Card. Sinzabeans X31. Soil X1. Damaged Weighted Gear X6. 10 pieces can be exchanged for a new one. Universal Capsule. Various. After reviewing the attribute panel, Sunja felt a surge of emotion, exclaiming, "It seems my efforts during this time have not been in vain." The following morning, sunlight flooded the Kame house. Sunja rose early to assist Master Roshi in loading their belongings onto the vehicle. At that moment, Lan-Chi approached them with a radiant smile, holding a white box, and said, "This is a graduation gift for you all." She gently opened the box to reveal 3 suits, 1 large and 2 small. Lan-Chi continued, "I made these by hand. You should try them on." Upon hearing her words, Goku and Krillin's eyes sparkled with excitement as they eagerly took the box and dashed into the house. Sunja, however, was momentarily stunned at the sight of the clothing. It was the first time in his life, including his previous existence, that someone had made clothes for him. A profound sense of emotion welled up within him. Noticing Sunja's daze, Lan-Chi walked up behind him and gently nudged him toward the door, saying, "Aja, you should change too. I want to see how it fits." Entering the house, Sunja observed Goku and Krillin, already dressed and admiring themselves in the mirror. A faint smile gracing his lips. He picked up his suit, cradling it as if it were an immensely precious treasure, savoring the residual warmth of Lan-Chi's handiwork. Before long, Sunja emerged, donned in his suit. The outfit was elegant and unadorned, lacking a hat. Upon seeing him, Lan-Chi's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Aja, you look so handsome. It fits you perfectly." However, she soon noticed something amiss and hurried over to help adjust his tie, smiling as she said, "Your tie is knotted incorrectly. It should be like this." Sunja gazed down at the attentive girl adjusting his tie, suddenly feeling a slight sting in his nose. At that moment, Lan-Chi seemed to sense something amiss. She lifted her gaze and noticed Sunja's slightly reddened eyes, expressing concern. "Aja, what is wrong with your eyes?" Sunja quickly rubbed his eyes, feigning nonchalance as he replied, "It's nothing, just a bit of wind blew some sand into them." In truth, only he comprehended that the warmth and care emanating from Lan-Chi had imbued his wandering heart in this foreign world with the first semblance of home. Chapter 13. Separation and Preliminary Matches. Although Lan-Chi felt puzzled upon hearing Sunja's excuse about sand getting into his eyes, she could distinctly sense the unusual emotion within him. She bit her lips slightly, a flicker of compassion crossing her eyes, and then slowly approached, gently enveloping Sunja in an embrace. Without uttering another word, she offered him silent comfort through this gesture. Taken aback by the sudden embrace, Sunja's body stiffened slightly, a look of astonishment gracing his features. He had not anticipated such an action from Lan-Chi. In that fleeting moment, a warm tide surged from his heart, causing his nose to tingle and his eyes to well up once more. Gradually, he extended his arms and reciprocated the embrace, his heart brimming with gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, at the instant he wrapped his arms around Lan-Chi, her soft blue curls momentarily transformed into a striking shade of yellow. However, this change was exceedingly brief, lasting but a heartbeat before reverting to blue. Although Sunja failed to witness this transformation, Master Roshi, Goku, and Krillin observed it all. The sight of that brief yellow hue made them instinctively tense, their bodies involuntarily retreating a step, their faces reflecting sheer terror. After all, Lan-Chi's violent persona during her yellow-haired state had left an indelible impression on them. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her hair returned to its original blue, leaving the trio questioning whether they had indeed seen what they thought they had. They rubbed their eyes and exchanged glances filled with bewilderment, as if seeking confirmation of the surreal scene they had just witnessed. As Sunja calmed his racing heart, he suddenly became aware that he was still holding Lan-Chi tightly. His face flushed crimson in an instant, and in a flurry of panic and apology, he loosened his grip and stepped back 2 paces, stammering, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I apologize." His actions left Lan-Chi momentarily stunned, but she quickly recollected her own audacity in initiating the embrace. Her cheeks flushed a deep shade of crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Flustered, she waved her hands dismissively, replying, "It's all right, Aja. Hearing Lachi's reassurance, Sunja scratched his head awkwardly, his gaze evasively shifting to her, and softly murmured, "Thank you," without waiting for her response. He turned away and walked towards Master Roshi and the others. The trio exchanged no further words, simply taking their seats in the vehicle. As they prepared to depart, Sunja couldn't resist glancing back at the blue-haired girl standing in the wind, smiling and waving at them. The car slowly pulled away, the roar of the engine breaking the brief silence as it carried the four of them towards the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. In the evening, the South City passenger airport buzzed with activity, a hive of excitement. The quartet emerged from the airport, comprising a sprightly elder accompanied by a handsome young man and two vibrant youths. At that moment, the young man inquired of the elder, "Old man, where is the World Martial Arts Tournament being held?" The youth was none other than Sunja. Master Roshi looked up at the sky and leisurely replied, "This year's tournament is hosted at the Martial Arts Temple." Just then, a taxi pulled up before them. Sunja hailed it, and they all climbed in sequentially, heading towards the tournament venue. As the taxi came to a steady halt, they finally arrived at the site of the World Martial Arts Tournament. The place was teeming with people, alive with excitement, the air thick with a palpable sense of tension and exhilaration. Master Roshi led Sunja and the others directly to the registration desk. The staff there greeted them warmly, meticulously recording their information before informing them that accommodation would be assigned shortly and reminding them to arrive punctually for the elimination rounds the following day. Suddenly, a voice called out from a distance, "Hey, Sunja, Goku, over here." Instinctively, they turned to see a young man with short hair approaching, beaming with a smile. Upon closer inspection, Sunja exclaimed in delight, "It's Yamcha. What brings you here? Are you participating in the tournament as well?" Hearing Sunja's words, Goku excitedly turned to Yamcha, shouting, "Yamcha, it's been ages." Recognizing them, Yamcha hastily approached, his face alight with joy. "Of course, as a martial artist, I wouldn't miss this grand event held once every 5 years. After exchanging pleasantries, Goku suddenly remembered Krillin, pointing him out to Yamcha. "This is Krillin. He trains with us under Master Roshi." Upon hearing his introduction, Krillin promptly smiled and greeted, "Hello, I'm Krillin. I look forward to your guidance." At that moment, Bulma's surprised voice rang out from the side, "Goku, what are you doing here?" "Where's Aja?" Standing beside Bulma, Sunja's expression darkened upon hearing her inquiry. Resigned, he replied, "I'm right here." Bulma jolted at the unexpected sound, stumbling back in surprise. Fortunately, Yamcha was quick to catch her, steadying her with ease. Upon realizing it was Sunja who spoke, Bulma's face flushed with anger, and she furiously hurled her ice cream at him, shouting, "You idiot Sunja! You scared me to death." Unfazed by the incoming ice cream, Sunja effortlessly caught it, presenting it back to Bulma with a resigned expression. "It's not my fault. I was standing right in front of you, and you didn't recognize me. Here is your ice cream." Bulma huffily took the ice cream, biting into it with irritation. "How was I supposed to know you've grown taller? And with that formal attire, it's no wonder I didn't recognize you." Afterward, she scrutinized Sunja from head to toe before complimenting, "That suit really suits your height. You look quite dashing, but I still think Yamcha looks better." Caught off guard by the unexpected praise followed by a slight insult, Sunja nearly stumbled, struggling to maintain his balance. At that moment, Master Roshi approached. Spotting Bulma, his eyes lit up as if he had discovered treasure, and he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Long time no see, Miss Bulma. Care to join me for a game?" As he spoke, he gestured inappropriately, prompting Bulma to react with a swift blow to his head, scolding, "You old pervert." The sight elicited laughter from Sunja and the others. Amidst their jovial banter, time flew by swiftly. Soon, the results of the accommodation assignments were announced. After receiving their keys, the group agreed on a meeting spot for the next day and dispersed. Later that night, in the contestants' dormitory, Sunja changed out of his suit. He meticulously folded it and placed it gently into his system space. Just then, Master Roshi and the others entered. Observing Sunja back in his blue combat attire and white armor, Master Roshi curiously asked, "Aja, why are you donning your weighted gear so late?" Instead of answering directly, Sunja countered, "Old man, what brings you here at this hour?" Master Roshi smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget? You're competing tomorrow. I present to you the martial arts uniform of our turtle school." As he spoke, Master Roshi produced a striking red martial arts uniform from behind him, emblazoned with a large character for turtle on the back and the left chest. He extended the uniform towards Sunja, saying, "Aja, give it a try." Upon receiving the uniform, a warm surge filled Sunja's heart. He reverently accepted the garment with both hands and bowed deeply to Master Rashi, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, old man. Taken aback by Sanja's unexpected gesture, Master Rashi stared blankly, unsure of how to respond. As Sanja straightened up, he noticed the silence of the onlookers and realized that his actions had rendered the atmosphere somewhat solemn. Quickly, he broke into a smile and remarked to Master Rashi, Old man, where did you get this martial arts uniform? The quality is rather poor. Isn't it? With this playful jab, the previously serious mood dissipated instantly. Master Rashi, well aware of the jest, feigned anger and playfully tapped Sanja on the head, saying, You can wear it or not. It's up to you. Subsequently, Master Rashi and his companions departed the room, leaving Sanja filled with anticipation as he held the uniform, and he dreamt peacefully through the night. The next day, the preliminary matches commenced. After joining his companions, Sanja, clad in the turtle school uniform, exchanged pleasantries at the entrance before stepping into the arena alongside Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha. The arena buzzed with excitement, with cheers and shouts from the audience echoing throughout. As the drawing of lots took place, Sanja received the number 138. After a brief wait, it was finally his turn to compete. The referee bellowed, contestant number 138, Sanja, versus contestant number 139. Taking a deep breath, Sanja confidently ascended the stage. His opponent was a towering, muscular black man who loomed over the platform like a small mountain, exuding an imposing presence. The bell tolled, signaling the start of the match. With a fierce roar, the muscular man charged at Sanja like a raging bull. Remaining calm, Sanja deftly sidestepped the oncoming assault. Timing his move perfectly, he swiftly raised his hand and delivered a precise knife hand strike to the back of the man's neck. The blow was clean and powerful, leaving the giant with no chance to react before he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Sanja effortlessly secured victory in his first match. As the rounds continued, Sanja faced a formidable opponent, the Barbarian, the very same brute Krillin encountered in the original story's top 8, known for his foul-smelling attacks. A chill ran down Sanja's spine upon seeing him enter the arena. When the bell sounded to commence the match, Sanja wasted no time. He quickly concentrated his energy and unleashed a small energy blast. Though diminutive in size, the blast contained formidable power. It struck the Barbarian like a bolt of lightning, leaving him with no opportunity to evade. The force of the blast sent him soaring off the stage. Sanja successfully qualified for the top 8. As cheers erupted from the audience, and his name began to gain recognition throughout the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 14. The unexpected activation of unknown energy amidst the thunderous waves of cheers surrounding him, Sanja descended from the arena with a steady gait. By the edge of the stage, Yamcha, Krillin, and others could no longer contain their excitement, rushing forward to envelop him in a jubilant embrace. Their words of congratulations flowed freely, while Sanja wore a humble smile, repeatedly waving his hands in modest denial, stating, it was merely good fortune. Yamcha, his face flushed and eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, grasped Sanja's arm and exclaimed with a tremor in his voice, Aja, congratulations on making it into the top 8. I am so eager to face you in battle. Sanja met Yamcha's fervent gaze, his lips curling into a confident smile as he replied, I too look forward to our duel. Let the finals reveal our true strengths. Just as Yamcha was about to utter more, a staff member's voice boomed from the arena, calling for his competition number. Yamcha nodded vigorously at Sanja before turning and striding purposefully toward the stage, his steps imbued with the valor of one about to enter combat. Sanja watched Yamcha's retreating figure, his heart brimming with anticipation for the upcoming matches. He roamed between the various stages, intently observing the battles of other competitors, each thrilling confrontation allowing him to gauge the strength and skill of his opponents. Before long, the list of the top 8 finalists was confirmed. Sanja, Yukong, Krillin, Chunlong, Yamcha, Nam, Lan Fong, and Jiran. As the elimination rounds concluded, Sanja and his companions exited the arena, successfully reuniting with Bulma, Oolong, and others. Upon hearing the news of their advancement, Bulma leapt into the air, her hands waving joyously as she cheered. Yes, this is fantastic. At that moment, Master Rashi unexpectedly emerged from a corner, his demeanor serious as he approached Sanja and the others. Imparting sage advice, do not underestimate your opponents simply because you have reached the finals. The World Martial Arts Tournament is filled with formidable warriors, and even a moment's complacency could lead to downfall. The group nodded in earnest, attentively absorbing Master Rashi's counsel. Yet, in the next instant, his stern expression vanished. replaced by a comically ingratiating smile as he produced a T-shirt emblazoned with the tournament's logo, presenting it to Bulma with an eager grin. "Bulma, look. This is a limited edition from the tournament, specially reserved for you. I hope you like it." Bulma's eyes lit up as she accepted the T-shirt, examining it with delight. "Wow, it's beautiful. Thank you so much, Master Roshi." Hearing her gratitude, Master Roshi beamed with joy, bashfully rubbing his hands together as he tentatively said, "Actually, Bulma, I have a small favor to ask of you." Before he could finish, his true intentions became all too clear, his face morphing into an excessively lascivious grin as he made an unmistakable gesture with his hands. Initially bewildered, Bulma's face flushed with indignation as realization dawned. Her eyes widened in shock, fists clenched tightly, her body trembling with rage. In an instant, she raised her arm and delivered a powerful uppercut aimed squarely at Master Roshi's chin. With a resounding thud, accompanied by Master Roshi's pained scream, he was sent hurtling backward. Sun Jia and the others stared in frozen disbelief, exchanging helpless glances laden with unspoken understanding. Amidst the laughter of their companions, time slipped away quietly, soon leading to midday. In the finals waiting room, staff members entered with a serious demeanor, meticulously explaining the competition rules to the 8 finalists. After the briefing, a draw box was produced, and the staff announced, "Contestants, please step forward to draw your order of appearance." Sunjo approached, reaching into the box and retrieving a small ball. Upon opening it, he found the number 2 inscribed within. A ripple of surprise washed over him as he mused on the narrative's propensity for correction. In the original story, the number 2 was held by a barbarian he had previously defeated. Now, however, the wheel of fate had silently turned in his favor. Following this, Yukong, Krillin, and the others drew their numbers in succession. Afterward, Yukong, feeling hungry, pulled Krillin along, announcing their intention to find something to eat. Bidding farewell to Sun Jia before hurrying away, Sun Jia surveyed the room, his gaze falling upon the only female contestant, Lan Fang, who stood nearby. He noticed Master Roshi sporting a rather ridiculous wig, leaning toward Lan Fang and speaking with evident delight. Sun Jia chuckled inwardly, thinking how easily recognizable Master Roshi was in that wig. He understood that Master Roshi intended to use this opportunity to assess the 3 of them. So he refrained from confronting him, opting instead to close his eyes and feign sleep while he awaited the commencement of the competition. On the final stage, a golden-haired host, clad in resplendent attire, stood energetically at the center. He held a microphone, delivering an impassioned and stirring speech, his voice resonating through the loudspeakers and electrifying the audience. The spectators erupted with fervor, their spirits ignited, showering the arena with thunderous applause and deafening cheers, enveloping the venue in an exhilarating atmosphere. Once the audience's excitement reached a crescendo, the host flashed a confident smile and proclaimed, "Now, let us warmly welcome our first contestant to the stage." As his words echoed, a woman with dazzling purple hair gracefully stepped onto the platform. Her confident strides met with a chorus of enthusiastic shouts. As she settled in the center of the ring, the host raised the microphone once more, announcing, "Now, let us welcome our second contestant, Sun Jia." Sun Jia, who had been feigning slumber, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing his name, rising to his feet and walking steadily toward the stage. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback to find that the opponent before him was not Krillin as he had anticipated. However, he quickly regained his composure, donning a polite smile as he performed a respectful fist salute toward the woman opposite him. With a resounding clang of a gong, the highly anticipated final match commenced. Sun Jia stood poised on the stage, his gaze fixed intently on the woman before him, choosing to observe rather than initiate an attack. The woman smiled alluringly, her lips curling into a beguiling grin as she struck an enticing pose and blew a kiss towards Sun Jia. In that instant, an extraordinary and mysterious wave emanated from her, rapidly radiating outward. Sun Jia, caught off guard, was struck by this force, his body freezing in place. He felt his consciousness plunge into chaos, as if something within him was desperately struggling to break free. In that moment, a primal roar of fury erupted from the depths of Sun Jia's being, the sound imbued with boundless strength. Simultaneously, an uncontrollable wave of anger surged within him, swelling like a tide that swiftly enveloped his entire body. His pupils, originally a profound black, were now subtly tainted by an eerie shade of dark green. The tail that once served as a belt around his waist appeared to be corroded by a sinister force, gradually darkening. The tip of the tail quivered slightly, reminiscent of a venomous serpent poised to strike, and the very essence of his being underwent a dramatic transformation. In an instant, Sunja tilted his head back and unleashed a deafening roar that seemed to pierce the heavens, resonating with boundless fury and madness. The woman, initially stunned by Sunja's newfound prowess and poised to attack, found herself mere moments away from executing her move when she felt a constriction around her neck. A powerful hand, akin to an iron grip, swiftly and accurately clasped her throat. In that moment, she was overwhelmed by an intense sensation of suffocation. Her breaths became rapid and labored. Acting on instinct, she began to thrash desperately, her hands flailing wildly in the air, and her feet kicking in a futile attempt to escape Sunja's grasp. Yet, as she struggled, a wave of terror washed over her as she realized that the hand constricting her neck only tightened further. Her eyes, filled with a primal urge to survive, darted towards Sunja's face, where she was met with a sight that chilled her to the core. His pupils, now entirely a sinister green, radiated an air of cruelty, and the slight curl of his lips suggested malevolence. An unprecedented fear surged from the depths of her being, spreading rapidly throughout her body. She felt darkness envelop her vision, and soon after, her eyes rolled back as she lost consciousness. With her fainting, the strange aura emanating from her body vanished without a trace. Almost simultaneously, the fury in Sunja's heart and the savagery in his gaze dissipated in an instant. However, his pupils remained tainted green, and his tail, now black, did not return to its original state. Though a multitude of events transpired in those fleeting moments, only 2 or 3 seconds had elapsed. Upon regaining consciousness, Sunja realized he had been gripping something and instinctively released his hold. A thud echoed as if a heavy object had fallen to the ground. Following the sound, he turned to see a pale-faced woman with purple hair lying unconscious on the arena floor, frothing at the mouth. Sunja stood frozen. Confusion and disbelief etched across his features. Just then, the host's frantic cries pierced the air. "Doctor! Doctor! Please, someone help!" As the host called out, several doctors in white coats rushed to the stage, swiftly surrounding the woman to conduct an emergency examination. After a brief interval, a doctor rose and nodded toward the host, indicating that the woman was not in grave danger, merely having fainted from excessive terror. Relieved by this news, the host took a deep breath and, with a trembling voice, announced, "The winner of the first match is Sunja. Please exit the arena." Still in a daze from the announcement of his victory, Sunja instinctively glanced around, then back at the woman lying on the ground. Only when prompted again by the host to leave did he slowly make his way back to the resting area, his mind swirling with unanswered questions. Chapter 15. The Elixir of Immortality. Amidst the thunderous applause of the audience, Sunja walked towards the lounge with a heavy heart, engulfed in confusion. The chaotic scene he had just experienced on the arena replayed in his mind, leaving him in a state of bewilderment and unease. Upon entering the lounge, he was met by the concerned gazes of Yamcha, Wukong, and Krillin. The three of them stood there, their expressions tense, filled with worry and apprehension. Yamcha spoke first, his voice trembling slightly with fear and concern. "Ja, what on earth just happened? Your demeanor in the arena was terrifying, radiating an aura that sent chills down my spine." Recalling Sunja's earlier appearance, Yamcha felt a lingering tremor within him. Sunja shook his head helplessly, confusion etched on his face as he replied slowly, "I'm not sure either. I only remember the woman emanating a strange wave, and then my consciousness became fuzzy. By the time I regained clarity, I had already won." His tone was laden with perplexity, as if he were straining to recall the lost moments. Yamcha wished to press further, eager to extract more clues from Sunja's fragmented words. Just then, the announcer's spirited voice boomed once more. "Now, let us welcome the participants for the second match." Hearing this, Yamcha had no choice but to set aside his questions and hurriedly made his way back to the arena, accompanied by Master Roshi, who was disguised as Qianlong. As Master Roshi passed by Sunja, he turned his head slightly and whispered, "We need to talk later." His tone was filled with concern, and his eyes betrayed urgency. Sunja nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Wukong, looking adorably puzzled, asked, "What did that old man say?" He scratched his head in confusion, directing his gaze at Sunja. Sunja chuckled softly and replied, "It's nothing. He just wants to have a chat later." He then reached into the system space and retrieved 2 Senzu beans, handing one to Wukong and the other to Krillin, saying, "These are Senzu beans. They can restore stamina. Eating one will keep you from feeling hungry for 10 days. Wukong's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he took the Senzu bean and tossed it into his mouth, chewing enthusiastically. Instantly, a look of delight spread across his face as he exclaimed, "Krillin, this Senzu bean is incredible. I'm really not hungry anymore." Krillin gazed at the vibrant green bean in his hand, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. After a moment's deliberation, as if making a firm decision, he closed his eyes and swallowed it whole. Soon, he too wore an expression of astonishment, exclaiming, "I'm really not hungry. This is truly marvelous." Observing the two of them like children discovering a new toy, Sanjay couldn't help but smile, reflecting, they are indeed still children at heart. He then sought a quiet corner, free from interruptions, and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes as he delved into his mind. The events that transpired in the arena left him utterly perplexed. Suddenly, he recalled the system and quietly inquired within his mind, "System, do you know what just occurred on the arena?" The system's voice, tinged with gravity, responded slowly, "You were affected by that woman's power, awakening an unknown energy within you. Simultaneously, the suppressor's hold on your bloodline has begun to wane. As for when it will lose its effect entirely, I cannot say." Startled by the system's revelation, Sanjay sighed resignedly, a look of understanding settling on his face. He had sensed that this day would come eventually, though he anticipated it arriving so swiftly. He continued, "So, does this mean the suppressor is now completely ineffective?" The system replied, a hint of sorrow in its tone, "Not entirely. While the suppressor no longer exerts control over your bloodline, it still aids in maintaining your rationality." Comprehending the implications, Sanjay commanded, "Open the attribute panel." With his words, the attribute panel unfurled before him. Host, Sanjay Bloodline. Legendary Saiyan, unknown. Abilities, ancient bloodline, sealed. Infinite potential physical enhancement rapid learning rage factor, sealed. An ability born from unknown causes, capable of doubling normal combat power. Though appearance may change accordingly, sealed. Skills learned, Kamehameha flight technique, temple version, basic Kame school techniques aura perception key manipulation combat power index, 130 points, 2930 system space. Spaceship teleportation card Senzu beans X6 soil X1 damaged weighted clothing X7. 10 pieces can be exchanged for one new. A suit handmade by Lan Shi X1 various universal capsules noticing that his combat power index had surged by nearly 50 points due to the recent incident. Sanjay felt a mix of emotions, uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. Perhaps it was a blend of both. As the announcer declared the end of the second match, the disguised Master Roshi returned to the lounge with a dejected Yamcha, who looked somewhat disheveled. Master Roshi spotted Sanjay napping in the corner, but refrained from approaching him immediately, knowing that Sanjay had seen through his disguise and that their conversation could wait. Soon, the third match commenced, marking the beginning of Wukong's duel with Nam, a character who, in the original tale, came to the martial arts tournament with the hopes of his entire village. Sanjay recalled having earned 50 points from Nam, stirring a sea of emotions within him. In this confrontation, Wukong, leveraging his formidable strength and indomitable spirit, ultimately triumphed over Nam. With the conclusion of this match, only one final bout remained to determine the top 4 competitors. At the contestant viewing area, Sanjay stood beside Master Roshi, quietly observing Krillin's battle in the arena. Sensing Sanjay's proximity, Master Roshi chose not to initiate conversation, instead standing side by side with him, both gazing intently at the match. Breaking the silence, Sanjay remarked, "Old man, I know what you wish to discuss. After the competition, I will explain what transpired." Master Roshi, upon hearing this, concealed his worry and smiled, asking, "Did you realize it was me all along?" Sanjay chuckled at Master Roshi's somewhat comical wig, replying, "Old man, your disguise is rather rudimentary. It could only fool Wukong and Krillin." Master Roshi, unperturbed by Sanjay's teasing, calmly responded, "Tomorrow's duel is between you and me. I hope you won't hold back just because I'm your teacher." With anticipation gleaming in his eyes for the impending duel, Sanjay vowed, "Rest assured, old man, I will give it my all." Master Roshi nodded approvingly, clearly satisfied with Sanjay's response. Eventually, the final match concluded, and the evening quietly enveloped the surroundings. In Sanjay's dormitory, the unmasked Master Roshi sat across from him. Sanjay offered Master Roshi a cup of hot tea, which he accepted, saying, "What was that transformation you underwent on the arena today? Your aura was filled with brutality, tinged with a hint of malevolence." As Sanjay pondered how to articulate his thoughts, he inhaled deeply and gradually revealed, "In truth, I am a scion from planet Vegeta." Master Roshi nearly dropped his teacup in shock, exclaiming, "What? You're an alien?" Sanjay nodded and continued, "In truth, Wukong and I share a common heritage. We are both scions, exiled from our world." He then elaborated on the origins of their scion lineage and the drawbacks associated with his extraordinary bloodline. However, he refrained from mentioning anything regarding the system that governed his existence. Upon hearing his tale, Master Roshi fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he spoke. If there exists an elixir of immortality, it might alleviate your predicament. Yet, I am uncertain whether such a potion still exists in this world. Upon hearing Master Roshi mention the elixir, Sanji felt a spark of hope, recalling that it was through consuming this very elixir that Master Roshi had achieved such longevity. He could not contain his excitement as he replied, "Thank you for your guidance, old master. Once this martial arts tournament concludes, I shall embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls to seek any clues regarding the elixir of immortality." Master Roshi's eyes brightened at the mention of the Dragon Balls, and he engaged Sanji in further conversation before eventually rising to take his leave. Chapter 16. The showdown. As the night deepened, Sanji tossed and turned in bed, the uncertainties of the future casting a shadow over his mind, rendering him unable to sleep. His worries about the hidden dangers within his bloodline and the ambiguity of the unknown path ahead surged like a tide in his thoughts, quietly passing through the night. The next morning, the sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow over the bustling arena of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. A crisp sound of a gong shattered the tranquility of the venue, officially commencing the first match of the semifinals. Taking a deep breath, Sanji stepped onto the stage with measured strides. His posture was upright, and his gaze unwavering. After respectfully greeting Master Roshi with a fist salute, he slightly bent his legs, knees inward, as if he were rooted to the ground, steady as a mountain. Gradually raising his hands, his left hand feigned in advance. Palm facing downward and fingers slightly spread, his right hand rested at his waist, fist clenched, ready to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. With piercing eyes fixed on Master Roshi, he declared in a resonant and determined voice, "Old man, I am ready." Standing opposite him, Master Roshi clasped his fist behind his back, his expression amiable as he regarded Sanji, who had assumed his stance, nodding slightly with approval in his eyes. Following this, Master Roshi also adopted his stance, his body slightly leaning forward, feet positioned like a poised tiger, ready to pounce on its prey. Sanji struck first, leaping high like a falcon, carving a sharp arc through the air as he delivered a powerful flying kick that rushed towards Master Roshi, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Master Roshi's gaze sharpened, and with quick footwork, he grounded himself like an ancient tree, crossing his arms in a cross shape to firmly block the kick. A muffled thud echoed, as if an invisible shockwave radiated outward. In an instant, Master Roshi surged upwards, his right hook flying like a shooting star through the night, imbued with tremendous force. Sanji reacted swiftly, a flicker of alertness in his eyes as he sidestepped like a nimble monkey, the fierce punch whistling past his cheek, stirring a gust of wind. Seizing the opening after Master Roshi's punch, Sanji pivoted, raising his elbow high like a hammer, crashing down towards Master Roshi's back with overwhelming force. Master Roshi, with keen perception, evaded the elbow strike with a slight shift of his body, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Seeing his attempt thwarted, Sanji quickly changed tactics, his right leg shooting out like a dragon emerging from the sea, targeting Master Roshi's lower body. Master Roshi, quick on his feet, lightly tapped the ground and leapt back like a swift swallow, effortlessly evading the kick. With Sanji momentarily spent, Master Roshi seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of 3 punches like a rapid-fire cannon, striking directly at Sanji's chest. Remaining calm and unflustered, Sanji raised his arms swiftly, like 2 solid door panels, blocking each incoming punch. Then, as Master Roshi paused for a moment, Sanji advanced a step, channeling all his strength into a powerful kick that surged forth like an avalanche. Master Roshi quickly leaned back, his body nearly parallel to the ground, narrowly avoiding the potentially fatal blow. In that instance, as Sanji leaned forward, his center of gravity precarious, Master Roshi executed a sweeping kick, his right foot gliding along the ground. Sanji reacted swiftly, soaring upward like a soaring eagle, easily evading the move. Upon landing, Sanji hesitated not a moment and immediately launched a counterattack, a swift side kick slicing through the air towards Master Roshi's waist. Master Roshi's eyes narrowed, and with a sidestep, his left hand shot out like lightning, precisely grasping Sanji's ankle and yanking him forcefully. In midair, Sanji performed a graceful somersault, deftly freeing himself from Master Roshi's grip. Adjusting his position, he lunged towards Master Roshi like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. Thus, the two engaged in a dynamic exchange on the stage, their fists and feet colliding in a mesmerizing display. Each attack and defense captivated the audience, their cheers rising and falling, elevating the atmosphere of the competition to crescendo after crescendo. The spectators around the arena watched with rapt attention, their eyes wide, fearing they might miss any thrilling moment. After an intense exchange, both Sunja and Master Roshi retreated a few steps. Sunja's breath was slightly labored, his chest heaving. Yet the fire of determination in his eyes burned even brighter. He gazed at Master Roshi and sincerely remarked, "Old man, you truly are formidable. I shall now take this seriously." Master Roshi, stabilizing himself just as swiftly, smiled at Sunja's praise and replied, "Aja, it seems the foundation we've built together is quite solid. However, with your current strength, you still have a long way to go to match me." His voice carried a note of satisfaction, coupled with encouragement for Sunja. Then, almost in unison, both shouted, drawing their hands together swiftly to their waists. Before slowly pushing forward, radiant white light converged at their palms, and the powerful energy fluctuations distorted the air around them. Kamehameha. The resonating voices echoed simultaneously as two robust beams of energy erupted from their palms, colliding thunderously in the center of the arena. In an instant, blinding light filled the space, rendering it impossible for one to keep their eyes open. The audience, astonished, gaped, their eyes fixed on the center of the arena. As the surrounding air churned chaotically, a gust of wind whipped through, tousling the spectators' hair and clothing. Just as the two energy waves stalemated, Master Roshi narrowed his eyes and uttered a command. Suddenly, his aura shifted dramatically, a fierce energy swirling around him. In a remarkable transformation, Master Roshi's once slight frame began to swell with muscle, each sinew bulging like hardened stone. His height increased, his previously stooped posture became tall and imposing, exuding an overwhelming presence that could instill fear. With Master Roshi's transformation, the equilibrium of the energy beams was instantly disrupted. Sunja felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, catching him off guard. His feet carved deep grooves into the stage as he was propelled backward, the intensity of Master Roshi's energy wave forcing him to the edge of the arena. Observing Sunja being pushed out of the bounds, Master Roshi subtly adjusted his wrist, redirecting his energy wave slightly. In an instant, the beam that had been fiercely contending with Sunja veered away, soaring diagonally towards the sky as if guided by invisible hands. Sunja, fully engrossed in resisting Master Roshi's energy wave, was utterly unprepared for this sudden shift. His energy wave, having lost its direct confrontation, surged forward unabated, charging towards Master Roshi. Realizing the impending danger, Sunja's heart raced. As Sunja's energy wave barreled towards him like a runaway stallion, Master Roshi's pupils contracted, a flicker of alarm crossing his face. Instinctively, he leaned back, pushing off the ground with his feet, retreating in a nearly horizontal manner. The energy wave grazed past Master Roshi's nose, the resulting wind tousling his beard, and he silently rejoiced, narrowly escaping the strike. Meanwhile, Sunja, having witnessed his Kamehameha being evaded, let out a sigh of relief. As Sunja landed, his confrontation with Master Roshi came to an end. In truth, Sunja could have effortlessly returned to the stage using his aerial techniques, yet he felt it unnecessary. This duel had already proven immensely beneficial. Chapter 17. The ineffectiveness of the suppressor and departure from Kame House amidst the host's fervent announcements. Sunja walked alongside Master Roshi back to the lounge. Sunja raised his hand and retrieved a magical bean from the system's space, presenting it to Master Roshi. "Old man, this is a Senza bean. It can restore stamina and heal injuries." Master Roshi accepted the bean, scrutinizing it with a puzzled expression. "Isn't this the property of Korin? Aja, have you climbed Korin Tower?" Seeing Master Roshi recognize the bean, Sunja shook his head, explaining, "No. I stumbled upon these earlier. I don't have many left." Hearing this, Master Roshi returned the bean to Sunja, saying, "Then you should keep it. I only have fatigue. You need it more than I do." After several rounds of polite refusal, Master Roshi ultimately accepted the Senza bean. Sunja observed Master Roshi stowing the bean away without consuming it, pondering internally, "Old man, if you knew I could exchange these infinitely from the system, I'm afraid you'd be furious enough to strangle me." Shifting his gaze back to the arena, he saw Goku and Krillin engaged in a fierce battle. Goku leapt high into the air, delivering a swift flying kick, leaving Krillin unable to evade and falling to the ground. The host proclaimed Goku the victor, solidifying the final four competitors. The intermission was fleeting, and the championship match commenced. As anticipated, the duel between Master Roshi and Goku unfolded as in the original tale, with Goku transforming into a giant ape midway. Master Roshi decisively executed the Kamehameha wave, propelling the moon from its orbit and securing his victory. However, at the moment Goku transformed into the giant ape, Sunja received a dreadful piece of news. The suppressor's effects had completely dissipated. His combat index surged as if rebounding after prolonged confinement, escalating uncontrollably, while an unknown energy within him began to rise, releasing a faintly violent and sinister aura. Time passed swiftly, and the martial arts tournament concluded splendidly, bringing everyone together once more. Bulma was the first to notice Sanja's unusual demeanor, with her sparkling eyes. She inquired with concern, "Sanja, why are you standing there in a daze? Is something troubling you?" Sanja turned to Bulma, offering a slight smile. "Bulma, it's nothing. I was merely contemplating the Dragon Balls." The mention of the Dragon Balls sent Bulma into a nostalgic reverie, her face illuminating with a reminiscent smile. "I truly miss those adventurous times. Had it not been for the Dragon Balls, we would never have met." Yamcha approached, his expression reflective. "Indeed, without the Dragon Balls, I wouldn't have met Bulma." Sanja patted Yamcha on the shoulder. "Until the next martial arts tournament, I hope to compete against you on the arena." At that moment, Master Roshi ambled over, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. "Aja, I witnessed your and Goku's and Krillin's performances at the tournament. There's little more I can teach you. The path ahead is for you to forge on your own." Sanja replied respectfully, "Old man, I am deeply grateful for your guidance during this time. I have learned immensely." Master Roshi laughed heartily, nodding in affirmation. "Haha. You possess extraordinary talent and are willing to endure hardship. But remember, if you encounter difficulties, do not forget that you still have me as your master. I'm still quite young myself." Goku bounced over, his innocence shining through as he asked, "Aja, are you heading back to Kame House? Want to join me in searching for the Dragon Balls? I'll lend you my grandfather's 4-star ball." Sanja ruffled Goku's hair, smiling as he declined. "Goku, I want to accompany you in searching for the Dragon Balls. I wish to spend more time with the old man, and I also want to see Lam-Z." Subsequently, Master Roshi, Sanja, and Krillin waved goodbye to Goku, Bulma, and the others, turning to head towards Kame House. By the time they returned, it was already the next day. Sanja spotted Lam-Z waiting at the door, an inexplicable feeling surging within him, his gaze laden with complexity. Lam-Z spoke first. "You're back. The meal is ready." Master Roshi and Krillin nodded at Lam-Z, and upon hearing that the meal was prepared, they exchanged glances before rushing towards the kitchen. Sanja did not follow immediately, but instead gazed at Lam-Z, saying meaningfully, "Lam-Z, I'm back." Lam-Z paused slightly, then smiled radiantly, responding softly, "Aja, welcome home." Seeing her enchanting smile, Sanja couldn't help but smile back as they walked together into Kame House. Time flew by, and 2 months swiftly passed. One day, Sanja approached Master Roshi, saying, "Old man, I apologize for the disturbance over this period. I plan to leave tomorrow." Master Roshi did not oppose Sanja's decision, but wore a worried expression, asking, "Have you decided where you are going?" Sanja replied, "I intend to climb Korin Tower and inquire with Korin about the creator of the Dragon Balls, Kami." Master Roshi pondered for a moment and nodded. "You have a point. The Kami capable of creating the Dragon Balls may indeed provide a solution to your problems. However, before you leave, you must bid farewell to Lam-Z. After all, you too." Master Roshi's words trailed off as Sanja appeared perplexed. Observing this, Master Roshi sighed softly, shook his head, and departed without saying more. That night, Sanja tossed and turned, a whirlwind of thoughts swirling in his mind, rendering him unable to sleep. The following morning, groggy and disoriented, Sanja sensed someone standing by his bedside. He instantly awoke, sitting up abruptly. Upon recognizing Lam-Z, he sighed in relief, subconsciously mused, Lam-Z's golden curls still look splendid. But in the next moment, a shock coursed through him. Wait, golden curls? At that moment, Lam-Z's calm voice broke the silence. "I heard you're leaving today?" Sanja instinctively nodded, swallowing hard as he replied, "Yes, I'm leaving today." Upon receiving Sanja's confirmation, an unusual glint flickered in Lam-Z's now golden eyes. She slightly raised her chin, looking down at Sanja with an indifferent expression. "How long do you plan to be gone? When will you return?" Still reeling from the shock of Lam-Z's unusual golden hair, Sanja responded reflexively, "I'm not sure, but I'll visit often." Lam-Z nodded, then added, "So when are we leaving?" "I've been wanting to leave for ages." Sanja pondered for a moment before answering, "We'll set off after breakfast." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sanja suddenly realized that Lam-Z had said "we," and he quickly asked, "What did you just say?" Then, realizing the implication, he continued, "Rest assured, I've spoken with Master Roshi. You can stay here as long as you like." Lam-Z's previously calm demeanor instantaneously morphed into shock, which quickly transitioned to anger. Without uttering another word, she drew a submachine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets at Sanja. After exhausting her ammunition, Lan-Z stormed out, leaving Sunja bewildered and seated on the bed, pondering, what did I say to upset her? After a moment of thought, he suddenly came to a realization. Confidently muttering to himself, today must be her special time of the month. No wonder she is so unpredictable. After breakfast, Sunja stood in the courtyard, bidding farewell to Master Roshi and Krillin. Now reverted to her blue hair, Lan-Z leaned against the doorframe, watching the scene unfold with a complex mix of emotions. Her gaze fixed intently on Sunja without faltering. Sunja approached her, softly saying, Lan-Z, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Lan-Z forced a smile that appeared painfully strained, failing to mask the sorrow in her eyes. She opened her mouth, attempting to say something, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. As Sunja turned and soared into the distance, Lan-Z watched his receding figure, her eyes brimming with tears. Until Sunja's figure completely vanished from her sight, Lan-Z remained rooted in place, her gaze hollow as she stared in the direction of his departure. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, and the once vibrant blue strands seemed to have lost their vitality, drifting listlessly. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she murmured, Aja, you must return soon. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, with only Lan-Zi's voice, imbued with profound melancholy, slowly resonating in the air. Chapter 18. The temple. Sunja bid farewell to the Kame house and soared directly towards the direction of Korin Tower. As the effects of the inhibitor faded completely, his combat power index, while still on the rise, began to increase at a gradually slowing rate. At this moment, his combat power had reached a terrifying 13,000 points, more than 100-fold increase compared to before. As he approached his destination, an ancient voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Young friend, have you come specifically to seek me? The unexpected voice caused Sunja to come to a halt midair. He looked skyward and exclaimed, You must be the Celestial Lord. I have come here to earnestly request your assistance. Upon finishing his words, the elder's voice echoed once more in his mind. I can distinctly sense a violent and malevolent aura emanating from you. Sunja did not refute the Celestial Lord's words, but sincerely replied, Celestial Lord, you must be aware of the conversation I had with Master Roshi. Perhaps only you can lend me a helping hand now. In return, I promise to unconditionally do one thing for you in the future. Upon hearing this, the Celestial Lord fell into deep contemplation. After a long silence, he finally responded, If that is the case, then come forth. With the Celestial Lord's affirmation, Sunja once again utilized his flight technique and swiftly made his way towards Korin Tower. Upon arriving near Korin Tower, he wasted no time and shot upward towards the mysterious temple. Before long, a magnificent hemispherical structure came into view. It floated silently in the air, radiating an enigmatic aura. As Sunja landed steadily on the divine ground, he spotted a stout figure waiting for him. The figure stepped forward and said, Follow me. The Celestial is expecting you in the temple. With that, Bobo gestured for him to proceed and led the way. As Sunja followed closely behind Bobo, he discreetly observed this mysterious individual and could not help but think. Indeed, as rumored, he is regarded as the most enigmatic character in the Dragon Ball world. Despite my current combat power index surpassing 10,000, I sensed not the slightest trace of his aura, as if he had merged with the surrounding air. At that moment, a prompt resonated deep within Sunja's mind. Special target detected, Bobo attendant, automatic attendance successful, reward, time chamber usage card, 100 points. Sunja was not surprised by the points reward. However, the sudden item reward filled him with delight. He quickly examined the details of the time chamber usage card. Time chamber usage card. This card allows you to bypass the restrictions of the time chamber, granting an additional day of access. Upon reading this description, Sunja could not help but marvel inwardly. What a treasure this is. Just then, Bobo's voice echoed again. Celestial. I have brought the person. Sunja promptly gathered his thoughts and looked up to see a Namekian with green skin and an aged face standing before Bobo. The Celestial spoke. You must be Sunja. I cannot guarantee that I can help with the hidden dangers within you, but I will do my utmost to try. Sunja bore no resentment towards the Celestial's words and sincerely replied, Regardless of whether you can assist me, my previous promise still stands. Upon hearing this, a look of relief appeared on the Celestial's face, and he said, Extend your hand so that I may examine it. Sunja complied and extended his right hand. The Celestial, with his calloused hand, reached out, palm glowing softly with green light, and grasped Sunja's wrist. In an instant, Sunja felt a warm energy flowing gently within him. However, at that moment, The mysterious black energy inside him seemed to sense a delicious prey and swiftly lunged toward the green energy, beginning to consume it frantically. The Celestial felt an immense pulling force emanating from the wrist he held, as his own energy was being drained at an alarming rate. His once vibrant green face turned as pale as a sheet. As the black energy continued to devour the green energy, it grew increasingly formidable. From the outside, as the black energy intensified within him, wisps of black mist began to emanate from Sanja's surface. Bobo, who stood nearby, displayed a flicker of surprise in his typically calm eyes. Without hesitation, he swiftly moved, delivering a powerful punch to Sanja's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground. Sanja fell heavily, and the tendrils of black mist did not dissipate from the impact. Instead, they began to writhe violently. Subsequently, Sanja appeared as if lifted by invisible hands, standing silently with his eyes tightly shut. If it were not for the waves of energy radiating outward from him, one might mistakenly think he was merely asleep. At this moment, within a mysterious space deep in Sanja's consciousness, he stared in bewilderment at two humanoid beings before him. One was a green-furred ape, and the other was shrouded in black mist. For some reason, looking at them, Sanja felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Suddenly, the figure enveloped in black mist charged towards the ape. The ape, undeterred, roared back and charged forth as well, and the two collided in a fierce battle. As their intense struggle unfolded, Sanja's body began to undergo a bizarre transformation. The energy waves surrounding him gradually calmed, yet his body was manipulated by a mysterious force. His originally black hair began to transform from the roots, rapidly replaced by a vibrant green hue, the color sweeping upwards like a tide. Meanwhile, his previously taut muscles began to swell dramatically, the bulging veins making them appear even more robust and powerful. His height, originally 5 feet 9 inches, surged upward under the influence of this force, ultimately reaching 7 feet 6 inches. Soon, a layer of black fur began to sprout from the base of his tail, spreading swiftly like a black tide, completely covering his back. As time passed, aside from his face, neck, chest, abdomen, and hands, every other part of Sanja's body was enveloped in black fur. Had he been able to see his reflection, he would have exclaimed with amazement, "This is truly the form of a Super Saiyan 4. As the external transformation reached its peak, the battle between the two humanoid figures in Sanja's consciousness approached its climax. With a final, defiant roar, the ape fell to the ground. At that moment, the figure of black mist rushed towards the fallen ape without hesitation, not continuing its assault, but instead enveloping the ape in a thick shroud of black mist. From afar, Sanja could even faintly hear the sounds of the ape's furious roars being stifled within the mist. Soon, as the black mist continued to merge, the ape's body began to undergo the same changes as Sanja's external form. When the transformation of the figure was complete, Sanja finally discerned its features. To his astonishment, it bore his own face. However, its eyes were as dark as an endless abyss, and it wore a cruel and malevolent smile, immediately confirming to Sanja that this was not his true self. At that moment, the figure approached Sanja, exuding an uncontrollable excitement as it spoke. "Sanja, I have finally met you." Before Sanja could respond, it continued frantically, "You cannot even begin to imagine how desperately I have longed to see you." As the figure drew ever closer, a profound sense of unease surged within Sanja. Instinctively, he recoiled and anxiously called out to the system, yet received no response. In truth, upon entering this realm, Sanja had attempted to summon the system, but for reasons unknown, this space seemed to completely sever the connection to it. Despite his continuous retreat, the figure swiftly approached him, gazing upon the face that mirrored his own yet exuded an eerie aura. Sanja felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Shortly thereafter, the figure spoke once more. Chapter 19. Slumbers Sanja. "It appears you are yet unaware of my identity." Thus, as the enigmatic figure's words faded, it instantly transformed into a dense black mist, merging directly into Sanja's being. In the external realm, after a period of recuperation, the countenance of the celestial being was no longer as pallid as before. Standing at a distance alongside Bobo, he fixated intently on Sanja at the center of the temple plaza. The celestial being turned to Bobo and inquired, "Bobo, do you have any understanding of that mysterious energy?" Bobo, with an expression as inscrutable as a tranquil well, cast his gaze towards Sanja and replied calmly, "God." Bobo does not know. The celestial being accepted Bobo's response without skepticism, instead sinking into profound contemplation. At that moment, Sunja at the plaza's center gradually opened his eyes. However, his gaze no longer bore the tranquility and warmth of yore. It was now filled with malevolence and brutality. A wicked smile curled upon his lips. And in an instant, a chilling aura of terror surged forth from him. The celestial being was abruptly roused by this aura, his face etched with fear, as if the figure before him was not Sunja, but a formidable beast of legend. Sunja keenly sensed the celestial being's gaze upon him, turning sharply, revealing an insatiable desire within his eyes. He then propelled himself off the ground with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball, hurtling toward the celestial being. Just as Sunja was about to reach him, Bobo, who had been quietly standing beside the celestial being, flickered into action, appearing instantaneously before Sunja. Bobo then elevated his right leg and delivered a powerful sidekick to Sunja's head, retracting swiftly afterward. Despite the full force of Bobo's strike, Sunja's advance came to an abrupt halt, his head merely tilting slightly from the impact. Sunja cracked his neck, the sound echoing lightly, and then cast a cold, dismissive glance at Bobo, disdain dripping from his words. Your attack is utterly feeble. No sooner had the words left his lips than he launched a fierce counterattack against Bobo. Within the mysterious space, as the black mist merged with him, a torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded Sunja's mind. Through these memories, he finally grasped the origin of the black mist. It was the negative emotions that had long been suppressed by the inhibitors. The root of this suppression lay in his reliance on the inhibitors to maintain rationality, unaware that even the naturally occurring negative emotions were being stifled. As these negative emotions accumulated, propelled by the previously activated black energy, they fused with the dormant soul within this body. Oddly, upon the integration of these negative emotions, Sunja felt no discomfort. Rather, he sensed that he had truly become a flesh-and-blood individual. Abruptly halting his fierce battle with Bobo, Sunja's previously rampant brutality intensified, his visage contorting into a more grotesque form. Then, with a sudden surge of energy, Sunja unleashed all his might, delivering a devastating punch that sent Bobo hurtling away. Subsequently, Sunja's body fell to the ground like a puppet severed from its strings, gradually returning to its former state, albeit now unconscious. In the mysterious space, the figure reappeared, accompanied by a chilling laughter that resonated like echoes from the depths of a hellish abyss, imbued with madness and malevolence. In the blink of an eye, the figure stood before Sunja, a look of yearning etched upon its face. It spoke. Now, you should recognize who I am. Thus, you may vanish peacefully. With those words, it launched a fierce assault towards Sunja. Unfazed by the oncoming attack, Sunja understood that in this mysterious space, no one could assist him. He could rely only on himself. Taking a deep breath, he charged toward the figure, and in an instant, they were engulfed in combat. As time passed, Sunja, who had initially been at a disadvantage, gradually discerned the figure's vulnerabilities and began to gain the upper hand. Seizing the moment, Sunja struck the figure down. Lying on the ground, the figure's eyes were wide with disbelief as it shouted, Why? Why are you so powerful? Tell me, what is the reason? Sunja offered no response, instead delivering another punch. As this blow landed, the figure emitted a cry of defiance before transforming into a black orb. Without hesitation, Sunja reached out toward the orb. At that moment, the orb seemed to sense danger and surged into Sunja's body. This unexpected action startled Sunja, prompting him to center his thoughts and carefully perceive the changes within him. This time, unlike before, what merged within him was not merely negative emotions but also the residual soul energy of that consciousness. Sunja slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sensation of this power's integration. After an indeterminate duration, when Sunja finally reopened his eyes, the mysterious space shattered like a broken mirror, collapsing resoundingly. In a lavishly furnished bedroom within the temple, a young man lay quietly in slumber. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the youth's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Awakening, Sunja sat up, his expression dazed as he surveyed his surroundings. Gazing at the completely unfamiliar environment, his emerald green eyes sparkled with confusion. At that moment, the system's voice, laced with concern and a hint of a whimper, urgently echoed in Sunja's mind. Host, you have finally awakened. Feeling warmth at the system's words, Sunja inquired, System, were you not aware of what transpired before? The system promptly replied, After the celestial being's power entered your body, your soul suddenly fell into slumber. Due to your sleep, the system was also plunged into a mysterious lockdown, unable to perceive the external circumstances. Pondering this, Sunja slowly remarked, I entered a mysterious space. He then recounted all that had transpired within that space, including the battle with the figure and the process of merging in intricate detail to the system. Upon hearing Sanja's account, the system, with uncertainty and confusion in its tone, responded, according to what you describe. It was the prolonged use of inhibitors that led to your soul's slumber. But this seems rather peculiar, does it not? Sanja's expression turned to one of astonishment as he retorted, you provided me with the inhibitors, yet you were unaware they would have side effects. The system, aggrieved, replied, I acquired this medication wholesale from another system. They never mentioned any side effects. Sanja, infuriated by the revelation of the medication's origin, exclaimed vehemently, what? Wholesale? Wasn't it always claimed that products from the system are of the highest quality? Do you realize I nearly perished this time? Sensing the seething fury of Sanja, the system cautiously remarked, this is my first time functioning as a system. How could I possibly foresee that this system would lead me astray? Ultimately, after the system offered a unique item along with a compensation of 3,000 points, Sanja's anger gradually subsided. He gazed down at the compensatory item in his hand, a card that emanated a mysterious purple hue, prominently adorned with a striking golden seal on its front. Concurrently, the detailed information about the card materialized before Sanja's eyes. Seal card blank. This card possesses the ability to seal a power not exceeding the limits of this world. Upon reusing this card, the sealed power can be unleashed, after which the card will be destroyed. Upon reading the card's information, an uncontrollable surge of excitement welled up within Sanja, prompting him to carefully stow the card away. With a smile gracing his face, he addressed the system. You have truly been generous this time. Please open my attribute panel. In response to Sanja's words, the system retorted with irritation. Yes, you are absolutely right. After uttering this phrase, the system fell silent, and Sanja's attribute panel gradually unfolded before him. Host, Sanja Bloodline. Legendary level Scion. Dark. Abilities. Ancient Bloodline. Infinite potential. Body enhancement. Rapid learning. Berserk factor transformation. A capability derived from the fusion of the primal soul with Super Saiyan and black energy, capable of directly doubling current combat power. Though appearance will also change accordingly. Learn skills. Kamehameha. Instant transmission. Temple version. Basic techniques of Turtle School. Key perception. Key manipulation combat power index. 38. 971. Slow 1. Points. 5. 630 system inventory. Spaceship. Teleportation card. Seal card. Senzu Beans X50. Soil X1. Damaged weighted suit X9. 10 pieces can be exchanged for a new one. Custom-made suit by Lanchi X1. Various universal capsules. Sun Zhu observed the transformation ability in his attribute panel shift from a question mark to transformation and inquired of the system. Do you have any insight into this transformation? Subsequently, through an in-depth dialogue with the system, Sanja learned that even in the form of a Super Saiyan, he would still be able to utilize the transformation ability. Shortly thereafter, Sanja rose slowly and made his way toward the door. Upon reaching the entrance, he happened to see Bobo quietly standing outside. Chapter 20. The Demon King Piccolo. Sanja gazed at Bobo, who had been waiting there unbeknownst to him. Filled with a sense of bewilderment, he approached politely and inquired, Mr. Bobo, what brings you here? Bobo, with a calm demeanor and steady gaze fixed on Sanja, replied in a measured tone, the deity has instructed me to bring you to him upon your awakening. With that, Bobo's tall figure slowly turned and began to walk steadily in a predetermined direction. Not daring to delay, Sanja hurriedly followed suit. Upon entering the divine temple, Sanja came face to face with the deity. The deity's countenance remained serene, yet a hint of worry lingered. Fixing his gaze upon Sanja, the deity spoke slowly, his voice laden with gravity. When I ascended to divinity, the malevolent entity known as Demon King Piccolo was released. Sanja, perplexed, inquired, has Demon King Piccolo been freed so swiftly? I have only been unconscious for a few days. The deity slightly shook his head, exhaling a deep sigh, and responded, not days, but rather a full 3 years. Had it not been for the miraculous beings of the cat immortal sustaining your life, you would have perished long ago. Sanja stood momentarily frozen, his mind blank, unable to fathom that his slumber had severed his connection to the outside world for an entire 6 years. After a brief pause, the deity continued, now, Demon King Piccolo wreaks havoc upon the world, and I hope you can assist in vanquishing him. At this moment, Bobo, who had remained silent, stepped forward with a grave expression, interjecting, deity, you must understand that in destroying Demon King Piccolo, you too will cease to exist. Well versed in the original narrative, Sanji recognized the stakes involved. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he resolutely nodded, agreeing to help eliminate Demon King Piccolo. However, he harbored ulterior motives, secretly contemplating the need to lay the groundwork for the successful birth of Piccolo Jr., as it was a pivotal aspect of the original storyline. Subsequently, through conversation with the deity, Sanji gradually discerned the current timeline. The Dragon Balls had vanished, Krillin had met a tragic fate, and Goku was presently engaged in a fierce battle against the rejuvenated Demon King Piccolo. Time was of the essence. Without hesitation, Sanji summoned his inner energy and soared into the sky, racing toward the battlefield. At that moment, on the battlefield, Goku was locked in an intense struggle with Demon King Piccolo. With a swift motion, Piccolo unleashed a powerful punch that sent Goku hurtling through the air. Goku arced through the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. However, undeterred, he pressed his hands against the earth and struggled to rise, his eyes brimming with resilience and determination. Just then, a brilliant light cascaded from the heavens, and Sanji descended like a shooting star, landing steadily before Goku. Gazing at the tall figure before him, Goku felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had intricately intertwined with this person in the depths of his memory. Upon noticing Sanji's sudden appearance, Demon King Piccolo's fury ignited, his eyes wide as saucers, bellowing, "Are you here to assist this little brat?" With a composed expression, Sanji responded, "Yes and no. I have been entrusted with the task of eliminating you." Piccolo, upon hearing this, erupted into a derisive laughter, brimming with arrogance, proclaiming, "Then perish alongside this troublesome whelp." Before he could finish, Piccolo, like a frenzied beast, propelled himself towards Sanji, leaving deep imprints in the ground where he had stood. Unfazed, Sanji raised his hand with an air of calm, emanating a white aura. With a flick of his wrist, a crescent-shaped energy blade surged forth, slicing through the air with a howling wind, aimed directly at Demon King Piccolo. Caught off guard, Piccolo was unable to evade, watching helplessly as the shimmering energy blade sliced through his waist, bisecting him with surgical precision. The suddenness of the attack left him reeling. His body propelled forward as he tumbled to the ground, severed cleanly in two. The smooth wound glistened, akin to a finely polished surface, with purple blood gushing forth, rapidly saturating the ground. After unleashing the energy blade, Sanji wasted no time. He turned to Goku, gently extracting a magical bean from his system space and feeding it to him while softly saying, "It's been a while, Goku." As Goku consumed the bean, his injuries began to mend at a remarkable rate. He lifted his gaze to the tall yet gaunt figure before him, filled with confusion, and asked, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Sanji, unperturbed, smiled warmly. "It's me, Sanji." Goku's mouth fell open in disbelief, staring at Sanji, unable to reconcile the unfamiliar visage before him with the memories of the Sanji he once knew. Examining him closely, Goku skeptically questioned, "Are you really Sanji?" With a resigned shrug, Sanji affirmed, "Yes, indeed, I am Sanji, without a doubt." Just then, Sanji's keen instincts detected a powerful wind approaching from behind, accompanied by a chill. Realizing the danger, he swiftly turned and raised his arm to block. A thunderous crash echoed as he discerned that it was a sneak attack from the reconstituted Demon King Piccolo. With a sharp focus, Sanji harnessed the momentum of his turn, executing a swift high kick that struck Piccolo, sending him hurtling through the air, where he spun several times before crashing to the ground. Feeling a surge of playful energy, Sanji formed his hand into a blade. In an instant, a brilliant white energy blade extended from his palm, dazzling in its brilliance, resembling a sword forged from pure energy. Struggling to rise, Piccolo stood, only to feel a searing pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw the radiant blade piercing through his torso, blood cascading down the blade. In terror, he lifted his gaze to Sanji, his eyes filled with dread and despair. With growing horror, he realized that his powers were as insignificant as an ant before the blade, unable to escape its grasp, while his dwindling life force ebbed away at an alarming rate. Sensing Piccolo's spirit waning, Sanji felt a sudden impulse and promptly ceased his output of energy. With the cessation of Sanji's aura, the energy blade that had pierced Piccolo's chest dissipated into specks of light, vanishing entirely. Disregarding the barely conscious Piccolo lying on the ground, Sanji approached Goku, grasping his shoulder. At the same time, a card materialized in his hand, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. As Sanji silently invoked its power, he and Goku vanished in an instant, leaving behind an empty battlefield. Meanwhile, the defeated Demon King Piccolo, in his final moments, summoned every ounce of strength to sit up. His chest heaved violently, each breath becoming an arduous endeavor. Suddenly, he opened his mouth, and an egg was slowly expelled from his lips. With trembling hands, he grasped the egg, his eyes gleaming with a fierce hatred, and hurled it towards the distant forest, shouting hoarsely, "Help me avenge Sun Wukong." Upon uttering this final cry, his arms fell weakly to his sides, his gaze gradually dimming. Thus, the Demon King Piccolo met his demise. In the temple, a flash of light heralded the sudden arrival of Sunja and Wukong before the heavenly deity. The abrupt presence of the two transformed the previously serene atmosphere of the temple into one of palpable tension. Startled by this unforeseen occurrence, the celestial being trembled slightly. Wukong, having been instantaneously transported, found himself disoriented and bewildered, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a wary glint. Then, as his gaze settled, fury surged within him at the sight of the deity. He glared fiercely, exclaiming, "Piccolo, what are you doing here? You still owe Krillin's life." As he prepared to charge at the heavenly figure, Sunja, with swift reflexes, seized him and said, "He is not Piccolo. He is the god of earth." Subsequently, Sunja patiently elucidated the origins of the Demon King Piccolo, detailing that the deity was the creator of the Dragon Balls, and informed Wukong that the deity possessed the ability to restore the Dragon Balls, thereby resurrecting Krillin. Upon hearing this, Wukong's emotions began to settle, a hint of guilt crossing his features as he respectfully bowed to the deity, saying, "Great Lord, I apologize. Please restore the Dragon Balls and bring my friend back to life." The deity did not respond immediately to Wukong's request. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Sunja, his expression grave as he queried, "Sunja, you promised me that you would eliminate the Demon King Piccolo. Why is he still alive?" With a smile, Sunja explained, "I have indeed vanquished the Demon King Piccolo. As for why you are not dead, it is because Piccolo, in his dying moments, used his last vestige of life force to conceive a successor." Hearing this, the deity's face displayed a flicker of concern, and he urgently urged, "Then you must swiftly eliminate his offspring as well. He must not be allowed to endanger the world any further." Sunja gently shook his head, articulating his thoughts to the deity with care. He analyzed the potential ramifications of allowing Piccolo Jr. to remain, and assured the deity that should Piccolo Jr. ever wreak havoc, he would undoubtedly intervene and take full responsibility. The deity, reflecting on Sunja's words, fell into contemplation, and after a prolonged silence, he nodded slightly. Chapter 21. Reunion and Commitment. With unwavering focus, Bobo meticulously applied glue to the fractured edges of the dragon model. As the model was restored, the celestial being closed his eyes in concentration, gradually lifting his hands. A gentle green radiance blossomed from his palms, as if alive, delicately entwining the dragon model. Under this luminous aura, the model seemed to imbue with essence, slowly becoming ethereal, its once tangible form fading into transparency until it vanished entirely. Sunja contemplated the spot where the model had disappeared before turning to Wukong with a concerned expression. "Wukong, where is the Dragon Ball that turned to stone?" Wukong scratched his head, his gaze earnest as he gestured to Sunja, indicating the location of the Dragon Ball. After listening, Sunja nodded slightly and, like an arrow released from a bow, shot off in the direction Wukong had pointed. In a mere moment, Sunja returned with the Dragon Ball in hand. He halted, raising the Dragon Ball high, summoning all his strength to shout, "Arise, divine dragon." His voice resonated through the heavens. In an instant, the previously clear skies of Earth were engulfed by encroaching darkness, rolling in like a tidal wave, as though a colossal black curtain had descended upon the world. Above the temple, the spectral form of the divine dragon flickered, exuding an air of mystery. With a commanding voice proclaiming, "Your wish has been granted," Klin materialized without warning. He first surveyed the surroundings with a bewildered expression, his eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and surprise. As the dragon's illusion fulfilled its purpose, it transformed into 7 streaks of light, soaring like meteors in various directions before vanishing into the horizon. Upon seeing Klin's sudden appearance, Wukong initially froze in shock, his eyes welling with tears. Unable to contain his emotional surge, he dashed forward, embracing Klin tightly, as if fearing that letting go would cause him to vanish. Klin reciprocated the embrace, their bodies trembling with shared exhilaration. Sunja, observing the tender scene, felt an overwhelming joy, a smile blossoming on his lips, his eyes shimmering with satisfaction. Eventually, Wukong and Klin composed themselves, hand in hand approaching Sunja to engage in heartfelt conversation. The trio exchanged words, laughter echoing within the temple, reveling in the rare delight of their reunion. After a moment, Sunja furrowed his brow slightly, hesitating before addressing the two. I wish to visit the Kame house. Wukong, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of reluctance, yet quickly resolved, stating, I wish to remain at the temple to train. Only by growing stronger can I defeat Piccolo II and avenge Klin. Klin clenched his fists, his gaze resolute, declaring, this vengeance is mine to exact. I shall stay as well. Understanding their determination, Sunja offered a knowing smile, bidding them farewell with a wave, and respectfully nodding at the celestial being before soaring toward the Kame house. Inside the Kame house, Master Roshi lounged comfortably in a hammock, swaying gently with the breeze. He was engrossed in a magazine, occasionally chuckling softly. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged from the distant sky, jolting Master Roshi and nearly causing the magazine to slip from his grasp. He quickly looked up, spotting a small black dot racing towards him at an astonishing speed. In no time, Sunja arrived at the Kame house, stirring up a cloud of dust as he landed. Master Roshi regarded him warily, suspicion etched on his face. Sunja, noticing the reaction, greeted him with a smile. Old man, how have you been lately? Upon recognizing Sunja's familiar voice, Master Roshi's initial caution melted away, replaced by delight. Ah, it's Aja. Where have you been these past 3 years? You've had everyone worried sick. Just as Sunja was about to respond, a loud crash echoed from within the Kame house, the sound of shattering dishes piercing the air, followed by hurried footsteps filled with urgency. A blue-haired girl rushed out, her eyes red and brimming with tears, staring blankly at Sunja. Reacting to the commotion, Sunja instinctively turned, his smile faltering as a complex array of emotions surfaced upon seeing the girl. Upon meeting her tear-streaked gaze, a pang of anguish gripped his heart, as if an invisible hand had clutched it tightly. Lan-Chi approached Sunja, her hands trembling slightly as she reached out, yearning to gently caress his gaunt face. Yet, just as her fingers were about to make contact, an unseen barrier halted her hand, tears cascading down her cheeks like a torrential flood. In that moment, Sunja extended his large hand, grasping Lan-Chi's, placing it on his face, and softly murmured in her ear, I have returned. Upon hearing these words, the emotions that had been pent up for 3 years erupted within Lan-Chi. Unable to contain herself any longer, she flung herself into Sunja's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Her cries encompassed longing, grievances, and the joy of reunion. Sunja remained silent, gently holding the girl in his arms, his embrace warm and strong, as if to shield her from all the storms of the past 3 years. As time passed, Lan-Chi's sobs gradually subsided. Sunja glanced down to find her sporting a satisfied smile, fast asleep, her visage serene and beautiful, akin to an innocent child. He carefully lifted her, making his way toward her bedroom within the Kame house, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid rousing her from slumber. Tenderly, he laid her on the bed, pulling the blanket over her gently, and turned to leave. At that moment, a sharp clicking sound shattered the tranquility, followed by a barrage of gunfire. Sunja swiftly pivoted, only to find Lan-Chi, who he had just placed on the bed, now standing with hair turned yellow and fury in her eyes. She had inexplicably produced a submachine gun, unleashing a frenzy of bullets in Sunja's direction. The flames erupting from the gun illuminated her face, and bullets rained down upon Sunja. With his current strength, the bullets felt as inconsequential as mosquito bites, causing him no pain. Yet, witnessing the fury in Lan-Chi's yellow-haired form pierced his heart. As the last bullet was fired, she shouted in rage, Bastard, you dare return. Filled with guilt, Sunja stepped forward, enveloping her in his arms. The yellow-haired Lan-Chi, caught in his embrace, began to thrash violently, striking him with her fists and feet, each blow imbued with deep resentment. However, as time wore on, Sunja sensed her struggles waning, her shoulders trembling slightly. Alarmed, he looked down at the girl, noticing her previously tear-stained eyes once again brimming with tears. Heart aching, he lowered his head and gently kissed her lips, initially taken aback by the kiss. Lan-Chi's eyes widened in surprise before she slowly closed them, tears streaming down her cheeks. Time slipped by, and suddenly a pained cry escaped Sunja's lips. Lan-Chi had bitten him. Immediately, she broke free from his embrace, sticking her tongue out at him and making a face. Moments later, her hair reverted to blue, and she leaned back softly, eyes closed. Upon witnessing the scene, Sunja hurriedly stepped forward to embrace the young girl once more. However, this time, he did not release her, instead holding her gently as if time itself had come to a standstill, leaving only the rhythmic beating of their hearts in the vastness of the world. as Lan-Z gradually regained consciousness. She sensed the warmth of an embrace and immediately opened her eyes. Upon realizing that it was Sunja holding her, her face flushed a deep crimson, the blush swiftly creeping to her ears. At that moment, Sunja noticed that the girl in his arms had awakened. He looked down and found himself locked in a gaze with her striking blue eyes. Flustered by their shared stare, Lan-Z tightly shut her eyes, her long lashes quivering adorably. Sunja could not help but chuckle softly, his laughter imbued with tenderness, as he leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. Feeling the warmth radiating from his kiss, she shivered slightly, her heart racing uncontrollably. Sunja continued to gaze at the girl whose eyes remained closed, his expression brimming with affection. Soon, Lan-Z cautiously opened her eyes a fraction, and upon seeing Sunja's unwavering gaze, she realized she could no longer pretend. She quickly stood up from his embrace, her head bowed, nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing, unable to meet his eyes. At that moment, Sunja spoke again. "I have returned." Hearing his words, Lan-Z slowly lifted her head, a gentle smile adorning her face as she replied, "Welcome home, Aja." That evening, in the Turtle Hermit's dining room, the light was soft and warm. Sunja sat at the table, slightly furrowing his brow as he pondered for a moment before concocting a vague excuse about undergoing treatment in the temple to account for his whereabouts over the past 3 years. Although the Turtle Hermit harbored doubts, he refrained from pressing further. Subsequently, Sunja informed the Turtle Hermit that Krillin had been resurrected by the Dragon Balls, and that Goku and Krillin intended to train in the temple. The Turtle Hermit nodded slightly, a look of contentment gracing his features. Sunja then turned to the Turtle Hermit, speaking earnestly, "Old man, I also plan to train in the temple. But this time I wish to take Lan-Z with me." After saying this, he glanced at Lan-Z, who sat beside him, her head lowered, her flushed earlobes betraying her inner shyness. The Turtle Hermit, observing this, smiled with warmth and said, "Aja, if you wish to go, then go ahead. But remember to invite me when you get married." At the mention of marriage, Lan-Z buried her head even lower, her hands gripping her clothing tightly. Sunja, witnessing this, smiled and declared, "I will surely come to personally invite you to be our witness." The Turtle Hermit laughed heartily, the sound echoing throughout the dining room as he nodded repeatedly. Amidst their heartwarming banter, dinner concluded joyfully. The following day dawned bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze caressing the air. Sunja bid farewell to the Turtle Hermit and approached Lan-Z, lifting her delicately into his arms, her face radiating a blissful smile. Together, they soared gently towards the temple. Along the way, they reveled in the scenic beauty surrounding them, each vista enchanting them further. They cherished every moment, indulging in the joy of their time together. Months later, they finally arrived at the temple. During this period, Sunja and Lan-Z enjoyed a life of merriment, creating countless cherished memories. Chapter 22. The 23rd Martial Arts Tournament time flows like a fleeting shadow, and 3 years have quietly slipped away in the blink of an eye. On this day, a resonant and impassioned call suddenly echoed through the tranquil temple, "Come forth, Divine Dragon." It was as if a thunderclap had shattered the silence, and in an instant, the once clear skies were engulfed by darkness, a thick haze swiftly enveloping the entire earth. Sunja tightly held Lan-Z's hand, both gazing up at the ethereal figure of the Divine Dragon suspended in the heavens, exuding an aura of mystery. Sunja took a deep breath and, with a solemn expression, inquired, "Divine Dragon, is it possible for Lan-Zi's sister's soul to be separated from its current state?" His voice was resolute and filled with hope, resonating within the darkened temple. No sooner had Sunja's words faded than a brilliant golden light flashed in the Divine Dragon's enormous eyes. Then, the dragon's deep and commanding voice reverberated, "It is possible. However, once the soul is separated, it will lack a corporeal vessel to sustain it, and thus cannot linger in this world for long. It will inevitably follow the laws of heaven and earth to reincarnate in the netherworld, embarking on a new cycle of existence." Upon hearing this explanation, Sunja's expression grew grave as he sank into deep contemplation. His brow furrowed, thoughts surged like a tide in his mind, desperately seeking a perfect solution that would allow Lan-Zi's sister's soul to separate without succumbing to the fate of premature reincarnation. Meanwhile, Lan-Z stood beside him, her eyes brimming with tears, her gaze reddened. Overcome with anxiety, she stepped forward, gripping Sunja's arm tightly, her voice tinged with sorrow and pleading, "Aja, I truly do not want my sister to leave. She is the closest person to me in this world. What will I do if she departs?" As she spoke, Tears cascaded down her fair cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. Hearing Lam-Z's tearful words pierced Sunja's heart with a pang of anguish. Instinctively, he enveloped her in a gentle embrace, as if cradling a priceless treasure. He tenderly stroked her hair, offering soft reassurance. Do not fear. I will not let your sister leave. I will do everything in my power to find a perfect solution. Trust me. His voice was low and steadfast, like a warm breeze in spring, gently caressing Lam-Z's sorrowful heart. Then, Sunja lifted his gaze once more to the divine dragon, earnestly making a wish for Lam-Z to remain forever youthful. Upon hearing this, golden light flickered once again in the dragon's vast eyes. In an instant, a soft radiance enveloped Lam-Z, and when the light dissipated, she remained as breathtakingly beautiful as ever, as if time itself had paused in her presence. Having fulfilled Sunja's wish, the divine dragon transformed into 7 brilliant streams of light, akin to 7 agile celestial dragons, soaring in different directions before vanishing into the vast expanse of the sky. Thus, time quietly flowed by for another 2 years. During this prolonged period, Sunja's life unfolded like a poem interwoven with sweetness and struggle. On one hand, he and Lam-Z reveled in the bliss of their romantic love. On the other hand, Sunja remained unwavering in his pursuit of martial arts, under the meticulous guidance of Master Bobo. Sunja's mastery of the energy within him grew increasingly profound. Each morning, he would sit cross-legged in the temple courtyard, closing his eyes to channel the energy that flowed through him. After countless days and nights of rigorous training, he had attained a remarkable level of control over his energy, able to manipulate it with utmost precision, be it forming a protective shield against foes or concentrating it into a lethal blade for a decisive strike. Simultaneously, Wukong and Klin diligently honed their skills over the 2 years, their prowess advancing by leaps and bounds, far surpassing their counterparts in the original narrative. Wukong, with his innate combat talent and indomitable spirit, continually broke through his limits, achieving exponential growth in his fighting capabilities. Klin, leveraging his sharp intellect and profound understanding of martial arts, seamlessly integrated various techniques, refining his combat skills to an exceptional degree. On this day, the celestial being approached the crowd with a steady gait and a calm demeanor, bearing significant news. The grand commencement of the 23rd Martial Arts Tournament was imminent. This announcement sent ripples of excitement and anticipation through the group, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Except for Sunja, Wukong and the others sparkled with eagerness, fully aware that the tournament was not merely a showcase of strength, but an exceptional opportunity to test their hard-earned skills. After bidding farewell to the celestial being, they took a moment to regroup. Then, Sunja, holding Lam-Z in his arms, joined Wukong and Klin in executing the sky dance technique, soaring like 3 shooting stars towards the tournament venue. They sped through the air, the scenery below flashing by like a slideshow. As they approached the vicinity of the venue, an unexpected downpour descended without warning. The raindrops fell in torrents, splashing upon the ground and sending waves of water into the air. Unfazed by the deluge, Sunja harnessed the energy within him. A soft white glow enveloped him, gradually expanding to form an invisible barrier around him and Lam-Z, completely shielding them from the rain. Within the protective cocoon, Sunja and Lam-Z remained unharmed, as if they were in a secluded world of their own. Seeing Sunja's actions, Wukong and Klin quickly followed suit, and the 3 of them, undeterred by the rain, strode purposefully toward the venue. Soon, they spotted Master Roshi and Bulma anxiously awaiting them in the distance. As soon as Bulma laid eyes on Wukong, her eyes widened in astonishment, akin to brass bells, her mouth agape in surprise. Just as in the original tale, she was taken aback by Wukong's remarkable transformation and heightened stature. "Wukong, how have you grown so tall?" she exclaimed, almost incredulous. As she spoke, she circled around Wukong several times, her gaze filled with disbelief. Then, her attention turned to Lam-Z nestled in Sunja's embrace. With a quizzical tilt of her head, she inquired, "Nai, Aja, are you 2 together?" Her voice carried a note of surprise and curiosity. Sunja met Bulma's gaze with a warm smile, nodding gently as he replied, "Yes, we have been together for 3 years now. These past 3 years have been filled with happiness." Upon hearing Sunja's response, Bulma's mouth fell open slightly, her expression one of astonishment, with a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. After exchanging pleasantries and sharing stories from the past 2 years, Sunja made an announcement. He would not be participating in the tournament this time, but instead would choose to observe from the sidelines. He expressed his desire to gain insights into the fighting styles of the other competitors, hoping to inspire his own martial journey. This decision left Wukong and the others feeling a tinge of disappointment, as they had eagerly anticipated the chance to spar with Sun Tzu on the field. However, they understood his character and intentions, ultimately respecting his choice. Afterward, Sun Tzu bid farewell to the group, leading Lan-Z to the pre-booked inn. Inside the inn, the room was adorned with warmth and comfort. After a brief wash, Sun Tzu and Lan-Z lay down on the bed. Lan-Z nestled in Sun Tzu's embrace, swiftly slipping into a realm of sweet slumber. Sun Tzu gazed down at the peacefully sleeping Lan-Z, a tender smile gracing his lips, before he too closed his eyes. And the night passed in silence. The following day, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, casting golden patches of light upon the floor. The martial arts competition commenced as anticipated, amidst the eager expectations of the crowd. Sun Tzu chose not to attend the elimination rounds. Instead, he took Lan-Z out for a day of leisure. Hand in hand, they strolled through the bustling market, savoring an array of delectable snacks and reveling in the captivating performances of street artists. Lan-Z flitted about like a joyful bird, first drawn to trinkets on one side, then bursting into laughter at the antics of a juggler on the other. Sun Tzu followed closely behind, his face radiating affection as he indulged her whims, sharing in her laughter. By the time they rejoined the others, the afternoon had arrived. As Sun Tzu had anticipated, without his participation, the top 8 contenders of this martial arts tournament mirrored those of the original tale: Wukong, Hurin, Yamchu, Tenshinhan, Yajirobe, Shun, Piccolo, and Tao Pai Pai. Upon hearing that one of the top 8 referred to himself as Shin, Sun Tzu's lips curled into a subtle smile. A thought forming in his mind. It appears they truly do not believe in me. It seems he intends to address this matter personally. Leading the group to the spectator stands, Sun Tzu observed the throngs of people, the atmosphere thick with excitement and cheer, a cacophony of voices blending into a vibrant scene. Calmly, he began to circulate his energy, his palms slightly raised and facing forward. A powerful wave of energy surged from his hands, gradually pushing through the crowd. It was as if an invisible hand had parted the sea of people, creating a passageway. This display left Master Roshi, Bulma, and the others in astonishment. Bulma's eyes widened, her mouth agape, as if she could fit an egg within. Eagerly, she rushed forward, clasping Sun Tzu's arm, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Aja, what was that move? It's remarkably effective. Can I learn it? If I master it, I'll never fear the crowd again." Besides Sun Tzu, Lan-Z, witnessing Bulma's actions, felt her normally blue hair ignite into a fiery yellow, her eyes ablaze with fury. Like a protective creature guarding its territory, she shouted at Bulma, "You wretched woman. What are you doing? Remove your hands. Aja is mine. You cannot touch him." With that, she stepped forward, forcefully shoving Bulma away. Chapter 23. The God and Yamcha. Bulma stumbled and lost her balance, falling to the ground. Seated there, she looked at Lan-Z and Sun Tzu with a pitiful expression, tears glistening in her eyes. Observing this, Sun Tzu shook his head helplessly. He reached out and gently wrapped his arm around Lan-Zi's waist, pulling her tenderly into his embrace. Bestowing a soft kiss upon her forehead as he whispered, "Bulma did not mean any harm. Her curiosity merely got the better of her. For my sake, could you forgive her and offer an apology? She is our friend, and we ought not to let discord mar our camaraderie." Lan-Z, appreciating Sun Tzu's gesture, felt his affection and concern wash away much of her anger. She turned her head, speaking with a haughty tone. "In light of your plea, I shall forgive her. However, should she dare to act thus again, I shall not be so lenient." With that, Lan-Z released Sun Tzu and, albeit reluctantly, approached Bulma, who had just regained her footing. Lowering her head slightly, she spoke with a somewhat stiff tone. "Are you hurt? I apologize, but there will be no next time." After this, she swiftly returned to Sun Tzu's side, once again linking her arm with his, as if to assert her claim over him. Bulma, initially bewildered, then remarked with a tinge of jealousy, "It's one thing to bully me, but must you also feed me dog food? This simply won't do. I too desire a sweet romance. All blame lies with Yamcha, that fickle rogue. When shall I encounter my true soulmate?" Lan-Z, hearing Bulma's words, merely snorted in response and turned her head away, choosing to ignore her. Sun Tzu, witnessing this exchange, smiled faintly and said, "All right, Bulma, I apologize on behalf of Lan-Z. Now, let us proceed. The match has commenced. We must not miss the thrilling contest." Following this brief interlude, Sun Tzu led everyone to the front row of the audience. The view from the front was splendid, allowing them to clearly observe every movement on the stage. As they stood in place, all eyes were drawn to the arena, where the first match had already been underway for some time. On the stage, a man who proclaimed himself as a god was engaged in a fierce battle with Yamcha. Yamcha, agile and formidable, relentlessly launched a series of powerful attacks. Each of his strikes whistled through the air, imbued with the force of a tempest. However, in stark contrast to Yamcha's somewhat beleaguered appearance, the self-proclaimed god appeared to navigate the conflict with ease. His movements were light and ghostly, effortlessly evading every one of Yamcha's assaults. Just as Yamcha's strikes seemed poised to land, the man would deftly sidestep or lean back slightly, rendering the blows ineffective. Not only that, but he would occasionally counterattack, each strike precise and forceful, causing Yamcha to retreat with increasing urgency. Frustration began to mount within Yamcha as he witnessed his efforts repeatedly thwarted. Taking a step back to create distance, he inhaled deeply and unleashed his signature move, the Wolf Fang Fist. Instantly, a powerful gust of energy swirled around him, enveloping his fists like a pack of howling wolves. Surging towards his opponent with ferocity, the wind howled ominously, and the air around them vibrated with raw power. Nonetheless, this maneuver did not unfold as Yamcha had envisioned. The god remained unfazed, his expression serene as a still lake. His gaze fixed intently on Yamcha's fists, he swiftly maneuvered, his hands dancing like butterflies through flowers, effortlessly parrying each of Yamcha's blows. With every block, his arms appeared precisely where they needed to be, dissipating much of the force behind Yamcha's strikes. Seizing the opportunity as Yamcha's strength waned, the man darted forward like a flash of lightning. He raised his right leg high and delivered a powerful kick directly to Yamcha's waist. The speed and force of the blow left Yamcha with no time for effective defense. A dull thud resonated as Yamcha's body flew backward like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground. The man stood firm, gazing at the fallen Yamcha with a faint smile, remarking, "You are quite formidable. However, in comparison, I am merely a shade stronger." His voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable confidence, reaching every ear in the raucous arena. Yamcha, clutching his aching waist, struggled to rise. The man's words stung like a sharp insult, igniting a volcanic fury within him. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Fine, fine, fine. You are impressive. Let us see how you fare against this move." As he spoke, Yamcha extended his right hand, palm upward in a claw-like gesture, while his left hand gripped his right wrist tightly. His muscles tensed, veins bulging on his forehead. His expression contorted with effort. A formidable energy surged from within him, coalescing rapidly in his palm to form a glowing orb of yellow and white light. The orb spun incessantly, emitting a resonating hum. Yamcha beamed with pride as he gazed upon his creation, declaring, "This is a technique I have painstakingly perfected. Let us see its might against you today." His voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation, as though he could already envision his opponent's defeat. Upon hearing Yamcha's proclamation, the man's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He shed his previous nonchalance, entering a state of alertness. With feet slightly apart and knees bent, he lowered his center of gravity, his eyes intently fixed on the energy orb in Yamcha's hand, filled with vigilance. Yamcha hurled the energy orb toward the man with all his might. The orb flew forth like a cannonball, hurtling at astonishing speed. As it passed, the air condensed violently, creating a white shockwave. The man instinctively sidestepped, narrowly evading the orb as it struck the ground, creating a deafening explosion that sent debris flying in all directions. After easily dodging the attack, the man gazed at the crater left by the orb, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He turned to Yamcha, confusion etched in his expression, inquiring, "Is this the technique you have toiled over? It appears rather underwhelming." Yamcha offered no reply, simply allowing a mysterious smile to play on his lips. Then, he formed a sword-like gesture with his right hand and raised it slightly. The man, observing this motion, wore a puzzled expression. Just then, the energy orb, having penetrated the ground, erupted from the earth in a swift arc, barreling toward the man's face at breakneck speed. Caught entirely off guard, the man had no time to brace himself as the orb struck him squarely, sending him tumbling backward to the ground. Yamcha surveyed the fallen figure with a triumphant smile, declaring, "How do you like that? This is the true potency of my technique." Without delay, he directed the energy orb toward the man once more. The orb traced a graceful arc through the air, resembling a shooting star as it sped toward him. The man, recovering quickly, executed a swift roll and sprang to his feet. Spotting the incoming orb yet again, he hastily dodged, evading each strike with his agile reflexes and seasoned combat experience, narrowly escaping with each near miss. After several evasions, the man appeared to have discerned the pattern of the energy blasts. He realized that the seemingly erratic trajectories of the blast were, in fact, closely linked to Yamcha's gestures and gaze. During the ensuing dodging sequence, the man skillfully evaded the energy attacks while gradually closing the distance to Yamcha. Yamcha, sensing this, felt a surge of anxiety within him. He endeavored to create space between himself and the man to better control the energy blasts. However, most of his focus was consumed by the manipulation of the blasts, severely limiting his mobility. Each attempt to step back felt as though he were ensnared by an invisible force, his movements sluggish and stiff. At that moment, the man seized an opportunity, swiftly darting to a position not far from Yamcha. Upon halting, he did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he fixated on Yamcha, seemingly awaiting something. Yamcha's heart leapt with hope, mistakenly believing the man had lost his ability to retaliate or was daunted by his energy blasts. Without a second thought, he once again directed an energy blast towards the man. Just as the blast was about to strike him, the man's hands spun like windmills. And with a casual flick, the once formidable energy blast was inexplicably redirected, hurtling back towards Yamcha at an even faster speed. This unexpected turn of events caught Yamcha off guard, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with shock and disbelief. As he saw the energy blast hurtling towards him, he snapped back to reality just in time to concentrate his will, attempting to regain control over the blast. His eyes widened in alarm, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his hands trembling as he exerted every ounce of strength to counter the blast's uncontrollable force. Ultimately, just before the blast could strike him, he managed to halt its momentum mere inches from his body, where it spun violently, emitting a piercing hum as if releasing pent-up energy. Just as Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief, believing the crisis had been averted, the man had already materialized before him like a specter. Before Yamcha could react, he felt a searing pain in his chest, a powerful impact crashing upon him like a surging tide, propelling him backward. Yamcha arced through the air, landing heavily on the ground and raising a cloud of dust. As he attempted to rise and continue the fight, he realized he had fallen beyond the ring's boundaries. A flicker of disappointment and resignation passed through Yamcha's eyes. He recognized he had lost the match. Slowly rising from the ground, brushing off the dust from his attire, he cast a glance at the man on the stage, then let out a resigned sigh and bowed deeply to him in a gesture of respect. This action showcased his grace and composure as a warrior, despite his defeat. He maintained his respect for his opponent. Subsequently, Yamcha turned and departed the arena with heavy steps, his silhouette tinged with melancholy, yet exuding an indomitable spirit. Chapter 24. Wukong and Tianjin Fan. Yamcha's defeat marked the conclusion of the first match. The clamor of the arena gradually subsided. Yet the audience's discussions surged like a tidal wave, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming duel. After a brief intermission, the host, microphone in hand, announced in an impassioned tone, "Welcome the next pair of competitors." His voice resonated through the loudspeakers, instantly igniting the fervor of the crowd. No sooner had he finished speaking than Tianjin Fan and Wukong emerged steadily from either side of the ring. Tianjin Fan bore a stern expression, his steps imbued with the composure of a seasoned warrior. In contrast, Wukong wore a relaxed demeanor, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. The two stood face to face at the center of the arena, with Tianjin Fan bowing first in a respectful salute, his movements crisp and decisive, a breeze swirling in the wake of his martial prowess. He then slightly parted his legs, knees bent, upper body leaning forward, fist resting at his waist. Adopting a combat stance, his muscles taut, poised to embrace the impending confrontation. Wukong reciprocated the gesture with a courteous bow, his familiar smile illuminating his face. Before adjusting his posture as well, his feet firmly rooted to the ground, body slightly crouched, arms relaxed, palms inward, his gaze revealing focus and confidence. Though neither spoke, they silently conveyed their mutual respect and seriousness regarding the battle ahead. The gong resounded like thunder, shattering the brief tranquility. Tianjin Fan and Wukong launched towards each other with the speed of two arrows released from their bows. In a blink, they converged at the center of the ring. And with a resounding clash, their elbows collided with tremendous force. The impact was so powerful that it sent tremors through the arena, stirring up clouds of dust. The shockwave radiated outward like ripples on water, causing both fighters to retreat and create shallow marks upon the ground where they had scraped back. In the next moment, Wukong flickered and initiated the attack. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind after images in the air, resembling a streak of black lightning. Tianjin Fan met him head-on, determination flashing in his eyes, ready to counter Wukong's assault. In an instant, fists and feet flew in a dazzling display as countless punches and kicks intermingled, overwhelming the spectators with visual stimulation. Wukong's strikes were ferocious and powerful, each punch slicing through the air. Tianjin Fan's defense was impenetrable, utilizing agile movements and precise blocks to thwart Wukong's advances. The rhythm of their combat was frenetic, each exchange of offense and defense occurring in the blink of an eye, eliciting gasps and cheers from the audience, their sounds echoing throughout the venue. Sunsha, ensconced amongst the throng of spectators, felt as though he were in a bubble, entirely absorbed in the fierce struggle between Tianjin Fan and Wukong. Observing the back-and-forth exchanges, he could not help but marvel at the prowess of these characters, particularly Wukong, whose training had rendered him far more formidable than in the original narrative. His gaze remained fixated on Wukong, filled with admiration for the battle's intensity and the character's might. The cacophony of cheers and shouts began to fade in his ears, leaving only the vivid images of the two fighters engaged in their fervent contest. Back in the arena, the fierce clash persisted for some time. Beads of sweat dotted Tianjin Fan's forehead, and his breaths grew heavy and labored, each punch and movement revealing a hint of fatigue. In contrast, Wukong's complexion remained rosy, his spirit unyielding, exuding vitality as if the skirmish had merely served as a warm-up, leaving him utterly unspent. After yet another collision, they separated, creating distance. Tianjin Fan leaned on his knees, panting slightly, his gaze fixed on Wukong as he spoke. It appears your strength has increased significantly during this period. I can no longer hold back. Behold my next technique. Though his voice was hoarse from exertion, it resonated with conviction. Before Wukong could respond, Tianjin Fan inhaled deeply, arching his body slightly as his muscles tensed, akin to a bowstring drawn tight. Veins bulged on his arms and chest, writhing beneath his skin like restless earthworms. Accompanied by a deep, resonant roar that seemed to emanate from his very soul, his aura surged dramatically. The once tranquil air twisted under the weight of his power, forming visible ripples that danced around him. The audience, sensing this formidable presence, collectively gasped, and silence fell over the arena as they held their breath, riveted by Tianjin Fan's formidable display. Once his energy stabilized, a confident smile graced Tianjin Fan's lips as he flickered, darting between reality and illusion. In an instant, he split into two, standing side by side, both exuding the same unwavering determination and sharpness. With another sharp command, his voice crisp and commanding, he divided again, resulting in 4 Tianjin Fans encircling Wukong at the center of the arena. Wukong gazed at the quartet, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Yet his expression remained cheerful as he curiously inquired, Tianjin Fan, this technique is impressive. What do you call it? His voice rang out clearly in the hushed arena. Tianjin Fan, with a hint of pride, replied, this technique is an adaptation of the 4-symbol fist, known as the 4 bodies fist. His tone carried an air of triumph, as if proclaiming his strength to Wukong. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 Tianjin Fans lunged at Wukong in unison like a pride of leopards, their movements synchronized and seamless. The sudden onslaught caught Wukong slightly off guard, forcing him to dodge left and right, his form appearing somewhat disheveled amidst the flurry of attacks. Yet Wukong was no ordinary fighter, even in the chaos. His gaze remained sharp, keenly observing the movements of the 4 opponents. After a series of exchanges, Wukong discerned a flaw in their formation. A glint of insight sparked in his eyes as he accelerated, moving with the swiftness of lightning. He unleashed a precise combination of punches and kicks, swiftly incapacitating each of the 4 Tianjin Fans in succession. Stunned, Tianjin Fan marveled at Wukong's rapid identification of the technique's weakness. The 4 Tianjin Fans rose to their feet, their expressions tinged with disbelief, then took their positions at the corners of the ring, palms facing each other, fingers splayed as if grasping an invisible sphere. Their eyes were fixed intently on the center as the air around them began to swirl, drawn into their collective force. In unison, they shouted, Kamehameha. Their voices rang out, harmonized and thunderous, reverberating painfully in the ears of the audience. For energy waves surged forth like bolts of lightning, converging on Wukong, who stood in the center of the arena. The air split as the waves sliced through, producing a shrill whistling sound. Upon colliding before Wukong, the 4 energy waves erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, the sound deafening as if it could upheave the entire arena. A powerful shockwave radiated from the epicenter, enveloping the ring in a cloud of dust, obscuring the scene. The 4 Tianjin Fans gazed triumphantly at the smoke, confident that their combined attack would be insurmountable for Wukong. Yet, as the dust settled, Wukong had vanished without a trace. Tianjin Fan was taken aback, swiftly surveying his surroundings, his eyes betraying a mix of tension and confusion as he anxiously sought the whereabouts of Wukong. Ultimately, he cast an incredulous gaze skyward, where he beheld Wukong quietly suspended in midair, emanating a faint luminescence, resembling a divine warrior descending from the heavens. Soon after, Wukong gracefully descended to the arena, his movements poised and unhurried, as if the recent assault had left no mark upon him. Reigning in his astonishment at Wukong's astonishing speed, Tianjin Fan felt a surge of fighting spirit ignite within him, launching another offensive against Wukong. This time, faced with the onslaught of 4 Tianjin Fans, Wukong appeared remarkably at ease. His form was agile, akin to a nimble monkey, effortlessly darting between the 4 opponents. With each evasion, he seized opportunities to counterattack, leaving the Tianjin Fans bewildered and unprepared. After an intense exchange, Wukong stepped back momentarily, then leaped high into the air, hurtling upward like a cannonball. His velocity increased exponentially, and in the blink of an eye, he aligned with the midday sun. At that moment, Wukong shouted, "Solar Fist!" As his voice echoed, the midday sunlight seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, magnifying as it passed through his body. A blinding brilliance enveloped the entire arena, akin to a multitude of flashbangs detonating simultaneously, searing the eyes of onlookers. Those on the arena and in the vicinity instinctively closed their eyes, shielding themselves from the radiance, resulting in utter chaos. However, 3 individuals stood apart from the rest. Sunsha, upon witnessing the entrance of Wukong and Tianjin Fan, had anticipated this moment. Donning sunglasses alongside Lan Qi, behind their dark lenses, their eyes remained calm as they observed the unfolding events, a subtle smile playing upon their lips, as if they had foreseen it all. The other, the ever-sunglass-clad Master Rashi, stood unfazed, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance, wholly unaffected by the intense light. The one most adversely affected was Tianjin Fan, who tightly shut his 3 eyes, hands covering his face, shouting accusations at Wukong for his lack of martial decorum. Just then, Wukong returned to the arena, his form like lightning, swiftly striking down each of the 4 Tianjin Fans one by one, sending them tumbling out of the ring. As Tianjin Fan rose from the sidelines, a hint of resentment lingered on his face, yet his gaze revealed a begrudging acknowledgement of Wukong's prowess. He looked at Wukong and declared, "This time, I am outmatched and have lost, but next time, I shall defeat you." With that, he turned and strode towards the resting area, his silhouette radiating resilience and an indomitable spirit. As the intermission concluded, the arena buzzed once more with excitement. The staff swiftly cleared the stage, while the spectators adjusted their energies, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the 3rd showdown. With the host's announcement, a new contest was set in motion. This time, the competitors were Piccolo Jr. and a man who proclaimed himself a deity. Piccolo stood upon the stage, his green skin glimmering ominously in the sunlight, casting a scornful glance at the man across from him. With a derisive chuckle, he uttered, "Humph, I could dispatch you with ease. My true target is not you, but Son Goku." His voice resonated low and gravelly, as if it originated from the depths of the underworld. Chapter 25. The demon sealing wave. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, the man exhibited a look of comprehension, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of understanding. He remarked with a calm and steady voice, contrasting sharply with Piccolo's arrogance, "Once you have vanquished Son Goku, no one will be able to thwart your ambitions of conquering the world, Piccolo. Your aspirations remain unchanged." Piccolo's expression shifted to one of shock, the confidence he once bore evaporating as he stammered in disbelief. "What did you say? How could you possibly know? Who are you?" A hint of panic flickered in his eyes as he tensed, cautiously observing the man before him. Without a word, the man charged at Piccolo with remarkable speed. Resembling a cheetah pouncing on its prey, he unleashed a straight punch, the force of his blow creating a fierce wind. Yet, Piccolo effortlessly caught the man's fist, a mocking smirk adorning his face, as if to ridicule the man's audacity. Before he could utter a word, the man, still caught in Piccolo's grip, revealed a sly smile. His other hand swiftly transformed into a sword-like gesture, summoning a powerful gust of wind from the ground. This unseen force, akin to an enormous dragon, swiftly lifted Piccolo into the air, leaving him astonished and enraged as he felt his body spiraling upward uncontrollably. At that moment, the man propelled himself into the sky, his legs straining with vigor, akin to a cannonball launched towards the airborne Piccolo. His gaze was resolute, filled with an indomitable spirit. Piccolo, now forced into the air, suppressed his earlier astonishment, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he engaged the man in a fierce aerial combat. The two exchanged blows in the air, each strike generating powerful shockwaves that reverberated through the surrounding atmosphere. Below, the audience gazed upward, their breaths caught in their throats, their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding battle. Soon, a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust. Following closely, Piccolo descended slowly. With a look of disdain, he regarded the man he had just knocked down and queried, "Who are you, really? Speak, and I may allow you to exit the arena safely." His tone dripped with arrogance, as if he held all the power. The man struggled to rise, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body trembling slightly. He did not answer Piccolo's question, but instead retrieved a small vial from his pocket. Piccolo's curiosity piqued. A flicker of wariness appeared in his gaze as he observed the vial. The man uncorked the bottle, placing it carefully on the ground. Then addressed Piccolo in the language of Namek. "I knew that in the face of your youth, my aged self would not stand a chance. Fortunately, I had prepared for this, having learned this technique from humanity." With that, he formed a sword-like gesture again, pointing it at Piccolo, and shouted, "Demon Sealing Wave." As the words left his lips, Piccolo found himself losing control of his body, an overwhelming force drawing him toward the vial. As the man's finger rose once more, Piccolo transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the small bottle. The man quickly sealed the vial and retrieved a yellow talisman from his pocket, affixing it to the bottle. After completing these actions, he exhaled, visibly relieved as if a great burden had been lifted. He then turned to look at Sun Zhe in the audience. At that moment, a celestial voice echoed in Sun Zhe's mind. "Sun Zhe, please retrieve the sealed vial containing Piccolo and take it back to the temple. I am merely occupying this body temporarily and find it inconvenient." The voice was gentle yet laced with fatigue. As the celestial being leaped down from the arena, he handed the vial to Sun Zhe, whether intentional or not. When Sun Zhe reached out to receive it, the vial slipped from his grasp and fell. The celestial's expression shifted dramatically as he lunged to catch it. Just as his hand neared the vial, Sun Zhe's hand reached out as well, and amidst their clumsy movements, the vial was inadvertently struck, shattering upon the arena floor. A cloud of green mist erupted, coalescing into Piccolo. The celestial stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with incredulity as he glanced at Sun Zhe, who shrugged in resignation, indicating his innocence in the matter. The celestial sighed in defeat, saying to Sun Zhe, "It seems it rests upon you now. I shall take my leave." With that, the man who had been possessed by the celestial collapsed to the ground, utterly depleted of strength. Piccolo stood in the center of the arena like a statue, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, each droplet cascading down his stern visage and splattering onto the ground below. Overwhelmed by fear, his gaze fixated on the shattered vial, mirroring the turmoil within his heart. The harrowing scene replayed in his mind, leaving him unsettled. He swiftly rotated his neck, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning the slightly chaotic arena for any semblance of reassurance. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, as if he had pinpointed a crucial target amidst the confusion, locking onto the individual responsible for his current predicament. However, what met his eyes was the sight of the man lying lifelessly on the ground. Utilizing his innate perception abilities, Piccolo extended his mental probe, carefully assessing the state of the fallen man. Soon, he discerned that the familiar essence within the man, once as recognizable as his own heartbeat, had inexplicably vanished without a trace. A frown creased Piccolo's brow as he let out a disdainful snort, a sound tinged with both derision and an undercurrent of relief. He slowly turned and made his way toward the resting area, his solitary figure exuding an aura of profound solitude. Meanwhile, the announcer, as if jolted from a dream, stood frozen for a moment, eyes wide. Shortly thereafter, he recalled his duties and sprang into action, hastily adjusting his disheveled attire and smoothing his hair before rushing to the center of the arena. He positioned himself beside Piccolo, steadied his breath, and cleared his throat before loudly declaring Piccolo the victor. Following this announcement, the spotlight shifted to the highly anticipated match between Goku and Krillin. As the bell tolled, Krillin was instantly awestruck by the overwhelming power Goku displayed. His eyes were filled with disbelief and admiration as he watched Goku move with the agility of a swift leopard, each attack radiating immense strength. Within mere moments of engagement, Krillin recognized the vast chasm separating his abilities from Goku's, prompting him to shake his head in resignation. A bittersweet smile graced his lips as he surrendered, bowing respectfully to Goku. embodying a spirit of acceptance and magnanimity. Thus, the curtain slowly rose on the grand finale, with the expectations and gazes of the audience firmly fixed upon it. This time, Goku's mindset diverged dramatically from that depicted in the original narrative. The weight of worry for the future of Earth no longer bore down upon him. Instead, he radiated an air of ease and certainty. His heart was unwaveringly resolute, bolstered by the silent support of Sanjay, who served as the anchor of his confidence. At that moment, he harbored a singular, fervent desire to engage in a thrilling and unrestrained battle with Piccolo, to unleash his full power and relish the fervor and passion that the conflict would evoke. As the host's impassioned voice proclaimed the official commencement of the finals, a provocative smirk instantly graced Piccolo's face. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes exuding an air of arrogance as he declared to Goku, "Once I eliminate you today, this world will be effortlessly within my grasp." His tone brimmed with self-assurance and dominance, as if the entirety of existence lay under his control. In the face of Piccolo's audacious provocation, Goku remained as tranquil as a still lake. He merely narrowed his eyes, a steadfast gleam reflecting in them, and with a voice slightly amplified yet steady, he replied, "That remains to be seen. I will exert every effort to thwart you, even if I ultimately fall short. There exists someone who is more than capable of thwarting your ambitions." Goku's gaze shimmered with an unyielding trust in Sanjay. Unbeknownst to Piccolo, the individual Goku referred to was indeed Sanjay. Rather, he mistakenly believed Goku was alluding to the recently appeared Supreme God. With a slight curl of his lips, he responded with a mocking sneer, "Once I vanquish you, I shall seek retribution against that fellow. At that point, no one shall stand in my way as I ascend to the pinnacle." Goku, upon hearing Piccolo's words, refrained from further verbal engagement. He strode purposefully to the side, commencing the removal of his weighted attire. With a firm grip, he clenched the weight apparatus, gritting his teeth as he forcefully yanked it off. The first piece fell with the weight of a boulder, crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound, causing the earth to tremble in response. One by one, he discarded the remaining weights, each landing with a resounding thud, creating spiderweb-like cracks on the surface, a testament to Goku's immense power. Piccolo, stationed nearby, observed this spectacle in its entirety. His pupils dilated in shock and awe, marveling at the extraordinary strength Goku displayed. Nevertheless, Piccolo possessed an inherent resilience and an indomitable spirit. He would not easily concede to Goku's imposing presence. Hence, he swiftly removed his own weights, hurling them to the side with great force. They struck the ground with a heavy thud, creating a sizable crater and sending dust swirling into the air. Without delay, Piccolo launched an offensive, charging towards Goku with rapid footwork that kicked up a cloud of dust. Goku, witnessing this, felt not an ounce of fear. Rather, excitement and anticipation sparkled in his eyes. He immediately advanced to meet him, and the two engaged in a fierce, heart-pounding clash. Their figures danced across the arena like bolts of purple and red lightning, fists colliding with a resounding thud, feet intertwining amidst gusts of wind. Each impact echoed like the beating of war drums, stirring the spirits of everyone present and igniting a fervor within their hearts. Chapter 26. Piccolo 2. As time slipped away, the battle between the two intensified with each passing moment, reaching an astonishing speed. To the ordinary observer, their forms became increasingly indistinct, merely perceiving fleeting shadows racing across the arena, dazzling to behold. Amidst this near-thermic clash, Goku, leveraging his keen insight and precise judgment, seized a perfect opportunity. His gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, and at that moment, an unseen force seemed to coalesce his strength into one decisive point, ready to unleash. With a mighty shout, he propelled himself forward, delivering a punch imbued with immense power that struck Piccolo squarely in the chest. Piccolo felt an overwhelming force crash against him, sending him uncontrollably hurtling backward. Seizing the moment as Piccolo flew away, Goku raised one hand, his palm slicing through the air like a blade. His arm slightly bent and muscles taut. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a crescent-shaped energy blade that whistled sharply, slicing through the air towards Piccolo like a bolt of lightning. The speed of this energy blade was so swift that it nearly defied reaction. In a split second, Piccolo, at the brink of peril, exerted all his might to evade, twisting his body to the extreme. The blade grazed past him, creating a fierce gust of wind. Nevertheless, he suffered the grievous loss of his right arm, which was severed by the energy's cutting edge. Blood spurted forth like a fountain, staining the ground nearby a shocking shade of purple. From the audience, Sanjay witnessed this scene unfold with clarity. He paused for a moment, a flicker of surprise and admiration crossing his eyes. It was known that Goku had only seen this move once before, yet here was Goku, mastering and executing it with remarkable finesse. Sanji couldn't help but let a slight smile curve his lips. Piccolo, now missing an arm, wore a furious expression. His eyes bulged as if they might leap from their sockets, ablaze with wrath. He swiftly raised his left hand, gathering a powerful energy that manifested in an eerie shade of purple within his palm. He then launched a ki blast towards Goku, a purple fireball of searing heat and formidable force racing toward him. Simultaneously, Piccolo pushed off the ground, leaving deep impressions in the earth, propelling himself into the air like an arrow released from its bow. As he soared, the wound where his arm had been began to retract, the surrounding muscles and tissues writhing until, in the blink of an eye, a new arm sprouted forth, restoring him to his former state. Goku, observing the incoming ki blast, remained unfazed. He extended his right hand, and with a casual flick, a seemingly nonchalant gesture imbued with tremendous power, he batted the searing energy orb away, sending it flying off into the distance where it detonated in the air. Then, Goku looked up at Piccolo in the sky. He stomped his feet firmly against the ground, leaving a deep imprint as he launched himself toward Piccolo with the force of a cannonball, his speed creating a visible shockwave in the surrounding air. Piccolo, seeing Goku charge, quickly adjusted his stance to meet him. The two engaged once more in a fierce aerial duel, their figures darting through the sky like colliding meteors, rendering their movements nearly impossible to discern. To onlookers, they soon became invisible, only the thunderous sounds of their clashes echoing in the air. In the heat of battle, Piccolo, drawing upon his vast combat experience and keen perception, identified a flaw in Goku's defense. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he executed a swift elbow strike aimed directly at Goku's head, the speed rendering it nearly unavoidable. Caught off guard, Goku was struck hard, his head snapping to the side in pain, a grimace crossing his face. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo followed up with a knee strike to Goku's abdomen. Goku felt a searing pain as if a force were rampaging within him, causing him to involuntarily curl up. As Goku bent over, Piccolo clasped his hands together, forming a hammer-like shape, his muscles bulging with power. He brought his fists down heavily onto Goku's back, channeling all his strength into this crushing blow. Goku plummeted to the ground like a marionette with severed strings, crashing down with tremendous force, sending a spray of debris into the air and creating a sizable crater upon impact. Dust swirled around as Piccolo extended his arms, palms facing down toward the fallen Goku. Countless energy spheres began to coalesce in his palms, glowing ominously before cascading down like rain upon Goku. The ensuing explosions resonated throughout the arena, enveloping it in a shroud of smoke and chaos. As the dust began to settle, Goku emerged slowly from the wreckage, his clothing tattered and covered in grime, though remarkably unscathed. At that moment, he stood firmly, his feet planted on the ground. He brought his palms together, fingers slightly curved, as a brilliant blue light rapidly coalesced between them, growing ever more radiant as the air around it swirled with energy, forming a powerful current. Then, Goku unleashed a fierce roar, Kamehameha. A colossal blue beam erupted from his palms, surging forth with cataclysmic force toward Piccolo. Upon seeing this, Piccolo's expression shifted to one of alarm. Fear etched across his face for the first time. His eyes widened, filled with terror and despair, as he sensed the overwhelming power of Goku's attack, an impression of inevitable doom seeping into his consciousness. Realizing he stood at the precipice of life and death, he gritted his teeth, determination hardening his features, and summoned every ounce of his strength to fire a ki wave in retaliation. The two formidable energy waves collided in midair, a burst of light illuminating the sky in bizarre and vivid hues. The shock waves radiated outward, obliterating everything in their path. Yet, Piccolo's ki wave could only withstand for a fleeting moment before being overpowered by Goku's Kamehameha. Consequently, Piccolo was struck head-on by the devastating energy blast, his body spiraling down like a fallen leaf, crashing heavily onto the arena floor and creating a massive crater, fracturing the ground around him. The ferocity of their exchange had left the arena in ruins, resembling a desolate wasteland. The audience stands were marred by collapses, the once orderly seating now askew and some entirely shattered from the sheer force of the energy released. The ground was riddled with deep fissures and craters, a scene of utter devastation. However, Sanji remained unscathed, having established an impenetrable protective shield early in the battle. He and a few familiar companions were safely shielded from the chaos. The protective shield served as an invisible barrier, repelling the formidable energy surges from the outside world, allowing them to remain spectators in this fierce battle, witnessing the thrilling clash from a safe distance. In the forefront, Piccolo lay on the arena floor. Having just endured Goku's devastating Kamehameha, his body riddled with wounds of varying sizes. His attire was entirely tattered, hanging in shreds and exposing his battered physique. Purple blood oozed from his injuries, presenting a gruesome sight. He appeared utterly disheveled, resembling a defeated warrior risen from the depths of hell. However, Piccolo possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. The wounds began to heal swiftly, visibly mending before the eyes, almost obscured by the residual purple blood that lingered. With great effort, Piccolo rose from the ground, each movement seemingly a monumental task. He glared at Goku, his eyes ablaze with fury, shouting, "You wretch, you've left me in such a pitiful state. You're courting death." With that, he charged towards Goku once more, declaring his unwillingness to concede defeat, vowing to fight until the very end, regardless of his dire circumstances. The two engaged in a fierce struggle once again. As time progressed, even Goku, endowed with immense stamina and indomitable resolve, began to feel the strain of exhaustion. His breaths grew labored, his chest heaving, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, fixed intently on Piccolo. Goku distanced himself from Piccolo and unleashed several energy blades towards him. Piccolo, noticing this, swiftly dodged to the sides, his figure darting across the arena as he adeptly evaded the majority of the energy blades. The blades grazed his body, leaving shallow cuts in their wake. At that moment, Piccolo experienced a sharp pain in his chest, as though pierced by a razor-sharp blade, the agony radiating throughout his body. Looking down, he discovered a blue energy sword, forged from concentrated ki, had penetrated his torso, the tip emerging from his back. Following the direction of the sword, he realized it was the work of Goku. Enraged, his fury surged to its zenith. He swung his hand forcefully, severing the energy sword, and in that instant, an even more terrifying aura erupted from his being. Surrounded by a flickering yellow radiance that emanated a chilling presence, the light materialized like tangible wrath, scorching the surrounding air into a distorted haze. Subsequently, Piccolo let out a thunderous roar, unleashing all of his energy in a cataclysmic explosion. A wave of power almost terrifying in its might radiating outward in a circular fashion from his core. Wherever the energy surged, everything was reduced to dust, the surrounding structures crumbling with a thunderous crash, clouds of debris blotting out the sky. Smoke billowed, enveloping the arena in chaos, and Goku's figure vanished within the thick haze. Believing he had finally triumphed over Goku, Piccolo's taut nerves relaxed, prompting an uncontrollable and maniacal laughter that echoed through the ruins, tinged with madness and arrogance. Yet, at that very moment, Goku's voice pierced through the air, calling out, "It's not over yet." Piccolo looked up abruptly, witnessing Goku soaring towards him, propelled by a powerful gust. It became clear that, at a critical juncture, Goku had skillfully evaded Piccolo's energy explosion through his masterful control of ki, utilizing instantaneous movement to escape the onslaught. Chapter 27. The conclusion and the champion. After the earlier explosive display of energy, Piccolo found himself nearly drained of stamina, his legs trembling slightly and his body swaying perilously. Each breath felt like a laborious effort to draw even the slightest strength from the air. Faced with Goku's renewed assault, he was utterly powerless to defend himself, merely a spectator to the relentless barrage of punches raining down upon him. As Goku delivered yet another heavy blow, Piccolo was sent flying as if struck by lightning, crashing heavily to the ground, breathless and appearing increasingly lifeless, as if on the brink of vanishing altogether. At that moment, the announcer rushed from beside Sunja, carefully maneuvering around the debris and craters, and hurried to Piccolo's side. He glanced at the fallen warrior and began the countdown. Observing this scene, Sunja silently praised the announcer's professionalism. Even amidst such chaos and danger, he steadfastly upheld his duty. Then, the announcer boisterously proclaimed Goku the victor, declaring him the champion. His voice echoed through the ruins, infused with excitement and relief, announcing the final outcome of this fierce battle. Just then, from an unknown hiding place, Yachirobe emerged from the shadows, dust clinging to him, holding a senzu bean, which he presented to Goku. Goku, staring at the bean in his hand, hesitated to consume it immediately. He turned to regard the motionless Piccolo, a wave of complex emotions washing over him. Memories of their fierce exchanges during the battle flooded back, highlighting Piccolo's indomitable spirit. Subsequently, he knelt beside Piccolo and gently placed the senzu bean in his mouth. As Piccolo consumed it, his grievous wounds began to heal at a visible pace, his previously pallid complexion gradually regaining its color, and his breath became steady and strong once more. With a sudden flip, Piccolo stood upright, his gaze towards Goku now a mix of lingering anger and an unspoken gratitude. However, his obstinate nature prevented him from openly expressing his feelings. Thus, he instinctively retaliated with a punch that sent Goku flying. This blow, considerably weaker than those exchanged earlier, felt more like a habitual release of pent-up frustration. Sanji, witnessing this, promptly approached. His figure swiftly appeared beside Piccolo, and he seized Piccolo's head with astonishing force, leaving him no time to resist. With a powerful throw, he sent Piccolo soaring into the air. Piccolo's form looked quite pitiful, akin to a discarded doll. Immediately, Sanji vanished and reappeared behind the airborne Piccolo, raising his right leg high, channeling all his strength into a fierce downward strike, crashing Piccolo heavily into the ground. The impact created a massive crater, causing the surrounding earth to tremble violently. Once again, Piccolo found himself on the brink of unconsciousness, lying in the crater, his face awash with fear. Inwardly, he marveled at the terrifying prowess of this man. Just 2 strikes, or rather, a single assault, had left him grievously injured. At this juncture, Sanji approached the edge of the crater, observing Piccolo with a tranquil expression. He spoke slowly. I can see you are not the same as the previous Demon King. Therefore, I shall grant you another opportunity. Train diligently and then defeat me. With that, Sanji retrieved another senzu bean from his system space and held it to Piccolo's lips. Piccolo gazed at the bean and then into Sanji's eyes, where he perceived a sense of trust and expectation. Consequently, he opened his mouth and consumed the bean. Once again, Piccolo's injuries rapidly healed, and he stood tall, looking at Sanji. This time, his eyes bore not anger but a resolute determination, tinged with a hint of fear and admiration. He declared, one day, I shall defeat you. With that, Piccolo turned and soared into the sky, his figure diminishing until he vanished beyond the horizon. Sanji watched him depart, a subtle smile playing on his lips, hinting at deeper thoughts. After Piccolo's departure, the tense atmosphere that had pervaded the gathering dissipated like smoke, replaced by jubilant smiles. The crowd gathered around Goku, who had just triumphed in the martial arts tournament, showering him with congratulations. Voices of praise and admiration surged forth, celebrating Goku's remarkable victory. Goku, you were phenomenal. What a splendid championship. The accolades flowed like a tidal wave towards Goku. Just as everyone reveled in their joy, a sprightly girl with flowing black hair, resembling a swift shadow, suddenly leaped into Goku's embrace. This unexpected action left Goku momentarily frozen, his face a canvas of confusion as he stared down at this unfamiliar yet familiar girl, mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. The girl, sensing Goku's stiffened frame, smiled gently and gracefully stepped out of his embrace, then bowed deeply to the crowd, her voice ringing clear and melodious, akin to a mountain spring. Hello everyone. My name is Chi-Chi, and I am Goku's wife. Upon hearing this, the crowd paused in surprise before erupting into even more fervent cheers and well wishes. Observing this beautiful and composed girl, Sanji approached with a smile, patting Goku on the shoulder, saying, Congratulations, Goku. Yet, Goku continued scratching his head, a blank expression adorning his face, as if he had yet to comprehend the significance of Sanji's congratulations, mumbling, Aja, what are you talking about? Seeing Goku's bewilderment, Sanji shook his head in exasperation, letting out a soft sigh, and turned his genuine gaze toward Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, you will truly have your work cut out for you. My brother can be rather headstrong at times, so if he ever annoys you, please do not hesitate to tell me, and I will ensure he makes amends. Chi-Chi, momentarily taken aback by Sanji's words, turned her bright eyes toward Goku, filled with affection, her gaze as gentle as a soft spring breeze. She replied softly, Thank you. Sanji, I understand Goku. Although he can be a bit clumsy at times, his heart is the kindest. I believe he would never intentionally upset me. At that moment, a curious voice rang out from the crowd, Bulma's, clear and full of intrigue. Chi-Chi, when are you and Goku getting married? Such a joyous occasion deserves a celebration. At Bulma's question, Chi-Chi's fair cheeks flushed a delicate pink, reminiscent of clouds painted by the sunset. Embarrassed, she lowered her head slightly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear as she softly replied, After Goku meets my father, we shall discuss and decide on a specific date. The crowd continued to discuss this topic, filled with hopes for Goku and Chi-Chi's future. Moments later, Goku and Chi-Chi waved their goodbyes to everyone and embarked on their journey to meet Chi-Chi's father to discuss their wedding plans. Bulma gazed at the retreating figures of the two, then turned to focus her attention on Sunja, inquiring, "Aja, where do you and Lan Chi plan to go next?" Sunja felt Lan Chi's hand tightly wrapped around his arm, turned to look at her. And a tender smile graced his face as he replied, "I don't have any particular plans. At home, I usually just follow Lan Chi's lead." Upon hearing Sunja's words, Lan Chi's lips curled into a smile, radiant as flowers in full bloom on a spring day. She said nothing, merely resting her head gently on Sunja's shoulder. After a moment of contemplation, Sunja suggested to Bulma, "How about you take us to West City for a while? I've heard it's quite lively there, and we would love to join in the fun." Bulma's spirits lifted at the suggestion. She stood tall, brimming with confidence, and assured them, "Rest assured, Aja, I am very familiar with West City and will ensure you have a delightful time." Subsequently, the group departed from this place filled with laughter and memories. West City, bustling and vibrant. A few days later, at Bulma's home, she sat at a desk cluttered with various blueprints and instruments. Holding the gravity chamber blueprint Sunja had given her days prior, her eyes widened in astonishment, brimming with an uncontainable sense of wonder. As if she had discovered a rare treasure, she looked up at Sunja, who stood nearby, her tone infused with amazement and curiosity. "Aja, where did you acquire this gravity chamber blueprint? The design is exquisite and remarkable. In all my years of studying technology, I have never encountered such a unique concept." Before Sunja could respond, she eagerly plunged back into her laboratory, as if enchanted by the blueprint, completely immersed in her research of the gravity chamber design. She flitted between scribbling notes on the blueprints and manipulating various instruments, occasionally muttering technical jargon under her breath. Observing Bulma's fervent dedication to her research, Sunja could only shake his head in exasperation, a faint smile of resignation forming on his lips. He thought to the system in his mind, "Hey, do you think Bulma can enhance the gravity chamber to 1,000-fold? That seems quite a challenge." The system's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with irritation. As if displeased with Sunja's skepticism, "Host, could you please show some respect to this system? Who is Bulma? She is a genius scientist capable of developing a time machine. Improving a gravity chamber is merely child's play for her. It will be a breeze. Just wait and see." Sunja listened to the system's words, letting out a soft hum, not entirely convinced by its claims. He then proceeded to check his attributes in his mind. Host, Sunja Bloodline, Legendary Level Saiyan, Dark, Abilities, Ancient Bloodline, Infinite Potential, Body Enhancement, Rapid Learning. Berserk Factor Transformation, a capability arising from the fusion of the original soul with Super Saiyan and Dark Energy, which can directly double current combat power, albeit with a corresponding change in appearance. Acquired skills, Kamehameha, Instant Transmission, Temple Version, Basic Techniques of Turtle School, Key Perception, Keyblade, Key Sword. Half Moon/Combat Power Index, 93, 741, slowly 1, points. 2, 630 System Space, Spaceship, Ceiling Card, Senzu Beans X401, Soil X10. Damaged Weighted Clothing X1. 10 can be exchanged for a new one. Suit handmade by Lan Chi X1, various universal capsules, miscellaneous items. Gravity Chamber Chapter 28. 90,000 Combat Power, and a wedding. Observing the steadily increasing combat power index, Sunja found himself engulfed in a myriad of emotions. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts seemingly drifting far away, contemplating. This is 90,000 combat power. Reflecting on the original narrative, Goku only reached 100,000 upon arriving at Namek. If my growth continues at this pace, my strength will undoubtedly escalate. At that point, I shall possess the capability to confront even the mightiest of foes. While Sunja was immersed in his reflections on his own prowess, Goku burst in like a gust of wind. His face radiated joy, and he appeared invigorated. Upon seeing Sunja, he exclaimed with excitement, "Aja, I have wonderful news. Chi-Chi and I have decided to hold our wedding tomorrow." Upon hearing this news, a genuine smile bloomed on Sunja's face. He stepped forward and firmly shook Goku's hand, saying, "That's fantastic, Goku. I will definitely be there on time to offer my most heartfelt congratulations to you and Chi-Chi." Goku, satisfied with Sunja's promise, nodded appreciatively before hurriedly making his way to inform others, eager to share this delightful news with more friends. Sunja then turned and entered Bulma's laboratory, where chaos reigned. Various parts and tools were strewn across the floor. Bulma sat amidst a pile of equipment, her hair a disheveled mess resembling a bird's nest. Her eyes bloodshot, yet fixated on the object she was welding, her expression so engrossed that it seemed as if the world around her had faded away. Sanjay frowned as he approached her, saying, "Bulma, you haven't rested for 2 days. Goku just came by and mentioned his wedding to Chi-Chi tomorrow. You aren't planning to attend with those prominent panda eyes, are you? People might think you've been beaten up." Bulma seemed not to hear Sanjay's words. Mechanically responding, "Just a moment, I'm almost done. I'll rest right after this." Her voice bore a hint of exhaustion but was laced with a tenacity. Observing Bulma's dedication, Sanjay felt a pang of regret for having given her the blueprints. He sighed helplessly, approached her, and waved a senzu bean in front of her, saying, "Here, Bulma, a senzu bean. You know what it does, right? Consuming it will restore your energy." Just as Bulma completed a crucial task, she looked up and spotted the senzu bean in Sanjay's hand. Her eyes immediately lit up with deep gratitude. She reached out eagerly to take the bean from him and promptly tossed it into her mouth. The senzu bean melted away, sending a warm surge of energy coursing through her body, reviving her weary form. Seeing Bulma rejuvenated, Sanjay seized the moment, swiftly darting behind her and gently striking her neck with a precise chop. Bulma, caught off guard, collapsed without a sound. Sanjay caught her securely and called for Lam-Z, instructing, "Lam-Z, please help me take Bulma back to her room so she can rest. She is exhausted." Lam-Z nodded, stepping forward to assist Sanjay in carrying Bulma back to her bedroom. As night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, akin to a sword slicing through the still night, awakening all from their slumber. The door to Sanjay and Lam-Z's room was forcefully kicked open, and Bulma, clad in a nightgown with her hair still in disarray, stormed in, her face flushed with fury. Her eyes were wide, fixed on Sanjay as she demanded, "Sanjay, what did you do to me? Why did you knock me out? And where are my clothes? Why is my hair still wet?" At that moment, Lam-Z, startled awake by the commotion, rubbed her sleepy eyes and, before Sanjay could respond, sleepily explained, "I saw your clothes were covered in grease and filthy, so I washed them for you. I even helped you change. You were sleeping so soundly, you didn't wake up." Upon hearing Lam-Z's words, Bulma's anger dissipated in an instant, her face flushing with embarrassment. She bowed deeply to both Sanjay and Lam-Z, repeatedly apologizing, then blushed as she exited their room. The room fell back into tranquility as Sanjay and Lam-Z returned to their beds. In the later hours of the night, peace settled once more, leaving only the occasional chirp of insects as if narrating the night's unfolding tale. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, gracefully illuminating the earth. Sanjay donned a sharply tailored suit, his posture regal, while Lam-Z shimmered in a light blue dress, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Hand in hand, they joined Bulma and the others as they made their way to the Ox King's castle. Along the way, a gentle breeze caressed them, and wildflowers swayed at the roadside, seemingly offering silent blessings for the grand wedding about to unfold. Upon reaching the castle, they were greeted by a festooned venue teeming with guests. The wedding ceremony was solemn yet heartwarming. When Chi-Chi resolutely proclaimed, "I do," thunderous applause erupted throughout the gathering. Goku beamed with a blissful yet slightly foolish grin as he officially stepped into the realm of matrimony. As Sanjay stood in the audience, he inadvertently noticed Lam-Z's hand, which was clasping his arm, trembling slightly and tightening with an intensity that conveyed an unspoken longing. He turned his head slightly, meeting her gaze with sincerity and depth, softly yet resolutely stating, "Lam-Z, let us also wed." These words fell like a pebble into a tranquil pond, causing Lam-Z to shudder, her expressive eyes instantly brimming with tears, her gaze reddening. She nodded vigorously, her movements filled with eagerness and profound emotion, as if responding to a long-awaited promise. Yet, after a brief moment, a hint of worry clouded her joy, her brow furrowing slightly as she hesitated before whispering, "But Aja, what about my sister?" Sanjay's lips curled into a gentle smile, his expression radiating warmth as he gently brushed back a strand of Lam-Z's hair, replying softly, "Then we shall have 2 weddings, one for the gentle you, and one for the lively her, so that all may witness our happiness." Upon hearing this, Lam-Z nodded obediently, her voice as soft as a spring breeze, "I will follow your lead." No sooner had the words left her lips than Lam-Z's hair transformed at an observable speed into a vibrant yellow, her personality shifting in tandem. She blushed in playful indignation, teasing, "Who said I'd marry you? 2 weddings? You certainly know how to entertain yourself." Sanjay gazed at the playful, golden-haired Lan-Chi before him, his affection deepening as he pulled her into his embrace, his arms tightening possessively yet tenderly. What? Do you wish to marry someone else? Do you dare believe I wouldn't swiftly dispose of him? Lan-Chi, feeling a rush of sweetness inside, retorted defiantly. Then go ahead and take him down. His name is Sunja. Let us see you make a move. Leaning closer to Lan-Chi, his breath warm and inviting. Sunja murmured, then I shall surrender myself to your whims. Punish me as you see fit. At his words, a flurry of intimate images danced through Lan-Chi's mind. Her cheeks flushing crimson like a ripe apple. Embarrassed and exasperated, she pinched his waist forcefully, shooting him a glare before turning her head away. Unable to meet his fervent gaze, Goku and Chi-Chi's wedding concluded amidst laughter and joy. Time flowed quietly, and soon, the preparations for Sunja and Lan-Chi's wedding commenced. As promised by Sunja, 2 weddings were held in succession, one amidst a splendid sea of flowers, the other by a tranquil seaside. At the weddings, Lan-Chi donned a pristine white wedding gown, radiating beauty akin to that of a fairy, while Sunja appeared remarkably dashing, surrounded by the blessings of family and friends. They exchanged vows to accompany each other for a lifetime. After their nuptials, Sunja embarked on a journey around the world with Lan-Chi, their footprints tracing mountains, rivers, and seas, immersing themselves in the diverse cultures and customs of various locales. A year later, they concluded their travels and returned to their hometown, finding a serene spot near Baozi Mountain to settle down, becoming neighbors with Yukong's family. The 2 families frequently visited each other, leading a simple yet blissful life. Soon, son Gohan was born. When Sunja and Lan-Chi beheld the rosy, wrinkled little life, their hearts brimmed with joy and emotion. As Lan-Chi gazed at Gohan in her arms, maternal tenderness and longing shimmered in her eyes. She turned to Sunja and softly suggested, Aja, it is time for us to have our own child. Sunja nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with anticipation. However, as time flew by, 1 month, 2 months, Lan-Chi's belly remained still. Initially, she held on to hope, waiting silently, but as the days turned into weeks, hope gradually morphed into disappointment. She began to grow quiet, often lost in her thoughts, and in the stillness of the night, tears would silently cascade down her cheeks. Sunja, witnessing her sorrow, felt an ache in his heart. Ultimately, prompted by Bulma, Sunja resolved to harness the power of the Dragon Balls. He gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon. The dragon, a colossal figure suspended in the heavens, proclaimed in a voice that resonated like thunder, state your wish. Taking a deep breath, Sunja voiced his concerns. The dragon revealed, Sunja, your bloodline is exceedingly powerful, and this strength hinders the conception of offspring, making it arduous. Though Lan-Chi felt a lingering sense of regret upon learning the truth, she no longer wept as she had before. Instead, she began to adjust her mindset, striving to find peace within herself. Meanwhile, Sunja, the formidable scion who was invincible on the battlefield, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and helplessness in the face of Lan-Chi's despondency, unable to suppress a quiet sigh. In the days that followed, Sunja cherished the moments spent with Lan-Chi even more. They supported each other, navigating a complex emotional landscape that was both joyful and tinged with helplessness. 3 years slipped by like fleeting shadows, quietly passing into memory. Chapter 29. Raditz Master Roshi has invited us to the Kame house for a celebration. The serene and tranquil mind of Sunja, akin to a crystal-clear deep pool, was quietly disrupted by Goku's distant call. Gradually, he withdrew his focus from the depths of meditation, gently lifting his eyelids. At that moment, Goku, accompanied by Gohan, leaped down from the Kinto-on with a graceful agility, landing steadily before the seated Sunja. Unhurriedly, Sunja rose, his posture tall and dignified, adorned with a gentle smile as he addressed Goku. I will join you shortly after Lan-Chi and I tidy up. Gohan, with his short legs, approached Sunja with a lively yet respectful demeanor, cheerfully saying, Good afternoon, Uncle Sunja. In response to Gohan's polite demeanor, Sunja's smile softened further. He extended his broad hand to affectionately ruffle Gohan's silky black hair, replying, Good afternoon to you as well. Aunt Lan-Chi has made cake. Do go and have a taste. Upon hearing this, Gohan bowed once more, his little face glowing with anticipation, before dashing off like a spirited whirlwind to find Lan-Chi. Watching Gohan's retreating figure, Sunja shifted his gaze back to Goku, a hint of excitement dancing in his eyes as he smiled. Now, let me see the fruits of your training during this time. Do not be complacent. As soon as the words left his lips, Sunja's form suddenly surged forward, transforming into a mere afterimage as his right fist, accompanied by a gust of wind, struck toward Goku's face. Reacting instinctively, Goku's battle-hardened body responded with acute precision. His gaze sharpened, pupils constricting slightly as he tracked Sanja's every movement. Just as Sanja's fist was about to connect with his face, Goku's right hand shot up like a bolt of lightning, perfectly blocking the incoming attack. A broad smile of exhilaration spread across Goku's face, brimming with a love and longing for battle, as he exclaimed, "Raditz, I have been eagerly anticipating another match with you. Let us begin." With that, the two transformed into fierce combatants, their figures intertwining in a flurry of motion. They moved through the air with such rapidity that they became mere blurs. Two vibrant streaks of red and blue, reminiscent of agile celestial dragons clashing in the sky. Their battle escalated from the solid ground into the boundless expanse above, the air around them swirling violently, resonating with a deep, thunderous roar. Soon, their forms vanished from the spectator's view, leaving only the rhythmic thuds of their physical clashes echoing through the atmosphere. After a fierce exchange, the two reappeared on the ground. Goku stood there, chest heaving as he gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead and trickling down his cheeks, splattering onto the parched earth. In stark contrast, Sanji remained poised, his breathing steady as a placid lake, without a hint of disturbance. Once Goku caught his breath, he regarded Sanji with admiration and reflection, saying, "Raditz, you remain as formidable as ever. It seems I have a long way to go on my training journey. Once this gathering concludes, I shall double my efforts." Sanji smiled in response, "I merely possess a more robust aura than you. In terms of combat skills, I am far inferior." Just as Goku was about to utter another word, Lam-Z approached, holding Gohan's small hand, her steps light. Observing the two dust-covered men resembling playful monkeys, she furrowed her brow slightly, reproaching them. "You two, all you do is fight day in and day out. Look at the mess you've made. You're drenched in sweat." Upon hearing Lam-Z's words, Sanji and Goku instinctively shrank back like children caught misbehaving. Lam-Z then turned her gaze to Goku, admonishing him earnestly, "Especially you, Goku. You should spend more time with Chi-Chi, take her out for a stroll, buy her some lovely clothes. You are so absorbed in your training that you neglect her feelings." Goku scratched his head, his already messy hair becoming even more disheveled, a sheepish grin on his face as he replied, "I understand. This time, I'll take Chi-Chi shopping for clothes." As soon as he finished speaking, fearing further scolding from Lam-Z, he called upon Kintoan with a loud voice. The yellow cloud, like a beloved pet responding to its master, swiftly floated over. Goku swiftly scooped up Gohan and adeptly leaped onto the Kintoan, soaring into the distance. Soon after, they heard Goku's cheerful voice echoing from afar, "Raditz, I'll head over to Master Roshi's first. Don't keep everyone waiting too long." Sanji watched Goku's hasty retreat, shaking his head with a wry smile, muttering to himself, "Goku really knows how to flee at critical moments. He is quite untrustworthy." At that moment, Lam-Z's soft yet slightly reproachful voice reached Sanji's ears again. "Raditz, you too. You haven't accompanied me shopping in a long while." Upon hearing this, Sanji's face instantly brightened with a charming smile. He approached Lam-Z, attempting to resolve her minor grievance with an affectionate gesture. However, Lam-Z merely chuckled lightly, gently pushing him away, saying with a hint of exasperation, "Stop fooling around. Quickly wash up and change into clean clothes. We still have to go to Kame House." Feigning sorrow after being pushed away, Sanji lamented, "Lam-Z, do you not love me anymore?" Lam-Z, unable to suppress a laugh at his antics, pecked him lightly on the cheek before playfully pushing him along, saying, "Hurry up." Just then, Sanji's previously relaxed brow furrowed suddenly, as if sensing something amiss. His gaze sharpened with vigilance, instinctively reacting to an impending danger. He perceived a palpable aura of malice, akin to a tangible force, rapidly breaching the atmosphere and racing towards Earth. However, this ominous energy lingered in his mind for but a moment before he relaxed his brow. As if making a decision, and with steady steps, he proceeded towards the bathroom. In a remote village in the north, nearly forgotten by the world, a meteor with a long tail streaked across the silent sky, descending with unparalleled force. Upon its violent impact, a massive crater with a diameter of 5 meters formed on the ground, dust swirling like a battlefield enveloped in smoke. As the dust settled in the center of the crater, a spherical spaceship's door slowly creaked open, emitting a dull sound. A tall, imposing man emerged from the craft, clad in a combat suit of yellow and white, The unique color combination gleamed with a metallic luster in the sunlight, hinting at its extraordinary nature. His long black hair cascaded to his waist, flowing gently in the breeze like dark satin. A brown tail coiled around his waist. This man was none other than Raditz. As Raditz stepped out of the spacecraft, he lifted his head slowly, his piercing gaze scanning the unfamiliar surroundings. His eyes betrayed an innate arrogance and defiance, as if the world around him held no significance. Subsequently, he rose into the air as if lifted by an invisible force. Extending a hand, he pressed lightly on the battle power detector affixed to his left ear. In an instant, green data streams began to flicker and dance on the display connected to his left eye. Raditz gazed at the ever-shifting data before him, his brow gradually furrowing as he muttered in dissatisfaction. What is Kakarot up to? How can there still be so many life forms on this planet? Just then, his detector emitted a series of urgent beeps, sharp and piercing, as if alerting him to something of great significance. Lowering his gaze to the coordinates displayed on the screen, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes, akin to a famished wolf spotting its prey. He murmured, "I have found you, Kakarot." With that, his body surged upward like an arrow released from its bow, racing toward the destination with breathtaking speed. Meanwhile, Goku and Gohan had successfully arrived at Kame House. Upon seeing everyone, Goku's face lit up with his signature radiant smile as he greeted them warmly and exchanged pleasantries. The others reciprocated enthusiastically, and the atmosphere around Kame House was filled with laughter and joy, creating an exceptionally lively scene. After a round of greetings, Bulma's curious voice broke the moment. "Where's Ace? Why didn't he come with you? Didn't you inform him?" Goku scratched his head and replied to Bulma, "Ace told me to come first. He'll be here shortly." At that moment, the elderly yet composed voice of Master Roshi interjected. "All right, everyone, don't just stand outside. Let us go in and sit down." Upon hearing this, everyone made their way into Kame House. Suddenly, the expressions of Master Roshi, Goku, and the others turned grave. As if shrouded in an icy chill, they turned in unison to gaze at the distant sky, sensing a formidable and suffocating aura, thick with murderous intent, approaching at an alarming speed. This presence surged forth like a tumultuous black tide, exuding an air of destruction. Bulma, bewildered by their sudden change in demeanor, glanced around in confusion, asking, "What's wrong? Is Ace and the others here?" Goku's expression hardened, resembling a soldier preparing for battle, as he gravely responded, "This is not Ace's aura. It feels extremely unsettling." Master Roshi squinted slightly, worry flickering in his eyes as he solemnly remarked, "This presence is laden with fierce malice. The newcomer does not come in peace." At that moment, a small black dot appeared in the distance, akin to a speck of dust against the vast sky. Yet, this minuscule dot rapidly expanded at an astonishing pace, swiftly approaching their location. As they focused their gaze, a towering figure emerged before them. Raditz descended onto the sandy beach of Kame House, his feet thudding heavily against the sand, sending tiny grains flying. He looked at Goku, a complex expression crossing his face, a mixture of nostalgia and an indescribable emotion, and said, "Though it has been so long since we last met, I recognized you instantly, Kakarot, my brother. You and father are like two peas in a pod." Chapter 30. Defeated upon hearing these words, Wukong immediately entered a state of vigilance, his body taut like a bowstring. A hint of bewilderment on his face as he inquired, "Who is Kakarot?" "My name is Sun Wukong, and I am a human from Earth." Raditz, upon hearing this, felt his expression twist in disbelief, as if Wukong's ignorance of the name Kakarot was a profound betrayal. His eyes burned with the flames of fury as he thundered, "Kakarot, have you forgotten your mission? Have you forgotten the honor of the Saiyans? Answer me, Kakarot." Wukong, taken aback by Raditz's sudden interrogation, found himself at a loss. His gaze filled with confusion as he replied, "I know nothing of this Kakarot or the Saiyans. I only know that I am Sun Wukong from Earth, where my family and friends reside. This is my home." Nearby, Master Roshi, upon hearing Raditz mention the Saiyans, bore a look of realization, as if recalling a long-buried memory. He slightly lifted his head and gazed into the distance, then spoke before Wukong, saying, "Saiyans. Ace told me before that you are of the same lineage, that race being the Saiyans. It is said they hail from the distant planet Vegeta, possessing immense combat strength, living by the ways of battle and conquest." Hearing Master Roshi's words, Wukong turned to him, eyes brimming with questions, and asked, "Grandmaster Roshi, are you saying that Ace and I are part of these Saiyans? But I have lived on Earth my entire life, and I know nothing of Saiyan matters." Before Master Roshi could respond, Raditz interjected with a puzzled tone, "Old man, who is this Ace you speak of? Is he also a Saiyan?" Master Roshi turned to Raditz, replying slowly, "I am not entirely sure. Ace mentioned this to me long ago. He only said that he and Wukong share a special connection, but he did not elaborate on the specifics." Raditz then cast his gaze back at Wukong, declaring, "My brother, come with me. Let us continue the Saiyan tradition of conquering planet after planet, restoring the glory of our race. In that boundless universe, the name of the Saiyans should instill fear in all races." Wukong's expression grew solemn, his eyes resolute as he responded with unwavering conviction, "Impossible, I will not go with you. I have already made Earth my home, where my loved ones reside, and I must protect them. Moreover, I have no recollection of any Saiyans. I only remember that I am son Wukong of Earth." Raditz seemed to grasp something from Wukong's rejection and queried, "Kakarot, did you suffer a severe head injury as a child?" Wukong nodded, touching the prominent scar on his head, replying, "How did you know I was injured as a child? This scar is a remnant from that time. Since then, many things have become hazy." Seeing this, Raditz's expression shifted to one of understanding. Meanwhile, Master Roshi seemed to recall something, saying to the group, "Wukong, your grandfather's son Wufan mentioned to me that one day a peculiar spherical object fell from the sky. It was then that he discovered you and brought you home." Master Roshi recounted the tale, captivating everyone as if they were immersed in a mysterious narrative. When Sanjo arrived with Lanchi, Raditz had already taken Wufan away. Wukong had gone to consult Piccolo on how to rescue Wufan, urging everyone to inform Sanjo to assist when he arrived. Observing the worried expressions on the faces of his companions, Sanjo reassured them, "It will be fine. I will safely bring Wufan back. Please take care of Lanchi while I am gone." Upon hearing Sanjo's words, their anxieties eased slightly. Lanchi looked at Sanjo with concern, her eyes filled with worry, saying, "Sanjo, please be careful. I will be waiting for your return." Sanjo nodded at Lanchi and then soared toward the 3 energy signatures he sensed, his figure gradually disappearing into the sunlight as he ventured toward the unknown battlefield. The battle between Wukong and Piccolo against Raditz had escalated to a fever pitch, even though they had significantly strengthened beyond their original selves. Surpassing a combat power of 800, they were still no match for Raditz's 1,500 power level. Under Raditz's overwhelming attacks, they appeared quite disheveled. Numerous wounds marking their bodies, their garments tattered like 2 destitute beggars. Just as Sanjo arrived, he witnessed Piccolo using the special beam cannon to pierce through Wukong and his brother. This sight sent a jolt of alarm through Sanjo's heart, prompting him to rush forward without hesitation, extending his powerful arms to support the near-lifeless Wukong. Wukong's complexion was as pale as parchment, his breath feeble like a flickering candle. On the verge of extinguishing, Sanjo quickly retrieved a senzu bean from his pocket and placed it into Wukong's mouth. After consuming the senzu bean, Wukong's once dull eyes sparkled back to life, and the color returned to his face. His injuries healed at a visible pace, broken bones realigning, and damaged muscles rapidly regenerating. Before long, Wukong stood revitalized, gazing at Sanjo with heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank goodness you arrived, Sanjo. I thought I was done for this time." On the ground, Raditz witnessed this scene with utter shock, his voice barely a whisper, You are that Ace." Hearing Raditz's faint words, Sanjo approached, flipping him over with his foot, and said, "Raditz, I know you. You are Kakarot's elder brother. Your father is Bardock, and your mother is Jine." At Sanjo's words, Raditz's pupils widened in disbelief, struggling to utter, "Who are you? How do you know so much about us?" Sanjo released the tail wrapped around his waist and displayed it to Raditz, stating, "It is evident that I am a Saiyan. However, unlike you, my lineage is pure. The most ancient and powerful Saiyan blood flows through my veins." This time, Raditz remained silent, as he was fading fast, on the brink of death. Observing this, Sanjo produced another senzu bean and placed it in Raditz's mouth. Wukong and Piccolo, witnessing Sanjo's actions, rushed forward to stop him, but they were too far away. And Sanjo's movements were swift. They could only shout in unison, "Sanjo, what are you doing? This guy is our enemy. He kidnapped Wufan and nearly killed us." Chapter 31. Reconciliation. When they stood before Sanjo, Raditz had fully recovered from his injuries. He turned and stood up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, as if he had not anticipated his miraculous resurrection. However, his expression soon morphed into one of cold malice, a sinister grin adorning his face as he addressed Sanjo. "Thank you for saving my life, but now you can die." With that, he launched a fierce punch, slicing through the air with a menacing whoosh, aimed directly at Sanjo's throat. Unfazed, Sanji regarded him with a glimmer of disdain, akin to observing an arrogant jester. He lightly lifted his foot and executed a precise kick, clean and effortless. The power behind this kick was formidable, sending Raditz hurtling through the air, tracing an arc before crashing heavily to the ground. A sharp pain surged through Raditz's abdomen, as if his very insides had been displaced. Struggling to rise, his face contorted in agony, eyes wide with terror, he stammered, "Impossible, impossible. How can you be so strong? Your battle power is only 50 points. This cannot be." In response, Sanji wore a playful smile, choosing not to address Raditz's bewildered words. Instead, he began to elevate his energy, a powerful aura enveloping him, distorting the air around him. Raditz stared in shock at the blaring detector before him, murmuring, 10,000, 15,000, 21,000. The screen of the device flashed with increasing urgency, its shrill alarm piercing the air, betraying its fear of the overwhelming power. As the readings reached 22,000, the detector Raditz wore could not withstand the terrifying energy fluctuations and exploded with a resounding bang, scattering broken pieces across the ground. With this explosion, Sanji ceased his energy escalation. It was important to note that his battle power was now registered at over 900,000, a figure beyond Raditz's comprehension. The explosion of the detector did not snap Raditz from his shock. Instead, it intensified the tumultuous waves of disbelief surging within him. He understood that among the surviving Saiyans, the mightiest, Vegeta, possessed only 18,000 battle points. Yet, this individual before him, seemingly of his own kin, had just unleashed a power far surpassing Vegeta's, exceeding 22,000. Such terrifying strength, if fully unleashed, was beyond measure. Raditz's legs trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as an unprecedented sense of helplessness and fear overwhelmed him. Sanji approached Raditz with steady steps, gently poking him. At this touch, Raditz jolted as if awakening from a nightmare, fearfully exclaiming, "Don't come any closer." Observing Raditz retreating in trepidation, Sanji's smile deepened as he declared, "Raditz, do you wish to know why I possess such formidable power? I can assist you." Hearing Sanji's words, Raditz halted his retreat, disbelief etched across his face. Yet, deep within, a burning desire for power ignited, causing a flicker of excitement to dance in his eyes. His voice trembled as he asked, "Is that true? And why would you help me?" To Raditz's inquiry, Sanji's demeanor turned serious as he elaborated. The Saiyan race must not fall into obscurity. The destruction of planet Vegeta should not signify our end. That demon, Frieza, has reduced our home to ashes for his own selfish desires, slaughtering our kin. This blood debt must be repaid. With our current strength, we cannot hope to confront him. Only through unity and the enhancement of our power can we seek vengeance. Do you, as a Saiyan, not desire to avenge our race?" Sanji then revealed the true reason behind the destruction of planet Vegeta, each word striking Raditz's heart like a hammer. Since merging with the original soul, Sanji had been engulfed in profound rage towards Frieza, a hatred that seemed to penetrate to his very bones, perhaps remnants of the original body's obsession. Raditz was overwhelmed by the influx of information, his mind racing as if a machine under relentless strain, leaving him stunned and confused. His eyes reflected turmoil and conflict, as past beliefs clashed with the harsh truths he now faced, plunging him into an internal struggle. Sanji, sensing the turmoil, refrained from interrupting, allowing Raditz ample time to process the shocking revelations. At that moment, Goku approached Sanji, confusion mingling with anger and sorrow in his gaze. "Zhu, is what you said true? Did Frieza truly annihilate our kin, including my parents?" Sanji's expression grew grave as he nodded solemnly. "Yes, Goku. Frieza destroyed our home planet. And in that catastrophic explosion, countless of our kin, including your parents, perished. Their blood must not be shed in vain. We must avenge them." Upon hearing Sanji's account, a fierce glint ignited in Goku's previously clear eyes. Despite his lack of recognition of his Saiyan identity and absence of memories of his parents, the truth ignited a primal connection within him. Clenching his fists tightly, veins bulging in his arms, he declared to Sanji, "Zhe, is Frieza truly powerful? No matter how strong he is, I will avenge my parents with my own hands." Sanji placed a reassuring hand on Goku's shoulder, encouraging him, "He is strong. Even with my current strength, I stand no chance against him. But we must not give up. With relentless effort, we can triumph over him." Goku's eyes brimmed with determination, as if ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Just then, Raditz, having processed the overwhelming information, lifted his head and proclaimed, "Kakarot, let us unite." Goku, hearing this, stepped forward with a serious expression, stating earnestly, "Raditz, I will spare you this time. But if you ever threaten Earth again, even if you are my brother, I will show you no mercy." Upon hearing Goku's words, Raditz maintained an outward demeanor of indifference, yet upon hearing the term brother, warmth surged within him, and an involuntary smile broke upon his face. Chapter 32. Bulma observing the situation, Sanjo approached Goku and the others, stating, "In 1 year, Vegeta and his companions will arrive on Earth. According to the intelligence I gathered from Raditz, Vegeta possesses a combat power of 18,000. Hearing this, Raditz interjected, "The scouter I wear has real-time communication capabilities. Your recently unleashed power must have been transmitted as well. They are aware of your formidable presence on Earth and will undoubtedly take precautions, even striving to enhance their own strength." Nodding in agreement, Sanjo continued, as Raditz suggested, "I estimate that by the time they reach Earth, their combat power will be significantly greater. Thus, we must seize this year to elevate our abilities to the utmost." Subsequently, Sanjo and his companions gathered to deliberate on their future strategies, each contributing their thoughts, creating an atmosphere both fervent and tense. As the group prepared to part ways, Piccolo stepped forward to Goku, his expression grave. "Old son," he began, "do you recall the immense power Gohan displayed just now? It was extraordinary, seemingly harboring vast potential." Goku nodded thoughtfully, responding, "Gohan's power is indeed formidable. Perhaps he will prove invaluable in a year's time." At this juncture, Sanjo addressed the two, "Piccolo, Gohan shall be entrusted to you. While he is unconscious and unaware that Goku still lives, take him away and let him cultivate with the desire for vengeance for Goku. Such motivation may awaken even more of his latent potential." Skeptical, Piccolo replied, "You wish to entrust Gohan to me? You are far more capable. Your guidance would be more beneficial." Sanjo gestured towards Raditz, stating, "I lack the time. I must keep an eye on him to prevent any rash actions. Furthermore, I am not adept at instructing children." Piccolo, frowning, retorted, "If you cannot teach him, why would I be any better? Besides, isn't Gohan your son?" Sanjo clarified, "Goku lacks the time. I must send him to a place where the environment will greatly aid his training. Thus, I implore your assistance." Upon finishing, Sanjo exchanged a transport card from the system, its surface shimmering with mysterious light. After activating the card, he was enveloped by a radiant glow, instantly departing with Goku and Raditz. Left behind, Piccolo stared in bewilderment at the still unconscious Gohan, sighed helplessly, and muttered to himself, "This burden is indeed heavy." In the Kame house, Krillin paced anxiously like a restless ant on a hot skillet. His hurried footsteps echoed loudly against the floor. Observing this, Bulma furrowed her brow and remarked, "Krillin, stop pacing. You're making me dizzy." Halting, Krillin's face was etched with concern as he replied, "I wish I could. But Goku's brother is exceptionally strong. I fear for Goku and the others. Goku is my dearest friend. I cannot allow him to come to harm." Bulma, feeling a twinge of worry herself, bit her lip and suggested, "How about this, Krillin? You go to the Cat Master and retrieve some Sinza beans. They might prove useful. I will check the situation, and you can meet me once you have the beans." As Bulma spoke, Sanjo, Goku, and Raditz suddenly appeared before them. Their abrupt arrival momentarily stunned the group, soon replaced by expressions of surprise. Krillin rushed towards the tattered-clad Goku, exclaiming, "Goku, are you all right? Let me see if you're injured." Bulma, relieved to see the three, exhaled deeply. However, upon noticing Raditz standing beside Sanjo, her face paled, and she pointed in alarm. Goku, how is he here? He is an enemy." Hearing Bulma's words, Master Roshi and the others also recognized Raditz. Krillin instinctively pulled Bulma back, his face wary as he glanced at Raditz and inquired of Sanjo and Goku, Goku, why is he here? Is he planning to cause trouble again?" Sanjo, wearing a wry smile, proceeded to elucidate Raditz's background and the enmity among the Saiyans, assuring everyone that Raditz was now under his watchful eye, and they need not worry. Goku then elaborated on the immense power Sanjo had displayed, gradually easing the tension among Master Roshi and the others. Furthermore, Goku informed them that in a year, 2 even stronger Saiyans would arrive on Earth, urging everyone to prepare. The gravity of the situation dawned upon them, as they realized Earth was on the brink of a significant crisis. Sanjo then instructed Goku, go explain the situation regarding Gohan and your year-long training to Chi-Chi. Once you have handled that, come find me at the temple." This year of training is crucial for the future of Earth and our ability to defeat Frieza. Goku nodded, bidding farewell to Bulma and the others before summoning the flying Nimbus and soaring towards the Buns Mountain. After watching Goku depart, Sanji tossed Raditz' broken scouter to Bulma, saying, "Bulma, this is a combat power scouter. Take it back and study it. You may uncover some valuable technology that could assist us in boosting our strength." Bulma received the scouter, examining it with curiosity and intrigue. At that moment, Sanji added, "By the way, how long will it take to produce another gravity chamber? It would greatly benefit our training, allowing us to enhance our abilities in a high-gravity environment." Rolling her eyes, Bulma tossed the scouter onto the table dismissively, retorting, "This piece of junk isn't worth a gravity chamber. It doesn't appear particularly special at all." Amused by Bulma's reaction, Sanji led her outside. He then retrieved the spacecraft he had brought to Earth from the system's space, its metallic sheen glinting and its design both unique and futuristic. Sanji offered, "How about this? Surely it will suffice. This spacecraft embodies advanced technology and may inspire you." Bulma was taken aback by Sanji's sudden production of the vessel, her eyes widening in astonishment. As she approached the spacecraft, the hatch opened automatically, and an AI voice announced, "Model 0723 at your service." Chapter 33. Half a year. Bulma was startled by the sudden voice, her body instinctively trembling. At that moment, Sanji instructed the AI to shield the spaceship's signal to avoid unnecessary complications. He then turned to Bulma and said, "Is this sufficient? With this, you are bound to make significant breakthroughs in your technological research." This time, Bulma remained silent, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the spaceship, her heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. At that moment, Sanji seemed to recall something and spoke to Bulma again. "Oh, you might also want to examine the solution in the incubation chamber aboard the ship." With that, Sanji entered the Kame house, approached Lam-Z, and embraced her, whispering softly in her ear, "I'm back. Have you missed me? I've been through quite a lot on this journey." Lam-Z was already accustomed to such gestures from Sanji, but upon noticing the gazes of those around her, her cheeks flushed, and she lightly punched Sanji, playfully reproaching, "There are so many people watching." Soon after, Sanji briefed everyone on some matters before taking Lam-Z and Raditz to Bowsy Mountain. When they arrived at Goku's home, they were greeted by the sound of Chi-Chi's weeping. Her cries were filled with sorrow and concern, resembling a wounded bird lamenting in despair. The trio entered the house to find Goku frantically speaking to Chi-Chi. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes swollen, clearly having cried for quite some time. Witnessing this scene, Sanji inwardly lamented, "I knew it would be like this. Chi-Chi dotes on Goten so much. She certainly cannot accept having him away for a year." He exchanged a knowing glance with Lam-Z, who understood and gently embraced Chi-Chi, offering her comfort. Meanwhile, Sanji led Raditz outside. Unable to contain his curiosity, Raditz asked, "That spaceship you had earlier, is it yours?" "As far as I know. That model is exceedingly rare among Saiyans." Sanji nodded in affirmation, responding, "Indeed, that is my spaceship. As for my identity, you will come to learn about it gradually. For now, you only need to know that we share a common enemy, Frieza." Raditz, upon hearing this, displayed an expression of realization and ceased his inquiries, though curiosity and doubt lingered in his heart. Before long, Goku emerged from the house, a hint of embarrassment on his face. He smiled at Sanji and said, "Aja, it's fortunate you arrived. If it weren't for Lam-Z, I might not have been able to seek you out at the temple tomorrow." Chi-Chi was overly worried about Goten, and it took considerable effort to calm her down. Subsequently, Sanji instructed Lam-Z to stay with Chi-Chi while he and Goku took to the skies toward the temple. Their figures streaked across the heavens. Upon reaching the temple, they found the deity had been waiting for quite some time. Standing serenely before the temple, the deity's expression was calm, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of anticipation. Sanji promptly approached with Goku and inquired, "Deity, how has the matter we discussed progressed? It is crucial for Goku's training." The deity smiled and nodded, replying, "I have already facilitated matters with Lord Yama. You may proceed now." Everything has been arranged, awaiting Goku to embark on his training journey. Listening intently, Goku scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Deity, and you too? Aja, what are you talking about? I'm completely lost." Sanji replied, "Just follow the deity. He will explain everything along the way. This is a rare training opportunity. You must cherish it." Goku nodded and moved beside the deity. The deity tapped the ground with his staff, and in an instant, a mysterious light enveloped them, causing the two to vanish from sight. Raditz, who had come along, approached in confusion and asked, "Where did Kakarot and the others go? What are they off to do?" Sanji smiled and answered, "They have gone to train. Now, it's our turn to begin as well. From this moment forth, your destiny shall transform. I will assist you in becoming a truly formidable Saiyan." Raditz, perplexed, queried, "What are we beginning? Are we starting to enhance my combat strength right now?" With a resigned smile, Sanji replied, "Of course. I'm here to help you boost your combat abilities. However, before that, you must first learn to refine your character." Upon hearing that he would be aided in enhancing his combat strength, Raditz's excitement surged, and he eagerly exclaimed, "When do we start? I can hardly wait. I want to grow stronger and defeat Frieza, avenging our people." Sanji shook his head, pointing at Mr. Popo, and said, "You will be his apprentice from now on. You must follow his instructions for the next 6 months. During this time, you will learn patience, humility, and discipline under Mr. Popo's guidance. I will return to assess your progress, and if you pass, I will teach you the methods to enhance your combat strength. Only by refining your character can you better wield your power." Hearing this, Raditz felt a surge of anger. A flicker of resentment and fury crossed his gaze as he clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly. Observing this, Sanji clenched his own fists, raising his eyes to meet Raditz with a piercing gaze that exuded overwhelming intimidation, causing Raditz to shudder. His initial fury swiftly quelled, standing there with a look of frustration. Sanji approached Mr. Popo, stating, "I leave him in your care. Please help him refine his character. Though he has a somewhat volatile temperament, he is not inherently bad. I hope under your guidance, he will experience transformation." Mr. Popo nodded in agreement, assuring, "Rest assured, I will do my utmost." Subsequently, he took Raditz away. Sanji watched their departing figures, silently hoping, may these 6 months bring about a change in Raditz. Time flew, and 6 months swiftly passed. During this tranquil period, Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and other martial arts masters from Earth arrived at the temple to train. The serene atmosphere of the temple seemed to isolate them from the worldly clamor, providing an excellent environment for cultivation. Raditz, the scion from planet Vegeta, initially arrived on Earth exuding an innate ferocity, akin to an untamed beast. However, under Mr. Popo's patient tutelage, his temperament began to undergo a quiet transformation. Once prone to explosive rage and merciless strikes, he was no longer the mindless fighting machine he once was. In his day-to-day interactions, the ferocity in his eyes diminished, replaced by a newfound composure and gentleness. His manner of communication evolved from crude and brusque to one of listening and responding. Gradually, through daily interactions with others, he revealed a friendly side, earning the recognition of those around him through his efforts and changes. After all, since stepping onto this land, despite carrying the inherent combat instincts of a Saiyan, he did not unleash bloodshed as anticipated, thereby garnering a rare trust among the people. Chapter 34. The Gravity Room. On this day, Sanji ascended the steps of the temple. A vivid tableau of fierce combat unfolded before his eyes. Krillin, Yamcha, and others had formed a crescent formation, surrounding Raditz in the center, exchanging blows with a symphony of wind rushing through their fists and feet. In this moment, Raditz was a transformed figure compared to his former self. In past battles, he had been akin to a wild stallion, launching attacks with reckless abandon, relying solely on the formidable strength of a Saiyan to unleash devastating energy blasts, each strike aimed with lethal intent. Yet now, he demonstrated a nuanced control in his combat style. Each punch and kick was executed with precise regulation of power. His gaze was fixed intently on his opponents, keenly detecting the flaws in their techniques, thus absorbing invaluable combat experience. Sanji stood quietly to the side, his arms crossed, a glimmer of appreciation in his deep-set eyes as he intently observed this magnificent contest. A gentle breeze caressed his hair, but it did nothing to distract his focus. As time wore on, both parties began to tire, and the tempo of the battle gradually slowed. Ultimately, Krillin and the others halted their movements, panting heavily as they took a moment to catch their breath. Observing this, Sanji's lips curled into a satisfied smile, and he approached Raditz with measured steps. Standing before Raditz, he scrutinized the transformed Saiyan. Raditz's once waist-length hair had been neatly cropped, the fresh short style lending him a more vigorous appearance. His black martial arts uniform, made from resilient fabric, subtly rose and fell with his breath, showcasing his well-honed physique. Most notably, the tail that once symbolized the Saiyan race had vanished. This tail, a hallmark of their heritage, was now absent, as Raditz had resolutely sought the assistance of the Grand Elder to remove it, signifying his commitment to diligently training on Earth and pursuing the essence of martial arts. Sanjay nodded in approval, his eyes radiating affirmation as he spoke. Throughout the past 6 months, I have witnessed every facet of your transformation. From your initial ferocity to your current mastery of control and willingness to learn, your dedication and progress are evident. You have successfully earned my recognition. Upon hearing Sanjay's words, Raditz, who had appeared weary from the fight, suddenly radiated a newfound brilliance. His eyes sparkled with excitement and eagerness as he inquired, "Does this mean you are willing to impart the methods to become as powerful as you?" His tone resembled that of a wanderer in darkness, finally glimpsing the dawn's light. Sanjay smiled warmly, akin to the gentle sun of spring, and replied, "Indeed, I shall teach you now. Follow me." With that, he turned and walked toward a nearby clearing, with Raditz trailing eagerly behind, his heart racing with anticipation of enhancing his combat prowess. Upon reaching the clearing, Sanjay squinted slightly, raising his hand to summon a small, exquisitely crafted capsule. He pressed the button on the capsule, then flicked his wrist, tossing it forward. A resounding boom echoed as a hemispherical structure materialized before them, its surface glimmering with a metallic sheen. The unique design immediately captured the attention of Krillin, Yamcha, and the others, who paused their actions, curiosity drawing them closer. Their faces were marked with intrigue and bewilderment. Raditz, unable to contain his curiosity, strode up to the gravity chamber, tapping and exploring its surface, his eyes sparkling with wonder as he gasped in awe. Sanjay approached the door of the gravity chamber and pressed the button beside it. With a creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a spacious interior. Sanjay stepped inside first, and the others exchanged glances before following in, driven by their curiosity. Once everyone had entered, Sanjay turned to close the door behind them. He walked steadily to the central control panel, extending a finger to delicately tap the controls, causing the blue and white lights to shift to red. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure surged forth, crashing over them like a tidal wave. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tianjin Han felt their bodies sink as if an invisible mountain pressed down upon them. Their legs buckled, knees slamming to the ground, hands braced against the floor in a futile attempt to rise, their expressions contorted in agony and shock. Beads of sweat rolling down their brows as their breathing grew rapid and labored. In contrast, Raditz merely displayed a slight change in expression. He furrowed his brow and instinctively tensed, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Although the weight of gravity exerted some pressure, his innate adaptability as a Saiyan allowed him to maintain his stance. Nevertheless, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes, clearly taken aback by the sudden gravity. Observing this, Sanjay pressed another button on the control panel. With this action, the lights returned to their normal state, and the immense gravity dissipated without a trace. The previously grounded Krillin and the others were now drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to them in a disheveled manner. Gasping for fresh air, they sat up, their expressions reflecting shock and trepidation at the recent experience. Sanjay surveyed the group, his gaze sweeping across their faces as he spoke slowly. "What you just experienced was Earth's gravity multiplied 5-fold. Have you ever wondered why I am so powerful? This is one of the secrets to my strength." Upon hearing Sanjay's explanation, Krillin and the others were left astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Krillin could not help but widen his eyes, his mouth agape, taking time to regain his composure before asking, "Aja, are you saying you have been training under such gravity all this time? No wonder you are so strong." His tone was imbued with wonder and admiration. Sanjay regarded their astonished expressions, inwardly reflecting, "If only you knew that even without training, my battle power continues to grow, you would surely turn green with envy." With that thought, a subtle smile graced his lips. Chapter 35, Naba and Vegeta. He turned to Raditz and inquired, "Raditz, it seems the gravity just now had little effect on you?" Raditz replied, "That is because the gravity of planet Vegeta is already 10 times that of Earth. So I find it rather manageable." A hint of pride adorned his face, as if he were recounting an immensely glorious tale. Raditz's words evoked memories in Sanjay of the original setting of planet Vegeta. He nodded slightly, deep in thought. Turning to Krillin, Yamcha, and the others, he proclaimed, "This gravity chamber shall remain with you. However, remember that training must be gradual. I shan't elaborate further, so you may grasp it yourselves." After patting Krillin on the shoulder, his eyes brimmed with trust and encouragement. With that, Sanjay and Raditz exited the gravity chamber. Once outside, Sanjay retrieved a capsule from his pocket. This capsule differed slightly from the previous one. He tossed it gently, and it arced gracefully through the air before landing with a resounding thud, revealing a fully formed spherical gravity chamber before their eyes. The sphere was supported by a sturdy alloy frame, standing firmly on the ground. Sun Tzu and Raditz ascended the staircase into this new gravity chamber. The interior bore similarities to the former, yet the space was notably more expansive. As they walked, Sun Tzu informed Raditz, "The gravity here can reach up to 100 times. Upon hearing the words 100 times, surprise flickered across Raditz's previously calm visage. His eyes widened slightly, and his mouth opened as if to speak, but he ultimately swallowed his words. Nevertheless, Sun Tzu remained oblivious to his change in expression, continuing to expound on the chamber's various functionalities. Subsequently, Sun Tzu retrieved 2 sets of blue-weighted suits from the system space. The material of these suits was unique, seemingly imbued with mysterious powers. He handed one set to Raditz, explaining, "This is a weighted suit, and the wristwatch can adjust the weight. Moreover, this weight directly affects your body." Raditz gazed at the weighted suit with astonishment, curiosity illuminating his eyes. He reached out to feel the fabric, which was soft yet possessed a hint of resilience. Before he could fully absorb the moment, Sun Tzu adeptly began donning his own suit. Observing this, Raditz hastily followed suit, clumsily inserting his arms into the sleeves, zipping it up, and then putting on the wristwatch. Watching the flickering numbers on the watch, he felt a mix of tension and excitement. Sun Tzu adjusted his watch to 120 times, engaging in warm-up exercises while advising Raditz, "Adjust the multiplier to a level you can endure, and take your time to acclimate." Following his guidance, Raditz set the multiplier to 10 times. Instantly, he felt a heavy weight enveloping him, as if an invisible force were gripping him tightly. His legs felt as though they were encased in lead. Each step became a monumental challenge. After only a few paces, he was drenched in sweat, panting heavily as he leaned on his knees. Sun Tzu approached, observing Raditz's struggle, and shook his head in resignation before returning his multiplier to 0. As the numbers reset, Raditz collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Sun Tzu, slightly exasperated, remarked, "Didn't I instruct you to set it within a manageable range?" He then crouched down, imparting detailed tips on utilizing the weighted suit. With patience, he guided Raditz on how to adjust the weight according to his capabilities and how to maximize his strength in varying gravity conditions. Raditz listened intently, nodding occasionally, his eyes filled with admiration and gratitude for Sun Tzu. Once Raditz properly adjusted the multiplier, Sun Tzu activated the gravity chamber, and they engaged in a fierce sparring session. Within this chamber, their figures darted like phantoms, fists and feet colliding with muted thuds, each encounter reverberating through the air. With each clash, it seemed as though the very atmosphere trembled. In this relentless training, time passed quietly, and another half-year slipped away unnoticed. On this day, as Sun Tzu emerged from the gravity chamber, he sensed something amiss. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes reflecting an enigmatic foreboding. The sky was clear and azure, yet Sun Tzu appeared to glimpse a storm brewing beyond the tranquil facade. He murmured, "At last, it has arrived, Vegeta." At that moment, unbeknownst to Sun Tzu, 2 spherical spaceships pierced through the atmosphere like twin meteors, hurtling towards Earth. The ships ignited in brilliant flames as they traversed the atmosphere. Shortly thereafter, they crash-landed heavily, creating 2 immense craters. The ground shook violently, and dust billowed into the air. As the smoke gradually dissipated, 2 figures emerged from the pits, one tall and imposing, the other shorter. Nappa, with his muscular build and bald head, loomed like a small mountain in the sky, emanating a palpable aura of menace that sent chills down one's spine. He turned to Vegeta and declared, "Vegeta, that fool Raditz perished right here." The scanner detected no signs of high combat power. His voice resonated, causing the surrounding air to vibrate ominously. Vegeta, the proud Saiyan prince, furrowed his brow slightly and shook his head, stating, "It appears the inhabitants of this planet have mastered the art of concealing their combat power, which they refer to as ki." His tone was cold and somber. Upon hearing this, Nappa's expression shifted to one of realization, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light as he proclaimed, "In that case, let us compel them to seek us out." With a gesture, he raised his hand in a sword-like motion. As he did so, a surge of formidable energy erupted from him, devastating everything in its path. The ground fractured, and trees were uprooted, soaring skyward. When the energy finally subsided, a 10-kilometer radius lay in ruins, the once verdant forest reduced to desolation. Vegeta, observing Nappa, expressed his displeasure, saying, "Your recent strike may have obliterated the Dragon Balls those Earthlings speak of." His tone was laced with reproach and dissatisfaction. Unfazed, Nappa retorted dismissively, So what if they're destroyed? We already know the origin of the Dragon Ball creator. Once we conquer this planet, we shall seek them out there. A contemptuous smile graced his face, as if he regarded Earth merely as a trivial plaything. Chapter 36. Cultivators. Upon hearing the words, Vegeta cast a glance at Nappa. A flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. His fists instinctively clenched. However, he swiftly turned away, letting out a dismissive snort. He understood that until the Dragon Balls were found, he needed Nappa's strength. It was not the time to provoke a conflict. At that moment, as Nappa unleashed an energy attack, Krillin and the others at the temple sensed the disturbance almost instantaneously. A powerful wave of energy surged from afar, akin to a tempest that rattled their spirits. They halted their training, expressions shifting to one of surprise and vigilance. Krillin was the first to react. He hastily approached the edge of the temple, gazing toward the source of the energy. In the distance, he beheld a cloud of dust swirling in the sky, as if something ominous was unfolding. Soon after, Tien, Yamcha, and the others gathered, their eyes filled with worry and confusion. At this juncture, Son Goku joined Krillin and the others, stating, "You're correct in your perception. Those two Saiyans have arrived." Krillin's expression grew grave as he looked at Son Goku, determination flickering in his gaze. "Then we must stop them now," he declared, his voice brimming with fighting spirit, as if prepared to face the enemy in a decisive battle. Son Goku shook his head, replying, "Wait a moment. Raditz will soon emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber." His gaze drifted toward the chamber, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Krillin and the others showed no sign of doubt and promptly sat down to meditate. They closed their eyes, hands resting on their knees, focusing on their breathing and energy. As the door of the time chamber creaked open, Raditz's towering figure stepped out. The grueling training within had transformed him completely. Now, his aura was subdued yet tranquil, his eyes no longer filled with the previous frenzy and confusion, but rather exuded a steady depth, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. In the distance, Son Goku and the others had been waiting patiently, their eyes fixed intently on the long-closed door. The moment Raditz appeared, they all rose in unison. Son Goku made a light leap forward and asked, "How do you feel?" Raditz offered a slight smile, a hint of lingering satisfaction in his tone as he replied, "I feel quite good. It would have been better with more time." Son Goku chuckled, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. "Opportunities abound. Your old friends have arrived. Shall we not greet them?" Raditz scratched his head, a look of confusion crossing his face as he pondered, "What old friends do I have?" Suddenly, realization struck him, and his eyes widened in surprise. "Vegeta and the others are already on Earth?" Son Goku nodded affirmatively. "They just arrived not long ago. Get ready. We shall go meet them." A spark of excitement ignited in Raditz's eyes, brimming with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "No need to prepare. Let's go now." Seeing his eagerness, Son Goku said no more. Turning to Krillin, Yamcha, and the others, raising his right hand in a decisive gesture, "Let us move." They soared into the skies, heading toward Vegeta and Nappa's location, leaving behind trails of air currents slicing through the atmosphere. In a desolate plain, Nappa casually discarded the gnawed remains of an unknown animal's femur, which clattered to the ground before rolling to a stop. He turned to Vegeta, who was eating fruit to cleanse his palate, and grumbled discontentedly, "Vegeta, it has been ages. Why haven't those earthlings arrived yet?" Vegeta tossed aside the leftover fruit pit, which arced gracefully through the air before vanishing into the grass. His voice was frigid, akin to shards of ice. "If that is the case, I recall that the cultivators should still have some left. Bring them out. Let us give those earthlings a surprise." A glint of mischief sparkled in Nappa's eyes, reminiscent of a cunning fox. He retrieved 2 glass vials from his waist, which shimmered with an eerie glow under the sunlight. Nappa poured the seeds from one vial, revealing a deep brown hue adorned with peculiar patterns. Crouching down, he swiftly punched small holes into the ground, expertly placing the seeds within each hole. Next, he poured a dark green liquid from the other vial into each hole. The liquid seemed almost alive, swiftly seeping into the earth. Before long, the previously smooth ground began to tremble slightly. One by one, beings resembling cabbages emerged from the soil, their bodies still coated in fresh earth, their leaves curling slightly. These cultivators glared with ferocious intensity, akin to famished beasts. One of them, spotting Nappa, let out a sharp shriek and charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Nappa, quick as lightning, grasped the creature with his iron-like arm. The captured cultivator thrashed desperately, emitting squeaks of distress. A cruel smile spread across Nappa's face as he unleashed a devastating energy wave, resulting in an explosive sound as the cultivator was obliterated, leaving behind only charred earth. The remaining cultivators, witnessing this, were engulfed by fear, trembling uncontrollably as they retreated. Hesitant to approach again, Nappa scoffed disdainfully, "A bunch of lowly beings who know only slaughter. They will suffice for dealing with those earthlings." At that moment, the scouters they wore emitted a sharp alarm, shattering the silence. Vegeta looked down at the fluctuating data on his scouter, a cold light flashing in his eyes as he remarked, "The earthlings are coming." As Son Goku and his companions arrived at their destination, they were met with a scene that filled them with astonishment. A horde of green cultivators stood densely arrayed before them, emanating a nauseating aura. It was worth noting that, despite being mass-produced, each of these cultivators boasted a combat power of 1-200, only slightly weaker than Raditz' initial arrival on Earth. Chapter 37. The prepared duo. At this moment, the figure opposite, Nappa, opened his mouth and issued an attack command to the cultivators. Responding to the command, the cultivators surged forward like a roaring tide towards Sun Tzu and his companions. However, they seemed aware that Sun Tzu and Raditz were formidable opponents, and instead bypassed the two, launching their assault on Krillin, Yamcha, and others. Krillin and the others quickly reacted, engaging the cultivators in a fierce struggle. Krillin, agile and nimble, darted between the cultivators, each punch accompanied by a sharp whoosh. Yamcha unleashed his special moves, fists and feet flying, stirring up clouds of dust. Observing this, Sun Tzu did not immediately intervene, but turned to Raditz beside him, saying, "Go, test the fruits of your training this past year against that bald head." Excitement and fervor sparkled in Raditz's eyes as he nodded vigorously. Like a flash of black lightning, he charged toward Nappa, the air seeming to split apart in his wake. The fact that Raditz was still alive astonished Vegeta and Nappa. Upon hearing Sun Tzu's words, their eyes ignited with fury born of betrayal. Nappa's eyes widened like saucers, his facial muscles contorting as he roared at Raditz, "Raditz, you traitor, die." As soon as he finished speaking, Nappa unleashed a shockwave toward Raditz, resembling a howling cannonball. Imbued with tremendous energy, Raditz, unfazed by the approaching shockwave, casually swatted it away with his hand, the wave shattering like fragile foam. The explosion behind him erupted in a blaze of light. Nappa stared at Raditz in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. In his memory, Raditz was merely a weakling who could be easily dispatched. In shock, Nappa intensified his energy output, rapidly unleashing several shockwaves with swift hand movements. Yet, Raditz effortlessly weaved through the shockwaves, deflecting each one with ease. Nappa, witnessing Raditz's calm demeanor as if the previous attack had no effect on him, was left in awe. Muttering, "Impossible, how could you become so strong? Aren't you just a piece of trash with a battle power of only 1500? Raditz halted, casting a cold gaze at Nappa, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes as he retorted, "Trash? Allow me to show you who the real trash is." With that, Raditz clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the effort, emitting a low growl reminiscent of an ancient beast's roar. In an instant, his energy began to surge wildly, the surrounding air swirling as if stirred by an invisible force, forming a small vortex centered around him. As Raditz unleashed his rage, the readings on Vegeta and Nappa's scouters regarding his battle power skyrocketed. Soon, the numbers breached 5,000, then 6,000, and finally halted at 10,000. As Raditz's fury subsided, he gazed provocatively at Nappa, his aura roaring like tumultuous waves. Vegeta and Nappa were astounded by Raditz's battle power, yet they maintained expressions of disdain. Nappa scoffed, "I thought you had made significant progress, but it's merely 10,000 battle power. Did you believe we?" Aware of the presence of those with over 22,000 battle power, would be unprepared? With that, Nappa let out a furious roar, his muscles swelling as he entered a state of fury. In no time, he reached his peak condition, with his battle power clearly displayed as 13,000 on Vegeta's scouter. Vegeta coolly instructed, "Kill this traitor." Nappa howled like a famished wolf, lunging at Raditz, his form tracing a dark arc through the air. Simultaneously, Vegeta turned his gaze towards Sun Tzu, his eyes glinting with icy resolve as he stated, "I have thoroughly investigated your identity. You are nothing but a product of my father's foolish plan, a lowly warrior cultivated from the cells of deceased Saiyans." Sun Tzu, taken aback, revealed a flicker of astonishment, clearly not expecting Vegeta to be so well informed about his origins. However, he quickly regained his composure, an air of calmness emanating from him as he replied, "Since you are so aware, you must also know the true reason behind the destruction of planet Vegeta, right?" A flicker of shock crossed Vegeta's eyes. Yet he maintained his proud demeanor, lifting his chin like an arrogant peacock, declaring, "I know, and I will avenge him." Sanjay, regarding the diminutive Vegeta, smirked mockingly. "Avenge? With what? Your princely status, or your paltry battle power of over 20,000? Spare me the laughter." With that, Sanjay burst into derisive laughter. "Huh?" Vegeta, incensed by Sanjay's words, felt veins bulging on his forehead, resembling twisted worms, his hairline receding further. He erupted in a furious roar, "You seek death," and then hurled a punch at Sanjay, the fist slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Unperturbed, Sanjay extended his hand effortlessly, capturing Vegeta's fist as if it were forged of steel, gripping it tightly. He then lifted Vegeta off the ground, who flailed in midair, legs kicking wildly. Sanjay, eyes filled with contempt, remarked, "Is this the power you take pride in? Pathetically weak, O noble prince, ha?" With that, Sanjay thrust his arm upward, casting Vegeta into the air, his form tracing a parabolic arc. In the moment Vegeta soared, Sanjay vanished, moving with the speed of lightning to strike him fiercely on the back. Vegeta plummeted toward the ground, and just as he was about to crash, Sanjay reappeared, seizing his ankle and hoisting him upside down. Vegeta crossed his arms, a manic gleam in his eyes, bellowing, "Die, you bastard." Gallic Gun. A powerful energy blast erupted from his hands, striking Sanjay's chest, enveloping the area in smoke, as if the very air had ignited. Vegeta's heart swelled with triumph at the sight, secretly reveling, "This time, you must be finished." However, as the smoke cleared, his expression froze, disbelief washing over him. The area where Sanjay was struck bore a shattered chest plate, metallic shards scattered about, yet the exposed skin beneath remained unscathed. Chapter 38. Transformation into a great ape. Sanjay's voice resonated slowly, laced with mockery and a hint of disappointment. "I never expected you to merely shatter my chest plate. Your strength is rather insufficient, soft-skinned prince. Allow me to demonstrate what true power looks like." With that, Sanjay swung Vegeta down hard against the ground, creating a deep, human-shaped crater as the earth splintered and dirt flew into the air. He then swung Vegeta back and delivered another fierce blow. Following this, Sanjay lifted Vegeta and drove his knee into him, sending him soaring high into the air. Sanjay then executed a powerful side kick that struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen, propelling him away. In a flash, Sanjay moved with a speed surpassing that of the airborne Vegeta, swiftly closing the distance. He launched a kick that sent Vegeta soaring higher into the sky. Standing firm, Sanjay raised one arm, palm facing the airborne Vegeta, and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, resembling a hail of bullets, aimed directly at him. Vegeta was caught off guard by the relentless onslaught, and by the time he regained his composure, a multitude of energy orbs was already hurtling toward him. Alarm surged within him, but the pain in his body dulled his response, leaving him no choice but to cross his arms in defense, bracing himself for the impending attack. A series of explosive sounds erupted, accompanied by a thick veil of smoke that lingered in the air. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Vegeta remained suspended in midair, his appearance utterly disheveled. His clothes were tattered, hanging off him like ripped rags, his body marred with injuries, blood seeping from his wounds and staining his attire. One arm hung limply at his side, while the other was raised high, cradling a glowing orb of energy. His face was contorted with madness as he glared at Sanjay below, seething with anger. "You've done well to bring me to such a state. With my current strength of 28,000 points, I cannot defeat you. But what of 10 times that? Ha!" With those words, he hurled the luminous orb into the sky. The orb ascended higher, growing larger and radiating a brilliance akin to the moon at night, casting an eerie silver sheen over the battlefield. Under this moonlit glow, the Saiyans present began their transformation into great apes. Vegeta's body began to swell, his bones cracking audibly, hair rapidly lengthening, and his eyes turning crimson, exuding an aura of immense and wild power. Nappa similarly transformed, his form becoming colossal, muscles bulging like small mountains. In contrast to Vegeta and Nappa, Sanjay did not assume the form of a great ape. The moonlight triggered his previously acquired transformation ability, enveloping him in a coat of dark fur, his physique becoming even more robust. However, he retained control over this change and quickly reverted to his original form. Transformed into a great ape, Vegeta clenched his fists, feeling the explosive power surging within him. With a mighty roar, he unleashed a powerful beam of energy that shot down towards Sanjay, resembling an enraged dragon with a cataclysmic force. Sanjay, realizing the threat, deftly dodged to the side, his figure gliding across the ground like a specter. Even with his battle power surpassing 100,000, a direct hit from such an attack would be far from pleasant. Vegeta, undeterred, directed the energy beam to relentlessly pursue Sunja, leaving a deep trench in the earth. After a series of agile evades, Sunja suddenly vanished from sight. Vegeta, startled, scanned his surroundings, his eyes sweeping like searchlights. When he turned back, he found Sunja standing before him, smiling and waving. "Hello, Vegeta." In an instant, a fierce kick struck Vegeta's great ape visage squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground with a tremendous impact that created a massive crater. Rising from the ground, Vegeta pounded his chest in fury, roaring like thunder as he launched himself once more towards Sunja. Each of his attacks carried immense power, stirring the air into chaos. Sunja, evading each strike with grace, moved as lightly as a feather in the wind. After several failed attempts to land a hit, Vegeta realized he was being toyed with, and his anger reached a boiling point. With a resolve of desperation, he began to gather every ounce of his strength, preparing for a cataclysmic eruption. Powerful energy began to swirl around him, rolling like a surging tide. Sunja, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly moved behind Vegeta and unleashed a crescent slash toward his tail. The crescent slash, infused with sharp energy, sliced through the air like a silver crescent moon aimed at Vegeta's tail. However, Vegeta seemed to anticipate this move, executing a nimble turn that allowed the crescent slash to graze his thigh instead, inflicting a deep wound that bled profusely. At this juncture, Sunja realized it was too late to counterattack and braced himself for the impending onslaught. With a deranged roar, Vegeta shouted, "Die, all of you, huh?" An overwhelming shockwave of energy radiated outward from his core. Wherever the shockwave traveled, the ground was torn asunder, rocks shattered, and trees uprooted. Even those battling at the periphery, such as Krillin and Yamcha, were instantaneously thrown aside, their bodies soaring through the air like kites with severed strings, crashing to the ground, grievously wounded and gasping for breath. Krillin lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, his eyes filled with unyielding resentment, while Yamcha appeared pale and weak. Sunja, having absorbed the brunt of the shockwave, found himself in a dire state, his clothing torn and his body riddled with countless small wounds. Blood dripping from him, as if he had emerged from a pool of crimson. He had expended nearly all his strength to withstand this tremendous blow. Chapter 39. Ambush and escape. At this moment, his heart raced uncontrollably, and a flicker of dread glimmered in his eyes. It was imperative to understand that this was an attack in which Vegeta unleashed his entire energy in one explosive surge. Sustaining only this degree of injury was, in fact, a stroke of good fortune. In the original narrative, Vegeta's explosive move obliterated Majin Buu, who possessed over 3 times his strength, into mere fragments. Sunja inwardly cursed his own arrogance and hastily retrieved a Senzu bean from the system's space, consuming it. Instantly, his wounds began to heal rapidly, and his stamina surged anew, though the remnants of blood still clung to him, serving as a testament to the brutal battle he had endured. Once the powerful energy shockwave dissipated, Vegeta, despite being nearly exhausted, struggled to lift his head, his eyes reflecting fatigue and resentment. Upon witnessing Sunja, bloodied yet resolute, standing tall, the once proud and obstinate glint in his gaze wavered. His pupils constricted sharply, as if confronted by an inconceivable monstrosity. His lips trembled slightly, yet words eluded him for a moment. Vegeta, who had always held himself in high regard as the Prince of the Saiyans, prided himself on his pursuit of power and self-assurance. However, Sunja, standing before him, had utterly disrupted his comprehension of strength. Vegeta's gaze roamed over Sunja, desperately searching for even the slightest indication of weakness. Yet, apart from the bloodstains that marred his form, Sunja exuded a terrifyingly calm aura, as if he had not just withstood a full-force assault from Vegeta himself. A sense of unprecedented helplessness surged within Vegeta, a sensation he had never experienced before. In his eyes, Sunja had become an unfathomable entity, one he could not hope to conquer. Yet, Vegeta's pride forbade him from openly revealing his inner turmoil and fear. Gritting his teeth, he forced a ferocious expression back onto his face and spat defiantly, "Humph, do not think this means you have won. This is merely temporary." Yet he was fully aware that these words were more a form of self-encouragement, his voice betraying a tremor he barely recognized himself. Upon hearing this, Sunja's gaze turned as cold as frost, and he raised his hand to unleash several crescent slashes towards Vegeta. The crescent strikes sliced through the air with a whistling wind, carving sharp arcs in their wake. Vegeta, severely depleted of energy, felt a flicker of panic flash through his eyes. His body instinctively sought to evade, managing to barely dodge one of the strikes. However, the remaining slashes struck him mercilessly, leaving deep, bone-exposing gashes across his formidable physique. One particularly precise slash severed his tail at the root, eliciting a muffled cry of agony from Vegeta as his body swayed unsteadily. Without his tail, Vegeta could no longer maintain his great ape form, and his colossal body swiftly shrank back to its original size, swaying as he struggled to remain upright. His complexion as pale as parchment and blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Just then, Sanji suddenly sensed a powerful gust of wind behind him, accompanied by a familiar aura of savagery. Before he could fully react, a massive fist struck him brutally on the back, the sheer force propelling him through the air. Sanji arced through the sky and crashed heavily to the ground, spitting a mouthful of crimson blood. As he staggered to regain his footing, he beheld another great ape standing menacingly nearby. Turning to look behind him, he saw Raditz lying motionless on the ground, his fate uncertain. A sudden realization struck him. How could I have forgotten about this brute? The great ape was none other than Nappa. Throughout the previous battle, Nappa had remained concealed, gathering strength to deliver a lethal blow while Sanji and Vegeta were fiercely engaged, their energy reserves significantly depleted. Glimmers of resolution flickered in Sanji's eyes as he prepared to confront Nappa's assault. Without granting Nappa a moment's respite, he swiftly unleashed a barrage of crescent slashes, each one resembling a silver crescent moon imbued with a sense of annihilation, hurtling towards Nappa. Following this, Sanji concentrated his energy, forming a key sword that gleamed ominously, piercing through Nappa's chest, which had begun to revert from the great ape transformation. Nappa emitted a chilling shriek, his body swaying unsteadily. In a flash, Sanji appeared beside Nappa, delivering a fierce kick that sent him soaring into the air. Nappa's massive form tumbled through the sky like a bird stripped of its wings. Subsequently, Sanji brought his hands together at his waist, blue energy swirling rapidly between them. The brilliance of the energy intensified, illuminating the battlefield as the surrounding air warped under its immense pressure. He bellowed, Kamehameha. A column of blue energy surged forth from his hands, enveloping the airborne Nappa. Struggling within the energy beam, Nappa let out desperate howls, yet all was in vain. The powerful Kamehameha surged like a tidal wave, instantaneously engulfing Nappa. He had no time to utter a final scream before the overwhelming force vaporized him, leaving nothing but an empty void where he once stood. After dispatching Nappa, Sanji swiftly moved to Vegeta's side. Despite his grievous injuries, Vegeta still fought to rise, leaning on his indomitable will to prop up his faltering body. His gaze fixed intently on Sanji as he inquired, "Just how strong are you?" Sanji regarded Vegeta, a newfound respect blossoming within him for the Saiyans' tenacity, and replied, "Oh, according to your power assessment, I should now exceed 1 million. Upon hearing this, Vegeta, although having suspected as much, was nonetheless taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the figure. His pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched across his face as he swayed unsteadily, nearly losing his balance. At that moment, Sanji sensed several energy signatures approaching from a distance. With a keen eye, he swiftly discerned the sources of these auras. Grasping Vegeta firmly, he exerted his strength and hurled him toward a nearby spot beside the spacecraft they had arrived in. Next, Sanji rushed to the barely conscious Raditz, retrieving a Senza bean from the system's space and feeding it to him. As the bean took effect, Raditz's pallid complexion regained its color, and he slowly began to awaken. Sanji perceived that this brush with death had significantly enhanced Raditz's strength. He then produced several more Senza beans, handing them to Raditz as he instructed. "Take these and check on Krillin and the others." At this moment, the previously sensed auras arrived on the scene. Piccolo, Gohan, and Goku stood before the devastation, their expressions a mixture of shock and horror as they surveyed the chaotic landscape, littered with craters, shattered stones, and pools of blood. Chapter 40. Hometown. Upon seeing Sanji covered in blood and anxiety etched across his face, Wukong rushed forward, urgently inquiring, "Are you all right, Aja? What happened to those two Saiyans?" Sanji shook his head, unable to respond before Wukong, sensing the urgency, continued, "Rest assured. I have learned formidable techniques from the King of the Worlds, and I will surely defeat them." Just then, a spaceship suddenly soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. This unexpected scene left Wukong and his companions momentarily stunned. Sanji remarked, "The spaceship that just fled contained one of the Saiyans. The other has already been eliminated by me." Wukong gasped in surprise, a tinge of regret in his voice as he said, "Aja, why didn't you wait for me? I wanted to test my new techniques." Sanji placed a reassuring hand on Wukong's shoulder, saying, "There will be another opportunity." Wukong, filled with anticipation, asked, "When?" Sanjia smiled and replied, "Soon, but it might come with life-threatening risks." With that, he turned away, approaching the remaining survivors. Beside Piccolo, Gohan's breath quickened. His gaze pierced through the dust and fixated on the figure conversing cheerfully with Sanjia. In an instant, a torrent of complex emotions surged within him, and tears streamed down his face. Countless nights, he had awakened from dreams, haunted by longing for this person. Now, with the familiar figure so close, he could no longer suppress his emotions. Without hesitation, Gohan propelled himself forward, arms outstretched, tightly embracing the person's waist. His fingers turning pale from exertion. Wukong was enthusiastically recounting his experiences with the King of the Worlds when the sudden force at his waist caused him to pause. Turning around, he saw Gohan's tear-streaked face, momentarily taken aback, before tenderness and compassion filled his eyes. "Gohan, it's you. After a year, you've grown strong," Wukong said, his voice steady and warm. "Don't cry. Your father has always been here." He gently turned, crouched down, and cradled Gohan's face in his hands, his thumbs tenderly wiping away the tears. "Have you been eating well and training this past year?" Gohan sniffled, nodding vigorously, then shaking his head, as if 1,000 words were stuck in his throat, unsure of where to begin. After a considerable pause, he finally said, "Dad, I think of you every day. Uncle Piccolo told me you had been killed." Hearing this, Wukong embraced Gohan even tighter, asserting, "That was a lie from Uncle Piccolo to you. This past year, I have been training with the King of the Worlds." At this moment, Piccolo interjected, "The idea to deceive you into thinking old son was dead came from Sanjia. He believed you had great potential and wanted you to cultivate with a sense of vengeance." Sanjia, feeling betrayed by Piccolo's revelation, thought to himself that Piccolo was disloyal. But he soon joined Wukong in comforting Gohan. Meanwhile, Raditz approached Sanjia with unsettling news. Due to Sanjia's oversight, Yamcha and Tien Shinhan, among others, had tragically perished. However, Sanjia felt a flicker of relief, knowing that the Dragon Balls remained safe due to Piccolo's absence from the battle. Yet, he silently vowed to himself that he could not afford to be so reckless again and must never underestimate any opponent. At this moment, Raditz brought forth more disheartening news, prompting Wukong to stride swiftly towards Sanjia. His brow furrowed tightly, he spoke in a low, anxious tone. "Aja. The power of the Dragon Balls is extremely limited. They can only revive one person. What about the others? Their bodies cannot be preserved until we can use the Dragon Balls again. Time is of the essence. Do you have any solutions?" Sanjia's gaze deepened, his mind racing as he pondered the situation. After a moment's contemplation, he steadied his expression and replied firmly, "This is not without remedy. We can journey to the homeland of the King of the Gods. As far as I know, the Dragon Balls there possess immense power, capable of granting 3 wishes at once, which might resolve our predicament." Upon hearing this, Wukong instinctively raked his fingers through his disheveled hair, confusion filling his eyes as he questioned, "The homeland of the King of the Gods? Where on earth is that? We must depart at once." Sanjia, however, flashed a calming smile, radiating warmth like the spring sun, and said, "Wukong, let us not rush. We are unaware of the specifics regarding the King of the Gods' homeland. Hasty action may lead us into peril. First, we should go to the sanctuary and inquire with the King of the Gods, while also requesting his assistance in properly preserving the bodies of Yamcha and Tien Shinhan. This will buy us time for our subsequent actions." Wukong, upon hearing this, abruptly turned to face the silent Piccolo, who stood like a statue, and asked loudly, "Piccolo, you were once one with the King of the Gods, sharing a psychic connection. You must know the location of his homeland." Piccolo, with a slight furrow of his brow, slowly shook his head, his voice calm and steady like still water. "I do not know. Since my inception, I have retained no memories of the past. We must consult that old fellow, perhaps he knows the answer." Wukong sighed in resignation, a hint of reluctance in his tone as he replied, "Very well, if that is the case, we shall proceed to the sanctuary." Upon hearing this, Sanjia reacted swiftly, raising a hand to stop Wukong, a mysterious smile gracing his face as he said, "I can go to the sanctuary alone. Have you forgotten something important?" Wukong's eyes flickered with confusion, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky, before he asked, "What is it? Are there other Saiyans lurking in the shadows, preparing to attack us?" As he spoke, excitement washed over Wukong, his muscles tensed in anticipation, resembling a beast poised to pounce. Sanjia, observing this, playfully delivered a light smack to Wukong's head, chuckling, "You are truly a martial arts enthusiast. Don't forget, You and Gohan have been away for a year. Chi-Chi must have been yearning for your return day and night. It's time for Gohan to go home and relish the warmth of family. Wukong, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin, responded, hee hee, Asha. You're right. I got so caught up in my training that I completely forgot about that. I shall take Gohan home at once. With that, Wukong waved goodbye to the others, then called out, and the flying Nimbus appeared as if it had heeded a call. Wukong leapt onto the Nimbus with Gohan, and in an instant, they became a dazzling streak of yellow light, speeding toward the direction of Bowsy Mountain. Chapter 41. Arrival at Namek. Beside him, Piccolo remained silent. His lips pressed tightly together as his aura coalesced in an instant. He soared into the twilight sky. Sunja turned to summon Raditz and Krillin. The three of them cautiously lifted the bodies of Yamcha and Tien Shin on, making their way toward the temple. Upon their arrival, the god was already waiting. His gaze deep and serene, as if he comprehended all the mysteries of the world. Before Sunja could speak, the god nodded slightly, indicating his awareness of prior events. He then waved his staff, and a mysterious force surged forth, causing the bodies of Yamcha and the others to levitate slowly, as if drawn by invisible threads toward the god. Sunja nodded in respect to the god, who then vanished with the bodies in a flash of brilliant light. Krillin, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of reluctance as he bid farewell to the group. Expressing his intention to head to Kame House to inform everyone of Yamcha and the others' demise in battle, Sunja placed a reassuring hand on Krillin's shoulder, saying, "Go tell them that we will do everything in our power to resurrect Yamcha and the others, so they need not worry." Krillin nodded earnestly before turning into a blur. Racing toward Kame House, Sunja then called to Raditz and walked toward a nearby building. Upon entering, he caught sight of his bloodied reflection in the mirror and furrowed his brow. Soon after, he finished bathing and donned a clean outfit, feeling rejuvenated. He sought out the god, his eyes shimmering with anticipation, and inquired, "Do you know the coordinates of your homeland?" The god shook his head slowly, indicating ignorance. His gaze then turned distant as he explained to Sunja that, like him, he had arrived on this planet aboard a spaceship as an infant. Perhaps by chance or fate. Unsurprised by the goddess' response, Sunja asked about the location from which he had arrived, and together with Bobo, he set out to search. In a secluded corner overrun with wild grass, Sunja beheld a spaceship encrusted with moss, the years having rendered it mottled and worn. He turned to Bobo and asked, "Mr. Bobo, could you pilot it to Bulma's house?" Bobo nodded silently before vanishing into the ship's interior. Soon, the engine of the spaceship rumbled to life, lifting gently into the air. Sunja, witnessing this, leaped aboard, and the vessel transformed into a brilliant streak of light, hurtling toward West City. Upon reaching Bulma's residence, a spectral dragon descended like a meteor streaking through the night sky. Bulma, upon seeing it, was filled with astonishment and quickly addressed the dragon, "Dragon, could you bring Yamcha back?" The dragon's golden eyes shone like twin suns, and with a solemn voice, it declared, "Your wish has been granted." In an instant, the dragon vanished into the azure sky. Elated, Bulma searched for Yamcha's form. At that moment, a uniquely shaped spaceship descended nearby, resembling a colossal metallic beast. Bulma gasped, her heart racing, and hurried into her house. Just then, Sunja's voice wafted like a gentle spring breeze. "Bulma, it's me, Sunja." Stopping in her tracks, she turned toward the sound, and upon confirming it was indeed Sunja, she released a sigh of relief, her eyes narrowing in reproach. She approached and playfully punched his arm, saying, "Aja, you scared me to death. Did that fleeing scion return?" Sunja chuckled and proceeded to explain the purpose of his visit in detail. Bulma assured Sunja that, thanks to her previous studies of his spaceship, all issues could now be easily resolved, guaranteeing that they would be ready to depart within 2 days. Then she asked, "By the way, Aja, why has the dragon resurrected Yamcha, yet we do not see him?" Sunja patiently clarified that Yamcha and the others were training with King Kai. Soon, it was time for Sunja and the others to prepare for their journey to Namek. A few days prior to their departure, Sunja gathered everyone together, his expression grave as he warned them that Frieza might have learned about the Dragon Balls from Vegeta's scouter, and that they could very well encounter Frieza on this journey. Krillin expressed his desire to join, his eyes filled with determination. However, when Sunja stated that even he could not contend with Frieza, Krillin's resolve wavered under Goku's fervent objections, and he ultimately withdrew. In the end, it was decided that Sunja, Goku, Gohan, and Raditz would embark on the journey to Namek. On the day of their departure, the sun shone brightly as they gathered at Bulma's home. "Sunja, Holding the coordinates of Namek, mentally queried the system. Dog, do you think using these coordinates will land us directly in outer space, leaving us stranded? The system, resigned, replied. No, if the teleportation card is used with accurate coordinates, you will arrive at your destination, unless the coordinates are incorrect. Regaining his focus, Sanjay looked up at Bulma, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Bulma, are you certain these coordinates are correct? Bulma retorted with irritation, it won't be wrong. These are the return coordinates from that spaceship. And I even ran simulations with the auxiliary AI from your spaceship. It's foolproof. Sanjay nodded in acknowledgement, but, for safety's sake, requested a spacesuit from Bulma. After Sanjay and the others donned their suits, they bid farewell to everyone. Sanjay instructed the other three to grasp him tightly before producing the teleportation card. In a flash of light as brilliant as a solar flare, the four of them vanished without a trace. In a tranquil village on Namek, the peaceful atmosphere was abruptly shattered. As the light flickered, Sanjay and his companions materialized, startling the Namekians who were planting rice. The farmer dropped his tools. Fear etched across his face as he hastily picked them up, demanding, "Who are you? How did you suddenly appear here? Are you invaders from the cosmos?" Sanjay and the others surveyed their surroundings, awestruck by Namek's unique natural beauty. Responding to the Namekians' inquiry, Sanjay waved his hands to convey their peaceful intentions. Replying in a gentle tone, "We are messengers of peace from Earth, seeking to use your planet's wish orbs to resolve a crisis on our home." At that moment, Gohan exclaimed, "Wow, he looks just like Uncle Piccolo. It's as if they were carved from the same mold." Goku nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, he resembles him closely, almost like a twin brother." Chapter 42. The voice of the divine the Namekian spoke. The Dragon Ball? How did you come to know of its existence? This is a secret of our Namek. Upon hearing this, Sanjay elaborated on the circumstances that led them there. Once informed, the Namekian lowered his guard, nodding slightly at Sanjay and saying, "I lack the authority to decide. I shall take you to meet our elder. He may provide you with an answer." Thus, Sanjay and his companions followed the Namekian to the elder of the village. Under the elder's introduction, they arrived at the residence of the Grand Elder. However, they were halted at the entrance by Naru. Naru's gaze was filled with vigilance, akin to a guardian of treasures. Just as Sanjay was about to speak, a voice, aged yet commanding, resonated from within. "Naru, allow them to enter." Hesitating for a moment, Naru pondered but ultimately permitted Sanjay and his companions to enter. They beheld a tall, elderly Namekian seated upon a high dais, his eyes deep and gentle, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. Sanjay approached and spoke, "You must be the Grand Elder. I have come to." Before he could finish, the Grand Elder interjected, "I am aware of your purpose for visiting. You may take the Dragon Ball and use it as you wish." Sanjay was taken aback and inquired, "Grand Elder, you knew we would come? Do you possess the ability to foresee the future?" The Grand Elder smiled warmly, akin to the gentle sun in winter, and replied, "In my dreams, I foresaw your arrival, as well as the calamity that our clan is about to face. You are our only hope, the messengers sent by fate to save us." Upon hearing this, Sanjay no longer hesitated and assured the Grand Elder, "Rest assured, we have come for this very reason, and we shall do everything in our power to protect Namek and the Dragon Balls." Subsequently, Sanjay retrieved the Dragon Radar modified by Bulma from the system space and tossed it to Goku, saying, "Goku, please go retrieve the Dragon Balls." At that moment, the Grand Elder spoke, "Naru, accompany him. It is wise to have someone to look after him on the journey." Naru nodded in acknowledgement and turned to follow Goku. Seeing this, Gohan wished to join as well, but Sanjay held him back and addressed the Grand Elder. "I have heard that you can unlock a person's potential. Might you assist us in enhancing our abilities to face the impending crisis?" The Grand Elder chuckled softly and replied, "Certainly, step forward." Sanjay pushed Gohan ahead, and the Grand Elder placed his broad hand upon Gohan's head. A gentle white light emanated from his palm, enveloping Gohan like the morning mist of spring. Gradually, Gohan's aura began to rise, akin to a roaring flame, growing ever more vigorous. Sanjay queried the system in his mind, "Dog, I recall the Grand Elder has the ability to probe into others' memories. Can you withstand his scrutiny? If my secrets are uncovered, it would spell trouble." The system, with a hint of pride, responded, "I do not boast, but even if the Supreme Kai were to come, he would be unable to access your memories. Your secrets are absolutely safe." Upon hearing this, Sanjay felt a slight sense of relief, yet he realized something about the system's reply and, with a look of uncertainty, retorted, "Supreme Kai? Shouldn't it be the Omni King?" "Wait, dog. Does that mean you cannot resist the Omni King's probing? The system, sounding somewhat evasive, replied, You misheard, host. I was indeed referring to the Omni King. Ah ha ha. Sunja murmured in confusion. Is that so? Did I really mishear it? Never mind. It could genuinely be my mistake. The system sighed in relief as Sunja ceased his inquiries. Before long, Gohan's potential unlocking concluded. The Grand Elder marveled. This child's potential is extraordinary, like an expansive ocean. I could only draw forth a small portion of it. Sunja's eyes sparkled with surprise as he said to the Grand Elder, That is more than sufficient. This has already increased our chances of defeating Frieza by a significant margin. Next, Raditz approached the Grand Elder to undergo the same enhancement as Gohan. As the soft white light enveloped Raditz, the Grand Elder's brow furrowed deeply, resembling a tightly twisted braid, though it quickly settled. Sunja noted to himself, It appears the Grand Elder glimpsed Raditz's past memories. Fortunately, Raditz has reformed and even aided Earth, thus earning his merit. Otherwise, it could have been troublesome. Soon, Raditz's potential unlocking concluded. Just as Sunja was about to step forward, Goku and the others returned with the Dragon Balls. Sunja decided to resolve the matters concerning Earth first before continuing with the potential unlocking. As Neru invoked the Namekian language, a colossal apparition, larger than Earth's Shenron, materialized. Unlike the Eastern Dragon of Earth, Purunga had a relatively large head adorned with a pair of antennae, embodying a more massive dragon figure. His body was elongated and serpentine, covered in green scales, with a pair of broad wings, resembling a Western dragon, appearing before everyone. Subsequently, Sunja instructed Neru to make their first wish with Purunga, to resurrect those slain by the Saiyans on Earth. Purunga's eyes glimmered with golden light before responding to Neru that the wish had been granted. Observing this, Sunja inquired whether Goku and the others had any further wishes, to which they all shook their heads in unison. Thus, Sunja prompted Neru to ask Purunga, The second wish is to alleviate this gentleman's physical affliction. Purunga's eyes once again flashed with golden light, and he responded with a tone of regret. This wish I cannot fulfill. My strength is insufficient to reach such profound depths. When Neru finished explaining Purunga's words, Sunja felt no regret, but rather joy, urging Neru to inquire again. So, if we were to find the legendary Super Dragon Balls, could we resolve this gentleman's physical affliction? Hearing this, Purunga's vast eyes flickered with a hint of uncertainty, akin to a comet streaking across the night sky. But he quickly regained his composure and said, I cannot answer that question. Please state your next wish. Sunja remained fixated on Purunga, capturing that fleeting moment of uncertainty in his mind. Once Neru conveyed the message, it further confirmed Sunja's suspicion that invoking the dragon god, Shenron, from the Super Dragon Balls could indeed resolve his bloodline issues. Consequently, Sunja did not allow Neru to relay further messages but directly addressed Purunga, Could you grant me the knowledge of the divine language? This time, Purunga did not relay through Neru but responded directly to Sunja, astonished. How do you know of the divine language? Oh, I understand now. Your request can be fulfilled, but it will require the consumption of your remaining 2 wishes. Chapter 43. The plan upon witnessing the unfolding events, Sunja's face blossomed with joy, akin to a flower in full bloom, and he nodded eagerly. Subsequently, Shenlong's eyes gleamed with golden light as he uttered, albeit with a hint of fatigue. Your wish has been granted, until we meet again. With that, Borna transformed into 7 colossal stone spheres, soaring into the sky and dispersing in various directions. As the wish materialized, Sunja was suddenly beset by a throbbing pain in his head, akin to being pierced by countless needles, inundated with a deluge of information. Moments later, having assimilated the influx of knowledge, he awakened, his eyes brimming with astonishment, inwardly exclaiming, What a tremendous gain! Truly, the language of the gods. Mastering it has allowed me to grasp a fragment of divine power, which will greatly enhance my strength. Wukong, observing Sunja's expenditure of 2 wishes for a single divine language, scratched his head in confusion and inquired, Aja, what exactly is this divine language? Is it some mysterious martial technique? Sunja, with a smile, replied, It is a language that facilitates direct communication with the divine. Through it, I may uncover more secrets regarding divine power. Wukong, still perplexed, listened intently. Not wishing to linger on the topic, Sunja turned to Wukong and suggested, Wukong, the elder inside possesses the ability to unlock human potential. You should seek his assistance. This will bolster our chances against Frieza and potentially alter the tide of battle. Curiosity piqued, Wukong stepped into the elder's chamber. As the gentle light re-illuminated the room, The elder's eyes sparkled with admiration, as if beholding a rare treasure. Soon, it was Sanja's turn. Just as the elder enveloped him with a soothing energy, a savage aura erupted from Sanja, reminiscent of a surging tide of darkness, instilling fear. The elder, perceiving something terrifying, turned pale and hastily severed his own power. With the elder's energy dissipating, the brutal aura surrounding Sanja vanished into thin air. The elder, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, mused inwardly, "The power within this body is terrifying, akin to a slumbering demon, completely beyond my control. Should it spiral out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable." Feeling the elder's enveloping energy wane, Sanja opened his eyes, clenched his fists, and looked quizzically at the elder, asking, "Why do I not feel any enhancement in my power? Is there something wrong with my body?" The elder, with a tone of resignation, responded, "I sincerely apologize. I am unable to unlock your potential. Your potential is like an endless darkness, impossible to navigate." Sanja, hearing this, displayed a look of regret, shaking his head and saying, "It is all right, elder. This is not your fault." He then bid farewell to the elder and, accompanied by Wukong and the others, exited. Comparing his memories to the timeline of Bulma and the others arriving on Namek in the original narrative, Sanja discerned that they had arrived approximately 40 days earlier than in the original story. He felt a profound sense of regret that the elder could not assist him. However, after communicating with the system, he confirmed the feasibility of his final plan. Sanja, having verified the plan's viability with the system, realized that failure would leave the hope of defeating Frieza entirely in Wukong's hands. Given his current strength, a direct confrontation with Frieza would be tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. Host, Sanja Bloodline, Legendary Saiyan, Dark, Abilities, Ancient Bloodline, Infinite Potential, Body Augmentation, Rapid Learning, Berserk Factor, Dark, Language of the Gods Transformation, Native Soul Fusion with Super Saiyan and Black Energy, capable of directly doubling current combat power, i.e., can multiply Super Saiyan base power by 2, though appearance will also alter, achieving the form of Super Saiyan 4 with black fur and emerald green hair. Skills acquired, Kamehameha. Modified Flight Technique, Basic Techniques of the Turtle School Modified, Key Perception, Key Manipulation, Key Sphere, Key Blade, Half Moon Slash, Continuous Explosive Blast. Annihilation Sphere, used by Broly in the original story. Power Index, Normal State, 1, 7M Burst, 3, 5M, slowly increasing 1, points, 8710 System Space. Ceiling Card, Senzu Beans, X12. Damaged Weighted Clothing, X3, 10 items can be exchanged for 1 new. Custom Suit made by Launch X1, various Universal Capsules. Note, the author has deemed the system's involvement excessive, thus diminishing its presence. However, to clarify the protagonist's power enhancement process, the current data has been augmented. For ease of reading, simplified symbols will be employed: 1000K, million M, billion G, trillion T. Gazing at the pale blue holographic screen documenting his attributes, Sanja sighed heavily, resolutely deciding to implement his plan. He queried the system in his mind. System, what are the power levels of Wukong and the others post-development? The system remained silent, and the holographic display of Sanja's attributes promptly shifted. Sun Wukong, normal state, 99K burst, 198K to 990K. Sun Gohan, normal state, 15K burst, 20K to 150K. Raditz, normal state, 131K burst, 150K to 156K. Observing the data of Wukong and Gohan, Sanja was filled with curiosity and questioned the system. Why is there such a vast fluctuation in the burst data for Wukong and Gohan? The system replied with a hint of disdain. Sun Wukong can utilize the Kaioken technique, currently capable of a 10-fold multiplier. Each use of Kaioken results in a multiplicative increase in power. As for Sun Gohan, his lineage exhibits a retrogressive phenomenon, allowing him to amplify his power up to 10-fold in extreme anger. His potential is not to be overlooked. The system's explanation illuminated Sun J's understanding, and he recalled the Kaioken technique. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he decided against learning it from Wukong, apprehensive that Wukong's heart condition might be a side effect of the Kaioken. Sanja understood that anyone familiar with exercise knows the immense strain sudden high-intensity exertion places on the heart. In the original narrative, Kaioken necessitated a robust physique for its application, and Wukong's repeated use of higher multipliers could very well be the cause of his heart ailment. In the present moment, Sanja could only proceed with that audacious plan. He regained his focus and, with a serious expression, addressed the three individuals present. Wukong. I estimate that Frieza has already learned about the Dragon Balls from Vegeta. Given his nature, he will undoubtedly arrive here shortly. Therefore, we must remain vigilant and prepare for battle in advance. With that, Sanji retrieved a universal capsule containing a gravity chamber and hurled it forcefully to the ground. With a resounding bang, a spherical structure larger than an ordinary two-story building materialized before them, gleaming with metallic luster under the sunlight of Namek. Chapter 44. Dondi. As Sanji walked alongside the three companions, he elaborated, "This is the gravity chamber modified with Bulma's assistance, consisting of 2 levels. The upper level accommodates 10-fold and 100-fold gravity, while the lower level features 500-fold and 1,000-fold gravity. Each level is equipped with bedrooms and bathrooms to cater to our daily training and living requirements." With Sanji's explanation, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Goku's eyes, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing, eager to embark on the training. Noticing this, Sanji quickly grasped Goku's arm, whispering, "Hold on a moment. I need your help with something." Ignoring Goku's inquisitive gaze, he turned to Gohan and Raditz, saying, "Raditz, please take Gohan to familiarize himself with the gravity chamber." Raditz nodded in response and led Gohan toward the 10-fold gravity room. Gohan, relieved that Goku had survived and recognizing Raditz as his uncle, opted for reconciliation, and the two entered the gravity chamber, sharing laughter. Once their figures had completely vanished from sight, Sanji guided Goku to the lower level. They reached a secluded corner, enveloped in a solemn atmosphere. Sanji halted, his expression grave as the sky before a storm, and then revealed his plans to Goku. To his surprise, Goku promptly declined, his face etched with concern. Despite Sanji's repeated assurances that everything would be fine, even presenting a Senzu bean as proof, Goku remained resolute, unwavering in his stance. In Goku's heart, Sanji's safety outweighed the enhancement of his combat strength. Faced with Goku's unwavering determination, Sanji felt a deep sense of helplessness and ultimately abandoned the idea of seeking Goku's assistance. Subsequently, the two returned to the upper level to join Gohan and Raditz in discussing their training regimen. Each shared their thoughts, creating a lively atmosphere. That evening, after a day of rigorous training, Goku and Gohan retired early. Under the cloak of night, with moonlight cascading upon the earth, Sanji took Raditz outside. With a serious demeanor, he turned his back to Raditz, gazing at the sky with a depth akin to the infinite cosmos, and inquired, "Do you recall the phenomenon where our Saiyan race experiences a significant boost in power upon near-death recovery?" Raditz nodded slightly, responding, "Indeed, I am aware. However, from what I understand, the most substantial power increase occurs only after the first near-death experience, with subsequent enhancements diminishing. Moreover, each individual's physique varies, resulting in different levels of augmentation." Sanji's expression grew even more serious as he turned to Raditz, determination radiating from his eyes, akin to a blazing flame, and stated, "Do you know that Frieza's power level is 530,000? Raditz furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before replying, "I did not know. However, if his power is merely 530,000, we may not be without a chance given our current strength." Sanji shook his head, his tone heavy as he remarked, "If only it were that simple. From what I gather, the power he has exhibited is merely 1,000th of his true strength. He conceals it deeply, and his real capabilities far exceed our imagination." Raditz's face registered shock, his eyes widening like saucers as he muttered, "This is impossible. How could this be 1,000th? Then how terrifying must his true power be?" Sanji stepped forward, gripping Raditz's shoulders, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with him. "With my current power level of over 170,000, provided you assist me with all your might, I am confident that I can defeat Frieza. We will surely avenge our Saiyan race." Raditz, regaining his composure, was still astonished, not because of Frieza, but rather because Sanji possessed a power level of 170,000. He then nodded earnestly, stating, "Command me as you wish. I will exert every effort. For the sake of our family's vengeance, I am willing to sacrifice everything." Sanji patted Raditz's shoulder and shared the detailed plan with him. Upon hearing it, Raditz's eyes sparkled with admiration, tinged with a hint of fear. After all, Sanji's plan was exceedingly perilous, and a moment's misstep could lead to dire consequences. They agreed to commence the plan the following day before retiring to their respective quarters. On the following morning, sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the land of Namek. Sanji arrived early at the Grand Elder's dwelling. This time, the Grand Elder did not appear, only Nail stood guard at the entrance. Nail informed Sanji that the Grand Elder had already instructed him to accommodate his needs as best as possible. Sanji explained his purpose, and Nail brought forth a young Namekian. This is Dandi, Nail introduced. He possesses our race's healing abilities, albeit quite weak. He should suffice for your requirements. Sanji knelt down to meet Dandi, who was timidly hiding behind Nail, and with a warm smile akin to the gentle son of spring, extended his hand, saying, "Hello. Dandi, I am Sanji. I hope to rely on you moving forward." Dandi, observing Sanji's sincere smile, felt his nervousness ease slightly, cautiously extending his small hand to shake Sanji's, whispering, "Thank you for your guidance." After bidding farewell to Nail, Sanji took Dandi back to their temporary residence. Gohan, curious upon seeing Dandi, approached him for conversation. Soon, they became quite familiar and went to Gohan's room to play, the air filled with their joyful laughter. As night fell and moonlight enveloped the entire Namek, Sanji gently lifted the sleeping Dandi from his room, careful not to awaken him, and led Raditz to a hidden chamber underground. Inside, a cylindrical glass container came into view, filled with a green solution. This was a creation assisted by Bulma, and the solution was an enhanced version of the nutrient liquid for the incubation chamber, significantly amplifying the ability to heal wounds. This was a crucial element of Sanji's plan. Sanji aroused Dandi, who, groggy and rubbing his eyes, looked around in confusion. Sanji nodded to Raditz, then removed his shirt, standing resolutely before Raditz. A flicker of reluctance crossed Raditz's face but was swiftly replaced by determination. He raised his arm, gathering all his energy into his palm, compressing the surrounding air which emitted a hissing sound. With a swift motion, Raditz's arm pierced through Sanji's chest. Blood gushed forth. And as Raditz withdrew his arm, Sanji's body fell backward. Reacting quickly, Raditz caught him and shouted at the still-shocked Dandi, "What are you waiting for? Come help stabilize his injuries." Dandi snapped back to reality, his legs feeling weak as he rushed to Sanji's side, extending his hands above the wound. A gentle green energy radiated from his palms, slowly enveloping the injury. However, upon contact, it seemed to trigger a mysterious force, and a powerful suction emanated from Sanji's wound, instantly draining all the energy from Dandi's body. Dandi's face turned pale as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Raditz, disregarding Dandi, swiftly lifted Sanji and placed him into the transparent glass chamber, securing an oxygen mask on him. The chamber door sealed, and the green nutrient liquid gradually submerged Sanji. As the liquid made contact with the wound, Sanji's previously weakened aura began to stabilize, and the injury on his chest started to heal. Raditz exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief, as he reflected on how perilous Sanji's plan was. Yet, unbeknownst to Raditz, Sanji did not merely intend to exploit the near-death characteristics of the Saiyans. Rather, he sought to utilize his near-death state, harnessing the healing powers of the Namekian to awaken the dormant black energy within him, thereby breaking through his power limitations. Chapter 45. Mimicry. Raditz observed for a while, and, seeing no unusual behavior from Sanji, lifted Dandi from the ground, exited the room, and locked the door behind him. He then proceeded to Sanji's chamber, fed Dandi a magical bean, placed him on the bed, and turned to leave. Shortly after Raditz departed, Dandi stirred awake, sitting up abruptly with a look of terror as he scanned the surroundings. Upon recognizing his familiar environment, he let out a sigh of relief and murmured to himself, "Was that just a dream? How could it feel so real?" That night, Dandi tossed and turned, unable to find sleep, enduring until dawn. In the morning, Goku, Raditz, Gohan, and Dandi gathered around the dining table. Goku, munching on his meal, inquired, "Brother, where's Ya? Has he not risen yet?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Raditz's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, "Sanji mentioned this morning that he needed to return to Earth for a brief visit. He will be back in a few days." Upon hearing this, Goku expressed no suspicion. Rather, he marveled. Ja's instant transmission technique is truly convenient. If only I could do that. I could visit Chi-Chi and Master Roshi whenever I wished. Raditz, intrigued, remarked, "Are you referring to his ability to teleport? If we all mastered it, we could gain the upper hand in battles." Goku nodded, his face clouded with regret. "Indeed, but I once asked you about it, and he said it's a unique skill he possesses. No one else can learn it, alas." Despite Goku's lack of doubt regarding Raditz's words, Dandi, seated nearby, turned pale, trembling as he gazed fearfully at Raditz. He was utterly convinced that the events of the previous night were not a dream. The man before him had indeed killed their companion, Sanji. Gohan, noticing Dandi's distress, inquired with concern, "Dandi, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" He reached out to check Dandy's forehead, finding it cool. You're not feverish. Why don't you take the day to rest? Gohan's gesture caused Dandy to stiffen momentarily, but the warmth in Gohan's words eased his taut nerves. Dandy felt torn inside, uncertain whether to divulge the events of the previous night to Gohan. Just as he wavered, in the underground chamber, Sunja, submerged in nutrient fluid, had fully healed from his external injuries over the course of the night. However, his consciousness remained dormant, and as time passed, a black mark began to spread from his forehead. Days later, the mark gradually took shape, resembling a mysterious symbol that radiated an eerie aura. Suddenly, Sunja's eyes flew open, filled with terror. During his unconsciousness, he had experienced a bizarre dream. In this dream, he was born as the legendary Super Saiyan, devoid of any system companion, and had never set foot on Earth. He rampaged across various planets, his power escalating rapidly. Under his might, planets crumbled into ruins, and lives extinguished at his hands. Until one day, a black mist enveloped him, rendering him powerless and plunging him into an abyss of darkness. Just as he was engulfed, the dream abruptly ended. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he regained consciousness, the black symbol on his forehead vanished swiftly. As he awakened, the nutrient fluid that encased him slowly receded. The glass chamber door opened, and Sunja donned the clothing beside him, calling out to assess his current attributes. Sunja, normal state, 3, 6M burst, 7, 2M, 360M. Upon witnessing his current power index, Sunja was astounded. Through this adventure, he had successfully broken his limits and acquired unprecedented strength. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within, thinking to himself, this is the power index for my 3 minor objectives. This time, it's assured. As Sunja reveled in his newfound strength, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching outside the door. Assuming it to be Raditz checking on him, he looked up, only to find Goku standing in the doorway. Seeing Sunja awake, Goku's anxious gaze transformed into one of surprise, his voice laced with complaint. Ja, why did you let brother keep this from me? Are we still brothers? Sunja felt a pang of guilt at Goku's words, stammering, I didn't want you to worry. Goku, filled with indignation, stepped forward and punched Sunja on the shoulder. Worry? Did you ever consider what would happen if this plan failed? Sunja did not flinch, accepting the blow with a sense of remorse. It was wrong of me to have Raditz conceal this from you. But I had my reasons, Goku. I'm truly sorry. Goku's punch seemed to release all his pent-up frustration. He sighed deeply, saying, Ja, please don't take such risks again. Sunja nodded earnestly, warmth flooding his heart. During their conversation, Sunja learned that he had been unconscious for a full 15 days. When Goku mentioned that he and Raditz had come to blows in a fit of rage over this matter, Sunja's expression sharpened. I believe I entered a strange state during that time, and with a few reckless moves, I nearly killed brother, Goku recalled, scratching his head. Sunja's mind stirred with intrigue. He asked, Dog, quickly check Goku's current attributes. The system responded, certainly. In an instant, a detailed attribute panel appeared before Sunja. Sun Goku normal state, 114K burst, 228K, 3, 42M. Seeing the changes in Goku's power index confirmed Sunja's suspicions. To further verify, he inquired, Dog, did Goku previously enter the state of a mimic Super Saiyan? The system affirmed, indeed. According to my analysis, Son Goku had entered the mimic Super Saiyan state, amplifying his current normal power by 30 times. However, this state cannot be maintained for long and may cause the user to lose their rationality, transforming them into a mindless combat machine. Sunja then asked, so, does Goku need to reach a normal power of 3M to transform into a Super Saiyan? The system clarified, not quite. Even if Goku's normal power reaches 3M, he cannot directly transform into a Super Saiyan due to insufficient S cells in his body. He must harness extreme rage to replenish his S cells and achieve the transformation. Upon hearing this, Sunja sighed in resignation, dispelling any hopes he had. Suddenly, he remembered his own situation and asked the system with curiosity, so, does that mean I cannot transform into a Super Saiyan either? The system replied earnestly, correct. You bear the lineage of a Super Saiyan, which imposes higher requirements for transformation compared to ordinary Saiyans. Consequently, the corresponding amplification is also greater. Given your current status, you can at most transform into a mimic Super Saiyan with a power increase of 50 times. As for the side effects, you are surely aware. Chapter 46. Frieza. Upon hearing this, Sunja's expression instantly froze, and he questioned with irritation, why did you not mention these details when I previously discussed the plan? The The system instinctively shrank its neck and muttered softly. At that time, you only asked me to confirm the feasibility of the plan and did not inquire about other matters. Besides, your combat power has increased, hasn't it? Sanjay placed a hand on his forehead, silently blaming his own oversight. Now, he could only take one step at a time. A few days later, Sanjay and Goku were resting at the camp when suddenly, a powerful and malevolent presence tore through the atmosphere, approaching Namek. The group immediately grew alert and looked up at the sky. The eerie purple sky of Namek was abruptly rent apart by a shadow, as Frieza's colossal spaceship, accompanied by a piercing shriek, descended towards the ground like a meteor. As it passed, the air was violently compressed, producing a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding mountains and rocks to tremble under the oppressive force. It's here. Sanjay's gaze sharpened like a hawk, fixating on the spaceship, his hands instinctively clenching into fists, the knuckles whitening from the strain. Sun Wukong trembled with excitement, his eyes sparkling as he jumped in place, shouting, Frieza, I've been waiting for you. Today, I shall settle the score. Son Gohan gritted his teeth, his nails digging into his palms as he silently urged himself, I must not hold everyone back. Raditz crossed his arms, though his body quivered slightly. He feigned calmness and scoffed, Humph. Frieza's minions are nothing but a rabble, not to be feared. The group transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the descending spaceship. With a screeching sound, the spaceship's hatch slowly opened, and Frieza, seated in his iconic hovering infant bed, appeared before them, flanked by his subordinates. At that moment, a notification echoed in Sanjay's mind, indicating a successful check-in, rewarding him with a Namek Dragon Ball reset card. Frieza crossed his arms, his icy gaze slicing through the gathered warriors. Who are you? Are you the indigenous people of this planet? When his eyes fell upon Raditz, a smirk of disdain crept across his lips. Ah, Raditz, so you are the Scions from Earth. But how did you find your way here? Sanjay stepped forward, his voice deep and resolute. You need not know. Today is your day of demise. Frieza threw back his head and let out a sinister laugh. You think this rabble can challenge me? Sabo, Dodoria, tear them to shreds. Sabo, with a chilling smile, rapidly conjured a purple energy sphere, launching himself towards Sanjay like a bolt of lightning, roaring, You're doomed for crossing Lord Frieza. Sanjay swiftly evaded to the right, his right hand forming a slicing energy blade, which sliced through Sabo's arm with a whoosh. Blood gushed forth, creating a stark crimson arc in the air. Sabo knelt, howling in agony, clutching his wound. Seizing the opportunity, Sanjay leapt high, delivering a powerful kick to Sabo's chest. With a resounding thud, Sabo was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing against the spaceship's hard exterior with a loud clang before collapsing, unconscious. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong soared into the air, performing flips like a cannonball aimed at Dodoria, shouting, Take this, Frieza's lackey. Dodoria's face paled, stumbling backward as he unleashed a barrage of energy beams. Sun Wukong deftly dodged, using the momentum of his descent to land a precise kick to Dodoria's chest. The impact caused Dodoria's torso to cave in, sending him hurtling back, crashing against the spaceship, which shook violently, producing a cacophony of sounds. Dodoria slid down the ship, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground, lifeless. On Son Gohan's side, Appa charged, unleashing energy balls like a frantic beast towards him. You little brat, prepare to die. Son Gohan dodged left and right. The ground beneath him pocked with explosions from the energy balls. He seized Appa's moment of respite, inhaled deeply, and placed his hands on his forehead to gather energy, shouting, Taste this, magic flash. A blinding energy sphere shot forth, striking Appa in the abdomen. Appa doubled over, groaning in pain. Son Gohan then leapt high, driving his knee into Appa's face like a meteor, shattering his nose and sending him sprawling backward. As he landed, Son Gohan unleashed a slicing energy blade, which cut through Appa's throat, causing blood to spurt as Appa's eyes widened in shock before he fell. Raditz faced off against Carter, who charged at him with wild laughter. Raditz, you traitor. I'll turn you into pulp today. Raditz snorted disdainfully, firmly planted like a rock. You think you can? As Carter lunged, his right fist whistled through the air towards Raditz. Raditz roared, his right arm bulging with muscle, meeting Carter's punch head-on. The collision echoed, and Carter's arm broke with a distinct crack, sending him flying backward. Raditz pursued, gathering energy into a sphere and firing it at Carter. The sphere exploded against Carter's chest, leaving him a mangled mess as he fell to the ground, motionless. Frieza, witnessing his subordinate's defeat, clenched his fists, his face a stormy hue, reminiscent of a tempest brewing. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. With that, He unleashed a purple energy blast, hurtling towards Sun-Ja like a cannonball. Sun-Ja swatted the energy blast aside effortlessly. He then assumed a battle stance, his legs slightly bent, focusing intently on Frieza. Frieza, today marks your end. Frieza leapt from his infant bed, and the two rushed toward each other like two meteors on a collision course. Frieza's right fist, charged with energy, swung towards Sun-Ja's face. Sun-Ja tilted his body, evading effortlessly and launching an energy sphere with his left palm. Frieza dismissed the sphere with a wave, then spun, his right leg sweeping towards Sun-Ja like a steel whip. Sun-Ja leapt back, executing a flip in midair while unleashing two energy blades. Frieza crossed his arms defensively, and the blades sliced deep into his arms, blood seeping from the wounds. Realizing Sun-Ja was not an opponent to be underestimated, Frieza began to transform. Entering his second form, he let out a deafening roar. Ha! I did not expect this monkey to possess such prowess, but this is where it ends. Sun-Ja shouted back, stomping heavily on the ground, causing cracks to appear. Then let us see what you can do. Transformed, Frieza's speed and strength surged, and he instantly appeared behind Sun-Ja, delivering a powerful punch. Sun-Ja quickly turned, crossing his arms in defense. The impact sent him sliding back several meters, carving deep grooves into the ground. Chapter 47. Has Wukong perished? Sun-Ja steadied himself, extending his palms as dozens of explosive orbs shot forth like raindrops directed at Frieza. Frieza dodged left and right amidst the barrage, searching for Sun-Ja's vulnerabilities. Despite Frieza's transformation, Sun-Ja remained unfazed. With a furious roar, Frieza unleashed a torrent of energy and morphed into his third form, declaring, "Prepare to die." He darted towards Sun-Ja like a bolt of lightning. In the heat of battle, Frieza feigned with his left fist, prompting Sun-Ja to instinctively block. In that fleeting moment, Frieza vanished and reappeared at Sun-Ja's right side, delivering a punch that struck like cannon fire. The impact pierced through Sun-Ja's chest, and with a swift kick, Frieza sent him soaring away. Blood spewed from Sun-Ja's mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Sun Wukong's eyes flared crimson, his energy surging violently as his white aura transformed into a brilliant yellow, entering the state of a Super Saiyan. Clenching his fists, his nails dug deep into his palms, blood trickling between his fingers as he shouted, "Frieza, how dare you harm a Ja? You shall pay dearly for this." He charged at Frieza, their collision unleashing a powerful shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them, the air vibrating with a resonant hum. Sun-Ja lay on the ground, struggling to access his system space, trembling as he retrieved a Senzu bean and placed it in his mouth. "I was careless. I cannot fall here." The Senzu bean took effect, rapidly healing his wounds. Rising to his feet, he heard the sounds of combat nearby. He flew towards the noise, discovering Vegeta locked in battle with the Ginyu Force. Ginyu laughed maniacally, circling Vegeta. "Vegeta, you are no match for us. Surrender now." Vegeta held his head high, arms crossed. Disdain etched across his face. "Humph. You lot think I would surrender to a bunch of worthless fools? Such delusions." However, Ginyu soon seized an opening and landed a punch that knocked Vegeta to the ground. Sun-Ja rushed in, kicking away Buddha who attempted to ambush Vegeta, then using a key blade to repel Jisus, before pulling Vegeta back up. Vegeta brushed off Sun-Ja's hand, about to hurl a taunt, but upon recognizing him, his expression shifted to one of surprise. "It's you. But weren't you impaled by Frieza?" Sun-Ja had no time to respond as he and Vegeta engaged in fierce combat with the Ginyu Force. After a series of skirmishes, Sun-Ja spotted an opening and unleashed a flurry of precise strikes that left Ginyu dazed. Vegeta took advantage of the moment, launching a surprise attack from behind and seizing Ginyu. With a swift motion, Vegeta snapped Jinyu's arm, holding him aloft to face Jisus and Buddha, a mocking grin on his face. "Look at your leader in this pitiful state. You lot wish to dominate the universe? You aren't even fit to be my sparring partners. Before us, the so-called Ginyu Force is nothing but a troop of jesters." Jisus and Buddha were both astonished and furious, yet they dared not approach. Vegeta smirked coldly, channeling his strength to hurl Ginyu towards them. "Take your worthless leader with you to hell." In unison, Vegeta and Sun-Ja unleashed powerful energy blasts, enveloping the three in an explosive embrace. When the dust settled, Jisus and Buddha were left in ashes, while Ginyu lay gravely wounded, on the brink of death. Activating his exchange ability. Anticipating this, Sun-Ja swiftly produced a glass vial containing cockroaches and tossed it at Ginyu, laughing, "Ginyu, I anticipated your little trick." In a flash of light, Jinyu's consciousness transferred into the body of a cockroach. Vegeta fired an energy blast that shattered the vial, disdain evident on his face. "Humph, Ginyu. Now even a bug is worthier than you." Sun-Ja nodded, glancing towards the tumultuous battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza. Indeed. Let us go. The clash between Wukong and Frieza must be fierce, and we must provide assistance. Vegeta crossed his arms, head held high. Humph. Frieza? I will deal with him personally in due time. However, since you insist, let us see if Kakarot, that lowly warrior, has been vanquished by Frieza. The two transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Frieza. Beneath the pale green sky of Namek, Frieza and a frenzied Wukong collided like two meteors, generating waves of energy that surged through the air. These waves roared like a relentless tsunami, sweeping up rocks and dust in their wake. With every clash, Frieza felt the wild energy emanating from Wukong's fists, akin to a beast breaking free from its confines, ready to devour him whole. Wukong was engulfed in golden flames, radiating brilliance akin to the sun, his fury causing the flames to writhe violently. His eyes burned with a savage light, each movement infused with unrestrained ferocity. This visage instilled a twinge of unease in Frieza, evoking ancient legends of the Super Saiyan, an entity said to possess world-shattering power, the bane of Frieza's race. Yet, Frieza quickly dismissed the thought, shaking his head in derision. To him, Wukong's strength was trivial. If this was the famed Super Saiyan, it was pathetically weak. You Saiyan monkey, is this truly all your strength? What a farce. Look at your feeble attacks. They wouldn't even tickle me. Frieza's shrill laughter echoed through the winds. Wukong roared, his golden flames intensifying as he recklessly surged forward, throwing a punch that seemed to carry the might of a mountain. The surrounding air compressed sharply, emitting a piercing whistle. Frieza, with a mocking smile, effortlessly evaded the strike, retaliating with a kick that struck Wukong squarely in the chest. Wukong was sent hurtling back like a kite severed from its string, carving a long trench in the earth as dust billowed around him. Humph, the legendary Super Saiyan is nothing more than this? I could defeat you with a mere finger. Frieza crossed his arms, his tone dripping with disdain, as if mocking an insignificant insect. Wukong struggled to rise, his eyes still ablaze with rage. Yet his body faltered from exhaustion. His golden aura flickered uncertainly, his body marred with wounds. Noticing this, Frieza's eyes glinted with malice as he coalesced a purple death ray at his fingertips. The ray slithered forth like a venomous serpent, exuding a lethal aura. Saiyan monkey, is this your limit? It seems the Super Saiyan is nothing but a hollow title. Frieza taunted. No sooner had the words left his lips than the ray shot forth like lightning, piercing through Wukong's heart. Wukong's eyes widened in shock as he gradually collapsed, the light of life fading from him. At that moment, Sanji and Vegeta arrived on the scene. Upon seeing Wukong lying in a pool of blood, their hearts sank. Sanji rushed forward, retrieving a senzu bean and placing it in Wukong's mouth, but it was futile. Wukong had already lost his life force. Witnessing this, an uncontrollable fury surged within Sanji, a dark line rapidly spreading across his emerald eyes. He extracted the Namekian Dragon Ball reset card from his system space, tearing it apart without hesitation, and turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, you find the Dragon Balls. I will deal with that scoundrel Frieza. Chapter 48. Sanji unleashed. Vegeta stared intently at Goku's lifeless body, his fists clenched tightly, joints turning pale. Upon receiving the Dragon Ball radar, he cast a sidelong glance at Sanji and coldly remarked, "Humph, don't die on me. Wait for my return to personally deal with Frieza." He then transformed into a streak of blue light and swiftly departed. Witnessing his father's demise, Son Gohan was engulfed in despair, recklessly charging at Frieza while screaming, "Give me back my dad." Frieza let out a disdainful snort and lashed out with his tail like a steel whip. The tail, accompanied by a howling wind, struck Son Gohan with force, sending him hurtling away. In an instant, Sanji darted forward, catching Son Gohan, producing two senzu beans from the system space. He placed one in Son Gohan's mouth and consumed the other himself, his expression grave as he instructed, "Gohan, do not act impulsively. Go find Vegeta and the Dragon Balls. Take Dandy to resurrect your father and Raditz, and transfer everyone here, except for Frieza, Vegeta, and myself, to Earth." Son Gohan's eyes were red with unshed tears. Filled with reluctance, yet he nodded resolutely, "Uncle Ja, I will go now." With that, he flew towards the camp. Frieza slowly descended from the air. A mocking smile etched on his face. "Do you truly believe they can escape? While I am unaware of how your injuries have healed, this time you shall undoubtedly perish." "Frieza, the day marks your end." Sanji bellowed, his entire being erupting with a brilliant white energy. The aura, akin to a surging white flame, enveloped him as a powerful shockwave radiated outward, cracking the ground as if torn by an unseen giant hand. In that moment, driven by the recent fierce battle and his injuries, Sanja's power surged to an astonishing 19m. He dashed forward like a bolt of black lightning, hurtling toward Frieza with his right fist, imbued with terrifying energy, aimed straight at Frieza's face. Bang! The punch landed with immense force, catching Frieza off guard, who was sent flying several dozen meters, dragging a deep gash in the ground behind him. Regaining his footing, Frieza wiped the blood from his mouth, his gaze filled with malice as he glared at Sanja. "Humph! You are indeed stronger than that previous Saiyan monkey, but in the presence of me, Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, you remain nothing but an insect." With that, he howled at the heavens, his purple scales glowing with renewed vigor as he began to unleash his full power. Sanja, unwilling to grant Frieza a moment's respite, seized the opportunity while Frieza's strength was not yet fully unbound. He flickered through the air, appearing before Frieza in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage of rapid punches rained down upon Frieza, each strike accompanied by the sound of whipping winds. Taken by surprise, Frieza stood rigidly, unable to mount an effective defense, enduring Sanja's relentless assault. Seizing the moment, Sanja unleashed a flurry of techniques, slicing energy waves and energy blasts surged toward Frieza, inflicting numerous wounds that bled profusely. Just as Sanja prepared to deliver a fatal blow, Frieza's unbound power surged forth. He unleashed a thunderous roar, sending a powerful wave of energy radiating outward. Boom! Sanja was sent sprawling backward from the force, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, within his eyes, a fervent excitement burned brighter, black veins creeping across his pupils as he trembled with exhilaration. Frieza, observing the grievous wounds upon his body, felt an inferno of rage threatening to engulf him. "You damned monkey, how dare you inflict such harm upon me? Today, I shall tear you to shreds." With a furious roar, Frieza lunged at Sanja like a wild beast. As Frieza charged, Sanja unleashed a powerful punch. The fist, slicing through the air with a howling wind, struck Frieza with the force of a cannonball. Frieza hastily tried to block, but the impact reverberated through his arm, leaving him reeling backward, his body sliding several meters across the ground, leaving deep furrows in his wake. "Humph! Is this all you're capable of? It seems you, like that monkey, are nothing but fragile trash," Frieza boasted, though internally he was astonished. Sanja's strength far exceeded his expectations. Sanja smirked coldly, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick, instantly appearing before Frieza once more. He unleashed a series of punches, each infused with intense energy. Frieza dodged and weaved, but still bore the brunt of the wind from the strikes, leaving him with numerous lacerations. "What is the matter, Frieza? Are you beginning to fear?" Sanja taunted, attacking relentlessly. "You, the so-called Emperor of the Universe, are nothing but a coward hiding in the shadows." Frieza, enraged and humiliated, bellowed in fury, his form shifting as he entered his fourth transformation. His body swelled several times, his purple scales shimmering ominously as an even more powerful aura emanated from him. "You will pay dearly for your arrogance." In a flash, he darted toward Sanja, moving at an astonishing speed, almost imperceptible to the eye. Unfazed, Sanja raised his hands and concentrated, forming a brilliant energy sphere that warped the very air around it. "Frieza, taste this." The energy sphere hurtled toward Frieza like a meteor. Despite his attempts to evade, it struck his shoulder, erupting in a violent explosion of blood mist. Roaring in fury, Frieza charged once more at Sanja. They engaged in a fierce close-quarters battle, the sound of their fists colliding echoing through the air, each impact unleashing powerful shockwaves. Utilizing his agility and formidable strength, Sanja gradually gained the upper hand. He delivered a powerful kick to Frieza's abdomen, sending him soaring backward. Frieza tumbled through the air, struggling to regain control of his form. "Frieza, is this truly the extent of your power? No wonder you hide in the corners of the universe, bullying the weak to maintain your so-called dignity." Frieza's eyes blazed with fury as he howled, transforming into his final form. His body shifted once more, his aura becoming more terrifying, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. "I will rip you into pieces." He charged at Sanja like a bolt of lightning, his fist cloaked in a black energy wave, tearing through the air. Sanja swiftly conjured an energy blade, meeting Frieza's punch head-on. Boom! The collision sent both combatants reeling backward. Sanja flipped several times in the air before stabilizing, while Frieza skidded across the ground for several meters, leaving a deep trench behind. Undeterred, Sanja surged forward once more, initiating a fierce exchange of blows, each strike resonating with power, shattering the ground beneath them. As the battle raged on, Sanja's emerald green eyes became increasingly shrouded in darkness, wisps of black mist emanating from his gaze, his expression growing ever more ferocious. The once white aura surrounding him was now cloaked in a mysterious black glow. Chapter 49. The Mark and Whis in the clash between Frieza and Sun-Ja. Fear surged within Frieza like wild grass, spreading uncontrollably. He could distinctly sense Sun-Ja growing stronger, especially when their gazes locked, sending a chilling sensation from the depths of his heart that left him trembling. At that moment, the sky of Namek abruptly darkened. Sun-Ja, with his keen perception, erupted with formidable power, sending Frieza hurtling away. Regaining his composure, Frieza cast his gaze into the distance, where a colossal phantom manifested before him. It was the dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls. Frieza's pupils constricted, fury flooding his eyes as he turned to Sun-Ja, bellowing, "You cunning monkey! You deliberately delayed me, allowing that brat to use my Dragon Balls. This is unforgivable." Sun-Ja, having already consumed a senzu bean, replaced his grim expression with a mocking grin. "Indeed, it was I? And what will you do about it?" Before he finished speaking, he charged at Frieza like an arrow loosed from a bow, his energy instantly restored to its peak. In this battle of mutual injuries, Sun-Ja's power soared to 38 m. Realizing the peril, Frieza began a strategic retreat towards the dragon's shadow. Sun-Ja, perceiving his intentions, accelerated his assaults, unleashing energy blades and blasts like a hail of bullets, completely sealing off Frieza's escape route. Frieza, finding Sun-Ja tenacious, unleashed his rage, creating a powerful wave of energy that pushed Sun-Ja back several steps. Sun-Ja refrained from pursuing, having sensed Goku's energy. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza rushed towards the dragon's silhouette. Just as he was about to reach Gohan and the others standing before the dragon, their figures vanished, and the sky returned to its previous state. "No!" Frieza roared in fury, bombarding the area where Gohan had disappeared, desperately seeking their whereabouts. At that moment, Sun-Ja's voice echoed from behind. "Frieza, stop wasting your efforts. They have already left this planet using the Dragon Balls. Now, it is just the two of us." Frieza slowly turned, his rage now replaced with a palpable murderous intent as he coldly fixed his gaze on Sun-Ja. "You are seeking your own demise, Sun-Ja." Upon hearing this, let a manic smile spread across his face, his eyes brimming with brutality. "It is you who will die. Today, I shall bury you completely." Steadying himself, Sun-Ja inhaled deeply, his energy surging once more. His eyes turned entirely black, a dark mist swirling violently around him, his form increasingly resembling a Super Saiyan 4. His muscles bulged, exuding a primal aura. With a fierce roar, his energy erupted, creating a powerful field that swept dust into the air. His hands moved rapidly, fists overlapping in a flurry, producing sharp explosive sounds in the atmosphere. Each punch he threw, enveloped in dark mist, struck Frieza like meteors racing through the night sky. Just as Frieza attempted to raise his hand to defend himself, Sun-Ja had already appeared behind him, a whirlwind of legs trapping his foe. Under this dazzling onslaught, Frieza was forced to retreat, terror and despair etched in his eyes. With another heavy blow, his body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, battered and bleeding. "No, it can't be. How can you be this strong?" Frieza howled in terror, his voice laced with fear and resentment. Sun-Ja offered no response. He had completely lost his rationality, driven solely by the instinct to battle. Swiftly, he gathered 2 energy orbs, green with hints of black, which radiated an eerie glow, warping the surrounding space. Frieza sensed the horrifying power contained within these orbs and attempted to evade, but they struck his abdomen with blinding speed. With a thunderous explosion, Frieza emitted a pained scream, the impact leaving a gaping wound where he was hit, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "You monkey, you will pay. You will die?" Frieza roared in anger, raising his hands above his head as a massive red energy orb swiftly formed. This orb exuded a destructive aura, as if it could consume all. He shouted, "Planet penetration blast." Then, with a downward thrust, the energy orb descended upon Sun-Ja like a meteor. Instinctively sensing the life-threatening danger, Sun-Ja crossed his arms, unleashing a green energy wave in a bid to repel the incoming blast. However, in his frenzied state, the energy he emitted was too scattered to fully counter the attack, merely slowing its descent. As the energy orb drew closer, Sun-Ja's expression grew increasingly frenzied. He unleashed another primal roar, intensifying his output. His body trembled, veins bulging on his forehead, sweat cascading down like rain. Witnessing this, Frieza's energy surged once more, muscles swelling, veins protruding, resembling writhing worms. At that moment, A black symbol began to emerge on Sanja's forehead, his once green energy wave appearing to be tainted by black ink. The standoff caused the planet penetration blast to lose balance, hurtling back towards Frieza. Terror gripped Frieza as he widened his eyes, attempting to defend himself. But it was too late. The energy orb engulfed him, a scream of fear emanating from within, and then Frieza vanished. With Frieza's demise, the frenzied Sanja began to wreak unrestrained havoc on Namek. The symbol on his forehead fully manifested, and his attacks grew even more terrifying. Anywhere his energy wave struck, it vanished as if it had never existed. Namek, unable to bear the weight, experienced violent upheavals in its core, massive cracks appearing on the surface, with magma erupting forth. At the moment the symbol on Sanja's forehead fully materialized, Whis, far away in the realm of destruction, sensed a disturbance. He waved his staff, enveloped in a transparent light, and soared into the cosmos towards the unfolding chaos. With a cataclysmic explosion, Namek shattered into countless fragments, blossoming like fireworks in the universe. Sanja was knocked unconscious by the shockwave of the planet's explosion, drifting through the cosmos. At this moment, a voice resonated deep within his soul. Ha ha ha. The plan is. But before the system could finish, a mechanical voice from the auxiliary program interrupted. Beep beep beep. Detecting that the host lacks the capability to survive in a vacuum. Beep. Detecting that the host is falling into a slumber, current status, near death. Beep. Forcibly exchanging for a teleportation card. Beep. Due to unspecified coordinates, initiating random teleportation. Suddenly, a card materialized before Sanja, and as if gripped by invisible hands, it tore apart. The card transformed into particles of light, enveloping Sanja's body, and he vanished from the cosmos, the system's unwilling cry echoing in his mind. No. I had already obtained most of the permissions. Why? Shortly thereafter, Whis arrived at the site of Namek's explosion. He surveyed the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Then, with a gentle flick of his staff, a polygonal crystal materialized before him. Within the crystal, images of the events on Namek played out. Observing the scenes, Whis smiled faintly, murmuring to himself, "Oh, interesting. I've discovered a fascinating individual." Chapter 50, Battle. System. In the afternoon, sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, gently casting a golden hue over the Capsule Corporation. The grounds were adorned with Bulma's newly developed equipment, neatly arranged amidst lush greenery. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soothing melody. Suddenly, a blinding light enveloped the entire area, resembling a miniature sun that had erupted in their midst. In an instant, a group of beings, strikingly similar to Piccolo, materialized. Their emerald skin shimmered under the light, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. The soft grass beneath Bulma's feet was swept up by the sudden gust, scattering blades of grass and filling the air with an intense atmosphere of tension. How could this be possible? How could so many Piccolos appear at once? Is it possible for him to spawn like fish? Bulma's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief etched across her face, her mouth agape as she murmured, frantically scanning the crowd for even a semblance of rational explanation. At that moment, Goku's familiar voice echoed through the throng. "Where am I? Wasn't I killed by Frieza?" Upon hearing his father's voice, Gohan's eyes welled with tears as he hurried to Goku's side, urgently exclaiming, "Yes, Dad. Uncle Son Goku used the Dragon Balls from Namek to bring you back." Goku slowly rose, surveying his surroundings. Upon spotting the familiar Capsule Corporation logo on a building, he questioned, "So we have returned to Earth?" Gohan's expression darkened as he replied, tinged with sorrow, "That's right, Dad. Uncle Son Goku had me wish to bring everyone back to Earth except for him and Frieza." Goku nodded thoughtfully, then pressed on, "Gohan, are you saying that Uncle Goku did not return with us? He is still fighting Frieza?" Gohan lowered his gaze, his voice barely above a whisper, "Yes. Before we were transported, I saw Uncle Goku desperately trying to hold off Frieza." Goku sighed heavily. That reckless fool. How could he think to face that monster Frieza alone? At that moment, Vegeta's furious roar shattered the brief silence. "You little brat. Where is this place? Where is Son Goku?" Vegeta's characteristic haughty demeanor was now twisted with rage. Goku turned to see Vegeta, as Gohan quietly explained, "Actually, Uncle Goku wanted me to leave Vegeta there, but thinking of Uncle Raditz, I brought him back." Vegeta, feeling ignored, ignited with fury, his eyes gleaming with malice as he launched an energy blast into the crowd. With a resounding explosion, several fell into a pool of blood. Chaos erupting as equipment was sent tumbling and parts scattered in all directions. Seeing this, Goku rushed forward, shouting, "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Vegeta scoffed, It's you, Kakarot. Where is Son Goku? Goku furrowed his brow. Goku did not return with us. He is still battling Frieza and Namek. Vegeta, enraged, bellowed. What? The prince of all Saiyans, have become a coward. He unleashed his energy in a furious outburst, the overwhelming wave of power staggering those around him, uprooting nearby trees and sending them flying through the air. Vegeta glared at Goku, declaring, Kakarot, take me back. I will fight Frieza. I cannot bear the shame of being a Saiyan. Otherwise, I will kill you all and destroy this planet. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed several energy blasts into the throng. Amidst the chaos, Krillin summoned all his strength to fend off one of the blasts. Goku, Gohan, and Raditz quickly intervened to block the remaining attacks. Goku, frantic, shouted, Vegeta, what do you intend to do? Vegeta, disdainful, replied, Kakarot, you dare protect these worthless beings? Very well, then perish with them. With that, he gathered energy once more, his aura swirling violently. Goku, without hesitation, charged forward. Vegeta, stop. The two clashed, their powers colliding and sending shockwaves through the area, hurling equipment into the air, stirring dust, and causing buildings to tremble and glass to shatter. On an unknown planet, Son Goku slowly opened his eyes to a peculiar purple sky, dense clouds swirling ominously. The ground was teeming with bizarre flora, thick vines coiling around the rocks like serpents, and dark red leaves adorned with sharp thorns, the air thick with a pungent odor. In the distance, colossal, jagged rocks stood like sentinels, pockmarked as if battered by countless artillery shells. Son Goku pondered, System, where am I? Yet, silence met his inquiry. A wave of confusion washed over him as he called out once more, System, are you there? System. After a long pause, the system's voice finally responded, weariness evident. I am here, host. You are currently in. At that moment, a mechanical electronic voice abruptly interrupted, beep, detecting host awakening, inquiring whether to execute awaken. The voice faltered, as though something had obstructed it. Son Goku frowned, pressing, execute what? The system's voice returned, tinged with panic, nothing to execute. The auxiliary program seems to be malfunctioning. I will attempt to fix it. With that, the system fell silent once more. Son Goku's confusion deepened. Execute awakening? What does that even mean? As he pondered, a massive spaceship roared as it descended, its metallic sheen stark against the eerie sky. The ship bore the scars of battle. And as the hatch slowly opened, a group of individuals emerged. Leading them was a brash figure clad in combat attire, who boldly proclaimed, I didn't expect this planet to have native inhabitants. Attack, kill him. His subordinates surged forward like ravenous wolves, charging at Son Goku. Chapter 51. Dales and Wukong become Super Saiyans on Earth. Vegeta lay defeated once again by Wukong, his breath shallow as he gazed at his opponent. With great effort, he managed to ask why. If it is true that Sun Jua possesses the bloodline of our royal lineage, I could understand his strength. Yet, you are of the lowest bloodline. How can you be so powerful? This is utterly illogical. With those words, Vegeta fell into a deep abyss of self-doubt. Could it be my own inadequacy? No, that cannot be. Could it be? Seeing Vegeta's turmoil, Wukong sighed in resignation. Vegeta, bloodline is inconsequential. What truly matters is cultivation. He then summoned Dandy to assist in healing Vegeta, muttering to himself, bloodline does not matter. As time passed, Vegeta's injuries began to mend. He slowly sat up, suddenly feeling an immense power surging within him, his face lighting up with astonishment. What is this power? How can it be so formidable? Attempting to harness the newfound energy, a fierce rage erupted from deep within, overwhelming his senses. Dandy, noticing Vegeta's improvement, turned to leave. But at that moment, Vegeta, consumed by madness, seized Dandy by the throat. With a sickening crack, Dandy's breath vanished instantly. Vegeta flung Dandy's lifeless body aside. Krillin, seeing a dark object hurtling toward him, instinctively reached out to catch it. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged through his arm, causing it to snap with a sharp crack. Almost immediately, a searing pain gripped his chest, and he coughed up blood mixed with internal fragments. His body propelled backward, crashing through several sturdy trees before landing heavily in a ravaged flower bed. The rapidity of these events left Wukong no time to react. He quickly dashed forward. At this point, Krillin was on the brink of death, his mouth opening and closing as if trying to speak, yet the torrent of blood pouring from him rendered him voiceless. Unlike in the original tale, Krillin had not ventured to Namek to unlock his potential, leaving him comparatively weaker. Wukong, witnessing Krillin's dire state, was haunted by memories of Krillin's previous demise. His energy became erratic, his hair oscillating between black and gold. Vegeta, sensing the shift in Wukong's aura, charged towards him. In response, Wukong swiftly maneuvered to Gohan's side, entrusting Krillin to him. "Gohan, take care of Krillin." With that, he turned to face Vegeta once more. And the two were plunged back into a fierce battle, waves of energy wreaking havoc as the ground beneath them was torn asunder, dust swirling violently, and nearby structures collapsing under the intensity of their confrontation. On an unknown planet, Sanjua and Dales faced each other on parched, dark red soil, fissures cracking the ground, strewn with stones of varying sizes. Dales' minions had been effortlessly dispatched by Sanjua, crumbling like paper before his might. Standing at the entrance of his spacecraft, Dales clapped appreciatively, impressive. "Given the tale behind you, you must also be one of the surviving Saiyans, correct?" He revealed his own tale, adding, "I am Dales. We are of the same kin. What do you call yourself?" Upon hearing Dales' name, Sanjua realized the truth. This was none other than the malevolent Saiyan from the original tale, infamous for propagating the spirit tree's fruit. Sanjua initially failed to recognize him due to Dales' altered appearance. He sported a bald head, somewhat reminiscent of Nappa. "I am Sanjua. It is a pleasure to meet you," Sanjua replied with a hint of cordiality. "Sanjua? That is quite an unusual name. Nevertheless, I shall call you that." Dales remarked, perplexed by Sanjua's name. He then produced a fruit from his pocket and tossed it to Sanjua. "Sanjua, this is a spirit fruit. Consuming it will enhance your combat prowess." Following this, he retrieved a seed and tossed it into the distance. Upon contact with the ground, the spirit tree seed took root rapidly, causing nearby flora to grotesquely twist and grow, emitting eerie sounds. Sanjua accepted the spirit fruit, but did not consume it immediately. Instead, he inquired of Dales, "Such a valuable item, why offer it to me? Is it merely because we share the Saiyan heritage?" Dales laughed heartily. "Yes and no. I wish for you to join me in cultivating these fruits. Once consumed, we shall grow ever stronger. Soon, the entire universe will be mine. No, ours. Allow me to demonstrate my current strength." With that, Dales unleashed his energy, a powerful wave sending dust swirling around them, his battle power soaring to 500k. Sanjua observed the spectacle with a stoic expression, while Dales misinterpreted Sanjua's demeanor as boasting. "So, are you impressed? If you ally with me, you too can achieve such power." Sanjua shook his head, retorting coldly, "I'm afraid I have no need for it. Moreover, you are far too weak." In disbelief, Dales rubbed his ears, questioning his own hearing. "What did you say?" Sanjua enunciated each word deliberately. "I said you were worthless. I will not join you." This time, Dales no longer doubted his comprehension. The term worthless ignited a blazing fury within him. He propelled himself forward like a streak of black lightning towards Sanjua, the resultant energy wave sending debris flying and uprooting nearby plants, all while roaring, "You ungrateful fool. Then you shall perish." While Vegeta succumbed to madness, entering a pseudo-Super Saiyan state, the surface of Earth remained deceptively tranquil. Yet, beneath this facade of serenity, a crisis capable of upending the cosmic order was brewing quietly. On that day at North Kai's planet, the Kai's brow furrowed in concentration as he sensed an overwhelming energy wave erupting from the distant Namek. The essence of Namek had vanished entirely, along with Sanjua's aura. Fearing the implications, the Kai wasted no time in relaying this grim news to Wukong. Upon receiving the message, Wukong felt as though struck by lightning. His aura surged violently. Golden flames erupted from within him, soaring skyward like a torrential blaze, warping the very air around him. He threw his head back and roared, "Frieza, I shall avenge Sanjua." This surge of wrathful energy trembled the ground beneath him, splintering the trees around him as leaves spiraled like confetti in the chaotic winds. Chapter 52. Return to Earth and schemes under the earnest persuasion of Bulma and Krillin. Goku gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fists, and the fiery rage in his eyes began to fade, returning to clarity. After much contemplation, he resolved to first utilize the power of the Dragon Balls to resurrect Sanjua, and then rally everyone's strength to wage a vengeful battle against Frieza. Following the harrowing confrontation with Goku, Vegeta regained his composure. He sensed an unprecedented surge of power within him, akin to a slumbering dragon on the verge of awakening. Mastering this power would render the dream of becoming a legendary Super Saiyan no longer an unattainable aspiration. With such ambition in mind, on a moonless night shrouded in clouds, Vegeta stealthily infiltrated Bulma's laboratory. The lab was filled with an array of advanced equipment, and the moonlight filtering through the windows cast mottled shadows on the floor. Vegeta absconded with a highly capable spaceship, steering it into the vast depths of the universe, vanishing into the infinite darkness. One day, a dense, inky blackness enveloped the skies above West City like a colossal curtain. The city's lights appeared feeble under the weight of this darkness, and pedestrians halted, gazing upward with expressions of fear and confusion. At that moment, the immense form of Shenron Purunga slowly materialized, radiating a mysterious golden light that flickered and danced in the night sky, its overwhelming presence spreading like a tidal wave. Meanwhile, on a distant planet, its surface marred with cracks and desolation, a towering spirit tree stood proudly, its trunk adorned with enigmatic patterns, its fruits glowing enticingly. A gentle mist enveloped the area, imbuing the planet with an air of mystery. Sunja swiftly maneuvered among the branches of the spirit tree, plucking its fruits. Suddenly, Purunga's voice resonated like thunder in his mind. Sunja, Goku has made a wish to send you back to Earth. Do you agree? Upon hearing this, Sunja hastened his actions, swiftly retrieving a seed from the spirit tree, and replied, "No, have Goku wait a moment." He then stored the seed in his system space. Ever since the previous malfunction of the system, Sunja had called upon it multiple times without response. Fortunately, the system space and exchange functions remained operational. He exchanged a teleportation card from the system space, silently wishing to be beside Goku, and tore it open. In an instant, the card transformed into countless specks of light that swirled around him, and the next moment, Sunja's figure vanished from the spot. On Earth, Purunga conveyed Sunja's refusal and request for Goku to wait. Goku scratched his head in confusion, and just then, Sunja's form appeared beside him like a specter, the teleportation leaving him feeling somewhat nauseated. At that moment, sunlight bathed the two, and the surrounding flora swayed gently in the breeze. Hearing Sunja's voice, Goku turned, his face lighting up with joy as he rushed forward and embraced Sunja tightly, his eyes glistening with tears. "Aja, you finally returned. I thought you were dead." Sunja pushed Goku away with a smile, saying, "Get off me, I'm not into that." He then turned to Purunga and asked, "Purunga, how many wishes do we have left?" Purunga's deep voice replied, "2." Sunja then faced Goku and inquired, "Goku, would you like to learn my ability to teleport others instantly?" Goku's eyes brightened immediately, filled with anticipation as he exclaimed, "Aja, will you teach me? That would be amazing." Sunja chuckled helplessly, "It's not me teaching you. I know of a technique called instant transmission on another planet, which is quite similar to my teleportation. How about I wish to send you there to learn it?" Although Goku realized it wasn't Sunja who would personally teach him, he remained intrigued by the notion of instant transmission and eagerly nodded. Sunja planned to learn from Goku once he mastered it, knowing Goku would surely teach him. The teleportation card was indeed a hassle. Instant transmission seemed much more convenient, allowing him to pursue other endeavors in the meantime. Subsequently, Sunja made his wish to Purunga, send Goku to Yardrat. As soon as he finished speaking, Goku's figure was enveloped in a faint golden light and vanished in an instant. Sunja then looked up at Purunga and said, "For my final wish, tell me the locations of all the Super Dragon Balls." A flicker of surprise crossed Purunga's eyes, and with a flash of golden light, he responded, "I cannot disclose the locations of all the Super Dragon Balls. I can only reveal the location of one. The whereabouts of the others exceed my authority." Upon hearing this, Sunja quickly calculated in his mind, deducing that one Super Dragon Ball resided in the 7th universe, while the remaining 6 were in the 6th universe. He then proposed to Purunga, "Then grant me a Dragon Ball radar capable of locating the Super Dragon Balls." Purunga replied effortlessly, "This is simple." "Very well. Your wish is granted." Following his words, a small, radar-like device began to hover gently before Sunja. He reached out to grasp it and pressed a button, watching as a red dot flickered on the screen. He adjusted the device repeatedly, but it consistently displayed only one red dot, just as he suspected. There was indeed only one. Sunja stowed the radar away and turned to Bulma, asking, "Bulma, do you have a spaceship capable of traveling through the cosmos? I need one that is fast." After contemplating for a moment, Bulma replied, "I do have a spaceship, but the only fast one left is one modified from your spherical ship. Let me take you to see it." With that, Bulma led Sunja into the research lab. The lab was cluttered with various parts and blueprints, tools hanging from the walls. Bulma pointed to a slightly larger spherical spaceship, introducing it. "This is the one." Sunja, puzzled, asked, "What is its speed like?" Bulma furrowed her brow and explained, "It's just over twice the speed of your previous ship, but this is only the initial version. The later models were taken away by that guy Vegeta." Sanjay pulled out the Dragon Ball radar and showed Bulma the distance displayed. Then Bulma. How long would it take to reach the coordinates with this spaceship? Bulma took the radar, activated her professional calculation equipment, and after a thorough calculation, her expression turned serious as she said, according to my calculations, it would take 10 years, and given the current conditions, there isn't enough energy to sustain such a prolonged journey through space. Hearing this, Sanjay sighed in resignation, reclaiming the Dragon Ball radar and urging Bulma to enhance the spaceship's speed. At that moment, he thought of North Kai and decided to use the teleportation card to visit him. On North Kai's planet, Sanjay explained his purpose without disclosing his quest for the Super Dragon Balls. After a moment of contemplation, North Kai provided him with the coordinates of the nearest planet to his destination. Several days later, Sanjay was enjoying a rare moment of leisure by a tranquil lake with Lan-Chi when suddenly his communication device buzzed with a message from Bulma, informing him that the spaceship had been modified. He expressed his gratitude profusely and the following day visited Bulma, storing the spaceship in the system space before using the teleportation card to reach the coordinate planet and piloting the spaceship toward the Super Dragon Ball's location. Time passed as he flew, until a small asteroid came into view. Chapter 53, Dragon God Salama. The surface of this asteroid is pockmarked, with enormous craters scattered across it. He gazed down at the radar in his hand, murmuring to himself, this must be it. It truly is vast. Subsequently, he descended onto the planet, with the radar indicating his precise location. To confirm, Sanjay concentrated his energy into a sphere and unleashed a powerful attack upon the planet's surface. Debris flew like raindrops, revealing a colossal pit that exposed a corner of the Dragon Ball, emanating a mysterious aura. Sanjay was overjoyed, but soon his expression turned to concern as he contemplated the enormity of the Dragon Ball. How on earth am I to carry such a massive object? Perhaps I should try the system space. With that thought, Sanjay placed his hand on the ground, silently invoking the command to collect. In an instant, the enormous Dragon Ball vanished from sight. Ecstatic, Sanjay launched himself towards his spaceship, propelling himself with a wave of energy. Upon settling back into the spaceship's seat, Sanjay retrieved the Dragon Ball radar once more, only to be astonished to find that the previous coordinates had not disappeared, they had merely dimmed. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be? He swiftly exited the spaceship and began to amplify his energy. His aura surged like a tempest, creating ripples in the surrounding space. Fixating intently on the radar screen, he observed that as his energy erupted, the Dragon Ball radar's red shifted momentarily, revealing 6 distinct red points. Just as I suspected, this is indeed a convergence point of the universe. But how do I proceed? At that moment, an image from the original narrative flashed through his mind, breaking through space while sealed in the hyperbolic time chamber. Without further ado, Sanjay summoned all his strength, pushing his power to its utmost limits. A colossal vortex of energy formed around him, causing his hair to dance wildly in the energy's wake. In the instant that space began to warp, he unleashed his most powerful attack, the obliteration energy sphere, towards the point of distortion. The previously distorted space manifested a crack that quickly began to mend. Observing this, Sanjay checked the Dragon Ball radar again, which now clearly displayed the positions of the 6 Dragon Balls clustered together. He continued to unleash obliteration energy spheres, gradually expanding the fissure, albeit at a slow pace. At that moment, in the tranquil gardens of the God of Destruction's realm, Whis was tending to the flowers. The garden was a tapestry of exotic blossoms, exuding enchanting fragrances. As he skillfully maneuvered his gardening tools, a familiar and potent energy wave caught his attention. Ah, that energy again. Let me take a look. Whis produced his staff and directed his gaze toward the orb embedded at its tip. Instantly, he beheld the scene of Sanjay relentlessly firing energy spheres into the air. What is he up to? Oh, is he attempting to reach the 6th universe? Time passed, and Sanjay continued his assault. The speed of space's restoration failing to keep pace with his destructive force, the crack had grown to the size of a fist. Whis yawned in boredom. The little fellow is quite industrious. Since that's the case, let me lend a hand. He waved his staff, sending a stream of green light like a meteor into the unknown cosmos. Whis yawned again, closed the scene, and murmured to himself, how intriguing. Lord Beerus would surely be astonished to see him. I eagerly anticipate that. In a distant corner of the universe, Sanjay floated alone in the void, his eyes fixed intently on the slowly widening spatial fissure before him. His gaze was fervent and resolute, ever since he resolved to breach the spatial barrier. He had tirelessly unleashed his attacks day and night. With each surge of formidable energy directed at the crack, its edges twisted and expanded. Almost there, almost there. Sunja whispered, his voice barely audible, yet brimming with unmistakable excitement and anticipation in the vast emptiness of space. Just as the fissure was on the verge of fully opening, a blinding green barrier appeared without warning. The barrier enveloped Sunja like a massive net, propelling him into the previously breached spatial crack. Sunja felt as though he were caught in a whirlwind of rapidly changing scenery, with bizarre lights and distorted spatial visions flashing before him. Before he could gather his thoughts, the spatial crack behind him swiftly closed as if gripped by an invisible hand, returning to its original state. When Sunja regained his composure, he discovered himself in an unfamiliar region of the cosmos, where a colossal asteroid floated serenely before him. The asteroid's surface was uneven, dotted with craters of various sizes, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Sunja's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face as he murmured, "Have I arrived?" With a heart full of trepidation, he quickly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar from his pocket. Upon seeing the 6 red dots clustered together on the screen, the tension in his body finally eased, confirming that he had successfully crossed the barrier into the 6th universe. Without hesitation, Sunja summoned another Super Dragon Ball from the system space. This Dragon Ball resembled a miniature planet, and upon its appearance, it began to gravitate towards the other Dragon Balls under the influence of mysterious forces. The surface of the Dragon Ball radiated a soft and warm glow, its entire form trembling as if imbued with life. As it quivered, the earthy exterior began to shed, revealing the smooth and enigmatic surface of the Super Dragon Ball beneath. The other Dragon Balls seemed to respond to an unseen call, hastening towards the central position. When the 7 Super Dragon Balls converged, a brilliant light erupted, bathing the surrounding darkness of the cosmos in a golden glow reminiscent of a newborn sun. Seeing this, Sunja urgently invoked the words of the divine. "Arise, Dragon of God, please grant my wish." However, in the vacuum of space, his voice fell silent, unable to carry beyond the confines of his spacesuit, which further impeded sound transmission. Just as panic set in and uncertainty enveloped him, the massive figure of Dragon God Salama slowly emerged from the center where the 7 Super Dragon Balls converged. Salama's serpentine form coiled like an endless river, stretching freely within the cosmos. An aura of mystery and antiquity surrounded him, seemingly embodying all the secrets since the universe's inception. His head, resembling a regal dragon's, boasted a broad forehead and sharp horns, all signifying his sanctity and majesty. His imposing visage featured eyes that shimmered with enigmatic light, deep and vast, as if capable of perceiving all things. His immense stature seemed capable of engulfing the universe itself, rendering the surrounding celestial bodies akin to mere specks of dust. Chapter 54. The god of destruction Kampa and Angel Vados. In an instant, a golden radiance emanated from the chest of the dragon god Salama, enveloping Sunja and drawing him into his colossal form. Sunja looked up in awe, profoundly shaken, even though his consciousness had shrunk to an inconceivable degree. Salama appeared to him as an insurmountable mountain, majestic and imposing. Salama's voice resonated within Sunja's mind. "Speak your wish." Striving to compose himself, Sunja took a deep breath and replied, "I wish for you to resolve the hidden dangers within my bloodline." Salama nodded slightly, his enormous head swaying as though in contemplation. "It seems this bloodline issue has troubled you for quite some time. Yet, for me, resolving it is not a daunting task." Curious, Sunja inquired, "What precisely is this hidden danger? How did it manifest within my bloodline?" Salama explained slowly, "A formidable energy has intertwined with your bloodline, lying dormant within you for a long time. It not only hinders the proper expression of your strength but may also pose a grave threat in the future. This energy is imbued with an essence of destruction." Sunja nodded thoughtfully. "Great Dragon God, I implore you to help me realize my wish and free me from this burden." Salama responded, "This is quite simple." As soon as the Dragon God's words fell, a spectrum of colorful light enveloped Sunja. Within this luminescence, he felt the black energy within his bloodline being gradually extracted. This black energy coalesced like strands of dark silk, emerging from various parts of his body and transforming into a warm flow that began to strengthen his physique. Sunja felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if a weight he had borne for years had suddenly vanished. The warmth enveloped him like a gentle spring, countless small hands massaging him, allowing his mind to drift into a state of rare comfort and tranquility. Unbeknownst to Sunja, as the dragon god extracted the black energy from his bloodline, a voice echoed deep within his soul. "What is happening? Why can I no longer summon the destructive energy?" Had Sunja heard this voice, he would have instantly recognized it as the long-absent system. Meanwhile, in the serene realm of the god of destruction, where Kampa resided, An air of tranquility enveloped the tall palaces, radiating a mysterious glow, with exotic flora exuding enchanting fragrances. Suddenly, Vados furrowed her brow. Sensing unusual fluctuations in the universe, someone has breached the barrier of the seventh universe and entered our realm. Kappa, who was indulging in delicacies, turned pale with fright. Dropping his food. What? Is Beerus here? Vados sighed, glancing at her timid and gluttonous counterpart, and gently tapped Kampa's head with her staff. It is not Lord Beerus. But there are traces of Whis's power on the intruder. Rubbing his head, Kampa pointed at Vados and exclaimed, Vados, why did you hit me? I am a god of destruction. Vados patiently explained, Lord Kampa, the location where this person appeared is precisely where I gathered the Super Dragon Balls. It is likely that they have come seeking them. Irritated by Vados' lack of explanation for the tap, Kampa's eyes ignited with fury, his fur bristling. Vados, let us go see who dares covet my possessions. Vados replied, Very well, Lord Kampa. With a flick of her staff, a green light enveloped them, propelling them swiftly towards Sun Ju's location. Immersed in the wondrous sensation of his body being reinforced, Sunja suddenly heard Salama's voice. Your wish has been fulfilled, farewell. As the words faded, the spectrum of colors dissipated, and Salama transformed into 7 beams of golden light, soaring into the vast cosmos. Sunja gazed at the dark expanse surrounding him, clenching his fists, acutely aware of the powerful force coursing through him. Like a surging tide poised to break through any barrier. Just then, a green streak of light approached him at an astonishing speed. Not long after departing the realm of the gods of destruction, Vados and Kampa beheld the towering figure of Salama. Kampa, in a fit of rage, shouted, Thief! He has come to steal the Super Dragon Balls. Vados, accelerate. Vados did not respond, but merely increased the speed of their green light. Soon, they witnessed the scene of Salama vanishing in a flash of golden light, arriving at Sun Ja's location simultaneously. Kampa's anger intensified upon seeing Sunja, his aura becoming tumultuous. You are the thief who dared to use the Super Dragon Balls without my consent. Speak. Who are you? Were you sent by Beerus? Vados remained silent, yet the familiar aura emanating from Sunja caused her eyes to narrow in contemplation, startled by the sudden appearance of the two. Sunja momentarily faltered under Kampa's interrogation, instinctively responding, my name is Sunja. Regaining his composure, Sunja began to sift through his memories, mumbling unconsciously, high ponytail, staff, green robe, purple upright fat cat weight. Upon recalling the relevant memories, Sunja's expression shifted dramatically. The god of destruction Kampa and Angel Vados. Upon hearing Sunja's murmurs, particularly the phrase fat cat, Kampa erupted with fury, his fur standing on end. Thief! What are you saying? Fat cat! Do you know who I am? I am a distinguished god of destruction, regardless of whether you were sent by Beerus. To insult a god of destruction is to invite annihilation. With that, Kampa extended a finger, rapidly condensing a sphere of black destructive energy, aiming it at Sunja. The energy sphere struck Sunja in an instant. However, he was not obliterated. Instead, in a flash of white light, he vanished without a trace. Vados observed with an expression of knowing amusement. Kampa, perplexed, turned to Vados. Vados, did I just hit that guy? Vados did not reply, merely displaying her signature smile. Believing he had indeed missed, Kampa's frustration grew, warping the surrounding space with his anger. Damn it. He escaped. Vados, we are going to the 7th universe. I must inquire with Beerus and Whis about this matter. Vados chuckled lightly. Lord Kampa, do we truly need to go? Lord Beerus is still asleep. Do you recall the last time you disturbed Lord Beerus' slumber? You were bedridden for 3 days. Chapter 55, The Awakening of the System. In the soul space upon hearing the words, Xiangpa's expression turned awkward, his face alternating between crimson and pale, yet he mustered the courage to reply, Bardus. What are you talking about? Come on. We must seek justice today. With no other option, Bardus waved his staff, enveloping the two once more in a green luminescence, propelling them towards the realm of the god of destruction in the 7th universe. As Sunja recognized the two figures before him, he swiftly exchanged for a teleportation card from the system space, murmuring a command to return to Earth. In the blink of an eye, a blinding flash enveloped him. When Sunja regained clarity of his surroundings, he was taken aback. Before him lay a desolate landscape. Shattered rocks littered the ground, sharp stones scattered about. The riverbed was cracked. Deep fissures resembling wounds marred the earth. There was not a hint of life. The entire world seemed to have undergone a cataclysmic event. Where have I been teleported to? Is this still Earth? Instinctively, Sunja queried the system in his mind. System, has your teleportation card expired? After a prolonged silence, the system finally responded, albeit in the mechanical electronic voice of an auxiliary program. Beep. Host inquiry detected. The teleportation card is functioning correctly. After inspection, this is Earth in the 6th universe. The sudden voice of the system filled Sunja with elation, and he called out, Dogsy? System? Are you there? However, the response remained the same mechanical voice. Beep. Host, what do you require? A flicker of disappointment crossed Sunja's heart as he asked, show me my attributes. The electronic voice resumed. Beep. Detecting. Attribute panel as follows. Host, Sunja Bloodline. Legendary Saiyan exclusive ability. Destruction, in this state. Physical strength surges. And ordinary attacks carry destructive effects. Self, in this state. Special energy power significantly increases. Attacks inflict soul damage. Passive abilities. Infinite potential. Rapid recovery. Body enhancement. Enhanced by destructive energy. Energy absorption. Can absorb energy to strengthen the body. Cannot be used independently, as the body enhancement's maximum limit is destructive energy. Combat enhancement. This is a legendary Bloodline exclusive passive. During combat, can rapidly learn opponents' techniques or energy applications and experience a temporary significant power boost after sustaining severe injuries. With a slight retention of the previous power enhancement after recovery, active abilities, divine speech, ape transformation, Super Saiyan learned skills, Kamehameha, modified flight technique, modified turtle school fundamentals, breath perception, energy manipulation, energy bullets, energy slices, half moon slash, continuous explosive bullets, annihilation energy bullets, textual mark, derived skill of divine speech, enables location tracking and communication. Destructive energy bullet, exclusive technique of the god of destruction. Note, no destructive energy has been detected within the body. Energy reserve, normal state, 230 m 1 million. Burst, 1. 15 G 2. 3 G 1 billion physical strength. S. Soul strength. B. System currency, 59,710. System space. Exchange mall, new products. As Sunja's gaze focused on the attribute panel before him, his brows furrowed into a tight knot, and a multitude of questions arose in his mind. Unlike the simplistic panel he remembered, the current information was rich and detailed, with dense data and functions exuding a unique technological aura. Filled with bewilderment, Sunja inquired of the auxiliary program, has the system been silent due to an upgrade? The cold electronic voice responded without emotion, beep. To answer the host, no? This reply sent a chill down Sunja's spine, and a terrifying thought began to take root in his mind. In the darkness, it felt as if countless invisible eyes were watching him. He took a deep breath, striving for calm, and pressed on with another question. Is the system in slumber? The mechanical response came again. Beep. To answer the host, yes. The main system is still in slumber. Though the response was brief, the phrase main system felt like a bucket of cold water, instantly soaking him in a cold sweat, and raising the hairs on his body. The cracked earth beneath his feet emitted faint sounds. Regaining his composure, he followed up with, when did the main system fall into slumber? The electronic voice responded once more. Beep. Searching relevant logs. Beep. Insufficient permissions to query. The term permission struck Sunja like a hammer, solidifying his suspicions. He began to pace, contemplating for a moment before rephrasing his inquiry. Can I check when the auxiliary program was activated? The electronic voice replied methodically. Beep. Querying startup logs. Logs as follows. As the information unfolded, Sunja's expression grew increasingly grave, extracting critical details from the logs. Aside from the first activation and this time when the system initiated itself, all other instances were passive activations, and the time of the first activation coincided with the destruction of planet Vegeta. After digesting this information, Sunja recalled his last conversation with the system and instructed the auxiliary program. Request execution command query. The electronic voice responded. Beep. Querying. Results as follows. As Sunja beheld a series of commands attempting to awaken the main system, despair washed over him. The subsequent series of red failure notifications pierced his eyes like sharp thorns. He clenched his fists, bones cracking, his complexion pale, veins bulging on his forehead. And with a voice filled with fury from betrayal, he shouted, awaken the main system. The mechanical voice responded. Beep. Host has issued a command. Beep. Attempting to awaken the main system. Beep. Failure. Just as Sunja prepared to issue further commands, a faint iridescent glow enveloped him. Shimmering as a mysterious force began to surge, residual power from the dragon god Salama. In an instant, Sanja's eyes lost their brilliance, and he fell backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. When Sanja regained consciousness, he found himself in a space shrouded in a thick black mist. The fog was dense, infused with malevolence, with shadowy figures lurking around, exuding an eerie vibe. Cautiously, he scanned his surroundings, perplexed as he asked, "Where is this?" At that moment, a voice, familiar to the point of being unsettling, drifted from not far away. It was the very system that had deceived him from the beginning. Suppressing the fury within, Sanja walked toward the source of the sound. As he drew closer, the voice grew clearer. "I am also the host. Why?" As Sanja traversed the mist, what lay before him was shocking. A dim white sphere was partially obscured by a face composed of black mist. The eyes of the black mist flickered with a sinister green light, radiating greed and cunning. Suppressing his inner rage, Sanja spoke in a low tone, "System, greetings. So this is your true form. Truly grotesque. Can you tell me, who exactly are you?" The black mist, evidently taken aback by Sanja's presence, responded with surprise, "You shouldn't be able to come here. This place has been sealed off by my soul energy." With piercing eyes, Sanja pressed on. "Who are you really? Why did you deceive me into believing you were the system?" Chapter 56, Host. As Kappa arrived in the 7th universe, the dark fog emitted a mocking laughter. "Who am I? Ha ha ha. I am the former host of this system. Why deceive you? Surely, it is because you were foolish. What other reason could there be?" Sanja gritted his teeth and asked again, "So, the condition of my body is also your doing?" The dark fog replied with pride, "Indeed, I exchanged your system currency for a destructive energy bomb and diluted it within your bloodline." Sanja pressed on, "Does this mean that all my previous rewards have been devoured by you?" The dark fog scoffed, "It seems you are not entirely foolish. Yes. I intercepted them and converted them into currency to enhance my own power." Upon hearing the dark fog admit to everything, Sanja could no longer suppress the fury within him and instinctively attempted to unleash an energy blast. However, when he raised his palm, it was empty. Nothing emerged. The dark fog, seeing this, laughed uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha. I told you that you are foolish, yet you did not believe me. This is the realm of the soul. Without a physical form, how can you release energy blasts?" In the face of the dark fog's ridicule, a glimmer of determination flashed in Sanja's eyes as he angrily threw a punch at the dark fog. Yet, his fist merely passed through the fog, striking the luminous sphere instead. Thus, Sanja continued to attack with fists and legs, but he never landed a blow, only provoking more laughter from the dark fog. "You cannot defeat me here. Your soul is far too weak." Time passed, and eventually, exhausted and panting, Sanja collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, the dark fog's voice rang out again. "Why are you so foolish, wasting soul energy in vain? What a pity. It would be better for me to devour you." Sitting on the ground, Sanja suddenly burst into laughter. "Devour me? How absurd. Have you forgotten that I am now the system-bound host?" The dark fog paused, then disdainfully replied, "You are correct, but what of it?" Sanja's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, "Auxiliary program. Execute command. Awaken the main system." As he spoke, the auxiliary program's voice emerged from the sphere covered by the dark fog. "Beep. Host has issued a command. Execution commencing." The face of the dark fog, composed of swirling black mist, displayed a human-like contempt. "Futile." Sanja interrupted the dark fog, a mocking smile on his face. "Take a look behind you." The dark fog, startled, quickly examined the sphere it had shrouded. At that moment, the sphere's radiance was no longer dim, but shone brightly like an incandescent bulb. The light pierced through the dark fog, causing its form to tremble. Fear flashed across the dark fog's face as it turned to Sanja and demanded, "It's you. How did you manage this?" Just then, the auxiliary program's voice chimed in again. "Beep. Main system awakening successful." Sanja laughed. "Did you forget? Soul energy is also energy, you fool." At this moment, a sweet female voice resonated from the sphere. "Beep, beep, beep. Greetings, host. The Dragon Ball checkpoint exchange system is at your service. I am your system guide, Xiao Xiao." As this was said, a stream of information flooded Sanja's mind, confirming that this was indeed a genuine system. Simultaneously, the dark fog was instantly expelled from the luminous sphere. The system guide Xiao Xiao's voice rang out once more. "Beep, illegal intruder detected. Should it be eliminated?" The dark fog gazed at Sanja, its previous arrogance vanishing, replaced by fear. "Sanja, I merely deceived you. Spare me, and I will leave your body at once." Sanja looked at the dark fog, now crawling on the ground like a dog, wagging its tail in supplication. and coldly stated, "System, confirm elimination." As soon as he spoke, the white sphere erupted with a blinding radiance, filling the entire realm of the soul. The light surged like a tumultuous tide, completely engulfing the dark fog. The dark fog could not even emit a cry before vanishing without a trace. When the light subsided, the once shadowy realm of the soul returned to its pristine white state, the only splash of color being Sunja, who stood amidst it. In the place where the dark fog had been, a translucent orb of energy floated quietly. Sunja inquired of the system. Xiao Xiao, analyze this orb of energy. Xiao Xiao responded, "Beep, analysis and progress. This is pure soul energy. The host may absorb it to enhance their soul or submit it to the system for currency exchange." Sunja reached out to touch the orb of energy, and upon contact, he could distinctly feel the previously consumed soul energy rapidly replenishing. The energy flowed like a gentle stream, nourishing his soul, and soon, the orb was entirely absorbed by Sunja. At that moment, he felt a flash before his eyes. And when he opened them again, he beheld a pitch-black sky. Stars twinkled overhead, and a gentle evening breeze brushed past as he sat up, a look of relief gracing his face. Within the vast expanse of the seventh universe, the mysterious and majestic realm of the god of destruction floated like a radiant jewel amidst the cosmic sea. Whis, with an elegant demeanor akin to that of an extraordinary artist, was wholly absorbed in trimming a plant that emanated a dreamlike glow. Just as Whis immersed himself in his horticultural creation, two streaks of green light, like lightning, tore through the sky, carrying powerful energy fluctuations, and landed before him in an instant. The strong gust of wind stirred petals and dust around them, forming a small vortex. Whis placed a hand over his mouth, a light laugh gracing his lips. "Oh my, is that not Lord Kampa and Sister Beerus? What brings you both here?" Beerus, graceful and poised, nodded politely, a gentle smile adorning her face as she spoke softly. "Whis, it is Lord Kampa who wished to pay a visit." Kampa crossed his arms, huffing slightly, his expression betraying his displeasure, and asked, "Whis, is that lazy Beerus still asleep?" Whis set aside his gardening tools with elegant composure and nodded. "Indeed. Lord Beerus remains in slumber. Would you like me to awaken him?" At the mere mention of Beerus, Kampa instinctively recoiled slightly, memories of past reprimands flooding his mind. A sheepish smile creeping onto his face. "No need, Whis. We came to inquire about someone in your universe named Sunja. He is a thief." Whis furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of suspicion flickering in his deep-set eyes. "Ah, so his name is Sunja. But, Lord Kampa, why do you label him a thief?" Upon recalling Sunja's claim of being a fat cat, Kampa's anger ignited like a volcano. He flailed his arms wildly, his face flushing red as he bellowed. "He sneaked into our universe and, to make matters worse, he audaciously used the Super Dragon Balls." Beerus stepped forward lightly, her grace akin to that of a swallow, and added, "Whis, I sensed remnants of your power on him. You must have helped him cross the cosmic barrier, correct?" Chapter 57. Instant transmission. Whis nodded calmly, his tone steady as he spoke. "So, he is after the Super Dragon Balls." "Indeed, sister, I have lent him a slight hand." Upon hearing this, Kampa erupted in fury, his hair standing on end as the surrounding space subtly warped under the weight of his wrath. "Whis, it truly is you. Today, you must provide me with an explanation. Although the Super Dragon Balls are jointly held by our two universes, you must at least seek my consent before your universe's people make use of them." Whis deftly sidestepped the topic, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Lord Kampa, your volume is rather loud. You might awaken Lord Beerus." Kampa's face blanched at this remark, as if all strength had drained from him. He recoiled slightly, cautiously turning his head to glance at Beerus's resting place, fear gleaming in his eyes. Past encounters with Beerus had left him with indelible scars, the memory of that piercing pain still haunting him. At that moment, Vados inquired softly, "Whis, I am quite curious about the power possessed by that individual named Sunja. Is he a disciple of Beerus?" Kampa, upon hearing Vados's words, appeared puzzled and scratched his head. "What power? A disciple of Beerus? Vados, what do you mean by that?" Whis shook his head, a hint of confusion evident in his gaze. "Sister, he is not Lord Beerus's disciple. As for his power, it seems to be innate. Due to the unique shielding of the system, Whis and the other angels were unable to discern the true origin of Sunja's strength, leading them to this assumption." Vados nodded thoughtfully, and Whis turned to Kampa, asking, "Lord Kampa, how do you intend to punish Sunja?" Without a moment's hesitation, Kampa responded with a tone filled with malice, "Hand him over to me. I shall obliterate him." Whis replied with a smile, his voice unhurried, "Lord Kampa, I cannot make that decision. It requires Lord Beerus's consent. Kampa fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, and then waved his hand in resignation. Very well. Let that thief named Sunja go for now. I shall seek him out for retribution once Beerus awakens. Come, Vados. With that, Vados donned her signature smile. Of course. Lord Kampa. She then nodded at Whis, gracefully waving her staff, which enveloped both her and Kampa in a mysterious green light. As the brilliance enveloped them, their forms gradually vanished, heading towards the sixth universe. Whis watched their departing figures, murmuring to himself, "Oh, how bold they are, daring to covet the Super Dragon Balls." It seems the days ahead will become quite intriguing. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, Sunja remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. He was wholly absorbed in studying the system. Sunja's gaze swept rapidly across the system interface, akin to a treasure hunter unveiling riches. Upon reaching the potion category within the system's exchange list, a familiar glass bottle icon caught his eye. Instinctively, he clicked with his mind to view the detailed information of the item. Bloodline Suppression Potion E. Effect upon use. It can inhibit the growth of bloodline power while making it difficult to mobilize internal energy. Side effects. The user may lose some emotions, with a chance of developing negative personalities. Prolonged use can erode the soul and diminish its strength. After reading this, Sunja could not help but gasp. Cold sweat trickling down his back. He recalled the days when he had used this potion and silently rejoiced that he had decisively ceased its use. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Exiting the potion details, he returned to the main interface of the system. At that moment, he was astonished to discover that the true system also contained a skills exchange category. With excitement coursing through him, his heart raced as he hastily clicked to view, revealing a brand new world unfolding before him. Skill name required system currency basic combat 10 points. Kamehameha 100 points instant transmission or a positioning version. 5,000 points instant transmission Kaioshin version. 10,000 points instant transmission system modified version. 50,000 points. In the vast expanse of the seventh universe, Sunja floated in the void, his gaze hungrily fixated on the system's glowing exchange list. The list was replete with precious skills, each radiating a captivating allure. Sunja trembled with excitement, involuntarily swallowing hard. When the skill instant transmission came into view, he immediately recalled the teleportation card he had been using. Eagerly, he used his mind to return to the introduction page of the teleportation card, where it clearly displayed that it was merely a low-level F grade, causing physical discomfort upon use and possibly restricting teleportation locations. With a mere value of 100 points in system currency, reflecting on the limitations of the past teleportation card, Sunja cursed the dark mist in his heart 1,000 times over. After thoroughly reviewing the details of the instant transmission skill, he hesitated not for a moment, decisively exchanging 50,000 points of system currency for the system-modified version of instant transmission. Instant transmission, system-modified version, no usage requirements. Capable of reaching any known location, can transcend cosmic barriers. Note, integrates aura positioning, allowing the aura to attach to surfaces of objects, enabling one to appear near the object at any time. Simultaneously, outside the atmosphere of Earth in the seventh universe, a spacecraft shaped like a colossal crab silently hovered. Inside the cabin, King Cold and Frieza stood before a vast glass window, gazing down at the blue planet that resembled a sapphire. A rare glimmer of admiration crossed King Cold's eyes as he spoke in a soothing tone. "This planet is quite beautiful, Frieza. Is that Super Saiyan really here?" Frieza nodded, his voice cold and laced with a hint of murderous intent. "Yes, Father, this is Earth." King Cold turned to Frieza, his tone resolute and unwavering. "Frieza, this time I shall help you exact revenge by killing that Super Saiyan." Frieza's mechanical tail lashed out in fury, carving a deep scar into the hard ground. His eyes flashing with an eerie electronic red light as he roared, "No need for you to intervene. Father, I will personally find him for revenge. I will utterly destroy this planet before him." Chapter 58, The Arrival of Trunks and Future Sunja in this narrative. The current Frieza is not the half-mechanical form depicted in the original work, but has achieved a fusion of organic cells and machinery akin to his brother Cooler, exuding an even more potent and enigmatic aura. As the words leave his lips, the spaceship of Frieza and his father hurtles through the atmosphere like a blazing comet, enveloped in formidable energy waves, racing towards Earth with astonishing speed. At this moment, in the Kame house on Earth, Goku, Krillin, Raditz, and the young Gohan are gathered for a meal. Suddenly, Raditz, with a grave expression, lifts his gaze to the sky and exclaims. Two exceptionally powerful energies are approaching at an incredible speed. Goku and Krillin immediately cease their activities, focusing their senses. Goku's demeanor grows serious. This energy, it feels malevolent, overwhelmingly powerful, and strangely familiar. Although the young Gohan does not fully grasp the situation, he is affected by the tense atmosphere among the adults. Drawing closer to Goku. As the spaceship of Frieza and his father draws nearer, an oppressive pressure envelopes the Earth, causing it to tremble. A colossal shadow swiftly descends from the sky as the spaceship lands slowly, resembling a giant crab. By this time, Goku and the others have assembled, bracing themselves and intently watching the hatch as it begins to open. Frieza and King Cold emerge with an air of arrogance, Frieza's icy gaze sweeping over the crowd, followed by a piercing laugh. Humph, so this is Earth? It appears rather unimpressive. Super Saiyan, where are you? Meanwhile, Sanji utilizes instant transmission to effortlessly breach the barriers of the 6th and 7th universes, returning to Earth with ease. Experiencing the convenience of this new skill, he muses. This ability is truly remarkable. I wish I had acquired it sooner. A daring thought flickers through his mind. Should I attempt to visit the Omni King? However, he quickly dismisses the idea, reasoning that it would be unwise to take such a risk, for opportunities will arise in the future. The childlike temperament of the Omni King could lead to troublesome consequences if he were to take offense. At that moment, Sanji senses an unfamiliar energy erupting in the southern region of Earth, alongside Goku's presence nearby. This strange energy carries a familiar strength, prompting Sanji to ponder. Who could it be? Calculating the time, he realizes that approximately 4 months have passed since he began searching for the Super Dragon Balls, suggesting that it is indeed the arrival of Trunks. Without further hesitation, Sanji employs instant transmission towards the source of the energy, in an open area in southern Earth. Similar to the original work, Trunks, having traveled from the future, swiftly dispatches Frieza with a sword strike, reducing him to fragments, followed by a devastating blast from his palm. Yet, he remains oblivious to a few flies that approach the remnants of Frieza. Subsequently, at Trunks' request, Goku agrees to a sparring session. As Trunks steadies his breath, still unsettled from their encounter, he sincerely praises, Mr. Goku, your Super Saiyan form is indeed more powerful than mine. It's hard to fathom just how strong Mr. Sanji must be. Goku, reverting from his Super Saiyan form, scratches his head and replies, as for Zha, I'm not entirely sure how strong he really is. At that moment, Sanji appears near Goku and overhears their conversation about him, prompting him to inquire, Goku, what are you discussing? What have you said about me? Just then, a soft voice resonates in Sanji's mind. Ding. Special event detected, second Super Saiyan, event successful, reward, time machine, SSS, system currency, 5,000 points. Trunks, startled by Sanji's sudden appearance, quickly approaches and respectfully bows, saying, You must be Mr. Sanji, greetings. Taken aback by Trunks' gesture, Sanji hastily assists him to his feet, replying, No need for such formality. I am indeed Sanji. Wait, you know me? Trunks' face lights up with surprise as he responds, It is only right to show respect to the strong. My mother has shown me photos of you and said that you are the strongest among the remaining Saiyans. Sanji, astonished by this revelation, finds himself questioning why Trunks would travel back to this era if he exists in the future timeline. Thus, he asks, Your mother must be Bulma, correct? Trunks, wide-eyed with shock, retorts, How do you know? Nearby, Goku scratches his head in disbelief, exclaiming, What? Your mother is Bulma? When did she have a son your age? I had no idea. Sanji, exasperated, delivers a playful knock on Goku's head before turning his attention back to Trunks, inquiring, Tell me, what transpired in the future? What became of me? As Trunks recounts the events, they align closely with the original narrative, the only distinction being Sanji's existence. Trunks explains that Sanji arrived on Earth after Raditz, but did not wreak havoc like the other Saiyans. Instead, he assisted Goku in battling Vegeta and his cohorts. However, 2 years after returning from Namek, Sanji was suddenly enveloped in a dark mist, vanishing before everyone's eyes, and he has not been seen since. Pondering this, Sanji continues to question Trunks. Did Bulma ever mention what abilities I would possess? After a moment of contemplation, Trunks replies, Yes. She said you are the legendary Super Saiyan, as told by my father. Sanji, perplexed, further inquires, Did Bulma mention anything else, perhaps about this transformation? With that, Sanji transforms into his Great Ape form, adopting the appearance of Super Saiyan 4. His fur shifts from black to a light crimson. His hair intertwines shades of green and red, and his eyes gleam a soft gold. Trunks stands in astonishment at Sanja's sudden transformation, while Goku excitedly exclaims, "Ja, what transformation is this? You look amazing. Is it also a Super Saiyan? Why is it different from mine?" Sanja meets Goku's gaze, responding, "Not quite. I'll explain it to you when I have the time." He then turns back to Trunks, asking, "Did Bulma ever mention this transformation?" Trunks, calming his nerves, replies, "No. She did mention that your Super Saiyan form differs from ours, but not in the way you look now, rather." Before Trunks can finish, Sanja reverts to his Super Saiyan form, interrupting him with a question. "Is it similar to this?" Trunks observes Sanja's new transformation, and although his expression remains composed, his pupils involuntarily contract as he affirms, "Yes, that's it. It's precisely as my mother described, a Super Saiyan with grass-green hair." Chapter 59. The timeline to Trunks. Sanja fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he turned to Trunks and inquired, "You are not in a hurry to return to the future, are you?" Trunks nodded and replied, "I am not in a rush to go back, Mr. Sanja. Is there something you need?" Sanja then glanced at Goku and said, "I will take him to handle something first. You go inform everyone about the androids. Remember to keep Trunks' origins a secret. It would be troublesome if it affected his birth." Trunks, visibly anxious, handed Goku a special medicine and said, "Mr. Sanja is correct. Here, this is the special medicine I brought. I appreciate your help, Mr. Goku." Goku, with a serious expression, nodded and assured him, "I understand. You can rest easy, Trunks." After this exchange, Sanja utilized instant transmission to take Trunks away from the location. Upon arriving at the temple, Sanja instructed the Supreme Kai to allow Trunks to rest while he sought a shaded area to meditate. He focused his mind and descended into the depths of his soul, reaching the location of the system. Gazing at the softly glowing orb before him, he spoke, "Xiao Xiao, you must have heard about the previous incident. Can you tell me what transpired?" The system responded in a gentle female voice, "Please hold on, host. I will assist you in querying the information." After the inquiry, she confirmed, "Indeed, it was you, or more accurately, a counterpart possessing a fragment of your soul's power. As for why your soul was split, I cannot say, as I was in a dormant state at that time." Sanja was taken aback by the system's words, muttering to himself, "A counterpart. Soul fragmentation, that makes sense now. As a traveler, why is my soul strength so low? Initially, I thought it was due to the significant energy required to awaken the main system. That cursed black mist indeed went at great lengths to eliminate me." After calming his thoughts, Sanja began to review the rewards he had obtained from previous checkpoints within the system. Time Machine, SSS, originally manufactured by Bulma. The time machine has been upgraded by the system, employing spatial folding technology and no longer reliant on energy sources. Upon reading the description, Sanja could not help but exclaim, "Incredible! Truly a masterpiece from the system." In the external world, Sanja retracted his focus and retrieved the time machine from the system space. When he beheld the spherical object resembling a master ball in his hand, he was astonished and asked the system, "Xiao Xiao, are you certain this is a time machine? It looks just like a master ball to me." The system, guided by Xiao Xiao, replied, "Indeed, host, this is the time machine. Simply throw it towards the ground." The following day, Sanja traveled to New Namek, summoned Purunga, and had it restore Goku's heart health while enhancing both his and Goku's hearts. Upon returning, Sanja called for Trunks and said, "Take out your time machine." Trunks responded, "All right, Mr. Sanja, but the energy of the time machine is only sufficient for me to return to the future." Sanja reassured him, "No worries. I have a way. You need not be concerned." Trunks nodded in agreement and replied, "Understood, Mr. Sanja." With that, he retrieved a box containing universal capsules, extracted the capsule housing the time machine, pressed the button, and tossed it into the distance. Trunks' time machine was streamlined and futuristic in design, predominantly silver gray with a smooth, mirror-like surface that reflected metallic luster in the sunlight, adorned with deep blue stripes. The front was sharply conical, seemingly capable of piercing the barriers of time and space at any moment. The rear was equipped with 3 massive thrusters, each nozzle embedded with a ring of softly glowing purple energy crystals. The cockpit of the time machine featured a hemispherical transparent design made from a sturdy yet highly translucent material, providing the pilot with a broad field of vision. The canopy was adorned with intricate golden circuit patterns, serving both decorative and functional purposes as part of the time machine's precise control system. Additionally, multiple disc-shaped sensors were installed on the body, continuously collecting information about the surrounding time and space to ensure stability and safety during traversal. At that moment, Sanjay took out a master ball and tossed it beside Trunks' time machine. With a thud, an egg as tall as a person appeared before them. Its upper half encased in an unknown glass-like material, while the lower half was wrapped in a solid metal shell. Through the glass, a touch panel was visible inside. Trunks asked, "Mr. Sanjay, why did you bring out an egg?" Sanjay, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied with a wry smile, "This is a time machine, not an egg. Quickly, prepare yourself." Trunks, still puzzled, approached the time machine, unknowingly gazing at the egg. Sanjay, noticing this, felt increasingly awkward and inquired of the system, "Xiao Xiao? Are you messing with my mind? Let us not talk about the master ball. Please explain what this egg is." The system responded, "Rest assured, host. I am not playing tricks on you. The time machine appears this way." Sanjay could only mutter, "All right, so this is how we are playing it." Once Trunks settled into the time machine and adjusted the controls, he called out, "Mr. Sanjay, I am ready here. When shall we depart?" Sanjay stepped forward and said, "We should not delay. Let us leave immediately. The sooner, the better. However, please provide me with the coordinates for the future. I do not have them." In response, Trunks made the necessary adjustments on the interface and relayed the coordinates to Sanjay. The time machine then gradually closed its hatch, levitating before flickering a few times and vanishing from sight. Subsequently, Sanjay entered his egg-shaped time machine, input the coordinates given by Trunks, and initiated the time travel, disappearing from the main timeline. In the future world, amid the ruins of the Universal Capsule Corporation's building, Bulma stood in a concealed underground chamber, gazing at a bizarrely shaped large machine and the liquid within a glass test tube, murmuring, "Is this all I can extract? I must find more." Just then, the figures of Sanjay and Trunks materialized beside her. Sanjay's voice rang out, "Hello, Bulma." Having arrived at a considerable distance from their initial location, Sanjay utilized instant transmission to locate Trunks, who had arrived first, and then used it again to bring him to Bulma. Upon hearing Sanjay's greeting, Bulma turned to him in surprise, exclaiming, "Sanjay, it is you. You have returned." "No, you are not the Sanjay I know." Trunks quickly stepped forward to clarify. "Mom, this is Mr. Sanjay, but from the past. I brought him back to help. How have you been during this time? Did the androids harm you?" Bulma sighed after hearing Trunks' words, looked at Sanjay, and said, "Sanjay, I am glad you could come to help. On behalf of all the people of Earth, I thank you. However, we do not have sufficient energy to send you back. I am sorry." Sanjay smiled and replied, "It is all right. I have a way to return." Trunks chimed in, "Yes, Mom, you need not worry. Mr. Sanjay has a time machine as well." Bulma gasped in astonishment. "What? You have a time machine? Is it one that my past self helped create?" Sanjay nodded, thinking to himself, "You have already provided me with a good excuse. What more can I say?" Upon witnessing the situation, Bulma took out a scroll of blueprints and presented it to Sanjay and his companion, saying, "Not long ago, I discovered Dr. Gero's laboratory and found the designs for the androids." At that moment, Sanjay interrupted Bulma, stating, "There's no need for such complexity. I shall resolve the android issue right now." With that, he waved goodbye to Bulma and her companion and used instant transmission to depart from the scene. Chapter 60. The electromagnetic pulse emitter, the once thriving metropolis, has been reduced to mere ruins, with black smoke billowing through the debris, refusing to dissipate. The towering skyscrapers that once defined the skyline have largely collapsed, leaving only twisted remnants of steel and concrete. The scorched earth is marred by deep cracks and scars. Amidst this desolation, two figures advance slowly, stirring up clouds of dust in their wake. They are the artificial beings number 17 and number 18. Number 17 is clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, with a red scarf casually draped around his neck, billowing fiercely in the wind. His gaze is as frigid as the depths of an icy pond, devoid of warmth, surveying the surroundings with a predatory glare. Number 18 sports a sleek bob of golden hair, her blue eyes radiating indifference. Tall and slender, she wears a purple-trimmed combat suit, exuding an aura of danger and cold elegance with every movement. The duo continues to navigate the ruins, pausing intermittently to meticulously search for any signs of life. Suddenly, number 17's ears twitch, detecting a faint sound. He gestures for number 18 to halt, then swiftly pivots and sprints toward the source of the noise. Understanding his intent, number 18 follows closely behind. With agility, number 17 kicks open the door of an abandoned shop, revealing a scene of devastation, overturned shelves and scattered merchandise. His sharp eyes scan every corner, muttering curses about the elusive creatures hiding within. Number 18, maintaining her cold demeanor, unleashes an energy wave that instantly obliterates the debris blocking the inner room, exposing a trembling family of 3. The survivors gasp in terror, and a frail man, summoning courage, clutches a wooden stick and positions himself in front of his family, voice quaking yet resolute. Stay back. Don't come any closer. Number 17 scoffs, disdain evident in his sneer as he seizes the man's collar, lifting him effortlessly off the ground, leaving his feet dangling helplessly. You think you can stop us? He taunts, before flinging the man aside like a rag doll, sending him crashing against the wall with a muffled groan. A little girl screams in terror, and number 18 swiftly appears behind her, grabbing a fistful of her hair and yanking her back. The girl bursts into tears, streaks of dirt marking her face as she pleads, "Please, let us go." An elderly man with graying hair kneels before number 17 and number 18, his voice trembling with despair as he begs, "Have mercy on us." Number 17 strides closer, towering over the old man with a gaze devoid of compassion. "Spare you? Do you honestly believe that's possible?" He responds, lifting his foot and crushing it down upon the man's hand, eliciting a piercing scream as the bones beneath contort. Number 18, still holding the girl, approaches number 17, her expression tinged with annoyance as she surveys the chaotic scene. Number 17, let's find some entertainment elsewhere. Hurry up and finish this. Nodding in agreement, number 17's eyes sweep across the terrified survivors. He raises his hands, gathering a pulsating sphere of energy that shimmers ominously, exuding a palpable aura of death. "Let us send you on your way," he proclaims. At that moment, a voice cuts through the chaos. Number 17, number 18. "I've been looking for you." In the desolate ruins, the wind howls, swirling debris and sharp fragments in its wake. Sanja's voice pierces through the storm, prompting number 17 to whip around, his eyes gleaming with malice. He hurls an energy blast at Sanja, roaring, "Oh, you've got guts. Let us see if you can back that up with your life." Sanja, unfazed, raises his hand and deflects the energy blast effortlessly, a calm smile gracing his lips. No need for such hostility. Why not engage in a civilized discussion? Number 18, unfazed by the exchange, flings the girl aside, who tumbles helplessly on the debris-laden ground. A sinister smile spreads across number 18's face. "You've got some skill. It seems you can entertain us after all." With that, both number 18 and number 17 launch into action, their forms blurring into shadows as they simultaneously charge at Sanja. Sanja, observing their approach, swiftly propels himself backward, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. "I told you not to act rashly. But fine, I'll take you down first, then we can chat." Before he finishes speaking, he halts mid-air, arms crossed, a playful grin on his face, keenly watching the two assailants. Number 18 and number 17 likewise come to an abrupt stop in mid-air. Number 18 smirks derisively. "You think you can defeat us? How utterly delusional." "Number 17, go," she commands, with a menacing grin. Number 17 transforms into a streak of black lightning, appearing before Sanja in an instant, his right fist charged with a howling wind, striking towards Sanja's head like a cannonball. Sanja sidesteps effortlessly, the smile remaining on his face as he quips, "Oh dear, that was close. Almost messed up my hair." Infuriated, number 17 intensifies his assault, roaring furiously, "Die. Just die." Sanja maintains his nonchalant posture, weaving through the relentless barrage like a specter. When evasion proves impossible, he swiftly raises his knee, using his shins to block the blows with precision. Seeing number 17's frustration mounting, number 18 conjures several energy blasts, launching them at Sanja like shooting stars, before joining the fray herself. Confronted by their combined onslaught, Sanja sheds his playful demeanor, his eyes sharpening with intensity. He extends his hands, expertly deflecting the incoming energy blasts, and prepares for a counterattack. The three engage in a fierce aerial battle, powerful gusts of wind scattering debris and enveloping the area in dust. Sanja delivers a forceful kick that sends number 17 hurtling away, all while defending against number 18's relentless strikes. In his mind, he queries the system. "Xiao Xiao, do you have any tools that can restrain them without harming their bodies?" The system's cold, electronic voice responds immediately. "Beep. Yes, there are several options available in the exchange shop, such as the electromagnetic pulse generator and the laser binding device." Chapter 61. Future Gohan. Sanja quickly interrupted. "Wait, there's no need for so much introduction. Just give me the electromagnetic pulse generator." The system responded. "Beep. Detected host demand. Exchanging item. Electromagnetic pulse generator. B. Consuming 10, 3,000 system currency. Item has been stored in the system space. Remaining system currency, 4,710. Sunja once again sent the two individuals flying. A grimace of pain etched on his face. Goodness, how expensive. Despite his exclamation, he swiftly retrieved the electromagnetic pulse generator from the system space. A futuristic-looking pistol materialized in his hand, the horn-like device affixed to the barrel particularly striking. Simultaneously, the attributes of the item appeared before Sunja. Electromagnetic pulse generator, B. Capable of emitting a powerful electromagnetic pulse, disrupting the electronic circuits and control systems of the targeted entities, rendering them incapacitated, with significant effects on precision instruments. Sunja aimed the generator at the distant figures of number 17 and number 18. Upon noticing this, number 18 sported a mocking smile. A handgun? Are you jesting with us? Number 17 feigned a sigh of regret beside him. Your strength is commendable, but alas, the intellect seems lacking. Oh dear. At that moment, Sunja resolutely pulled the trigger. In an instant, a fierce electromagnetic shockwave erupted from the horn-like device, slicing through the bodies of the two adversaries like an invisible blade. Number 17 and number 18's bodies stiffened instantaneously, akin to marionettes with severed strings, plummeting straight to the ground. Sunja stowed the generator and approached the twitching forms of the two on the ground. Number 18 struggled to lift his head, gazing at Sunja, stammering, What have you done to us? Sunja remained silent, instead inquiring within his mind, Xiao, is there a way to erase their data or souls, leaving only their bodies? The system replied, Beep, affirmative. However, it will require the expenditure of 3,000 system currency. Upon hearing this, Sunja felt as if his heart was bleeding, yet gritted his teeth and said, Exchange. The system prompted, Host, please place your palm on the target. Following instructions, Sunja placed his hand on the chests of both individuals. His hand resting on number 18's chest involuntarily squeezed twice, internally lamenting, What a sin. This is the future wife of Krillin. No, in this future world, she's still. Just as Sunja continued to self-soothe, a white light slowly emanated from his palm, enveloping the two. Moments later, the white glow dissipated, leaving behind two lifeless shells with hollow eyes. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in again. Beep, target eradication complete. Host, Xiao has detected nanobombs within their bodies, which have been conveniently eliminated as an additional service at no extra charge. Sunja sighed with relief and asked, Xiao, can I store them in the system space? Xiao replied, The system space cannot accommodate living beings with souls, but they no longer possess souls, and their data has been completely erased, so they can be stored. Sunja raised his hand, drawing the two bodies into the system space, then vanished from the spot using instantaneous movement. In the dimly lit basement, Bulma clutched a black remote control tightly, her expression grave as she said to Trunks, This is the detonator I created based on Dr. Gero's design. Trunks, his gaze resolute, nodded in response. Understood, Mom. I will head out immediately. If Mr. Sunja cannot deal with the androids, I will detonate it. Bulma handed the remote to Trunks, cautioning him, Take care, be cautious in everything. Trunks stepped forward and embraced Bulma tightly. Mom, I'm leaving. You must stay safe. Just then, Sunja's figure appeared like a specter. Observing the two, he inquired with a puzzled expression, What has happened? Upon seeing Sunja, Bulma's voice trembled with excitement. Sunja, have you already eliminated the androids? Sunja smiled and nodded. Yes, they can no longer threaten this world. Hearing Sunja's confirmation, tears of relief streamed down Bulma's aged cheeks, her eyes filled with gratitude. Trunks supported Bulma, gazing at Sunja with appreciation. Is it true? Thank you, Mr. Sunja. Subsequently, Sunja shared the current situation with Bulma, formulating a new plan in his mind. He announced to them, I have something to attend to. I will return with a surprise. With that, he used instantaneous movement to depart. On King Kai's planet, King Kai reclined in a rocking chair, leisurely observing a young man diligently training in the distance. He remarked, There are no Dragon Balls left on Earth to revive you, so why exert yourself so relentlessly? Why not take this time to relax? The young man, steadfast, replied without turning, No way. If I stop, the images of everyone being killed by the androids will resurface. Only through continuous training can I temporarily escape the pain. As he spoke, his training intensified, sweat soaking his clothes. At that moment, Sunja's figure appeared beside King Kai in an instant. Startled, King Kai tumbled from his rocking chair, landing unceremoniously on the ground, rubbing his sore backside. He stood up and glared at Sunja. Who are you? Why did you suddenly appear and scare me like that? Just as Sunja was about to respond, the young man called out curiously from a distance. Uncle Sunja, is that you? Sunja turned to see the newcomer, a warm smile gracing his face. Ah, Gohan. You've grown so much in the blink of an eye. Gohan's eyes brimmed with tears as he rushed over and embraced Sunja, sobbing, Uncle Sunja. Uncle Krillin and everyone else are dead, and even I. Only Aunt Bulma and Trunks remain. Sunja gently patted Gohan's back, reassuring him, it's all right. It's all in the past now, Gohan. Gohan stepped back from Sunja, wiping his tears, and somewhat bashfully said, I'm sorry for showing you this, Uncle Sunja. Sunja shook his head. No worries, it's okay to cry. Gohan gathered his composure, puzzled, and asked, by the way, Uncle Sunja, how did you come to King Kai's place? Did you? He glanced at Sunja's head, then continued, wait, you don't have a soul halo? Sunja chuckled and responded, you guessed correctly, I am still alive. Gohan nodded, but suddenly recalled something, urgently saying, Uncle Sunja, you must return to Earth and help Trunks. He can't handle the androids alone. Sunja quickly interrupted, wait a moment, Gohan. You need not worry about Trunks. The issue with the androids has already been resolved. Gohan's eyes widened in shock, disbelief etched on his face as he asked, Uncle Sunja, what did you say? You have eliminated the androids? Sunja nodded once more. Indeed, you heard correctly. Peace has returned to Earth. Upon receiving Sunja's confirmation, Gohan's legs gave way, and he sat down heavily, his face a mask of relief as tears of joy streamed down his cheeks. Chapter 62. The Soulless Shell. He murmured, Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin. You may rest now. Uncle Sunja has avenged you, and I can finally be at ease to reincarnate. Sunja crouched down and patted Gohan on the shoulder, saying, Gohan, you cannot reincarnate just yet. The Earth still needs you, and Trunks needs you too. Gohan shook his head and replied helplessly, Uncle Sunja, it's impossible now. There are no Dragon Balls left on Earth. And even the Dragon Balls from Namek have vanished. The Namekians once resided at Aunt Bulma's house. With that, he let out a deep sigh. Upon hearing this, Sunja fell into contemplation. He had originally planned to come to King Kai's realm to utilize his ability to sense the energy of the entire universe in search of the Namekian refugees. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he inquired of King Kai, King Kai, could you assist in sensing whether there are any remaining Namekians in the universe? King Kai shook his head. I have already investigated. None of the remaining Namekians possess the ability to create or restore Dragon Balls. King Kai's words extinguished the flicker of hope in Sunja's heart. But soon, a spark ignited in his eyes as he murmured, of course. The universe is not singular. There are other universes. Resolute, Sunja did not linger and vanished from his position in an instant. At the junction of the 7th universe and the 6th universe, the fabric of space-time seemed to be delicately stirred by an unseen hand, creating ripples. Sunja stood amidst the void, gazing at a small asteroid that emitted a faint glow in the darkness. The light in his eyes surged with intensity, and his body trembled with excitement as he murmured, indeed, the Super Dragon Balls in this timeline still exist. Instantly, Sunja ascended the asteroid and retrieved the Super Dragon Ball into his system space. Then, concentrating his energy, a mysterious aura enveloped him. And with precise control over the power of time and space, he effortlessly traversed the cosmic barriers into the 6th universe. In the vast expanse of the 6th universe, guided by the Dragon Ball radar, he swiftly gathered the remaining Super Dragon Balls. At that moment, within the luxurious and enigmatic palace of the God of Destruction in the 6th universe, Beerus' twin sister, Bados, suddenly furrowed her brows, possessing an extraordinarily keen sense. She had just detected a subtle yet unusual fluctuation in the barrier between the 7th and 6th universes. Bados immediately focused her mind, unleashing her formidable perception in a tidal wave to explore the source of the disturbance. However, after a thorough search, she found nothing amiss. Bados couldn't help but feel puzzled, murmuring to herself, could I have sensed incorrectly? Leaning lazily against a chair, Kampa, indulging in his meal, casually inquired upon hearing Bados. Bados, what is wrong? Bados respectfully inclined her head and replied, Lord Kampa, it's nothing serious. I merely sensed a slight fluctuation in the cosmic barrier. Perhaps it was a misperception on my part. Kampa waved his hand dismissively, chewing his food as he muttered indistinctly, what could possibly happen? If someone truly dares to breach the cosmic barrier and come here, just destroy it outright. Sunja appeared on Namek in the 6th universe, only to be surrounded immediately by a throng of Namekians. These Namekians bore an eerie gray-green skin, as if tainted by malevolent forces. Their crimson eyes glowed ominously, resembling demons from hell. Within Sanja's powerful perception, these Namekians emanated a strong aura of evil. With a resigned sigh, Sanja attempted to ease the tense atmosphere, stating, "I mean no harm. I merely wish to borrow your Dragon Balls." The leader of the Namekians, with a cold and guarded gaze, retorted, "What Dragon Balls? We possess no Dragon Balls. Outsider, leave this place at once." Cautiously, Sanja quickly retrieved the Dragon Ball radar for confirmation. The screen displayed a calm demeanor, devoid of any Dragon Ball signals. Indeed, as the leader had claimed, there was no trace of Dragon Balls on this planet. With no other option, Sanja performed instant transmission, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from the scene. Coincidentally, shortly after his departure, a massive energy blast, akin to a burning meteor, streaked through the dark sky, carrying an aura of destruction, and struck the planet fiercely. In an instant, explosions erupted across Namek, reminiscent of 1,000 cannons firing simultaneously. Flames soared into the sky, mushroom clouds rising one after another, as countless Namekians fell victim to this sudden catastrophe, their cries and pleas intertwining, plunging the entire planet into chaos and inferno. On Earth in the 7th universe, Sanja sat in the courtyard of the Heavenly Palace, deep in thought. He contemplated various issues regarding the Dragon Balls and how to utilize them to resolve the current predicament. Just then, a gentle and calm voice emanated from behind him. "Mr. Sanja, what are you doing here?" Turning to look, he saw the familiar figure of Mr. Popo, his characteristic dark skin and white trousers in sight. Sanja responded, "Ah, Mr. Popo, I am pondering the matter of the Dragon Balls." Mr. Popo nodded. The model of the dragon and the petrified Dragon Balls still reside within the shrine. His words illuminated Sanja's mind like a beacon. He inwardly queried the system, Xiao. "Can I directly exchange for a Dragon Ball reset card to restore the Dragon Balls on Earth?" Xiao's voice chimed cheerfully in Sanja's mind. "Host, that is indeed possible. However, an ordinary Earth Dragon Ball reset card requires 1,500 system currency, while a superior one costs 5,000. Sanja then inquired, Xiao, does the reset card allow for the Dragon Balls to be reset even if the creator has perished? Xiao replied, "Yes, host." Sanja decisively stated, "Exchange." Xiao joyfully responded, "All right, host successfully exchanged for Dragon Ball reset card, consuming 1,500 system currency, remaining balance 210. As soon as the words left her mouth, a card radiating a mysterious glow appeared in Sanja's hand. Looking down, he saw a Dragon Ball adorned with 7 stars at its center, surrounded by a circle of golden light, with the character inscribed upon it. The card's attribute information then materialized before Sanja's eyes. Dragon Ball reset card, can reset the state of the Dragon Balls, restoring them to their original form. With each type of Dragon Ball only able to be reset once per year. Note, the Dragon Balls reset by this card, upon fulfilling a wish, will shatter if the creator has since passed away. Chapter 63, Mule and Sanja contemplated the Super Dragon Balls and inwardly inquired of the system, "Can I use this card to reset the Super Dragon Balls?" Xiao resolutely responded, "No. Such an act would offend the creators of the Super Dragon Balls, whose formidable power could endanger even the system itself. I advise you, dear host, against attempting it." Upon hearing this, Sanja relinquished his desire to wish upon the Super Dragon Balls, reflecting that if even the system lacked confidence in handling the matter, his own efforts would be tantamount to courting disaster. Bobo presented the petrified Dragon Ball to Sanja, stating, "Here you go. This is the stone formed from the Dragon Ball." Sanja accepted the Dragon Ball and gently placed the reset card against it. A brilliant golden light flashed forth, akin to the dawn of the sun, and the Dragon Ball on the ground instantly regained its original luster. Taking a deep breath, Sanja called out loudly, "Come forth. Shenron, grant my wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the Dragon Ball radiated an intense brilliance, illuminating the entire divine temple of the heavens. The ethereal form of Shenron gradually emerged, its immense body coiling through the air. Sanja scrutinized the manifestation of Shenron before him, his brow furrowed in confusion. For the dragon appeared as a soulless husk, its gaze vacant and devoid of vitality. At that moment, the emotionless voice of Shenron resonated, "Please state your wish." Without hesitation, Sanja declared, "Revive those who were slain by the androids." Shenron's body surged with golden light, its radiance piercing through the clouds and illuminating much of the earth. Following this, its voice echoed, "Your wish has been granted." With that, the golden light shattered into countless specks, and the Dragon Ball vanished. In the collapsed courtyard of Bulma's home, Dust swirled as a figure struggled to push aside the fractured stones and slowly emerged. Bulma and Trunks witnessed this scene. Initially taken aback, their expressions quickly transforming into surprise and joy. Simultaneously, far away on North Kai's planet, Gohan's halo of souls abruptly vanished. Shortly thereafter, Sanji reappeared on North Kai's planet. Gohan, overwhelmed with excitement and with tears welling in his eyes, rushed forward and exclaimed, "Uncle Sanji, you did it. Thank you." Sanji smiled and gestured that it was nothing. However, internally he lamented, for this endeavor had yielded no gains and depleted his system currency entirely. Subsequently, Sanji greeted the Kai and departed North Kai's planet with Gohan. Just as Bulma settled the Namekian, Sanji and Gohan materialized before her, startling her. Bulma scolded, "Could you not appear so suddenly every time? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Sanji awkwardly rubbed his nose and replied, "I'll be more careful next time. But enough of that. Look who I brought back with me." With that, he pushed Gohan forward. Gohan smiled and said, "Aunt Bulma, it's been a while." At that moment, Trunks, hearing the commotion, also stepped out. Upon seeing the revived Gohan, his eyes glistened with tears as he rushed forward to embrace him tightly. Soon after, the three gathered together, sharing their heartfelt experiences and the longing felt during their separation. At that juncture, the voice of the system, Xiao Xiao, echoed in Sanji's mind. Ding. Special plot event detected. Revived master and brother. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. 15,000 system currency. Fusion card, S. Sanji hastily examined the reward information. Fusion card, S, allows the fusion of one S skill with an ability to create a new capability, with a limit of S. Just as he was about to inquire further about the reward, Bulma interrupted. "Sanji, a Namekian has also revived. He claims to be the Elder." Upon hearing this, Sanji was filled with elation, instantly casting aside thoughts of the reward. He eagerly asked Bulma, "Where is he?" Bulma pointed him in the right direction, and Sanji shot off like an arrow towards the Elder's location, his heart brimming with anticipation. In the ethereal and mysterious realm of the Divine Temple, Bobo stood tall and composed, steadily cradling a newly crafted model of Shenron. The model was exquisitely detailed, its scales seeming to flutter in the breeze, and its whiskers appeared to dance with every breath. He gently placed it before Mulin, the elder of the Namekian race, who had just been revived alongside Gohan. Time had etched deep lines on Mulin's face, his eyes revealing a weariness born of countless trials. Recalling the past, his voice was low and solemn. When the malevolent aura of the androids enveloped the land like a black plague, the entire Namekian race sensed an unprecedented crisis. Reluctantly, every member of our clan chose to assimilate into me, hoping to consolidate our strength for a final stand against these dreadful foes. His fists clenched unconsciously. A look of defiance etched upon his face. Yet, the power of the androids proved insurmountable, and despite our utmost efforts, we ultimately faced defeat. As for why Mulin had not reincarnated, it was because, after that harrowing war, the lifespans of his kin were all conjoined to him, leaving him trapped in the liminal space between life and death. With the colossal form of Shenron Purunga gradually materializing from the Dragon Balls, a dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire Earth. The radiance acted as a mysterious healing force, caressing the ravaged land. Under this luminous embrace, the Earth seemed to be reborn. Once devastated cities rose anew like mushrooms after the rain. Polluted emerald forests revitalized, lush and vibrant, and dried rivers flowed with crystal-clear waters, fish joyfully darting through. Everything returned to its pre-android devastated state, brimming with vitality and vigor. At that moment, the system's crisp notification rang in Sun's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully restoring the Earth to its original state. Reward, 3,000 system currency. Although he did not acquire any rare items or special skills this time, Sanji's heart was still filled with joy. Not only had he successfully revived Gohan and the others, but he also garnered 18,000 system currency, obtained the invaluable fusion card, and devised a hopeful wish plan for the Super Dragon Balls. Sanji mused inwardly. All the sweat and effort had borne fruit. As the final wish loomed, Mulin gazed earnestly at Sanji and sincerely stated, "The wishes of our Namekian clan have been fulfilled. This last wish shall be yours to decide." Chapter 64. The Sword of the Kaioshin. Sanji pondered for a moment, his penetrating gaze revealing unwavering resolve. He turned to face Purunga and declared in a resonant voice, "Divine Dragon, I implore you to transport me to the East Kaioshin realm." Purunga's eyes suddenly ignited with blinding golden light, a radiance so intense it resembled a solar flare, rendering it impossible to behold. As the brilliance gradually dissipated, Sanja's figure vanished without a trace. In the vast expanse of the East Kaioshin realm, countless stars sparkled like resplendent jewels embedded in the dark canvas of the heavens. Their luminous glow intertwined, creating a dreamlike tapestry. The East Kaioshin, Shin, adorned in a magnificent divine robe, was diligently engaged in the creation of planets. Since the demon Majin Buu had absorbed other Kaioshins, he had taken on the monumental responsibility of overseeing the entire universe. Having just succeeded in molding a new celestial body, beads of sweat began to form on Shin's forehead as he prepared to take a brief respite, only for Sanji to appear unexpectedly nearby. Shin's expression shifted to one of vigilance, a powerful aura emanating from him as he inquired, "Who are you? How did you breach the formidable barriers to arrive in the East Kaioshin realm? This is not a place for mere mortals." Sanji remained composed, respectfully bowing deeply. "You must be the legendary Kaioshin, esteemed sir. My name is Sanji, and I have come unannounced to apprise you of a matter that pertains to the very survival of the universe." A flicker of curiosity and doubt crossed Shin's face as he pressed, "What grave matter could compel you to approach me with such gravity?" Sanji's demeanor turned profoundly serious as he articulated, "Majin Buu is on the verge of resurrection." At this proclamation, Shin's countenance drained of color, sweat cascading from his brow like pearls falling from a broken string. His expression was one of horror and disbelief as he exclaimed, "How could you possibly know of Majin Buu's existence? On what basis do you assert that he is about to return? This is inconceivable." Sanji patiently recounted the relevant events from the original narrative, emphasizing that the impending incident was set to occur in a year rather than 7. To bolster his credibility, he showcased a significant portion of his current strength. A palpable aura surged around him, causing the very space to ripple. Yet, he retained 2 unique states as his final trump cards. Even so, Shin's eyes remained filled with skepticism. Observing this, Sanji spoke of the sword of the Kaioshin. Shin's interest was piqued, and he mused privately. Perhaps he truly knows some hidden truths. Thus, Shin led Sanji to the location of the sword of the Kaioshin. An air of mystery enveloped the place, where the sword stood solemnly embedded in a colossal rock, emanating an ancient luminescence. Just as Shin prepared to explain the sword's origins and powers, Sanji, utilizing his enhanced physique, effortlessly grasped the hilt, and with a gentle pull, extracted the sword of the Kaioshin. Shin stared, aghast, his mouth agape in disbelief. You have so easily drawn the sword of the Kaioshin. This is something countless powerful beings have yearned for yet failed to accomplish." Sanji, equally astonished, casually swung the sword a couple of times, the blade slicing through the air with a whooshing sound. "It merely feels somewhat heavy. It does not seem as extraordinary as the legends suggest." Shin fervently inquired, "Did you not sense the immense power contained within the sword of the Kaioshin, continuously infusing into your being?" Sanji closed his eyes, concentrating intently, then shook his head. "No, I have not perceived anything unusual." Shin furrowed his brow in confusion, murmuring, "This should not be the case. It is said that anyone who draws the sword of the Kaioshin is granted unparalleled power. Could the legend be erroneous?" Gripping the sword of the Kaioshin firmly, Sanji attempted to break it, one hand clutching the hilt while the other grasped the blade, exerting all his strength. However, the sword, forged from an unknown material, merely bent slightly. Even as Sanji maximized his energy, the waves of power surging around him like tumultuous tides. Upon releasing it, the sword swiftly returned to its original form, leaving a deep cut on his hand, from which blood flowed profusely. Shin gasped in alarm at Sanji's actions, nearly calling out in shock. Yet, seeing the sword remain intact despite such formidable force, a sense of pride washed over his face. If this divine sword could be so easily broken, how could it possibly be our cherished heirloom? "Now, let us test the sword's might against the universe's hardest metal," he declared, extending his index finger and murmuring incantations. A piece of black metal, emanating an eerie glow, materialized before them, its surface adorned with mysterious runes, hinting at its exceptional nature. Upon hearing this, Sanji tightened his grip on the sword of the Kaioshin, assuming a stance, his aura swelling like an erupting volcano. "Come forth. Let me witness the prowess of the universe's hardest metal." With a swift motion of his finger, Shin sent the black metal hurtling through the air like a meteor, propelled by a powerful gust. Sanji, recognizing the threat, instantly transformed into his ape-like form. His hair standing on end, muscles bulging, exuding formidable energy as he directed all his strength into the sword, striking at the metallic projectile. A resounding clang echoed, akin to the roar of the cosmos, as a powerful shockwave radiated from the two. As anticipated by Sunja, the sword of the Kaishin shattered into two pieces. The fragments whirled through the air, reflecting a cold gleam. Shin, taken aback, turned pale, rushing forward to kneel before the broken sword, trembling hands cradling the shattered pieces. His voice laced with disbelief and dread. How could this happen? This sword, which has endured for countless ages, how could it be broken? At that moment, a plume of white smoke began to waft from the fracture of the sword of the Kaishin. The smoke, resembling a spirited sprite, spiraled upwards. Shin, in terror, cast the sword aside and shouted, "What is this? What on earth is happening?" Sunja, aware that his objective was nearing fruition, stood quietly to the side, awaiting the outcome. Soon, the white smoke coalesced into a human form, and with a soft sound, an elderly man appeared before them. Clad in ancient robes, his hair as white as snow, he bore an expression of anger and dissatisfaction, lamenting, "Damnable scoundrels! You sealed me away for your own selfishness. I have been trapped for a millennium and a half." Chapter 65. The reappearance of the sealing card Sunja stepped forward and respectfully inquired, "Are you the Lord of the 15th universe, the Supreme Kai?" The old Supreme Kai scrutinized Sunja, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. "I never expected that after all this time, someone would still recognize this old man. Did you break my seal? How curious it is that I sense a familiar aura emanating from you." Sunja bowed again, addressing the elder with deference. "Esteemed old Supreme Kai, I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Sunja. I have come to request your assistance in awakening my potential." At this moment, the old Supreme Kai had confirmed that the aura he found familiar around Sunja was the destructive energy exclusively wielded by the current god of destruction and his candidates. His gaze sharpened as he asked, "What is your connection to Beerus? How do you possess the essence of destructive energy? Are you perhaps his chosen successor?" Sunja scratched his nose and replied, "I do not know Lord Beerus, nor am I a candidate. As for my power, it is innate." Upon hearing this, the old Supreme Kai displayed a skeptical expression and grasped Sunja's wrist. A gentle force surged from Sunja's wrist into his body, exploring every corner within. Moments later, the old Supreme Kai released his grip, his face reflecting disbelief. "Incredible. There is not a trace of destructive energy within you. Yet your physique has been enhanced to an extraordinary degree by it. How can this be?" Sunja did not argue but reiterated his request, "Esteemed old Supreme Kai, could you possibly help me activate my potential?" The old Supreme Kai turned away, hands clasped behind his back, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "I appreciate your freeing me, and though I do not know how you learned of my ability to awaken potential, I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you." Upon hearing this, Sunja altered his previously respectful demeanor. "Old Supreme Kai, do you wish to know what I possess?" With that, Sunja retrieved a card from his system space, pinching it between two fingers to present it to the old Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai turned his gaze toward the card, which was a deep purple, seemingly imbued with boundless sealing power, bearing the golden character for seal on its front. The aura emanating from the card astonished the old Supreme Kai. This sealing power was even greater than the force Beerus had used to seal him away. In a state of panic, he exclaimed, "How could you possess such a thing? This is utterly inconceivable." What Sunja had unveiled was the sole S-grade item compensated by the dark mist, sealing card blank, S-. This card could seal a force not exceeding the limits of this world. Using it again would release the sealed power, after which the card would be destroyed. Utilizing this card would deplete a significant amount of soul energy. Sunja returned the sealing card to the system space, smiling as he asked, "Old Supreme Kai, can you assist me in awakening my potential now?" The old Supreme Kai's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Reluctantly, he nodded. "I can. But you must swear not to use that card against me afterward. You must vow upon your life. Otherwise, I would prefer to be sealed again than to assist you." Just as Sunja was about to bring his fingers together to swear, the old Supreme Kai interrupted hastily. "That kind of vow will not suffice. Wait a moment." The old Supreme Kai produced an ancient incense burner, its surface adorned with mysterious runes. He placed an incense stick within and recited a mysterious incantation. Once completed, he respectfully arranged the incense burner. "All right, you may now make your vow." Sunja swore once more, and this time, the old Supreme Kai did not interrupt. However, unbeknownst to the old Supreme Kai, Sunja had already comprehended his earlier words, which had been a curse in the divine tongue. Pretending to be oblivious, Sunja inquired again, "I have made my vow. When will you assist me?" At that moment, The Supreme Kai Exine, who had been silently observing, finally spoke up. Are you the ancestor? Upon hearing this, the old Supreme Kai's face softened into a warm smile. Indeed, you must be the current Supreme Kai. Come closer and let me see you. Exine approached eagerly, but just as he was about to speak, the old Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically to one of rage as he seized Exine and began to strike him with furious blows. Ah, so you are the scoundrel who brought this fellow to the Supreme Kai sword. I shall beat you, ungrateful descendant. Dazed and disoriented, Exine shouted while evading the blows. Ancestor, I sought the truth. Yet the old Supreme Kai paid no heed, continuing to vent his wrath. Unbeknownst to them, Sanja's journey through Trunks' future timeline was reaching its conclusion, preparing to return to the primary timeline. During this period, under the guidance of the old Supreme Kai, Sanja participated in a mysterious ancient ritual. At the ritual site, vibrant energy danced like spirited sprites in the air, intertwining with strange luminescence and mysterious runes, visibly merging into Sanja's form. Sanja's muscles tensed, a layer of white radiance enveloping his skin, as every cell greedily absorbed this enigmatic power, propelling his combat strength to a terrifying level. In his exploration of the Supreme Kai realm, Sanja inadvertently wandered into a forest where towering trees reached the heavens, each leaf glimmering with a unique luster, and intense energy waves surged toward him. Deep within the forest, Sanja discovered trees identical to the spiritual trees he had previously encountered. These spiritual trees boasted robust trunks, branches resembling writhing dragons, and fruits emitting a gentle glow, brimming with formidable power. Upon learning that the fruits of the spiritual tree were exclusive to the Supreme Kai realm, with each fruit embodying the essence of this mysterious land, Sanja swiftly navigated among the branches, carefully harvesting a multitude of spiritual fruits, storing them in his system space. To aid Gohan and Trunks in breaking through their power barriers, Sanja transported them to the Supreme Kai realm. Nourished by the abundant energy there, Gohan and Trunks embarked on a rigorous training regimen. Sanja devised a strict training plan, and through countless intense sparring sessions, their strengths gradually escalated, with energy waves swirling around them like two roaring dragons. However, when Sanja next utilized the Super Dragon Balls, he encountered an unexpected occurrence. As the Dragon Balls blazed with light and the dragon emerged, a mysterious consciousness descended. It was the dragon god Salama, who initiated communication with him. Salama's voice echoed like an ancient bell, resonating through the void. Sanja, your time-crossing actions have revealed a flaw in the mechanism of the Super Dragon Balls. Chapter 66. The Art of Extreme Ease. To avert a recurrence of similar incidents, Salama synchronized the usage timing of the Super Dragon Balls. Grateful for Sanja's assistance in uncovering the flaw, Salama not only ceased his pursuit, but also helped Sanja fulfill his wish. At this moment, the attributes displayed on Sanja's panel shone brilliantly. Host, Sanja Bloodline. Legendary Saiyan exclusive ability, Destruction. Enter this state to significantly enhance physical strength. Ordinary attacks inflict destruction effects. Self. Enter this state to greatly augment special energy potency. Attacks deliver soul strikes. Art of Extreme Ease. Prototype. Enter this state to vastly enhance reaction speed, though it severely drains stamina and precludes offensive actions. Attempting to counter results in exiting this state, granted by the dragon god Salama as a wish. Originally intended to wish for the cultivation method of the Art of Absolute Ease, but Salama stated that each individual's path is unique, thus providing only the foundational version. The Art of Extreme Ease. Passive abilities. Infinite potential, rapid recovery, body enhancement, strengthened by destructive energy, energy absorption, combat enhancement. Active abilities. Divine Speech, Ape Transformation, Super Saiyan. Instant Transmission, System Modified Version, Acquired Skills, Kamehameha, Improved Flight Technique, Basic Kamesin School Techniques, Modified, Key Perception, Key Manipulation, Key Blast, Key Blade, Half Moon Slash, Rapid Fire Explosive Blast. Annihilation Bomb, Energy Orb, Text Imprint, Derived Skill from Divine Speech, enables location tracking and communication. Destructive Energy Blast, exclusive technique of the God of Destruction, Seal, no destructive energy present within. Energy reserves. Normal state, 23G 1 billion. Burst, 1150G to 2300G 2T. Physical strength. S. Soul strength. A. System currency, 18,210. System space. Exchange Mall, upon returning to Earth at Bulma's residence. Bulma approached Sanjay with heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, "Sanjay, we owe you so much this time. Without you, we truly wouldn't have known what to do. In the future, if the opportunity arises, I will definitely bring Trunks to visit you in the past timeline." Sanjay smiled in response, "I will be waiting for you." I am quite curious to see the expression on Vegeta's face when he encounters two versions of you from different timelines. Bulma chuckled lightly, playfully tapping Sanjay. "Oh, you. Always joking around. By the way, aren't you going to inform Gohan that you're leaving?" Sanjay shook his head, his expression serious as he replied, "No need. He is currently in a crucial stage of training. Any distraction could render his previous efforts futile. There will be plenty of chances to meet in the future." With that, Sanjay retrieved the time machine and resolutely embarked on his journey home. However, he remained oblivious to the subtle addition of a -1 in the coordinates displayed on the time machine interface. In the Celestial Temple, a spherical time machine materialized without warning, its powerful temporal fluctuations causing the surrounding air to tremble violently, sending dust swirling across the ground. The newly appointed Supreme Kai, Dandy, stood nearby, intently observing the situation below. Startled by the sudden appearance, nearly dropping his wooden staff. As Sanjay stepped out of the time machine, Dandy's eyes sparkled with surprise, and he eagerly approached, saying, "Mr. Sanjay, it truly is you. You finally returned." Just as Sanjay was putting away the time machine, he heard Dandy's voice and turned to respond. "Dandy, what are you doing here? And your attire? Have you become the current Supreme Kai? What happened to the old Supreme Kai?" A hint of sadness crossed Dandy's face as he spoke in a subdued tone. The previous Supreme Kai sensed his diminishing power and, in a bid to protect Earth, persuaded Piccolo to merge with him. Sanjay couldn't help but reflect, such is the course of fate. The power of narrative is indeed irresistible. Dandy, looking puzzled, scratched his head. "Mr. Sanjay, what are you talking about? What narrative?" Realizing his slip, Sanjay quickly deflected. "Oh, it's nothing. You must have misheard. By the way, what time is it now?" Dandy furrowed his brow. "Misheard? Oh, it is." Just then, Sanjay suddenly sensed Vegeta's energy signature, which was rapidly waning. He interrupted Dandy, urgently stating, "I need to help. What time is it right now?" Without waiting for Dandy's response, Sanjay utilized instant transmission and vanished from sight. In a desolate battlefield, the Super Saiyan Vegeta was enveloped in a golden aura, the flames swirling around him like a raging fire. With a mocking gaze, he fixated on the android 19, who was desperately siphoning his energy. "You inferior electronic refuse. How laughable that I nearly fell into your trap." Before he could finish, Vegeta leveraged his seized arms to leap into the air, knees drawn to his chest, feet together, propelling himself like a cannonball towards the round head of 19. The tremendous impact contorted 19's face and cracked his metallic shell. Yet, 19 sneered, "Vegeta, stop pretending. I've absorbed most of your energy. Your demise is imminent." Vegeta, disdainful, retorted, "You think you can kill the Prince of Saiyans? You're sorely mistaken. I've discerned your weaknesses, and your existence has become redundant. Prepare to perish." As his words fell, Vegeta unleashed a formidable wave of energy, akin to a surging tsunami, scattering dust in all directions. He began to break free from 19's grip, and with a forceful tug, he tore off both of the android's mechanical arms. Disgusted, Vegeta flung the severed limbs away. In a state of panic, 19 turned to flee. Vegeta, seizing the moment, taunted, "Only now do you wish to escape? It's too late, electronic trash. Time to die?" With a final flourish, a brilliant blue energy beam erupted from his outstretched palms, resembling a roaring blue dragon, instantly obliterating the still escaping 19 into countless fragments. As Vegeta's hair gradually returned to black, he panted heavily, evidently having just expended a significant amount of energy. At that moment, a small black dot sped toward him, and he instinctively reached out to catch it. Upon closer inspection, it was a green Senza bean. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, "Vegeta, long time no see. What you hold is a Senza bean. It can restore your injuries and stamina." The newcomer was none other than Sanjay. In truth, Sanjay had arrived at the scene beforehand, discreetly observing the unfolding battle. He chose not to intervene immediately because the system had indicated that considerable narrative rewards awaited once Vegeta vanquished the android 19. Chapter 67. The android Sanjay gazed at a fruit in his hand, emanating a mysterious glow. Spirit tree fruit. A product of the newly cultivated spirit tree in the divine realm, this fruit significantly enhances the strength of its consumer, devoid of the malevolent aura typically associated with ordinary spirit tree fruits. In the midst of a howling desert, With sand swirling violently, Vegeta radiated a flickering aura. His battle attire tattered and torn, revealing the scarred skin beneath. Just as he found himself isolated and his energy in disarray, Sanja's figure slowly emerged from the distance. Upon seeing Sanja, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Vegeta's eyes, and without hesitation, he consumed a senzu bean. His previously chaotic energy stabilized at a visibly rapid pace. Vegeta's gaze sharpened once more as he fixed his eyes on Sanja, roaring, "Sanja, you have finally returned. Come, let us engage in a fierce battle." As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta's golden aura surged dramatically, propelling him forward like a cannonball, enveloped in a powerful wave of energy. The air around him shrieking from the force of his speed. Sanja, witnessing this, smirked confidently, his own energy swirling as he prepared to meet Vegeta's challenge. However, at the instant they were about to collide, a uniquely designed time machine, shimmering with a mysterious blue light and adorned with electronic components, abruptly appeared between them. Vegeta, quick to react, tensed his muscles and abruptly halted, the powerful inertia carving deep grooves into the ground beneath him. His eyes filled with wariness as he focused on the unexpected arrival of the time machine, his energy ready to explode once more. Simultaneously, a familiar voice resonated from within the time machine. "What a coincidence, Mr. Sanja." Upon hearing the voice, Sanja's eyes narrowed in confusion as he turned to see Trunks stepping out of the time machine. "Trunks, how did you end up here? When I left, you were still in the King Kai's realm, diligently cultivating under that rich energy." Vegeta, observing Sanju addressing the young man as Trunks, displayed a look of perplexity, as he and Bulma had just named their newborn child the same. Unable to contain his curiosity, Vegeta stepped forward and grasped Sanja's arm, the veins on his arm bulging as he urgently inquired, "Sanja, what did you just call him?" At that moment, Trunks chimed in, "Mr. Sanja, what are you talking about? What cultivation? I don't understand at all." Sanja gently freed himself from Vegeta's grip and patiently explained, "Please, let go. His name is Trunks, and he hails from the future. Just as you surmised, he is your son, albeit from a future timeline." With Sanja's affirmation, Vegeta regarded Trunks with a complex gaze. He opened his mouth, several times hesitating to speak, the pride of a Saiyan prince weighing heavily upon him, making it difficult to lower his stature. Ultimately, he merely snorted coldly, a fleeting moment of discomfort crossing his face as he turned and soared into the distance, his clothes billowing in the wind. Trunks watched Vegeta's departing figure, a trace of uncontainable sorrow flickering in his eyes as he bit his lip, his body trembling slightly. Observing this, Sanju approached and patted Trunks' shoulder, offering reassurance. "Vegeta is just like that, a quintessential Sunra. Do you believe that if anyone dares to bully you, he would rush in without hesitation to fight them?" With his personality, actions speak far louder than words. Trunks, upon hearing this, displayed a look of surprise, hope rekindling in his eyes as he asked, "Mr. Sanja, are you truly serious?" Sanja affirmed with a nod, "Of course I am. By the way, did you just mention not knowing about the King Kai's realm?" Trunks nodded and continued, "Yes. And Mr. Sanja, do you recall when I came last time? You said you would help us resolve the issue with the androids in the future? We waited for you for quite some time in that desolate world, battling the androids daily." Sanja, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression. "That can't be right. I just returned from your timeline. I have already dealt with the androids and even revived Gohan." At this point, Sanja seemed to have a sudden realization, his expression shifting slightly as he continued. "I need to confirm something, Trunks. Did your mother locate Dr. Gero's blueprints for the androids?" Trunks displayed a confused expression, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Before he could respond, Sanja understood the answer. It appeared he had traversed into an entirely different timeline. Sanja then recounted the events that led to this moment, detailing his adventures across various timelines, assuring Trunks that once matters here were settled, he would join him in addressing the perilous situation in his future world. Not far from them, in a secluded mountainous region, another android, Android 20, also known as Dr. Gero, who had undergone transformation into an android, was frantically fleeing, his mechanical form damaged in multiple places, emitting clouds of black smoke. As he ran, he mumbled to himself, "It seems the conventional plan has failed. I must initiate Plan B." How could those Scions have become so strong all of a sudden? Soon, he arrived before a concealed rocky wall, overgrown with moss. Appearing utterly unremarkable, Dr. Gero pressed his hand against what seemed to be an ordinary spot on the wall, his fingers dancing swiftly over specific locations as if playing a piano. With a faint mechanical whirring, the rocky wall slowly opened, revealing a mysterious door crafted from a special alloy, its surface etched with intricate circuit patterns. Dr. Gero hurriedly entered the dark underground passage, where a pungent scent of machine oil lingered. The door behind him swiftly closed, returning to its original state as if it had never been opened. In the dim, damp basement, eerie blue lights flickered on the walls, and 3 massive hibernation pods stood silently. The surfaces of the pods gleamed coldly, filled with a pale blue liquid. Shadows of figures barely discernible within. Dr. Gero quickly approached the hibernation pods, expertly manipulating the control panel, his fingers flying over the buttons as the indicators on the panel flashed frantically. With a deep rumbling sound, the doors of the 3 hibernation pods opened slowly, pale blue liquid seeping from the gaps, pooling on the ground. Chapter 68. Not number 18. Sunja retrieved a fruit from the system's space, its surface radiating a gentle glow while an enticing fragrance enveloped the air. He tossed it to Trunks, saying, "Consume this, it will benefit you. It is a treasure capable of enhancing your power." Trunks caught the fruit deftly and, without hesitation, took a bite. Instantly, a sweet flavor burst in his mouth, akin to savoring the most exquisite delicacy, as a warm energy surged from his stomach, coursing through his limbs. With delight, he exclaimed, "Mr. Sunja, what sort of fruit is this? It is both sweet and delicious. I feel invigorated." Sunja smiled and elaborated on the wondrous effects of the spirit fruit, detailing its origins and the principles by which it bolstered strength. This fruit, awarded by the system earlier, held little significance for Sunja's current power. Yet it was pivotal for Trunks' enhancement. At that moment, Goku appeared beside Sunja, enveloped in a golden aura from his instant transmission. He spoke urgently, "Aja, your timing is impeccable. 3 new androids have emerged, and they are exceptionally formidable." Vegeta faced them and was swiftly defeated. These androids are far too powerful for him. Upon hearing this, Sunja speculated that the newcomers might be androids number 16, 17, and 18. Fueled by rage after witnessing Vegeta's defeat, Trunks activated his instant transmission, vanishing from sight in a cloud of dust, heading toward Vegeta's location. Upon their arrival, Sunja was astonished to find that the androids were not as he had anticipated. Instead, he encountered 3 distinct figures. Number 15, diminutive and clad in a flamboyant, colorful bodysuit, donned with exaggerated sunglasses. Number 14, towering and muscular, standing over 3 meters tall in a green combat suit. And number 13, wearing a baseball cap and black combat attire, his gaze glinting with cold malice. At that moment, a crisp notification resonated in Sunja's mind. Ding. Special plot event detected. Science and super androids. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward, 2,000 system currency. As number 15 spotted Vegeta, he charged forward with blinding speed, unleashing an energy wave that sent Vegeta hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground, and stirring up a cloud of dust. Coldly, number 15 declared, "Our target is not you. Where is Son Goku? Hand him over." Just then, Trunks surged forth like a bolt of black lightning, his aura intensifying as he launched a powerful kick at number 15, sending him sprawling. Trunks quickly rushed to Vegeta's side, offering him a Senzu bean and asking with concern, "Father, are you alright? You must eat this." After consuming the Senzu bean, Vegeta broke free from Trunks' support, rising to his feet. He held Trunks back with one hand, reigniting his fierce aura, stating, "You must withdraw from the battlefield. This is too dangerous for a child like you." Trunks, his eyes slightly reddened, gazed at the not-so-tall yet resolute figure of Vegeta, replying, "No, I am no longer a child. I have endured countless battles in the future, and I can fight alongside you." Vegeta turned to Trunks, noticing the determination in his eyes, and a flicker of unacknowledged pride crossed his face. He merely scoffed, allowing his hand to drop gently. Number 13, observing Sunja, Goku, and the others entering the fray, had a data stream flash in his eyes as his combat system swiftly analyzed their strengths. He remarked, "Ah, you must be Sunja, the known strongest, second on Dr. Gero's kill list. It is fortunate you appeared voluntarily. It saves us the trouble of searching for you. Today marks your demise." Sunja disregarded number 13's taunt and turned to Goku and Vegeta, instructing, "You all handle the small one and the giant. I will confront this one and test his strength. Be cautious. These androids have certainly come prepared." Goku and the others nodded, their auras surging as they charged toward androids 14 and 15, stirring up a tempest. Sunja ascended into the air, halting near number 13, the atmosphere around him thickening under his presence. He inquired, I am curious how you came to be here. To my knowledge, Dr. Gero was supposed to have destroyed you. Number 13 chuckled coldly, the metallic sheen of his exterior reflecting a chilling light. Though I do not know how you learned this, I shall enlighten you. Considering your imminent demise, you are correct. Dr. Gero indeed intended to obliterate us. However, thanks to you, particularly that boy who shattered Frieza into fragments, Dr. Gero discovered advanced technology from Frieza's remnants. The energy manipulation and mechanical principles inherent in those technologies reminded him of us. Thus, we not only escaped destruction but also received upgrades. Today, you will experience our enhanced power, with resentment and bitterness in his voice. Number 13's explanation further deepened the mystery surrounding the resurgence of these androids. Sanja's gaze sharpened, his aura erupting in a tumultuous surge, sending powerful waves radiating outward, lifting sand and debris into swirling vortices. At that moment, he exuded an intimidating presence, charging directly at number 13 without hesitation. Despite number 13's upgrades based on Frieza's technology, enhancing his power significantly, he still found himself on the defensive against Sanja's relentless onslaught. Each of Sanja's attacks was imbued with overwhelming force, creating winds that seemed capable of rending the fabric of space itself. Under the tempest of blows, number 13 was pushed back, his black battle suit torn and revealing a metal body marred with scratches. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Goku remained focused, taking a stance as he gathered energy in his palms, forming a brilliant blue sphere. Chapter 69. Dr. Gero with a thunderous roar, Yukong thrust his hands forward, unleashing a dazzling Kamehameha wave that surged like a blue torrent, imbued with cataclysmic power, instantly engulfing the android known as number 15. Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a blinding light erupted from the spot where number 15 stood, sending shockwaves that lifted layers of earth and uprooted trees. As the brilliance faded, number 15 was left in shattered remnants, reduced to a smoldering pile of debris. Simultaneously, the battle between Vegeta and Trunks reached its climax. Vegeta's golden aura flared intensely, resembling a blazing sun, as he charged at number 14, each punch infused with unparalleled strength. Trunks, not to be outdone, relentlessly targeted number 14's vulnerabilities. Under their relentless assault, number 14's green battle suit was shredded, exposing myriad cracks on his massive form. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, number 14 collapsed, shattered into countless tiny fragments. His demise even more tragic than number 15's, with scarcely a larger remnant to be found. Returning to Sanja, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning, a sharp whistle accompanying his motion as he executed a swift energy blade strike. With a crisp snapping sound, one of number 13's calves was severed, black oil gushing from the fracture with a pungent odor. Sanja promptly withdrew, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, demanding, "Tell me, where is Dr. Gero?" With a menacing snarl, number 13's metallic teeth clacked ominously as he replied, "You wish to know the doctor's whereabouts? That can be arranged. But do you truly believe this will defeat me? Such arrogance is beyond measure." Before he finished speaking, number 13 let out a deafening roar, his energy surging violently, causing the ground to tremble beneath the weight of his power. The remnants of numbers 14 and 15 were drawn toward him by an invisible force, rapidly integrating into his being. In an instant, number 13 underwent a startling transformation. His muscles swelled grotesquely, his once-fitting battle suit bursting apart, revealing glowing blue skin beneath. His hair stood on end, a vivid orange reminiscent of flames. His eyebrows vanished, brow bones receding, and his pupils obliterated, replaced by hollow sockets radiating red light. He emanated an eerie aura, akin to a demon from the depths of hell. Observing this, Sanji unhesitatingly unleashed another energy blade. Yet, the newly evolved number 13 reacted with astonishing speed, easily grasping the blade in one hand, crushing it into shimmering motes that dissipated into the air. With a tone of disdain, he taunted, "The same trick won't he work on me? If this is your full strength, then today shall be your end." With that, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, enveloped in potent energy, charging at Sanja, compressing the air around him with a thunderous roar. Faced with the ferocious assault of Super Number 13, Sanja remained composed, his deep gaze devoid of panic. He concentrated once more, conjuring an energy blade that shimmered with an eerie green hue, emanating an unsettling, potent vibration that warped the surrounding space. Aiming at Super Number 13's trajectory, he swung his arm with force, the the green energy blade slicing through the air like a lightning bolt, hurtling toward him. Realizing the imminent danger, Number 13 swiftly crossed his arms in a defensive posture, summoning a thick shield of energy. However, he gravely underestimated the power of Sanjay's strike. The green blade pierced through his shield and flesh effortlessly, leaving a gaping wound that exuded a noxious, burnt aroma. In swift succession, Sanju adopted a stable stance, firmly rooting his feet to the ground, his hands gradually drawing together at his waist as formidable blue energy coalesced between them, forming a swirling sphere that emitted a deep rumble. With a powerful shout, he declared, Kamehameha. An immense blue beam erupted from his hands, interspersed with golden lightning, completely engulfing Super Number 13. As the light faded and the dust settled, Super Number 13's form had vanished, completely vaporized by the overwhelming energy, leaving behind a bottomless pit, with the surrounding rocks melted into a smooth, glass-like substance. In a separate underground laboratory of Dr. Gero, the dim lights flickered, and the walls hummed with the crackle of electricity, the atmosphere thick with an oppressive and sinister aura. Dr. Gero fixated on the rapidly changing feedback on his computer screen, his eyes gleaming with fervor, his hands trembling as he muttered deliriously, so powerful. With these cells, my research will reach perfection. Ha ha ha. At that moment, the computer screen suddenly blared a conspicuous red alert, the shrill alarm shattering the laboratory's silence. Unfazed, Dr. Gero calmly shut down the computer and approached 3 dormant pods. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. He murmured, I do not wish to awaken you again, but for the sake of its birth, I have no choice. You shall hold them off for now. With that, Dr. Gero expertly manipulated the control panel of the pods marked with the numbers 17 and 18, setting a countdown for their automatic activation. He then turned and entered the lowest chamber. In the center of the room stood a massive glass tank filled with green liquid, within which a mysterious object could be seen, seemingly writhing slowly. Dr. Gero gazed at the tank, softly stating, Now we just await time. It shall be soon. Carefully, he extracted the tank, cradling it as he made his way to the adjacent elevator. The doors slowly shut, and Dr. Gero's figure vanished into the shadows. Shortly thereafter, Bulma and her companions rushed into the laboratory. As they opened the large door, a sharp scent of chemical agents assaulted their senses, revealing only the 3 open pods, remnants of unidentified liquids still lingering within. Chapter 70. The reuse of the Super Dragon Balls. Bulma surveyed her surroundings, furrowing her brow as she remarked that these dormant pods must have been utilized by those formidable androids before. Krillin, once I gather all the data here, you must obliterate this place completely. Krillin, Yamcha, and the others nodded in agreement, commencing their task of data collection. After a flurry of activity, Krillin concentrated his energy, unleashing a powerful blast towards the center of the laboratory. With a thunderous explosion, the lab was reduced to ruins amidst flames, the shockwave toppling nearby trees, leaving only a deep crater from which thick smoke billowed. After defeating Android 13, Son Goku brought Trunks and others to Bulma's residence, where she conveyed the news of locating Dr. Gero's laboratory. Upon hearing this, Son Goku inquired hastily, Bulma, did you find Dr. Gero's body in the lab? Krillin shook his head, responding, No, there were only some research materials and several dormant pots. Son Goku nodded thoughtfully, I see. Androids 17 and 18 must still be elsewhere, yet to be activated. Bulma's expression changed dramatically as she exclaimed, Are you saying that the androids we encountered previously were not the ones that killed us in the future? Son Goku affirmed, explaining to the group, Indeed. When I visited the future, I encountered a pair of twin siblings. He then turned serious, addressing everyone, Prepare yourselves. The androids may re-emerge at any moment. He directed his attention to Goku and the others, advising, I will return to the future with Trunks shortly, and I may not be able to assist you for a while. Therefore, utilize the room of spirit and time in the temple to enhance your strength during this time. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Goku and the others departed. However, Vegeta remained, arms crossed, leaning against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on Trunks, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of paternal concern and scion pride. Observing this, Son Goku said to Trunks, I will return home for now. We shall set off for the future tomorrow. Rest well today. With that, he executed instant transmission, vanishing before their eyes. Son Goku returned to his modest home with launch. The warm glow of the setting sun filtered through the window, casting a golden hue within. Launch sat by the window, lost in thought, absent-mindedly fidgeting with an article of Son Goku's clothing. His sudden appearance startled her, causing the garment to slip from her grasp. Upon recognizing him, her eyes brimmed with tears. Her gaze reddened. She sprang into his embrace, holding him tightly as if terrified he might vanish again. Son Goku, sensing Launch's trembling form, felt a surge of tenderness and affection. He gently stroked her hair, whispering, "Launch, I am back, and I will not leave you for too long again." As dawn broke over Capsule Corp, bathed in soft sunlight, a gentle breeze swayed the flowers and grass. Son Goku and Trunks stood before the time machine. "Uncle Goku, this time we will surely change the future for good," Trunks declared, his fists clenched in anticipation. Son Goku patted his shoulder, smiling, "Indeed, with my presence. Dealing with the androids will be straightforward." The time machine roared to life, enveloping the two in brilliant light as they vanished. Upon entering the future world, they were met with the acrid smell of gunpowder and decay. Son Goku swiftly navigated through the ruins, just as before, purging the souls and data of the androids and reclaiming their bodies. After completing the retrieval, Son Goku accessed the temple to extract the Dragon Balls, exchanging them for a reset card. As he recited an ancient incantation, the power of the Dragon Balls surged forth, manifesting in a radiant beam that shot into the sky. Under this brilliance, Gohan and the others slowly revived, their expressions a mix of confusion and relief at their second chance. This time, Son Goku did not venture to the King Kai's realm, instead returning directly to the primary timeline with Trunks. Upon his return, his curiosity intensified. He swiftly activated the time machine, retracing his steps to the future based on previously recorded coordinates. The system's analysis confirmed that his two visits belonged to different timelines. Once back in the primary timeline, Son Goku immediately retrieved the Super Dragon Ball radar. The radar screen illuminated with signals akin to twinkling stars, and he was overjoyed to discover that the Dragon Balls had been refreshed. Eager to gather them swiftly, he traversed the vast expanse of the universe. Near a scorching star, he adeptly evaded the intense radiation, successfully locating a Dragon Ball. Amidst mysterious planetary clusters, his keen observation led him to uncover hidden Dragon Balls. After considerable effort, he finally amassed all the Super Dragon Balls and stored them within the system space. Desiring to surprise Launch, Son Goku brought her to an unknown planet. This planet was enveloped in purple mist, with peculiar flora emitting a soft glow, creating a dreamlike ambience. Son Goku produced the Super Dragon Balls, their luminescence intertwining with the planet's ethereal atmosphere, forming a breathtaking tableau. In an instant, the grand spirit of the dragon god Salamander descended upon the seventh universe. The presence of dragon god Salamander emanated a potent aura, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Far away in the god of destruction's realm, Whis, with his keen perception, detected this anomaly. He observed the unfolding events on the planet through his staff, curiosity glinting in his eyes. The voice of dragon god Salamander resonated like an ancient bell, echoing in the void. "Interesting, it is you again. What wish do you wish to make this time?" Son Goku scratched his nose, a sly smile gracing his face. "This time, I hope you can create a body that perfectly aligns with Launch's soul, based on these 4 bodies." With that thought, 4 android bodies floated forth from the system space. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Dragon God Salamander's gaze. "This request is not difficult. However, your ability to conjure items from thin air intrigues me. It is unlike any power I am familiar with." No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 distinctly different energies surged forth from Salamander. One golden energy, like a playful ribbon, enveloped Son Goku, probing into the secrets within him. The other, a rainbow-hued energy, enveloped Launch and the android bodies, suspending them before Salamander's grand spirit. Chapter 71. The return to the future timeline. Moments later, the figures of Launchy and the android gradually faded within the colorful orb. Subsequently, the orb split into 2, revealing 2 figures enveloped in vibrant energy. As the radiance gradually diminished, Launchy reappeared, yet before Sonja stood a pair of nearly identical twin sisters, distinguished only by their differing hair colors. Salama retracted her energy, a hint of perplexity in her tone. "Strange. I cannot perceive the source of your ability to conjure matter from thin air. Well, your wish has been granted. Farewell." At that moment, the Launchy sisters slowly awakened. Sonja gazed at the duo before him, his heart swelling with joy as he led them to the Kaioshin realm. In the Kaioshin realm, the Kaioshin sword stood quietly embedded in a rock, its blade adorned with the marks of time, exuding an ancient aura. Sonja stepped forward, effortlessly grasping the hilt. And with a slight exertion, the Kaioshin sword cleaved in 2 with a crisp sound. The old Kaioshin's figure gradually materialized amidst the smoke, rubbing his eyes. He scrutinized Sunja. Who are you? Sunja interrupted. I hope you can assist these two in unlocking their potential. The old Kaioshin turned his gaze to the Lam-Z sisters, his eyes widening in astonishment, almost drooling. Certainly, certainly. However, I do have a small request. Unfazed, Sunja retrieved a sealing card. Upon seeing it, the old Kaioshin's expression paled, fear washing over him like a tidal wave as he waved his hands frantically. No, no. I will help them unlock their potential right away. Through the old Kaioshin's efforts, the potential of the Lam-Z sisters was gradually awakened. Surrounding their bodies was a powerful energy, their presence growing ever stronger. Sunja watched their transformation with a satisfied nod. In the God of Destruction's realm, Whis observed Sunja's actions through his staff, unable to suppress a chuckle. Oh, how intriguing. But what are they consuming? It looks delicious. He glanced back at Beerus's sleeping quarters, where the sound of his snoring reverberated, causing the entire room to tremble slightly. Whis mused to himself. I just stepped away for a moment. It should be fine, right, Lord Beerus? With that, he waved his staff, encasing himself in a green light and soaring toward the Kaioshin realm. In the Kaioshin realm, Sunja was enjoying a barbecue feast surrounded by the Lam-Z sisters and others. The rich aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air, accompanied by laughter and chatter. Suddenly, a figure appeared like a ghost. Whis. He seized a skewer and began to eat heartily, mumbling through his mouthful. Delicious, so delicious. Upon seeing Whis, the old Kaioshin's face turned ashen, nearly choking on his food. He hastily stood up, stammering. Whis, what brings you here? Has Beerus learned that my seal has been lifted? Whis, still munching on the skewer, replied indistinctly. No, Lord Beerus is still asleep. He is unaware of your situation. I came here secretly. The old Kaioshin finally breathed a sigh of relief, resuming his meal. Sunja was taken aback by Whis's sudden appearance, internally speculating. What brings Whis here so unexpectedly? Is it related to my use of the Super Dragon Balls? After the meal, Sunja approached Whis respectfully, inquiring, Excuse me, are you the attendant angel of our universe's God of Destruction, Whis? Whis, surprised, covered his mouth with one hand. Oh, you know me? Sunja nodded. I had the fortune of meeting Bardos and the God of Destruction Kampa. They mentioned you and Lord Beerus. Whis understood. I see. So, what brings you to seek me? Sunja earnestly expressed. I would like to request your guidance in my training. Whis raised an eyebrow slightly. Guide your training. I cannot do that. Anticipating this, Sunja produced a multifunctional capsule and tossed it to the ground. Instantly, an array of snacks appeared before everyone, releasing an enticing aroma. Whis's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly grabbed the treats and devoured them. However, upon catching Sunja's gaze, he set the snacks down, feigning restraint as he cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, it's not entirely out of the question. It's just that. Sunja presented several more multifunctional capsules to Whis. As long as you guide my training, these are yours. Moreover, I will continuously provide them during your instruction. Whis cleared his throat again, putting on an air of seriousness. Ahem, considering your tenacity, I shall agree. However, you must accompany me to the God of Destruction's realm. Sunja rejoiced. Certainly, but I need to prepare first. Whis nodded. Go ahead, but do not take too long. I have already been away for quite some time. Sunja immediately utilized instant transmission, vanishing from sight. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared. Whis, intrigued by Sunja's instant transmission, inquired as Sunja pointed to the Lam-Z sisters. May I bring them along? Whis shook his head. Sunja relayed a few words to the Lam-Z sisters and left a mark on them, then turned to Whis. I am ready. With a wave of his staff, Whis enveloped the two in a green light and they soared toward the God of Destruction's realm. Time passed swiftly, and on this day, as Sunja sat in meditation, he suddenly sensed the mark on Goku being activated. He focused intently and discovered that Trunks had arrived from the future, reporting that Majin Buu had appeared in the future, and the Kaioshin requested his assistance. Sunja sought out Whis. Whis, I must return to Earth to attend to some matters and will resume my training afterward. Whis nodded in agreement. Sunja activated instant transmission, returning to Earth. Trunks had been waiting at the designated spot. Upon seeing Sunja, he exclaimed excitedly, Uncle Sunja, you're here. Let us set off. With that, Sunja produced the time machine, and together with Trunks, they vanished from the main timeline. In the future timeline, the warm sunlight poured down generously, gilding the earth in a golden glow. The city, once ravaged by androids and left in ruins, had been rejuvenated through the efforts of Trunks and the survivors over the years. Towering skyscrapers pierced the sky, their glass facades reflecting dazzling light. The streets bustled with vehicles. Hover cars zooming past, leaving trails of brilliant light. In the squares, children played joyfully, while adults wore serene smiles. The sounds of laughter intertwining to create a heartwarming and peaceful scene. Chapter 72. The Cell Games as Sanji meandered through the streets. A myriad of emotions flooded his mind as he gazed upon the scene before him. He recalled his initial arrival in the future, where silence reigned and despair permeated the desolate ruins. With a frown etched upon his brow, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes, and an immense energy surged within him. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of golden light, racing towards the source of the ominous aura. Before long, he located the gluttonous Majin Buu, wreaking havoc indiscriminately. Suspended in midair, Sanji fixed his gaze upon Buu and extended his index finger. In an instant, a black energy sphere, no larger than a grain of rice, rapidly coalesced at his fingertip, warping the surrounding space with its oppressive force, emitting a sizzling sound. With a gentle flick, the black energy sphere shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, imbued with cataclysmic power, striking Buu instantaneously. Buu let out a chilling wail that reverberated through the air, causing the atmosphere to hum ominously. His form began to disintegrate at a visible pace, akin to ice evaporating under intense heat, vanishing without a trace, leaving only a chaotic ruin in its wake. With Buu dealt with, Sanji promptly sought out Trunks. At that moment, Trunks was busy clearing the debris left behind by Buu's destruction, his clothes drenched in sweat. Upon seeing Sanji approach, his face lit up with a surprised smile as he hurried over. "Uncle Zhe, what brings you here?" Sanji, his expression grave, inquired. "Trunks, have you encountered a peculiar individual who calls himself Cell?" Trunks frowned, his brow furrowing in confusion. "No, not at all. The only strange occurrence was the sudden disappearance of an old-fashioned time machine a few years back." A chill ran down Sanji's spine as he grasped the significance of Trunks' words. "A time machine? It appears he has returned to the main timeline." Understanding the peril Cell posed, he earnestly cautioned Trunks, "If you come across this being named Cell, do not engage him directly. Cell is exceedingly powerful, and with your current abilities, you would stand no chance against him. You must seek out old Kai and have him summon Whis." Whis, the attendant of the god of destruction Beerus, possesses formidable power and may be the only one capable of counteracting Cell. Though Trunks was unfamiliar with Whis, he resolutely nodded, indicating he would remember the advice. Subsequently, Sanji utilized his time-traveling abilities to return once more to the main timeline. Just as Sanji departed the future, Cell successfully traversed through the time machine into the main timeline. As described in the original narrative, Cell plotted in secrecy, employing cunning methods and immense strength to absorb numerous androids, swiftly evolving into his perfect form. His power grew terrifyingly immense, and the malevolent aura he radiated enveloped the world like a shroud, instilling feelings of oppression and fear among the populace. Upon learning of Cell's emergence, Goku made numerous attempts to contact Sanji through the inscriptions he had left behind. However, each effort fell into silence, yielding no response. Meanwhile, upon returning to the main timeline, Sanji received a message from Lam-Z, informing him that Bulma had been searching for him. Thus, Sanji executed a technique of instantaneous movement, arriving at the temple where Goku, Vegeta, and other warriors awaited anxiously. The atmosphere was tense as they detailed the situation regarding Cell. It turned out Cell had organized a tournament to showcase his prowess, challenging martial artists from across the globe. Upon hearing this, Sanji decisively proclaimed, "In that case, I shall confront him directly and eliminate him. Cell's presence in this world will undoubtedly bring calamity." Goku, however, displayed unwavering resolve, his eyes alight with fierce combat desire. "I wish to face him and test my strength. Cell's might presents a rare challenge for me, one that may allow me to transcend my limits." Observing Goku's determined demeanor, Sanji, albeit reluctantly, raised a hand to his forehead and sighed. "Very well. I shall intervene later. I hope you exercise caution and do not overextend yourself." Goku beamed with excitement. "Thank you, Zhe." Cell stood upon the massive stone arena, exuding an overwhelming presence. With arms crossed and an air of arrogance, he surveyed the scene. At that moment, a flamboyantly decorated passenger plane approached the tournament site. Upon noticing this, a cold spark ignited in Cell's eyes as he raised his hand and unleashed an energy wave, striking the plane directly. The aircraft erupted into flames, exploding with a thunderous roar, sending debris flying in all directions. Several shadowy figures plummeted from the burning wreckage, among them Mr. Satan and his companions, narrowly escaping the catastrophe. Satan steadied himself mid-air, deploying his parachute, muttering incessantly, "What bad luck. Why do I always find myself in situations like this?" Cell, observing Satan's exaggerated antics, felt a flicker of annoyance. Just as he prepared to swat Satan aside, Sunja, accompanied by Goku and the others, materialized at the scene. Cell's eyes narrowed, and a powerful gust erupted from him, sending the still clowning Satan sprawling across the sand. Sunja surveyed the surroundings, quickly identifying his target, the multimedia vehicle. He gestured to Goku, stating, "It is not yet time for me to enter the fray. I shall play the role of a photographer. I will document this battle so the world may witness Cell's true nature." With that, he made his way to the multimedia vehicle, enveloping it and its occupants in a formidable protective shield to ensure their safety. Then, levitating in the sky with the camera, he commenced the live broadcast of the battle unfolding in the arena. On the arena floor, the clash between Goku and Cell erupted in an instant. Their forms darted like lightning, powerful waves of energy colliding and sending shockwaves through the air, stirring up clouds of dust. However, the contest swiftly revealed a victor. After an intense struggle, Goku fell, panting and battered. Subsequently, Gohan, Vegeta, and others took their turns in the arena, but were all unable to withstand Cell's overwhelming might, suffering defeat one after another. Witnessing this, Sunja cast aside the camera and approached the arena. Cell sensed the formidable pressure radiating from Sunja, a flicker of wariness flashing in his eyes. Sunja smiled and inquired, "How did you arrive here? Traversing through time from the future must have required considerable effort." Cell, on guard, retorted, "What are you implying? Spare me your games." Before he could finish, Sunja vanished from sight. Cell barely registered the movement before a tremendous force struck him in the abdomen, as if he had been slammed by a colossal mountain. Chapter 73. The upgraded Cell. The excruciating pain contorted his body involuntarily, his mouth agape like a shrimp arching its back. Sunja advanced slowly, delivering another devastating blow. This strike, imbued with an overwhelming force, compressed the air, producing a sharp, whistling sound. Cell's throat convulsed, and with a guttural cry, he expelled Android 17 and Android 18 from his being. Seeing this, Cell, despite his agony, sought to absorb the pair once more. However, Sunja would not grant him such an opportunity. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick that sent Cell flying, then casually unleashed several energy blades. These blades sliced through Cell with the precision of sharp swords, causing green blood to spatter. Sunja then kicked the fallen android off the stage, directing him towards Krillin. Upon witnessing this, Krillin hurriedly caught the airborne Android 18, while Android 17 rolled on the ground in confusion. Sunja jested, "Krillin, don't just focus on your wife. Take care of your brother-in-law too." Krillin, his ears reddening, stammered, Aja, don't say such things. What wife? Wife?" Sunja ignored his protest and turned to Gohan, saying, "Gohan, it's your turn. I grant you a chance to shine. Let the world witness your strength as you protect this realm." Gohan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward. Sunja harnessed his energy to retrieve a camera. Pointing it towards Gohan, "Begin. Unleash your most formidable technique to annihilate Cell." Gohan inhaled deeply and transformed into a Super Saiyan. He took a stance, rapidly gathering energy in his palms, a powerful beam of light coalescing as the surrounding air turned golden. With a thunderous shout, Gohan released the energy beam, a radiant meteor that engulfed the recently revived Cell. Following a cataclysmic explosion, Cell vanished without a trace, leaving behind a massive crater. Sunja tossed the camera back to the multimedia vehicle and addressed the crowd. "Well, you may return now. Cell has been vanquished. The world is temporarily safe." Krillin nodded and departed with the two androids. Observing that the others had left, Sunja utilized instant transmission to arrive at King Kai's realm, where he enjoyed a tender moment with Lan-Z. In a concealed underground laboratory, dim lights flickered as intricate pipes crawled along the walls, occasionally crackling with electrical sounds. Dr. Gero stood before a colossal glass container, his eyes gleaming with madness. Inside the container, a mysterious embryo emitted an eerie glow, surrounded by swirling green liquid. Dr. Gero gazed at the embryo, murmuring, "Soon, in just a month, it will be complete. At that time, the entire world will be under my control. Ha ha ha." As Dr. Gero reveled in his delusional fantasies, a sudden disturbance emanated from the wall behind him. His expression shifted to one of alarm as he turned to investigate. Emerging through the wall was a small, grayish figure, Cell, who had miraculously survived. "Who are you?" Dr. Gero bellowed, sensing an inexplicable familiarity from Cell. with a chilling laugh. Cell replied, "It's been a while, Dr. Gero. I am Cell. Surprised to see me alive?" Realizing the source of the familiarity, Dr. Gero scrutinized Cell, exclaiming, "I never imagined you could evolve to such a degree. It seems my research has surpassed expectations." Cell walked toward the embryo, excitement glimmering in his eyes. "Doctor." Gero quickly intervened. "What do you intend to do? That embryo is my final masterpiece. No one shall destroy it." A flicker of annoyance crossed Cell's face. "What do I intend to do?" "Naturally, to absorb it. This will render me even more perfect, a true cosmic overlord." Dr. Gero stepped in front of the embryo, adamant. "Impossible. It will be completed in a month. Absorbing it now will ruin my plans." In response, Cell seized Dr. Gero by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. "I had considered sparing your life out of respect for your role as my creator. However, since you dare to obstruct me for the sake of an embryo, you shall perish." With a swift motion, Cell crushed Dr. Gero's neck, discarding his lifeless head to the ground, where he stomped on it mercilessly. He then shattered the glass container, seizing the embryo and consuming it. With a convulsion of his throat, Cell successfully absorbed the embryo, achieving the horrific feat of self-cannibalization. As dawn broke, soft sunlight bathed the courtyard where Sun Jia and the Lan-Chi sisters resided in King Kai's realm. Sun Jia, dressed in a lightweight training outfit, stood tall. The sisters, adorned in simple yet elegant dresses, felt a pang of reluctance as they approached him, grasping his hands tightly. Blue-haired Lan-Chi whispered, "Sun Jia, be cautious during your training and return early." Yellow-haired Lan-Chi chimed in, "Yes, please don't make us worry." Sun Jia smiled gently, his gaze warm. "Rest assured, I will take good care of myself. You both must also stay safe at home." Afterward, he sought King Kai's assistance in watching over the Lan-Chi sisters. Just as Sun Jia prepared to use instant transmission to the Destroyer realm, the space around him warped violently, and a shadowy figure appeared, Cell, now transformed beyond recognition. His emerald skin, akin to hard jade, glimmered with a cold, spectral light, surrounded by a swirling black mist intermittently crackling with sinister purple arcs of electricity. Resembling a demon from the depths of hell, exuding a chilling aura, Sun Jia's brow furrowed in alarm, his instincts alerting him to the presence of his own energy emanating from Cell, stirring a sense of confusion within him. How could this being possess my energy? Cell erupted into a chilling, maniacal laugh, his voice echoing through the void like sharp claws piercing the eardrums. "Thanks to you all, I have become this powerful. To express my gratitude, I have decided to allow you to experience this formidable strength first." Chapter 74. Departing from the realm of destruction. As the words fell, Shalu waved his hand, and several blades of black energy coalesced, resembling ravenous serpents with gaping maws, swiftly lunging towards Sun Jia. The air was sliced by the blades, emitting a sharp whistle, causing ripples to spread through the space they traversed. However, an astonishing spectacle unfolded the moment the blades made contact with Sun Jia's skin. They vanished as if swallowed by the sea, effortlessly absorbed by him and transformed into energy that reinforced his physique. Sun Jia's body shuddered slightly, a faint golden glow emanating from his skin, his muscles becoming more defined, and his strength increasingly palpable. Witnessing this, Shalu's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice a roar of incredulity. "Impossible. How can this be?" The fury and shock made his body tremble, and the surrounding black mist writhed violently. Shortly thereafter, Shalu rapidly formed hand seals, the black mist swirling in his palms as he conjured several orbs imbued with destructive energy. These orbs, shrouded in thick black smoke, hurtled towards Sun Jia like meteors. Boom! The orbs detonated upon striking Sun Jia, the resulting shockwave radiating outward, creating a colossal mushroom cloud that obscured the sky. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, Sun Jia remained unscathed, calmly suspended in midair, having once again absorbed the energy from the orbs, brushing off the dust from his attire. A smirk of derision graced Sun Jia's face. "Is this all you can do?" A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes, akin to a solitary star in a frigid night, as he swiftly conjured a sphere of destructive energy between his fingers. This orb radiated an eerie blue light, its essence infused with a sense of annihilation that warped the surrounding space and emitted a sizzling sound. Feeling the terrifying power contained within the energy orb, Shalu was engulfed by a profound fear. He attempted to flee, but found his body ensnared by invisible shackles, unable to move. In the blink of an eye, the energy orb struck Shalu, exploding upon his chest and sending him careening through the void, leaving a long trail in his wake. As Sun Jia prepared to depart, he suddenly sensed that Shalu's presence had not vanished. Upon closer inspection, he saw Shala channeling all his black energy to form a shield in front of him, steadfastly absorbing the impact of the destructive energy orb while slowly siphoning its power. Shala's body expanded as he absorbed the energy, his aura growing ever more formidable. In response, Sanja's demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes became as still as a placid lake, devoid of any ripples, reflecting an endless indifference. As if nothing in the world could stir his emotions, he gradually gathered a translucent energy sphere, radiating a faint white light. This was Sanja's special form. The energy sphere condensed in his self-state, capable of delivering a soul strike. Sanja hurled the energy sphere toward Shalu. Bang! Though the surface of the energy sphere left no visible marks on Shalu, he let out a piercing scream that echoed through the heavens. It was as if thousands of arrows had pierced his soul, the excruciating pain causing his body to convulse violently. The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly as he spewed forth a jet of green blood, which transformed into a mist in the air. In that fleeting moment of Shalu's distraction, the previously absorbed destructive energy surged back into his body, wreaking havoc within. Cracks appeared on Shala's skin, green liquid seeping from the fissures, emitting a noxious odor. Sanja, expressionless, unleashed several more translucent energy orbs. The orbs sliced through the air, striking Shalu with precision. The light in Shalu's eyes was extinguished, and his soul dissipated. Soon after, his body turned to a grayish hue, disintegrating like dust in the wind, leaving behind an empty void. 7 years passed in the realm of destruction. During this time, under Whis's tutelage, Sanja diligently honed his skills, continuously challenging his limits. The unique environment of the realm and Whis's distinctive training methods facilitated a qualitative leap in Sanja's power. One day, Sanja sat cross-legged in the meditation chamber. The air around him seemingly solidified. His breathing was even and profound, emanating a powerful yet contained aura. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing within. He accessed his attribute panel. Host, Sanja, Bloodline, Legendary Saiyan, exclusive abilities, destruction. In this state, physical strength surges dramatically, ordinary attacks carry destructive effects, reducing all they touch to nothingness. Self. In this state, special energy's potency greatly increases, attacks inflict soul damage, directly harming the enemy's soul and causing it to tremble. Extreme intent, attack defense. In this state, reaction speed and destructive power are significantly enhanced, though it severely drains stamina and mental energy, requiring utmost focus and calm to unleash its full potential. Passive abilities, infinite potential, rapid recovery, body reinforcement, enhanced by destructive energy, energy absorption, active abilities, divine speech. Primate transformation, Super Saiyan full power, maximizes the power of Super Saiyan Stage 1, achieving new heights in speed and strength. Super Saiyan Stage 2 full power, the perfect form of Super Saiyan 2, possessing greater explosive power and combat strength. Super Saiyan Stage 3 full power, near infinite stamina, allows for the flawless execution of Stage 3's power, unleashing world-destroying energy. Instantaneous movement, system modified version, learned skills, Kamehameha. Flight technique, modified, basic skills of Turtle School modified, key sensing, key manipulation, key blasts, key blades, half-moon slash, continuous explosive blasts, annihilation energy blasts. Word seal, derived from divine speech, allows for location tracking and communication. Destructive energy blasts, energy reserves, normal state, 10T, T for trillion. Burst, 20T 800T, in potential burst state, strength can reach maximum values. Physical strength, SS, soul strength, S, system currency, 28. 210, system space exchange shop, new products. Sanja retracted his attribute panel, contemplating that the time was nearing for the emergence of Majin Buu. He approached Whis and spoke. Whis, I wish to return to Earth for a while. Would you care to accompany me? Whis sighed, shaking his head with a hint of concern on his face. I cannot join you this time. The prophesied day is fast approaching, and I must remain here. Lord Beerus may awaken at any moment, and I cannot leave. With a touch of regret, Sanja replied, then I shall go alone. I will visit the Kaioshin realm to see my wife. With that, Sanja utilized instantaneous movement, vanishing from sight. Whis watched the direction Sanja had disappeared with a bemused smile, chiding, this lad, always so impetuous. Chapter 75. Majin Buu. Sanja arrived in the Kaioshin realm, immediately sensing an unusually grave atmosphere. The once tranquil and harmonious Kaioshin realm was now permeated with a tense air, as if the very atmosphere bore the scent of gunpowder. Filled with confusion, Sanjo approached the old Kaioshin and Kaioshin Shin, who were crouched on the ground, fixated on the crystal ball. He gently patted Kaioshin Shin on the shoulder. Kaioshin Shin, wholly absorbed in the images within the crystal, gripped his hands tightly. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Startled by Sanjo's touch, he leaped up with a strange cry, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sanjo was taken aback by Kaioshin Shin's reaction, stepping back in surprise. The old Kaioshin stepped forward, delivering a sharp rap to Kaioshin Shin's head. Scolding, "What are you screaming for? With such a weak spirit, you shouldn't even show your face outside. You've embarrassed the entire Kaioshin realm." Rubbing his head, Kaioshin Shin protested. "It's not my fault. Who could have imagined that he would suddenly appear behind me in such a tense situation? And you were startled too, weren't you?" The old Kaioshin struck Kaioshin Shin again on the head, exclaiming, "I was startled by you. Is this how you speak to your elder?" Kaioshin Shin recoiled slightly, murmuring, "I'm sorry." Sanjo quickly interjected, "What were you watching that has you both so on edge? And where is my wife, Lam-Z?" With a grave expression, the old Kaioshin replied, "Majin Buu has been released. We were just observing the battlefield on Earth." Kaioshin Shin added, "Just moments ago." Buu absorbed the sisters Lam-Z and Gohan. Sanjo nodded, preparing to speak, but suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. "Did you just say that both Lam-Z sisters were absorbed by Majin Buu?" Kaioshin Shin hurriedly waved his hands. "This isn't my fault. Earlier, Gohan came here seeking assistance from the elder to enhance his power. Coincidentally, your wife was here too." The blonde-haired Lam-Z insisted on helping, claiming that Earth is her home and she must assist. "I couldn't refuse them, so I agreed to take them along after the elder helped Gohan." Sanjo placed a hand to his forehead, inwardly chiding Lam-Z for her recklessness. Taking a deep breath, he made an effort to calm himself, before delivering a light rap to Kaioshin Shin's head as well. Rubbing the bump on his head, Kaioshin Shin lamented, "Why am I always the one getting hurt?" Ignoring Kaioshin Shin's complaints, Sanjo vanished in an instant. A fierce wind howled, stirring up dust and debris. Goku, witnessing Gohan being mercilessly consumed by Majin Buu, felt a rage ignite within him, akin to a long-dormant volcano erupting. His pupils constricted sharply, his once bright eyes now blazed with furious fire, with energy surging around him like a golden tide, lifting the surrounding sand and stones into the air. "Give Gohan back to me," Goku bellowed, his voice raw with anguish, reverberating through the air like a powerful shockwave. Before the echo of his roar faded, he shot forth like a burning meteor, propelled by fervent anger and unwavering resolve. Charging at Buu, who had taken on Gohan's form, his right fist, infused with tremendous force, cleaved through the air with a sharp whistle. Buu smirked derisively, his lips curling into a mocking smile. To him, Goku's attack was akin to a child's play. Effortlessly, he extended his right hand to catch Goku's punch as if it were a mere feather falling from the sky. "You mean that brat Gohan? I must thank you. I now feel stronger than I ever imagined." Buu's laughter rang out, filled with derision and arrogance. As his words trailed off, he unleashed a kick with lightning speed, striking Goku in the abdomen before he could react. The impact sent Goku flying backward, akin to a kite severed from its string. His clothes billowed in the wind as his body traced an arc, leaving a long mark upon the ground. Just as Goku was about to crash onto the ground, a warm and powerful force caught him securely. Instinctively, he glanced back to find Sanjo had appeared behind him, having used instantaneous movement to arrive on the battlefield. Witnessing Goku being sent sprawling, Sanjo swiftly moved, extending his strong arms to catch him. "Aja, Aja, Gohan." Goku's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with tears, the weight of sorrow and guilt washing over him like a relentless tide. He cursed himself for failing to protect Gohan. Sanjo gently patted Goku on the shoulder, a comforting smile gracing his face. "Goku, I understand everything. Do not worry, I will rescue Gohan. Here, take this Senzu bean." With that, he retrieved a Senzu bean from his robe and handed it to Goku. Without hesitation, Goku accepted the bean and consumed it. As it slid down his throat, his injuries rapidly healed, and his strength began to return. Sanjo slowly ascended into the air, his gaze fierce and unwavering, locked onto Buu. His eyes radiated determination and confidence, as if declaring to Buu that he was resolute in his intention to win this battle. Buu, observing the sudden arrival of Sanjo, felt a flicker of confusion. "Who are you? Another Saiyan?" Sanjo's expression turned grim as he nodded slightly. "Yes and no. Just know that I am here to eradicate you." No sooner had he spoken than he began to wield his hands with rapid precision, unleashing blade-like energy blasts that surged toward Bu, dripping with icy intent. The air shrieked as the energy blades sliced through, lowering the temperature around them. Simultaneously, Sunja vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage. Fueled by rage, Bu roared in defiance, "Arrogant fool." Just as he prepared to retort, several energy blades came hurtling toward him. Cursing Sunja's lack of honor, he twisted and dodged with the agility of an eel. The energy blades whizzed past him, carving deep trenches into the ground. At that moment, Sunja appeared behind him like a phantom, arms raised, channeling immense power, and struck down with tremendous force. Boom! Bu's body crashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a deep crater in the hard earth, dust and debris flying in all directions. The ground around the pit fractured like a spider's web, unable to withstand the sheer force. Sunja directed his hands toward the pit, rapidly conjuring energy spheres that rained down upon it. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted, causing the once human-sized crater to expand into a small valley. As the smoke cleared, Sunja found himself unable to locate Bu. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind behind him. Reacting quickly, Sunja raised one arm, deftly blocking Bu's surprise attack with a sweeping kick. Bu's leg was as hard as steel, colliding with Sunja's arm, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Chapter 76. The ruined Bu felt an ominous premonition as he attempted to retract his leg, only to discover that it was ensnared by an overwhelming force. A moment later, a tremendous power surged from his leg, propelling his body uncontrollably towards the ground. After launching Bu into the air, Sunja instantaneously materialized before him, extending his hand to grasp Bu's neck with a grip like an iron vise. With his other hand, he conjured a razor-sharp energy sword, which he unhesitatingly plunged into Bu's chest. As the energy sword pierced Bu's body, a sizzling sound erupted, purple blood splattering in all directions. Despite the excruciating pain in his chest, Bu wore a mocking smile. "Is that all? Useless against me." No sooner had he finished speaking than his captured neck transformed into a fluid state, slipping from Sunja's grasp, while the wound on his chest healed at an astonishing rate. Sunja's expression hardened as he struck again, seizing Bu's neck once more, and swiftly formed a terrifyingly potent energy orb of annihilation, forcefully inserting it into Bu's mouth. A deafening explosion followed, shattering Bu's head into countless pink fragments. Sunja then hurled Bu's body into the air and unleashed several more energy orbs, reducing Bu's form to mere debris scattered across the ground. However, these fragments began to writhe, coalescing into numerous smaller Bus that surged forth like a relentless tide. Witnessing this, Sunja felt a chill run down his spine, suppressing his discomfort as he conjured a larger energy orb of annihilation, bringing it crashing down to the ground. The resulting explosion created a deep circular crater, the shockwave flinging the smaller Bus away. This time, Bu did not allow Sunja to be repulsed. The fragments rapidly reformed into his body midair. Now in a pitiful state, Bu was riddled with wounds, his once smooth skin marred by cracks, purple blood seeping continuously. Gasping for breath, a flicker of fear sparkled in his eyes. "You cannot kill me. If you do, those I absorbed will perish with me." Utilizing his formidable perception, Sunja discerned that Bu's energy showed no signs of waning, easily seeing through Bu's clumsy ruse. Yet, in a bid to rescue the absorbed Lam-Z sisters, Sunja feigned hesitation, slowly lowering his raised arm. Realizing he had tricked Sunja, Bu felt a surge of delight, subtly summoning the hidden pink mass, which crept closer to Sunja's back. Sunja observed every move, and just as the pink mass transformed into a massive net, enveloping him, he feigned shock, tearing at the net in panic. Bu, seeing this, burst into triumphant laughter. "Ah ha ha. You didn't see that coming, did you? That kid named Gohan was absorbed just like this, and now you shall become part of my power." As soon as the words left his mouth, the mass encasing Sunja lunged forward, merging into his body. However, unlike the original narrative where Vegeta enveloped himself in energy for protection, Sunja cleverly divided a portion of his power to utilize instantaneous movement, escaping the mass and swiftly following the energy's guidance. In the external realm, Bu's appearance began to shift, his skin interwoven with emerald green lines, a simian tattoo gradually manifesting on his back. Sensing the immense power bestowed by Sunja, he roared in madness. "This is power." Not far away, Goku, witnessing Sunja's absorption, felt engulfed by despair, as if plummeting into an endless abyss. At that moment, the voice of King Kai Shun resonated in his mind. Sun Wukong, I am Shun. Come here, I have a way to assist you. No sooner had he spoken than King Kai Shun appeared beside Goku, gripping his shoulder and whisking him away from the spot. Following the energy's lead, Sunja soon discovered the location where Bu had imprisoned Gohan and others. It was a dimly lit space, suffused with an eerie pink glow, where Gohan, the Lanchi sisters, and others were ensnared in the pink mass, suspended in midair. Observing the sight before him, Sunja felt a pang of compassion for the Lanchi sisters. He waved his hand, unleashing several energy blades that precisely severed the connections of the mass, entangling them. Grasping the connecting points of all the masses, he utilized instantaneous movement to escape from within Bu. In the King Kai's realm, shortly after King Kaishin brought Goku, Sunja also materialized there. Goku, upon seeing Sunja, was momentarily stunned, only for joy to wash over him. Before he could speak, Sunja instructed, "Come help me, we must free them. Do not scatter the masses, keep them together, and I will destroy them shortly." With that, Sunja forcefully tore apart the mass enveloping the Lanchi sisters. Goku and the others promptly joined in to assist. On Earth, after Sunja led everyone out from within Bu, Bu sensed something amiss. Clenching his fists, he attempted to feel the power within him, when suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. Bu let out a pained shriek as a torrent of white smoke billowed from the small orifices in his body, causing him to rapidly shrink. The smoke enveloped the area, rendering the air thick and murky, as Sunja concentrated destructive energy in his nails to dismantle the masses surrounding everyone. He heard the terrified cry of the old Kai. "This is bad, Sunja." Bu has reverted to his pure evil energy form. Upon hearing this, Sunja immediately employed instantaneous movement, returning to Earth. The diminutive Bu emitted a ghastly screech, indiscriminately unleashing chaos around him. Buildings collapsed, trees were uprooted, and devastation ensued. At that moment, Sunja appeared before him, wielding a pitch-black energy sphere that radiated a chilling aura, as if capable of consuming all. The surface of the sphere shimmered with an eerie black light, warping the surrounding space. Even in his diminished state, Bu sensed the lethal threat posed by the energy sphere in Sun Ju's hand. With a shriek, he turned to flee. Seeing this, Sunja utilized instantaneous movement to swiftly position himself before Bu, thrusting the destructive energy sphere into his mouth. As Bu's body made contact with the destructive energy, it vaporized instantaneously as ice melts under intense heat. The destructive energy surged forth like a tumultuous tide, swiftly engulfing Bu, until he was entirely obliterated from existence, leaving behind an empty expanse and a haze of smoke. In Sunja's perception, Bu had been utterly vanquished, and he subsequently returned to the King Kai's realm via instantaneous movement. Upon regaining consciousness, Gohan and others hurried to inquire about Bu's fate from King Kai Shun. When they learned that he had been eradicated by Sunja, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. However, the Lanchi sisters exchanged uneasy glances, at which point Sunja appeared behind them, remarking, "Ah, you are awake." Chapter 77, The Awakening of Beerus. As the Lanchi sisters engaged in conversation with King Kai Shun, a sudden shout from behind startled them, causing their hands to tremble and nearly drop their belongings. They quickly turned around, and upon recognizing Sunja, their eyes sparkled with joy. However, the moment they met Sunja's somber expression, the blue-haired Lanchi resembled a frightened rabbit. Instinctively lowering her head and gripping the hem of her clothing, her fingers fidgeting restlessly, betraying her profound unease. The yellow-haired Lanchi also felt somewhat awkward, yet her proud demeanor prevented her from revealing it easily. Sunja strode forward, raising his hand to lightly tap each of them on the head. Feigning severity as he inquired, "Do you realize your mistakes?" The blue-haired Lanchi gingerly touched her slightly reddened forehead, her eyes quickly welling with tears as she spoke in a plaintive tone. "Aja, we understand our faults. Please forgive us this time, will you?" The yellow-haired Lanchi, rubbing her head, blinked back tears and reproached, "You brute Aja, always resorting to violence. We possess strength and merely wish to contribute to the protection of Earth." Upon witnessing their pitiful expressions, Sunja's anger dissipated like mist. He stepped forward and enveloped the sisters in a tight embrace, his arms constricting as if fearing they would vanish at any moment. The sisters, feeling Sunja's slight tremor, found their previous grievances evaporating. The blue-haired Lanchi leaned closer to Sunja's ear, whispering softly, "Aja, I'm sorry to have worried you. We shall not behave like this again." The yellow-haired Lanchi remained silent, pressing her face against Sunja's chest, listening intently to the quickened rhythm of his heartbeat. Gohan and the others watched this tender scene from the side, mutually agreeing to refrain from interrupting the warmth of the moment. Suddenly recalling something, Gohan leaned towards King Kai-Shin and whispered a few words. King Kai-Shin nodded thoughtfully, then vanished alongside Gohan in a flash of instant transmission. After the successful defeat of Majin Buu, peace returned to Earth. Sanji brought the Lam-Z sisters back to their home on Baotou Mountain. On a serene morning, gentle sunlight streamed through the windows, and for once, Sanji did not rise early for training, choosing instead to luxuriate in the tranquility of the moment. The Lam-Z sisters had already arranged to go shopping with Chi-Chi and had prepared early to gather at Goku's house. In the afternoon, the sisters returned home elated. Bringing delightful news, Gohan and Videl were to wed the following day. Sanji felt a surge of happiness for them upon hearing this. The next day, dressed in formal attire, Sanji accompanied the Lam-Z sisters to Gohan's wedding. The venue was abuzz with excitement, the newlyweds radiant with joy, surrounded by well-wishers. Sanji and the Lam-Z sisters reveled in this atmosphere of bliss. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. On the deck of Bulma's luxurious cruise ship, Sanji was gathered with the Lam-Z sisters and Goku. A gentle breeze wafted through, echoing with laughter and joy. Sanji, Goku, and Vegeta sat nearby, observing their wives engaged in lively conversation, their laughter ringing like silver bells, prompting smiles of camaraderie among the three men. Meanwhile, Goku's elder brother Raditz had long departed from Earth, openly expressing his discomfort with the tranquil days here. He yearned for other planets, seeking to train and spar with warriors from beyond. Goku, stretching his limbs, glimmered with excitement as he turned to Vegeta, proposing, "Vegeta, how about a sparring match? It's been ages since I had a good fight. I feel like I'm rusting away." Vegeta, observing Trunks playfully tussling with Goten, couldn't help but smile faintly at the sight. However, upon hearing Goku's suggestion, he quickly adopted his characteristic stoic expression and replied in a low tone, "No. If you want to fight, go find Sanji. I have no time for your nonsense." At Goku's words, he immediately turned to Sanji, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Aja, come and spar with me." Sanji felt a sense of discomfort under Goku's fervent gaze and shook his head helplessly. Setting down his drink and rising to stretch his shoulders, "All right then, let us have a match. It has indeed been a while since I fought anyone." No sooner had he finished speaking than he soared into the sky. Goku, filled with enthusiasm, followed closely behind, shooting upwards like a meteor. Meanwhile, in the God of Destruction's realm, sunlight bathed the palace steps in tranquility. Whis smiled as he observed Beerus, who had just awakened, still yawning. He gently remarked, "Lord Beerus, you've had quite a lengthy slumber this time." Beerus stretched lazily and nodded. "Yes, it seems longer than usual. Let us commence today's destruction duties." Just then, Beerus' nose twitched, catching a whiff of a delightful aroma and the faint sound of chewing. Following the noise, he noticed Whis had somehow produced a slice of fruitcake and was savoring it with great delight. Beerus froze momentarily, then erupted in a furious roar. "Whis, what are you sneaking and eat again?" Whis, startled by the outburst, hastily swallowed a few bites of cake and tossed the empty box aside, adopting a serious demeanor. "Lord Beerus, you must be mistaken. I have not been sneaking food." Beerus pointed at the empty box on the ground and the cream lingering at the corner of Whis' mouth, shouting angrily, "Whis, do you think I'm blind? You still have cream on your lips, and there's the box you discarded." As he spoke, Beerus grasped Whis' shoulders, shaking him vigorously as desire gleamed in his eyes. "Whis, you must have more stashed away. Bring it out quickly." After a chaotic scuffle, the two collapsed onto the ground, surrounded by an array of snack wrappers and cake boxes. With chips in his mouth, Beerus reached for another piece of cake, saying to Whis, "I had a strange dream earlier, where a vague figure claimed to be the Super Saiyan god and said he wanted to be my opponent." Upon hearing the words Super Saiyan, Whis' lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Lord Beerus, I am not familiar with this Super Saiyan god you mentioned, but I do know a Saiyan who could potentially be your opponent." Beerus' eyes lit up at this, brimming with enthusiasm as he asked, "Oh, Whis, do you know this person? Please tell me more." Chapter 78. Beerus arrives on Earth. Whis nodded and gestured towards the cake in Beerus' hand, saying, "Lord Beerus, the delectable snacks and cakes you are enjoying were all gifted to me by him." Beerus squinted slightly, perplexed, and inquired, "Whis, are you implying that these delicious treats were given to you by that Saiyan god? By the way, how did you come to know him?" Whis elaborated on his acquaintance with Son Goku and recounted the amusing incident where Son Goku exchanged snacks for training guidance. Finally, He corrected Beerus, saying, Lord Beerus. Son Goku is not the Super Saiyan god of your dreams, but as a Saiyan, he certainly possesses knowledge of the Super Saiyan god's whereabouts. After finishing the last piece of cake, Beerus stood up, brushing the remnants from his hands, and declared, All right, Whis, enough of this indulgence. Let us seek out this Son Goku and inquire about the Super Saiyan god, while also assessing the capabilities of this Saiyan who dares to be my rival. Whis observed the littered ground and, with an uncommon expression of reproach, remarked, Lord Beerus, you devoured everything, yet you still blame me. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, Beerus asked, By the way, Whis, do you know where Son Goku is at present? Whis restored his usual smile, waved his staff lightly, and replied, Lord Beerus. He resides on a planet called Earth, where many surviving Saiyans can be found. Oh, and by the way, the delicacies we just enjoyed are also local specialties of Earth. Upon hearing the word delicacies, Beerus instinctively licked his lips and eagerly exclaimed, Then what are we waiting for, Whis? Let us depart at once. Whis waved his staff, enveloping himself and Beerus in a vibrant green energy as they soared towards Earth. Meanwhile, Goku and Son Goku were engaged in an intense aerial battle. The sound of their fists and feet colliding resonating through the air. After a vigorous bout, Goku was drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from water. And he excitedly shouted, What a thrill! Although Son Goku possessed far superior strength, he found himself slightly outmatched in pure combat skills. He wiped the sweat from his brow and said to Goku, Goku, let us call it a day for now. If we continue, Bulma will surely start nagging us. Seeing Son Goku's reluctance to continue the fight, Goku sheathed his offensive stance but still bore a look of longing in his eyes, saying, Asia, shall we have another match tomorrow? We live close by, so I'll come find you. Son Goku, resting his hand on his forehead, felt both admiration and exasperation at Goku's relentless dedication to martial arts. Noticing Goku's fervent gaze return, Son Goku felt a chill run down his spine. Despite knowing Goku meant no harm, he quickly joked, Goku, I'll find you an incredibly formidable opponent, a god no less. Just don't cry when you get beaten. Upon hearing that Son Goku would arrange for him to face a god, Goku's eyes widened in excitement, and he eagerly asked, Asia, is that true? When will this happen? After contemplating for a moment, Son Goku replied, he should awaken soon. Once he does, I'll introduce you to him. All right? With that, Son Goku descended to the deck of the cruise ship. At that moment, Gohan suddenly shouted in joy, Is it true what you said? I'm going to be a dad? Dilly, is this real? Dilly, with a gentle smile, nodded slightly, looking down at her abdomen and tenderly stroking it as she said, Yes. I intended to tell you in a little while, but Aunt Bulma noticed first. Goku also returned to the deck, scratching his head in confusion as he asked, What has got you all so happy? What good news do you have? After spinning Dilly around joyously, Gohan set her down and rushed to Goku, grabbing his arm with trembling excitement. Dad, Dilly is pregnant. I'm going to be a dad, and you're going to be a grandpa. Goku was momentarily stunned but quickly understood, beaming with joy as he congratulated. Congratulations, Gohan. You're going to be a father. Upon hearing this, Gohan was initially taken aback. But then he reacted, smiling back at Goku. And congratulations to you, Dad. You're going to be a grandpa. Son Goku navigated through the crowd and spotted the Lam-Z sisters sitting nearby. Their gaze was fixed on Dilly with envy. But Son Goku keenly sensed a hint of disappointment underlying that envy. He quickly took a seat between them, gently embracing them and saying softly, It's all right. We will have our own little one in due time. The sisters nestled into Son Goku's embrace, resting their heads on his shoulder. The blue-haired Lam-Z quietly remarked, Asia, do you think it's because my body is uncooperative? What if? Son Goku interrupted, Did you forget? We asked the dragon, and it's my issue. The blonde-haired Lam-Z chimed in, Sister, you heard Asia say it. It's not our problem, it's his. Son Goku, hearing this, was left speechless, bemused, and playfully glared at the blonde-haired Lam-Z. Then tonight, let me show you just how capable I am. The moment she heard this, the blonde-haired Lam-Z's ears flushed crimson, yet she maintained her defiance, her voice trembling slightly. No way, it's just not happening. I'll be waiting tonight. Their exchange left the blue-haired Lam-Z blushing deeply, burying her face in Son Goku's chest. After this heartwarming conversation, the sisters' feelings of disappointment evaporated, as everyone continued to congratulate Gohan and his wife, and his son Goku and the Lam-Z sisters basked in the warm atmosphere. A dazzling green streak suddenly traversed the sky, This streak resembled a green comet, piercing through the clouds, heading directly towards the cruise ship. As the green light dissipated, two figures emerged, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. With a stern expression, Beerus surveyed the surroundings before asking Whis, where is this Son Goku you mentioned? Whis extended his staff and pointed towards Son Goku, who was approaching them, saying, Lord Beerus, this is Son Goku. From the moment Beerus and Whis arrived, Son Goku sensed their presence and promptly approached them. With a smile, he waved at Whis and warmly greeted, Ah, Whis. What brings you here? Then, turning to Beerus with a respectful demeanor, he slightly bowed and said, You must be the renowned god of destruction, Lord Beerus. I have often heard Whis speak of you. Regarding Son Goku's compliments, Beerus remained indifferent, betraying neither joy nor disdain, and replied in a neutral tone, So, you are Son Goku? Do you know where the Super Saiyan god is located? Chapter 79. The god of Super Saiyan Sonja nodded, indicating his understanding, and proceeded to elaborate on the origins of the god of Super Saiyans to Beerus. Upon hearing this, Beerus slightly inclined his head, his eyes revealing a scrutinizing gaze as he assessed Sonja and remarked, I have heard from Whis that your strength is sufficient to contend with me? Sonja rubbed his nose, humbly responding, How could I possibly compare to you? Whis must have exaggerated. A flicker of displeasure crossed Beerus's face as he intoned, You must either summon the god of Super Saiyans at once or engage me in battle yourself. Otherwise, this planet and your existence hold no value. Realizing that evasion was futile, Sonja acquiesced, saying, Very well, but I will need some time to prepare. In the meantime, you both may sample our Earth's culinary delights. At the mention of delicacies, a subtle intrigue sparkled in Beerus's eyes, though he swiftly regained his composure, nodding gently in agreement. Thus, Sonja guided them to the table laden with food. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta kept a vigilant eye on Beerus as he conversed with Sonja. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, his complexion pale and etched with terror. Noticing Vegeta's distress, Goku approached him with concern. Vegeta, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much? Startled, Vegeta leapt forward and clamped a hand over Goku's mouth, turning his head to glance at Beerus apprehensively. Seeing no immediate reaction, he exhaled in relief and whispered, Kakarot, you must be quiet. Do you know who he is? He is Beerus, the god of destruction. With a mere flick of his finger, our planet could cease to exist. Goku's eyes widened in shock at the revelation. But that astonishment was swiftly eclipsed by excitement. He yanked Vegeta's hand away and exclaimed, Are you saying he is a god? A god of destruction? That must mean he is incredibly powerful. Vegeta, sensing Goku's eagerness, hastily grabbed him, urging, Kakarot, if you wish to court death, I want to stop you. But don't involve me, Bulma, or Trunks. Seeing Vegeta's anxiety, Goku suppressed his impulsive desire to challenge Beerus and turned to Sonja, asking, Vegeta, do you think Asia knows Beerus? Prompted by Goku's inquiry, Vegeta observed Sonja calmly conversing with Beerus and, feeling puzzled, replied, Perhaps he might know him. Just then, as Sonja approached, both men, filled with curiosity yet cautious, refrained from advancing and awaited Sonja's arrival. Eagerly, Goku inquired, Asia, is that person Beerus, the god of destruction? Do you know him? Hurry and tell him I want to fight him. Vegeta chimed in with urgency, Sonja, do you know Lord Beerus? He isn't here to destroy us, is he? Their simultaneous queries intertwined, momentarily leaving Sonja at a loss. Rather than answering immediately, he elaborated on Beerus's purpose in coming to Earth. After listening, Vegeta sighed with relief, stating, So, we merely need to locate the god of Super Saiyans, correct? Sonja nodded at first, then shook his head, clarifying, yes and no. In truth, the god of Super Saiyans is not a specific individual. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, and he was about to speak when Sonja interjected, Allow me to finish. The god of Super Saiyans is not a designated entity, but rather a transformation achieved through a certain process. If 5 Saiyans, each possessing a tranquil heart, transfer their power to another Saiyan, that recipient can briefly become the god of Super Saiyans. Upon hearing this, Vegeta urged, Then let us begin at once. Since you possess the strongest power, you shall become the god of Super Saiyans. Goku, equally enthusiastic, yearned to attain the form of the god of Super Saiyans, as it would allow him to battle the divine Beerus. However, mindful of the current circumstances, he suppressed his eagerness and nodded in agreement with Vegeta's suggestion. Thus, Goku summoned Gohan and Goten, while Vegeta called Trunks, forming a group of 6. The 6 swiftly arranged themselves in a tight circle, their hands clasped firmly together. With a serious demeanor, Sanju instructed, "Listen carefully, we must concentrate our tranquil energy and transmit it outward." Goku and the others nodded, their expressions focused, and gradually closed their eyes, immersing themselves in the perception of their own powers. The atmosphere fell silent. Soon, a faint blue energy began to emanate from Goku, swirling like a lively spirit, and gently flowed into Sanju through their linked arms. Following suit, Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, and Trunks each manifested the same energy, merging into Sanju's being like rivers converging into the sea. Sanju slowly opened his eyes, yet they were clouded with confusion and disappointment. He sensed the energy within him. It lay dormant, as if ensnared in slumber, and he found himself unable to harness it. Furthermore, this energy continued to be absorbed by his body without any transformative effect. As the others opened their eyes, their gazes filled with anticipation. They fixed their eyes on Sanju. With a resigned shake of his head, he declared, "It appears I cannot become the god of Super Saiyans." Vegeta furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps the energy we transmitted was insufficient. Let us try again, this time gathering more power for you." Sanju nodded, preparing to attempt once more with the group when Whis, who had been indulging in the feast next to Beerus, interjected, "Sanju, there is no need to try again. I noticed earlier that you are fundamentally different from them." He continued, "As I understand it, the legendary Super Saiyan, born only once every millennium among Saiyans, is inherently a manifestation of violence, contrasting sharply with the tranquil heart required for the god of Super Saiyans. It is entirely expected that you, bearing the legacy of the Saiyan bloodline, would find success elusive." Upon Whis' revelation, Sanju experienced a moment of clarity, although a sense of disappointment washed over him. He had anticipated this outcome, merely indulging in a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, he executed instant transmission to retrieve Raditz from the cosmos. This time, with Raditz's participation, the ritual proceeded smoothly. Goku's anticipation culminated in his successful transformation into the god of Super Saiyans, his radiant form exuding boundless divine power. Chapter 80. The Battle with Beerus. Beerus casually tossed a pastry into his mouth, wiping his lips with indifference as he turned his gaze toward Goku. His tone laced with both languor and menace. "This is quite troublesome. If you cannot entertain me, that planet will not survive." As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Sanju. In a manner reminiscent of the original storyline, Beerus and Goku engaged in a fierce and unparalleled duel. Their figures darted through the sky, exchanging blows and unleashing torrents of energy, each collision generating violent shockwaves through the air. However, the disparity in strength ultimately led to Goku's defeat. Beerus effortlessly lifted the unconscious Goku with one hand, as if he were a mere chick, and returned to the deck, unceremoniously tossing Goku onto the ground. At that moment, Goku, already severely drained from the intense battle, was further weakened by the fall, his eyes rolling back and his complexion pale, breath faint. Seeing this, Sanju hastily produced a senzu bean and rushed forward to feed it to Goku. Just then, Whis intervened, saying, "Sanju, that senzu bean can only restore his energy and injuries. It cannot replenish the potential he has depleted. Allow me to assist." With that, Whis waved his staff, enveloping Goku in a gentle green energy. Beerus approached Sanju, his gaze scrutinizing and challenging, declaring, "The power of that Super Saiyan god was merely this. Come, let me test you, the one deemed by Whis as my worthy opponent. If you are merely an empty facade, then your existence holds no value." Sanju's expression sharpened, and without hesitation, he gestured for Beerus to proceed. A slight smirk graced Beerus's lips as he vanished like a bolt of black lightning into the sky, with Sanju closely trailing behind. Beerus halted at an altitude of 10,000 meters, glancing back at Sanju, and asked, "Is this height sufficient?" Sanju shook his head, resolutely stating, "Let us battle in the cosmos. I fear that Earth cannot withstand the force of our clash and may be obliterated." Beerus raised an eyebrow, a hint of skepticism flickering in his eyes. "I recall that you Saiyans lack the ability to survive in a vacuum of space." Sanju's lips curled into a confident smile as he replied, "You are correct, but I am different." No sooner had he spoken than his energy surged, propelling him through the Earth's atmosphere and into the vastness of the cosmos. Observing Sanju move with ease in space, even engaging in warm-up exercises, Beerus's expression shifted to one of surprise. After a brief warm-up, Sanju's smile faded. His gaze transformed into one of calm intensity. revealing a resolute fighting spirit directed at Beerus. He then shouted, and his previously white aura ignited into a brilliant gold, his hair shifting to a soft teal. As a powerful energy surged like a tidal wave. With another fierce shout, he successfully attained the full power of Super Saiyan 3. At that moment, he radiated an overwhelming pressure, akin to a supernova on the verge of eruption. Sanjay faced Beerus, stating steadily, "All right, Beerus, let us begin." Beerus regarded the transformed Sanjay with a flicker of admiration but shook his head with a sigh. "If this is your full strength, it may not suffice." Without a word, Sanjay propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, launching himself at Beerus like a cannonball, his right fist raised with tremendous force aimed at Beerus's face. Beerus, remaining unfazed, placed one hand behind his back and raised the other, seemingly prepared to block Sanjay's attack with ease. However, a sly glint sparkled in Sanjay's eyes, and just as his fist was about to make contact, his form shifted, initiating his transformation into a great ape. Beerus blinked in confusion as Sanjay's figure, once so near, vanished in an instant. Just as uncertainty crept in, a sudden pain surged from behind, as if a mountain had crashed down upon him, forcing him to stumble forward. Regaining his balance, Beerus's face contorted in disbelief as he inquired, "What is this formidable physical strength? How can it be so powerful?" Sanjay remained silent, his determination intensifying as he charged at Beerus once more. No longer underestimating him, Beerus unleashed his full energy, engaging in an intense close-quarters battle. Their figures darted through the cosmos, the sound of their strikes echoing in the void. As time passed, Beerus felt an increasing astonishment. Despite the prolonged and fierce exchange, Sanjay's energy showed no signs of waning, while he himself, the god of destruction, began to feel fatigue. Internally, Beerus cursed. What manner of creature is this? Such terrifying physical power, coupled with seemingly limitless stamina, is utterly abnormal. With another powerful clash, the surrounding cosmic space trembled from their impact. After separating, Beerus shifted his tactics, emanating a unique energy wave. Sanjay recognized that energy all too well. It was the energy of destruction. A confident smile crept across Sanjay's face as his aura shifted once more. A black symbol began to emerge on his back, covered in red fur. To Beerus, Sanjay appeared unchanged, yet that familiar energy emanating from him stirred something within Beerus. Before he could ponder further, Sanjay charged at him again. Now enhanced by the energy of destruction, Beerus's power surged, reversing the prior one-sided dominance, and their battle escalated into a fervent climax. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization crossed Beerus's eyes. He finally recognized the source of that familiarity. It was the energy of destruction, akin to his own. He could sense the immense destructive force in every one of Sanjay's attacks. Seizing the moment, Beerus struck Sanjay back once more. Sanjay stabilized himself midair, casually launching a black energy sphere toward Beerus. Unperturbed, Beerus calmly raised a hand and crushed the energy orb with ease. Chapter 81. Kampa returns to the 7th universe with a look of admiration. Beerus gazed at Sanjay and spoke in a tone reminiscent of a mentor addressing a protege. "Whis is correct. You indeed possess the qualifications to be my rival. However, your mastery over destructive energy is still woefully inadequate. Allow me to demonstrate what a true destructive energy blast entails." With that, Beerus slowly raised one hand, and a sphere of energy, the size of a basketball, began to take shape in his palm before hurtling swiftly towards Sanjay. Observing this, Sanjay immediately summoned the destructive energy within him, attempting to counter Beerus's attack. He swiftly moved his hands, forming an energy barrier before him. Yet, his control over destructive energy paled in comparison to Beerus's. Upon contact, the energy sphere merely stalled for a moment before shattering Sanjay's defenses and striking him squarely in the chest. Beerus, who had unleashed the destructive energy blast, was utterly unprepared for Sanjay's vulnerability. In his perception, the energy fluctuations emanating from Sanjay were no less potent than his own, and thus, he believed this attack would be easily withstood. The color drained from Beerus's face, regret filling his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he darted towards Sanjay, extending his hand in a desperate attempt to reclaim the energy blast. However, everything transpired too swiftly. He could only watch helplessly as the blast mercilessly struck Sanjay's chest. A deep sense of sorrow flickered in Beerus's eyes as he sighed, murmuring, "What a pity, such a promising talent, and I have carelessly destroyed him." He turned away slowly, shaking his head, unable to bear the sight of Sanjay's impending demise. Just as Beerus was enveloped in regret, a voice called out from behind him, Beerus. Why the sigh? Our battle isn't over yet. Beerus paused, bewildered, thinking he had misheard. However, the sight before him rendered him speechless, disbelief etched across his face. Sunja, who had just endured Beerus's full force attack, stood firmly in place, the gaping hole in his chest bearing testament to the recent encounter. Examining Sunja closely, Beerus, with his keen perception, noticed that the aura of destructive energy surrounding him was even stronger than before. A look of confusion crossed Beerus's face as he instinctively reached out, grasping Sunja's arm and cautiously channeling a sliver of destructive energy into him. What transpired next astonished him even further, igniting a fervent light in his eyes. Gripping Sunja's arm tightly, he eagerly inquired, "Can you absorb destructive energy to enhance your physical form?" Sunja, observing Beerus's eager demeanor, smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Beerus threw back his head and laughed heartily. Then, with a hand around Sunja's shoulder, said with a jovial tone, "You are quite impressive. I am genuinely pleased. Our battle has been immensely enjoyable. Let us return. I shall spare Earth this time." Sunja, scratching his head in confusion, asked, Is that really true?" With a beaming smile, Beerus affirmed, "As the strongest god of destruction in the 12th universe, my word is my bond. Come, let us return. I still have my eye on that pudding." With that, Beerus led Sunja back to Earth. On the deck of the cruise ship, Bulma and the others gazed anxiously at the serene sky. Unlike Bulma, a mere mortal, Goku, Vegeta, and the other martial artists could distinctly sense the intensity of the battle beyond Earth. The sudden cessation of the combat waves heightened their anxiety. At that moment, two figures streaked through the atmosphere like meteors, heading towards them. As they recognized Sunja following Beerus, their hearts collectively eased, and they released sighs of relief. As Sunja landed smoothly on the deck, two figures dove into his embrace, the Lam-Z sisters. Both had developed a certain level of strength, allowing them to sense the situation beyond Earth. The overwhelming aura unleashed by Beerus filled them with dread, amplifying their concern for Sunja's safety. With tears in her azure eyes, Lam-Z's face was etched with worry as she gently touched Sunja, her voice quivering. "Aja, are you all right? Are you hurt? Let me see." Sunja tenderly grasped Lam-Z's small hand, soothingly reassuring her. "It's nothing." Beerus was lenient. "Besides, you know me, my body is quite resilient, and it's not so easily harmed." The previously anxious Lam-Z sisters felt a slight relief at Sunja's words, but upon noticing the mischievous grin on his face, they quickly realized his underlying meaning. Their cheeks flushed crimson as they lightly slapped Sunja on the arm, chiding him, "Shameless." Hand in hand, they blushed and scurried away. In the realm of the gods of destruction, a green light flickered, and Beerus appeared with Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz. Beerus yawned, lazily striding toward his chambers. Goku, filled with eagerness, rushed to Whis' side, impatiently asking, "Whis, when do we begin our training?" Vegeta, arms crossed, stood nearby, gazing at Beerus's retreating figure with a mix of reverence and a flicker of battle spirit. Raditz approached, grabbing Goku's arm and advising, "Kakarot, don't rush. Since Mr. Whis has brought us here, training is not an immediate concern. Let him rest for now." Whis observed the trio, covering his mouth with one hand as he chuckled softly. Raditz is correct. Training cannot be rushed. Before accepting my guidance, you must first understand what it means to train as a god. In Universe 6, Vados turned her gaze from the staff glowing with mysterious light to the sullen Kampa beside her and softly remarked, "Lord Kampa, you must have sensed the battle waves from Universe 7. It seems Lord Beerus has awakened, and Sunja, who previously infiltrated our universe to steal the Super Dragon Balls, is also there. Did you not mention wanting to seek an explanation for that?" Upon hearing this, Kampa's face paled to a ghostly white, but he stubbornly turned away, muttering, "Vados, about that last incident we experienced." Vados remained calm, responding softly, "Lord Kampa." Subsequently, Kampa, accompanied by his angel attendant Vados, made his way to the realm of Beerus, the god of destruction in Universe 7. As soon as they entered this mysterious domain, Kampa beheld Beerus ravenously devouring a bowl of instant noodles, with several empty noodle cups strewn carelessly at his feet. Chapter 82. Instant Noodles. Xiangpa approached with a face full of disdain and exclaimed loudly, "Beerus, what on earth are you eating? Can this even be classified as food?" With his cheeks bulging from the noodles he was chewing, Beerus mumbled indistinctly, "Xiangpa, what brings you here? This is instant noodles from Earth. The flavor is exquisite, far beyond your imagination." As he spoke, he shoved another mouthful of noodles into his mouth, savoring the broth with delight. Curious, Bardos leaned closer to the bowl of noodles. scrutinizing it with a hint of skepticism in her eyes. A wave of irritation surged within Xiangpa, feeling challenged. He gestured to Bardos, who understood immediately, waved her staff, and a platter of exquisite food materialized before Xiangpa. The dish featured carefully roasted meat from rare beasts of the sixth universe, its colors tantalizing and its aroma enticing. Xiangpa straightened with pride and declared to Beerus, "Look at the culinary delights of our sixth universe. This is worthy of a god of destruction. How can your instant noodles even compare?" Unperturbed, Beerus set down his noodles, took a bite of the roasted meat, shook his head slightly, and replied, "It's decent, but it pales in comparison to my instant noodles." With that, he resumed devouring his noodles with gusto. Xiangpa's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Beerus, has your sense of taste gone awry? This roasted meat is the pinnacle of delicacy from the sixth universe." Beerus chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Xiangpa, put away your roasted meat. Here, try this." He casually offered Xiangpa a bowl of instant noodles. Skeptical yet curious, Xiangpa took a bite, and his eyes lit up with delight as he exclaimed how delicious it was, immediately inquiring about its origin. "Earth?" His eyes sparkled with greed, and he unabashedly declared to Beerus, "Beerus, I want Earth." Beerus furrowed his brow, a look of hesitation crossing his face. "Xiangpa, Earth is not something you can just take." Xiangpa, with a cunning glint in his eyes, proposed, "How about a wager? The loser relinquishes Earth to the other. We each select our fighters for a duel, and we won't interfere in each other's choices. What do you say?" Beerus shot Xiangpa a sidelong glance, shook his head, and scoffed, "Come on. Your intentions are written all over your face. Spare me the theatrics." Xiangpa, unfazed by Beerus's dismissal, wore a faint smirk and remarked, "Indeed. Some claim to be the strongest among the 12 gods of destruction, yet I see otherwise. You lack the courage to even engage in a friendly match." With a deliberately contemptuous glance at Beerus, he added, "Oh well, if anyone asks about you, I can't afford to lose face by admitting I know such a coward." Beerus, outwardly indifferent to Xiangpa's taunts, felt a surge of anger rising within him, ignited by Xiangpa's provocative gaze. He retorted, "Xiangpa, don't think you can provoke me. It won't work. But you know, your words are making me a bit eager to fight." As Xiangpa observed the slight flush of anger in Beerus's eyes and the unconscious clenching of his fists, he instinctively shrank back a little, a flicker of fear crossing his features. Yet, to secure Earth, he straightened his back, feigning regret as he said, "Look at you, terrified of being exposed as a coward. Resorting to threats. Even if you were to beat me today, it wouldn't change the fact that you're a coward." Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Beerus's forehead as he clenched his fists tightly, knuckles turning white. However, he suppressed his fury, took a deep breath, and replied, "Your words are meaningless. There is no way I'll agree to a friendly match." Thus, the two continued their heated exchange, red-faced and fervently arguing over the prospect of a friendly duel. At that moment, Suinja arrived with the Lam-Z sisters, utilizing instant transmission to reach the realm of the gods of destruction. Upon arrival, they witnessed the tense standoff between Xiangpa and Beerus, both red in the face, unwilling to back down. Meanwhile, Whis and Bardos appeared unfazed, leisurely enjoying delightful pastries and exchanging soft words. Both Beerus and Xiangpa quickly sensed Suinja and his companion's arrival and halted their dispute. Beerus, his face lighting up with enthusiasm, turned to Suinja and exclaimed, "Ah, my dear Suinja has arrived. We were just talking about you." In stark contrast to Beerus's enthusiasm, Xiangpa, upon seeing Suinja, erupted like a lit powder keg, pointing at him with fury as he shouted at Beerus, "That thief. It's him. Hand him over, Beerus." Beerus pretended not to hear, casually digging his pinky into his ear, appearing nonchalant. Infuriated, Xiangpa conjured a destructive energy sphere radiating with an eerie glow, launching it fiercely at Suinja. Observing this scene, Beerus not only refrained from intervening but also smirked subtly, revealing a knowing smile. Whis and Bardos remained composed, continuing to elegantly savor their pudding as if the unfolding events were of no concern to them. Goku and the others felt a tremor of fear from the overwhelming destructive energy, their bodies instinctively tensing. The Lam-Z sisters stood frozen in shock, their faces drained of color. Only Suinja remained calm, unfazed as he extended his hand, firmly grasping the energy sphere and slowly absorbing it into his body to enhance his strength. Releasing his hand, Suinja fixed a steady gaze on the astonished Xiangpa and remarked coolly, "Xiangpa, is this how you greet someone? Quite amusing, I must say." Xiangpa, stunned by Suinja's actions, gaped in disbelief, his mouth agape as if it could fit an egg. Trembling slightly, he pointed at Suinja and stammered to Beerus. Beerus, did you see that? He absorbed my destructive energy. Did you see? Beerus, yawning with a hand over his mouth, responded lazily. Yes, I saw. What is so surprising about that? Chapter 83. The friendly match. In a sudden rush of urgency, Kampa dashed forward, seizing Beerus by the shoulders and shaking him vigorously. No. Beerus. He is absorbing my destructive energy. That is destructive energy. A flicker of amusement danced in Beerus's eyes as he observed Kampa's incredulous expression, secretly reveling in the moment. Continue to be astonished. I was equally taken aback when I first witnessed it, he thought. However, he maintained an outward calm, nodding slightly as he replied, Yes, I have seen it. Is it so strange? He is the one I have chosen as the next god of destruction. It is only natural that your meager destructive energy cannot harm him. Kampa paused, momentarily dumbfounded, before retorting, but even if he is a candidate for god of destruction, he shouldn't be able to absorb destructive energy. Suddenly, realization struck him, and his eyes widened. Next god of destruction? When did this happen? I haven't heard a whisper of it. And weren't you asleep all this time? When did you take on a disciple? Hearing Beerus's words, Sunja looked equally puzzled and couldn't help but ask, Beerus, when did I become your disciple? At this, Beerus frantically gestured at Sunja, urging him to play along. Kampa, catching on, pointed at Beerus and laughed heartily. Haha, so it's you, Beerus, who is being overly sentimental. What a disciple you think you have. Beerus's expression darkened instantaneously, his face as grim as a stormy sky. He glared at Kampa, his teeth clenched. Kampa, weren't you always eager to host a friendly match? I agree to it. Let us set it for a month from now. If you win, I shall grant you the earth. Kampa's eyes sparkled with excitement at this prospect. That is what you said, but I can't let you suffer too much. If I lose, I will lend you the Super Dragon Balls for 500 years. How does that sound? Seeing Beerus nod in agreement, Kampa turned to Vados with great enthusiasm. Vados, let us return and prepare our contestants. Upon hearing this, Vados waved her staff, enveloping the two in a green light. Just then, Kampa's voice echoed. Vados, pack up all that delicious food to take with us. Vados smiled and replied, Lord Kampa, your habit of not wasting food is commendable. Do continue this way next time. With that, the pair, surrounded by the verdant glow, soared back to Universe 6, accompanied by an abundance of snacks. Sunja, bewildered by the flurry of events, stepped forward to Beerus and asked, Kampa just left like that? What about the energy blast he hit me with? How do we settle this, Beerus? Fuming, Beerus exclaimed, Sunja, how can you be so inconsiderate? After a moment, he shifted his tone. You help me decide on the contestants for this friendly match. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he added, just handle it. If you need anything, consult Whis. I'm off to rest. Without a backward glance, Beerus departed. In fact, Sunja had already begun to contemplate potential contestants. Himself, the Goku family, Vegeta, and Raditz, perfectly 5 in total. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Shortly after this friendly match in the original story, the Tournament of Power would commence. He pondered deeply. With Raditz now available, he could replace Master Roshi, but who could take Frieza's place? At that moment, a figure flashed across his mind. If he could recruit him, it would be the perfect substitution for Frieza. Using instant transmission, Sunja brought Gohan from Earth to the God of Destruction realm. He then approached Whis with a serious expression. Whis, in the coming month, I hope you can dedicate yourself to helping Goku, Gohan, Vegeta, and Raditz enhance their powers. Whis smiled confidently, his lips curving upward. Leave this minor task to me. But will you not train with them? Sunja gently shook his head, explaining, my circumstances differ. They have never engaged in divine training before. Under your guidance, their strength may significantly increase in a short time. However, my own growth from regular training over this month would be negligible. I intend to seek someone out. Whis nodded thoughtfully. You make a valid point. I shall handle it here without worry. With Whis' assurance, Sunja executed instant transmission, vanishing from sight. After departing the God of Destruction realm, he arrived at the new Namek. The current Grand Elder recognized Sunja immediately and surmised his intentions. The Grand Elder turned to the other Namekian elders beside him and instructed, Go, fetch the Dragon Balls. Seeing this, Sunja couldn't help but facepalm, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. Soon, the mighty Shinran Purunga manifested in a swirl of mystic light, its colossal form hovering majestically. Its authoritative voice resonated through the air. Sunja, have you come to me with a wish? Since Sunja last utilized the Super Dragon Balls, Both the Earth's Shinran and Purunga had dramatically altered their demeanor towards him, shedding their previous aloofness for a more deferential tone. Sanjay gazed up at Purunga and said, "I seek your assistance in locating a certain individual." Purunga nodded slightly, a mysterious light emanating from its eyes. Moments later, Sanjay learned the whereabouts of the person he sought. He exchanged friendly farewells with the Grand Elder and the other Namekians before using instant transmission to depart from the new Namek. On an unfamiliar planet, surrounded by undulating black rock formations, fierce winds whipped through the air, carrying sand like a raging beast. The sun struggled to pierce the dense clouds, casting a feeble glow upon the barren landscape. Broly emerged slowly from a cave, the entrance littered with remnants of beasts he had previously hunted. Clad only in a tattered animal hide skirt, which flapped in the wind, his robust muscles bulged like steel, firmly anchoring his frame. His feet stood as steadfast as ancient trees rooted in a stony ground. Broly raised a hand, shielding his eyes from the blinding sunlight, gazing into the distance. In this perilous land, dangerous creatures lurked everywhere, and combat had long since become a mere aspect of his existence. Chapter 84, Broly Before Long. A colossal beast with 3 sharp horns burst forth from the valley, its thunderous roar seeming to rend the very sky, causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Broly's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the creature, his eyes betraying no hint of fear. The beast initiated the onslaught, raising its massive forelimbs high, stirring up clouds of dust as it descended upon Broly like a small mountain. With remarkable agility, Broly evaded the attack, his form flickering like a wraith. Swiftly sidestepping the assault, the force of the wind scattering sand and stones around him. Seizing the moment as the beast lost its balance, he lunged forward like a swift leopard, his right fist clenched, gathering immense power that he unleashed upon the beast's flank. The punch was devastating. The creature howled in agony, its enormous body swaying violently. Yet, the beast was undeterred. It spun around fiercely, its thick tail sweeping through the air like an indomitable steel whip, carving a deep trench in the ground as it aimed for Broly. Broly deftly leaped into the air, adjusting his posture with grace, akin to an eagle soaring through the sky. He then landed a powerful kick upon the beast's back, sending it sprawling forward, leaving a long mark upon the earth. Standing firm, Broly's gaze remained resolute as he charged once more at the creature, fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Each strike accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, striking true. The beast struggled to retaliate, its massive jaws gaping wide. Broly, however, felt no fear. Instead, a spark of excitement flickered in his eyes. With a fierce cry, he rapidly gathered a formidable energy sphere in his hands, which radiated a brilliant light, resembling a miniature sun. With all his might, Broly hurled the energy sphere at the beast. Upon contact, it erupted in a violent explosion. The shockwave akin to a surging tide, toppling the beast to the ground and enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the creature lay motionless. Broly surveyed his surroundings, acutely aware that such battles would continue to unfold. On this alien planet, he lived alone. Fighting was not only a means of survival but also his sole outlet for the boundless power that coursed through him. After a brief respite, he dragged his weary body towards the cave, seizing the carcass of the beast, his breakfast for the day. Suddenly, his senses sharpened as a figure appeared in the distance. Strangely, as this person materialized, Broly felt his blood ignite, boiling uncontrollably within him, a surge of battle spirit rising from the depths of his being. Yet, he managed to suppress this impulse and inquired of the newcomer, "Who are you?" Sanjay met Broly's gaze, a similar, inexplicable battle spirit surging within him. And he too felt the fervor of his blood. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he responded, "I am Sanjay. I have come to seek your assistance." At this moment, the battle spirit within Broly had begun to cloud his judgment. All he could think about was engaging in a fierce battle with the man before him. He shouted, "Though I know not how you've come to know me, if you wish to enlist my help, you must first defeat me." With that, Broly propelled himself forward like a cannonball, a fierce gust trailing in his wake. Sanjay, invigorated by his own battle spirit, did not hesitate. He darted to meet Broly, and the two were soon entangled in a fierce brawl. As the combat intensified, an unusual green energy began to emanate from both of them, intertwining in the air like two animated ribbons, only to be drawn back into their bodies. Remarkably, with the absorption of this green energy, their bloodline strength began to augment. Over time, their powers continued to escalate. For Sanjay, already formidable in strength, the enhancement was relatively modest, while Broly emerged as the primary beneficiary. Thus, these two beings, endowed with seemingly boundless stamina, continued their combat for over 10 days on this desolate terrain. Eventually, as the green energy dissipated, Sanji experienced an unprecedented clarity of mind. Mirrored in Broly, the battle gradually neared its conclusion. After a truce was called, Sanji retrieved provisions from his system space and sat not far from Broly, indulging in his meal. Broly watched, his throat involuntarily convulsing as he swallowed hard. Though his stamina could recover, he too required sustenance to replenish his energy. Sanji raised a hand, beckoning Broly. "Stop standing there foolishly. Come join me for a meal." Upon hearing the invitation, Broly approached with the eagerness of a famished wolf, snatching a roasted leg of an animal and biting into it. The exquisite taste of such proper food made Broly squint in delight as he began to devour it voraciously. However, in his haste, he choked, his face turning crimson as he pounded his chest, attempting to swallow the morsel. Observing this, Sanji quickly produced a can of cola, opened it, and offered it to Broly, saying, "Here, drink this. Why are you in such a rush? I have plenty more. Take your time." Broly snatched the cola and gulped it down greedily. After finishing, he exhaled deeply, stating, "I feel revived at last." Then, he had to con curiously, asking Sanji, "What is this drink? It's delightful." Sanji's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, "This is cola. It tastes great, doesn't it? If you agree to help me, I'll keep you supplied with cola like this. Moreover, I have plenty of food as well, so think it over." Broly's eyes lit up, eagerly questioning, "Is everything you said true? If I agree to assist you, you will continue to provide me with these delicious foods and this drink called cola?" Sanji nodded firmly. After a moment of contemplation, Broly declared, "Very well. I accept your proposal. However, I have one condition. You must spar with me regularly." Without hesitation, Sanji replied, "No problem. We'll rest for a bit, and then I'll take you back." Chapter 85, The King and the Grand Priest on the Neutral Planet Between the 6th and 7th Universes. Whis and Beerus exchanged a knowing glance before simultaneously waving their staffs. In an instant, a mysterious energy surged forth, and a colossal arena slowly ascended from the ground. Rising majestically, the surface of the arena emanated a faint glow, as if it harbored boundless power. Whis turned to Beerus and politely stated, "Sister, I shall return to fetch Lord Beerus and our universe's competitors." Beerus nodded slightly in acknowledgement and replied, "Very well, I too must go to retrieve Compa." Soon after, their figures reappeared. Beside Whis, Beerus appeared languid, followed closely by Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Raditz. On the other hand, Compa stood proudly next to Beerus, flanked by Hit, Kaba, Frost, Batamo, and Magetta. Compa glanced at Beerus, urgency lacing his tone. "Beerus, are you prepared on your end? Let us commence." Beerus nodded slightly, responding succinctly, "Ready, let us begin." Whis stepped forward respectfully and addressed Compa. "Lord Compa, these are the competitors from our 7th universe, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and Raditz." Compa surveyed the group and nodded slightly. Immediately, Beerus's counterpart, Vados, introduced her competitors. "These are our fighters from the 6th universe, Hit, Kaba, Frost, Batamo, and Magetta." The competitors exchanged glances, and an invisible tension filled the air. Goku, brimming with vitality, bounced around like a lively monkey, frequently leaning close to Vegeta to share excited words. Vegeta, however, wore a stern expression, his lips pressed tightly, eyes betraying an eagerness for battle. Raditz stood tall and composed, his gaze resolute, as if proclaiming his determination to his adversaries. Son Gohan remained tranquil, eyes closed in meditation, his aura steady like a calm lake. Yet one could sense the immense power lurking beneath, reminiscent of a slumbering beast. Vados gracefully approached the center of the arena, her voice ringing clear and bright. "Now, the match begins." The first round. Before she could finish, the previously clear sky was suddenly illuminated by an overwhelming radiance. This brilliance, akin to a supernova explosion, was blinding. Amidst this light, the diminutive figure of the king slowly materialized, exuding an aura of reverence despite his small stature, resembling a perfectly round basketball. Beside him stood the Grand Priest, tall and imposing, his demeanor as unyielding as a mountain. The arrival of the king plunged the arena into an immediate silence, as all present were rendered speechless by the unexpected occurrence. Vados was the first to react, bowing deeply with utmost reverence. "We pay our respects to the king and the Grand Priest." In the audience, Beerus, Compa, and Whis quickly followed suit, their gestures synchronized and swift. Son Gohan gazed intently at the king, a wave of complex emotions surging within him. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Detected one of the strongest beings in this realm, the king. Beep. Automatic attendance recorded. Beep. Reward, absolute defense, SSS. Absolute defense, SSS, creates a layer of invulnerability around the body for 3 seconds without any energy consumption. Note, can only be used again the following day. Upon witnessing this detailed explanation, Son Gohan exclaimed internally that the system was indeed generous this time. Back in the external world, the king, with his innocent and curious eyes, surveyed his surroundings with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, it looks so lively here. Is this the match you are hosting? It seems incredibly fun." The Grand Priest, wearing a gentle smile, respectfully explained, "The king is quite intrigued by the competition you all have organized." Thus, the role of the match host naturally shifted to the Grand Priest. He slightly turned towards the king and softly inquired, "Your Majesty, as this is your first time watching, whom would you like to see battle first?" The king tilted his head in thought and replied, "Let us proceed as previously arranged." The Grand Priest acknowledged this with a nod and turned to address the gathered crowd. His voice clear and resonant. "Now, the first match, Son Gohan versus Badamo. Please enter the arena and prepare." On the unyielding metal arena, Son Gohan stood tall, clad in his iconic orange martial arts gi, with a gentle breeze causing his short black hair to sway. His expression was calm, filled with determination and confidence as he politely greeted Badamo. "Hello, I am Son Gohan. It is an honor to engage in this contest with you. Let us both strive to showcase our best skills." In contrast, Badamo towered like a mighty mountain, his bronze skin glistening with resilience, muscles bulging like solid rock, each one seemingly brimming with infinite strength. With fiery determination in his eyes, he nodded firmly at Son Gohan, his voice booming like thunder. "I am Badamo. I have eagerly awaited this competition and look forward to witnessing the prowess of other universes." As the Grand Priest declared, "Let the match begin." Badamo launched himself forward with a thunderous crack, the sturdy metal arena trembling beneath him. He surged towards Son Gohan like a released arrow, his right fist raised high, accompanied by a howling wind, shouting, "Take this punch." Son Gohan's eyes narrowed, and in a flash, he evaded the attack, slipping to the side. Batamo's fist grazed his cheek, the force creating a slight sting as the wind tousled his hair. Seizing the moment of Batamo's misstep, Son Gohan's right hand shot up like lightning, gathering a brilliant yellow energy in his palm, and with a fierce shout, he thrust it towards Batamo's abdomen, declaring, "Here it comes." Batamo, equally swift, bent his left arm, transforming his forearm into an impenetrable shield, successfully blocking Son Gohan's strike. A dull thud echoed as he staggered slightly, but quickly regained his balance, taunting, "Is that all you've got?" Without hesitation, Badamo began to circle Son Gohan rapidly, his speed increasing, creating a whirlwind of afterimages that dazzled the onlookers. Suddenly, he sprang forth from the multitude of illusions like a cheetah, both fists raining down upon Son Gohan with relentless fury, shouting, "Try this move." Chapter 86. The clash with other universes. Son Gohan moved with the fluidity of a fish gliding through water, deftly evading the tempestuous onslaught of Badama's attacks. Just as Badama's powerful punch was about to land, Gohan arched his body backward, executing a graceful flip in midair to narrowly escape the strike, confidently asserting, "You won't take me down so easily." Simultaneously, he swiftly crossed his hands before his chest, gathering an immense energy sphere that radiated a blinding light, causing the surrounding air to warp with its formidable force, emitting a sizzling sound. "Demon Flash!" Gohan shouted, propelling the concentrated energy sphere with all his might. The sphere surged forward, trailing like a comet, aimed directly at Badama. Badama's expression shifted to one of grave concern as he hastily erected an energy shield before him, which glimmered with an ethereal blue light, successfully absorbing Gohan's assault. He muttered, "This move is quite powerful, yet you still lack the means to defeat me." At the moment of impact, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the arena, the powerful energy waves crashing against the protective barrier like a relentless tide, sending ripples across its surface and illuminating the entire arena as bright as day, nearly blinding the spectators. Under the tremendous force, Badama's feet carved deep grooves into the ground as he was pushed back uncontrollably. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, he strained to withstand the might of Gohan's technique, growling, "This is indeed formidable." Just when everyone believed Badama would successfully defend himself, Gohan's gaze hardened like iron as he declared, "This is far from over. He amplified the energy output of the demon flash once more. The energy sphere flared brilliantly, resembling a miniature sun as it gradually penetrated Bottoma's shield and struck him decisively. Bottoma's body flew back like a severed kite, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Struggling to rise, his arms trembled, yet he lacked the strength to lift his massive frame. Observing this, the Grand Priest announced loudly, "In this round, Son Gohan emerges victorious." The arena erupted in thunderous applause. Gohan hurried to Bottoma's side, extending a hand to assist him, expressing concern. "Are you all right?" "Botoma, I truly admire your strength." Botoma managed a wry smile, grasping Gohan's hand for support as he stood, sincerely stating, "I concede wholeheartedly, Son Gohan, you are indeed stronger. I look forward to battling you again in the future." Gohan smiled and nodded, "Absolutely." He exhaled a sigh of relief, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Sanji approached, gently patting Gohan's shoulder, praising, "Well done, Gohan. You were exceptional." However, Beerus scoffed dismissively from the side, remarking, "It was nothing remarkable. Bottoma's strength was merely average." "Why all the fuss?" Gohan's expression momentarily faltered at his words. Sanji turned to Beerus, admonishing, "Beerus, such comments can undermine everyone's confidence." Beerus, upon hearing this, turned away, remaining silent. Gohan, sensing an opportunity, looked at Sanji with gratitude, saying, "Thank you for speaking up for me, Uncle Sanji." "It's all right." Goku quickly joined them, beaming with pride. "Gohan, you did exactly right. No matter your opponent's strength, you must approach every battle with seriousness. I am proud of you." The Omni King clapped his tiny hands in excitement, exclaiming, "How delightful. Grand Priest, let us commence the next match." The Grand Priest nodded in response, "Yes, Your Majesty." Now, for the second match, Raditz will face off against Votime Magetta. Competitors, please enter the arena and prepare. Raditz, agile and poised, donned a tight black combat suit that accentuated his tall figure. His calm, profound gaze fixed intently on Votime Magetta, whose mechanical frame loomed like a towering mountain. His orange-red body radiating a blazing aura, occasionally crackling with electric sparks, exuding an air of arrogance and dominance. With the Grand Priest's command, "Begin," Votime Magetta charged forward, his thunderous voice echoing throughout the arena. "Little one, today you shall witness the essence of absolute power. Before me, you are but an insignificant insect." With that, he lifted his tree trunk-like leg and stomped heavily onto the ground. Instantly, the arena trembled violently, cracks snaking across the surface like venomous serpents, swiftly advancing toward Raditz. Raditz's brow furrowed slightly, his eyes flashing with alertness as he leaped backward with the agility of a hunting leopard, easily evading the encroaching fissures. "Humph, don't get too cocky. Size alone does not guarantee victory." Votime Magetta snorted in response, marching heavily toward Raditz, each step resonating with a thunderous sound, as if the very earth quaked beneath him. He swung his enormous fist, howling, "Prepare to meet your end." Raditz, moving like a bolt of black lightning, swiftly sidestepped the attack. Votime Magetta's fist whistled past his shoulder, the powerful gust of wind threatening to shred his garments. Seizing the moment as Votime Magetta lost his balance after the missed strike, Raditz retaliated swiftly. He raised his right hand, gathering a sphere of azure energy that flickered brilliantly, pushing it toward Votime Magetta's chest, while exclaiming, "Taste this." Votime Magetta, however, seemed unfazed, throwing his head back in laughter. "Such a trivial attack is merely a tickle to me." He did not evade, but rather braced himself, absorbing Raditz's strike directly. The azure energy exploded upon impact, showering the area with dazzling sparks, yet failing to inflict any significant damage. Votime Magetta shook his arms and charged at Raditz again, cackling. "Little one, what other tricks do you have? Bring them forth." Raditz, now acutely aware of the need for caution, began to circle Votime Magetta rapidly, resembling a shadow, keenly observing for weaknesses while muttering, "This fellow's defense is indeed troublesome. I must devise a strategy." Votime Magetta grew impatient with Raditz's evasive maneuvers, bellowing in fury, "Stop scurrying like a timid mouse and face me head-on." With that, he swiftly danced his hands before him, conjuring a massive energy sphere that radiated a fierce red light, launching it forcefully toward Raditz. Chapter 87. Hit the energy sphere surged forth like a blazing meteor, carrying a torrent of heat and tremendous force as it hurtled towards Raditz. With a sudden glint in his eye, Raditz leaped swiftly to evade, the energy sphere detonating behind him, its powerful shockwave propelling him several meters away. In midair, Raditz quickly adjusted his posture, landing steadily on the ground, slightly crouched in a defensive stance, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the approaching Vota Magetta. Vota Magetta, believing Raditz to be too weary to continue, laughed heartily as he advanced. Huh. Let us see how long you can hold out. Surrender now. Gritting his teeth, Raditz contemplated a countermeasure. Just as Vota Magetta closed in within mere steps, Raditz suddenly noticed the energy flow at the juncture of Vota Magetta's legs. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, and an idea immediately sparked in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Raditz swiftly concentrated his energy, erupting with a powerful aura that spread like tumultuous waves around him. He shouted and charged towards Vota Magetta. The latter, scoffing, retorted, "You're overestimating yourself. Come, let me crush you." Raising his hands high, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow. However, in a critical moment, Raditz pivoted and darted towards Vota Magetta's legs with astonishing speed. Gathering a formidable energy sphere in his hands, he unleashed it with a brilliant flash, striking at the junction of Vota Magetta's legs while exclaiming, "Found it! Break for me!" Vota Magetta's expression froze in disbelief as he sensed an unprecedented peril, realizing it was too late to evade. With a thunderous crash, Raditz's attack connected, and he leaped onto the massive form of Vota Magetta, striking at his energy core, which cracked and emitted dazzling sparks. The giant body trembled before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud, akin to a mountain crumbling. Vota Magetta struggled to rise, but found his body unresponsive, lying there in fury as he roared, "Impossible! How could I lose to a brat like you?" The referee promptly stepped forward, announcing loudly, "In this round, Raditz is the victor." Raditz exhaled deeply, gazing at Vota Magetta sprawled on the ground, and remarked, "Even the mightiest opponents have their weaknesses. Today, you shall accept your defeat." With that, he descended from the arena, where Goku approached him with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Brother, your strength has grown even greater." Raditz smiled and nodded, humbly replying, "I merely got lucky in finding his weakness." Son Goku also joined, saying, "Enough with the modesty. You performed splendidly." Next came the battle between Vegeta and Cabba. True to the original tale, under Vegeta's tutelage, Cabba successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan and chose to concede, granting victory once more to Universe 7. Soon after, the clash between Son Goku and Hit commenced. Standing tall on the arena, Son Goku exuded an aura of resolute strength. His presence both understated yet undeniably powerful. Clad in a meticulously crafted tight-fitting combat suit, the fluid lines hugged his form, the edges fluttering gently in the breeze, as if heralding the imminent fierce battle. Facing him, Hit stood with his hands leisurely tucked into his coat pockets, the long coat billowing in the wind, adding an air of mystery to his icy demeanor. His expression was as frigid as a thousand-year-old iceberg, devoid of emotion, save for his piercing gaze that radiated an eerie chill, reminiscent of a specter lurking in the shadows. As the Grand Priest issued the clear and commanding signal, "Begin," Hit's reflexes were nothing short of astonishing. Before the sound of the whistle faded, he vanished like a phantom. Utilizing his unique time-skip ability, Hit appeared instantaneously behind Son Goku, his palm enveloped in a chilling blue energy, resembling a dagger of frost as it thrust towards Son Goku's back with breathtaking speed. "Your power pales before me. Today, you are destined to fall," he declared coldly. Son Goku's heart raced. He had not anticipated such speed. He sensed the lethal intent behind Hit's strike. At that moment, he decided to test the ability bestowed upon him by the system, Absolute Defense. In an instant, a translucent layer, shimmering with a faint golden glow, formed around him, akin to rippling water, its soft radiance harboring a comforting yet formidable power. Hit's strike collided with the defensive layer, producing a sharp, resonant sound akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky, echoing in the silent arena. Amidst the sparks, a flicker of surprise glinted in Hit's eyes. What bizarre defense is this? How can he possess such a formidable instantaneous safeguard? Son Goku, observing Hit's hand pressed against his protective barrier, felt exhilarated. "Incredible," he exclaimed. Then, maintaining his impregnable defense, he addressed Hit as the universe's top assassin. "Your encounter with me today will lead to an outcome beyond your expectations." In merely 3 seconds, the glow of absolute defense faded like a meteor streaking across the sky. Noticing this, Hit launched a new barrage of attacks. His figure flickered again, using time skip to appear at Son Goku's left, delivering a swift punch that sliced through the air with a howling wind, as if the very atmosphere were torn apart. Son Goku reacted swiftly, tilting his head just slightly to evade the blow, the punch whizzing past and grazing his cheek, causing a slight sting as a few strands of hair were swept away. Following this, Hit exploited his time skip ability, transforming into countless afterimages that converged from all directions towards Son Goku. He alternated between punches and kicks, each strike rapid and lethal, as if intent on vanquishing Son Goku. In the midst of this relentless assault, Son Goku moved with the grace of a nimble leopard, elegantly dodging each attack with precision that left onlookers in awe. Seeing that ordinary attacks were ineffective, Hit swiftly conjured invisible energy spheres, barely perceptible to the naked eye, resembling bullets fired towards Son Goku. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Son Goku, relying on his extraordinarily keen perception, twisted his body mid-air, evading the invisible projectiles like a butterfly dancing in the breeze. Chapter 88. The friendly match concludes, seizing a fleeting moment during Hit's skill transition. Sanji decisively initiated an offensive. With a flicker of movement, he surged forward like a bolt of blue lightning, delivering a powerful straight punch akin to a cannonball aimed at Hit's face. Hit, displaying remarkable reflexes, swiftly employed his time skip to evade. Anticipating this, Sanji deftly altered his approach, executing a whip kick that arced like a blue rainbow toward Hit's previous position. As Hit reappeared, he was compelled to utilize time skip once more, but the consecutive use of the skill caused a brief fluctuation in his energy levels. Sancho astutely detected this momentary lapse, shouted a battle cry, and rapidly crossed his arms before his chest, then swiftly spread them apart, palms facing each other. As he began to gather a radiant energy sphere pulsating with tremendous power. This energy sphere shone brilliantly, resembling a miniature sun, illuminating the entire arena, with the surrounding air warping and distorting due to its overwhelming energy, emitting a sizzling sound as if heralding the impending eruption of this formidable force. Hit, experience the might of my technique. Sanji hurled the energy sphere toward Hit. Upon sensing the immense energy surge, Hit's heart raced, and he attempted to activate time skip again, only to find that the earlier energy disruption had delayed his skill execution. The energy sphere struck Hit with a cataclysmic force, resonating through the arena with a thunderous crash that seemed capable of toppling the entire venue. Hit's body soared backward like a kite severed from its string, tracing a long arc before colliding heavily against the edge of the stage. He struggled to rise, palms pressed against the ground, his arms trembling slightly. Yet the severity of his injuries rendered him powerless to stand again. Observing the end of the battle, Sanji calmly descended from the arena. With the Grand Priest's announcement, the Seventh Universe emerged victorious once more. A smirk crept across Beerus's face as he turned to Kampa, remarking, "Your so-called universe's top assassin is rather underwhelming." Kampa, filled with frustration, pointed at the returning Sanji and retorted, "What could Hit possibly use to contend with him? This is unfair. I demand a rematch." Beerus raised an eyebrow in response, leisurely stating, "Even without Sanji, you would have lost. Your team has yet to secure a single win in the previous matches." Kampa stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words, before huffing and turning away from Beerus. Next, Goku's battle unfolded seamlessly as he effortlessly triumphed over his opponent, showcasing his formidable strength and indomitable spirit. Thus, the Seventh Universe achieved an impressive 5 consecutive victories without a single defeat. The Grand Priest stood tall at the edge of the arena, hands elegantly clasped behind his back, his deep purple eyes gazing enigmatically at all present. As he announced with clarity and resonance, "In this match, the Seventh Universe emerges victorious." What a splendid display of competition. He then declared the rewards for the winning side. With a subtle gesture, a mysterious wave of energy radiated from his palm, creating ripples akin to those on a tranquil lake disturbed by a stone. 7 Super Dragon Balls swiftly converged from the corners of the universe, trailing luminous tails like 7 dazzling shooting stars, aligning before Beerus and emanating a brilliant glow. Goku, standing nearby, watched with wide-eyed curiosity. He scratched his head and, with his trademark goofy grin, inquired, "These Dragon Balls are enormous. Lord Beerus, what wish do you intend to make with the Super Dragon Balls?" Beerus's lips curled into a smirk of pride as he replied, "Humph. I shall graciously use the Super Dragon Balls to restore the Earth of Universe 6 to a state of prosperity akin to ours." Goku's eyes sparkled with admiration as he sincerely exclaimed, "What a wonderful idea, Lord Beerus." Beerus waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. "Oh, it's merely a trivial matter. There are delectable Earth cuisines awaiting my indulgence." As Beerus invoked, "Arise, Dragon God, grant my wish," the Super Dragon Balls blazed with brilliance, and the dragon, Shalama, materialized. Towering like a majestic mountain, Shalama exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. Beerus respectfully articulated his desire to restore the Earth of Universe 6. A flash of light illuminated Shalama's eyes, and a warm, potent energy enveloped the entire planet of Universe 6. The once desolate and barren land began to rejuvenate rapidly. Tender green vegetation sprouted from the parched soil, as if springing forth after a rain, spreading swiftly. The dried-up rivers roared back to life, their waters crystal clear and shimmering. The overcast skies cleared, revealing a brilliant blue expanse bathed in sunlight. Collapsed buildings rose anew, skyscrapers forming rapidly, as if narrating a tale of rebirth. At this moment, the Omni King bounced over, his eyes wide with excitement, clapping his hands joyfully. Wow! Beerus, you've done something truly magnificent. Beerus bowed slightly, respectfully replying, Your Majesty. You flatter me. This is also for the balance and beauty of the universe. The Omni King turned to Sun Jia, eyes brimming with curiosity, and asked, Sun Jia, how did you achieve that impressive defensive capability? It seems quite extraordinary. Sun Jia smiled patiently, explaining, Your Majesty, it is the result of my long and arduous training, though the conditions for its use are rather stringent. The Omni King listened intently, nodding enthusiastically. Wow, it sounds incredible. You must keep it up and show me even more impressive techniques in the future. In response, Sun Jia nodded respectfully to the Omni King. Goku eagerly leaned toward the Omni King, his face alight with a radiant smile, exclaiming, Your Majesty, today's match was thrilling and entertaining, wasn't it? Shouldn't we hold more events like this in the future? The Omni King's eyes widened in delight, sparkling as he vigorously nodded, exclaiming, So much fun. Today was simply marvelous. Son Goku, you were amazing. Your battle was exhilarating, setting my heart ablaze. Goku, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and responded with a sheepish grin. Hee, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Your Majesty. If there's another match next time, I promise to work harder to become even stronger and bring you an even more spectacular fight. Chapter 89. The damaged time machine. The Omni King seemed to suddenly recall something of great significance. With a small hand, he delved into his pocket and produced a petite, exquisitely crafted button, presenting it to Goku. Goku, you are quite amusing. This is a gift for you. It's a button that can summon me. Whenever you encounter something delightful or a formidable opponent, just press this button, and I shall appear immediately. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted the button, carefully inspecting it from every angle while repeatedly exclaiming, Wow! Thank you, Lord Omni King. This is amazing. I will definitely call upon you at the first sign of fun or a powerful rival. Beside them, Beerus observed with envy, commenting, Goku, this is a special gift from Lord Omni King. You must take good care of it. Goku nodded vigorously, affirming, Absolutely. I will treasure it. Waving goodbye, the Omni King expressed, I must take my leave now. I hope you will host more entertaining competitions in the future. With that, the Grand Priest raised his hand, enveloping both himself and the Omni King in a burst of light, ascending into the sky and gradually vanishing from sight. The friendly match concluded splendidly. Whis approached Beerus and whispered, Sister, we shall depart now. Beerus nodded slightly in agreement. Seeing this, Whis gently waved his staff, enveloping everyone in a soft green energy. Goku and the others, filled with the joy of victory, embarked on their journey back to the realm of destruction. As the green luminescence surrounding Goku dissipated, memories from the original story flooded his mind. Just as he was about to speak to Goku, two familiar figures darted toward them like arrows released from a bow. It was the Lam-Z sisters, with flushed cheeks and tears of excitement glimmering in her eyes. The blue-haired Lam-Z waved her arms fervently, calling out, Sun Jia? Sun Jia. The yellow-haired Lam-Z followed closely behind, her steps light and nimble like a playful fawn. Upon reaching them, the blue-haired Lam-Z grasped Sun Jia's hand, her voice trembling with exhilaration. Sun Jia, we have a super big surprise to tell you. The yellow-haired Lam-Z quickly joined in, tightly hugging his arm. The sisters exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, Jia, we are both pregnant. You are going to be a father. Sun Jia stood frozen, his mind blank, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. After a few moments, a radiant smile slowly spread across his face, and his eyes glistened with emotion. He gently cradled the blue-haired Lam-Z's face in his hands, his voice slightly choked. Really? This is the best news I've ever received. He then turned to the yellow-haired Lam-Z, uncertainty in his gaze. The sisters nodded in unison, and he embraced them both tenderly. fully immersed in the warmth and joy of the moment, overwhelmed by the impending joy of fatherhood. At this moment, Whis approached with graceful strides, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Congratulations, Sunja. This is indeed a momentous occasion. I hope your children will grow to be as exceptional as you. Bouncing over, Goku's eyes squinted into slits as he exclaimed, Wow, Ajah, that is fantastic. Your wish has come true. Let Goten train with the little one. Sun Wukong approached with sincerity, saying, Uncle Sunja, congratulations. I'm truly happy for you. Though Vegeta maintained his usual stoic demeanor, he nodded slightly and muttered, Umph. This is good news, but I hope they inherit your potential and do not fall short of Trunks. The chorus of well wishes filled the once tranquil realm of destruction with warmth and joy. Meanwhile, in the spacious courtyard of Bulma's home in West City on Earth, a rift in time and space suddenly appeared without warning, emanating blinding light, as if it sought to consume everything around it. Trunks' time machine emerged from the rift, battered and smoking, looking precariously unstable. As soon as the time machine landed, Bulma rushed out from the house. Upon witnessing the disheveled scene before her, her heart raced, and she hurried to the time machine. Peering through the cracked transparent door, she found Trunks slumped unconscious in the driver's seat, his eyes shut, face weary, and clothes torn, appearing exceedingly frail. Trunks! Trunks! Bulma called out anxiously, her voice trembling, hoping that her cries would awaken her slumbering son. At that moment, a flash of light revealed Sunja, Goku, Vegeta, and the others, who instantly appeared beside her. Vegeta, noticing Bulma's distressed expression, quickly approached and inquired, Bulma, what happened? Seeing Trunks being carried out by Vegeta, Sunja quickly assessed Trunks' condition and sighed in relief, reassuring Bulma, Bulma, do not worry. He is merely unconscious with some superficial injuries. His breath is faint, but he is not in grave danger. After giving Trunks a senza bean, he gradually opened his eyes. His body trembled violently, filled with fear and confusion as he gasped for breath, seemingly trapped in a recent nightmare. Looking at Bulma, who was filled with concern, he paused, his gaze still dazed, and asked, Mom, I'm back? Bulma nodded affirmatively. Trunks scanned his surroundings, but when his eyes landed on Goku, his pupils dilated in horror and his face contorted with fear. He sprang to his feet, instinctively taking a defensive stance, trembling as he stammered, Zamasu, how are you here? Fury consumed him as he charged at Goku, intent on attacking. Quick to react, Sunja stepped forward, blocking Trunks with his arm while softly saying, Trunks, calm down. This is your Uncle Goku, not Zamasu. We are in the main timeline. You are safe. Upon hearing Sunja's voice and recognizing him, Trunks gradually regained his composure. Sunja continued to soothe him. Trunks, look at me. There is no danger here. We are all your family. After a considerable time, Trunks' emotions began to settle, and his gaze cleared slightly, realizing his mistake. An expression of embarrassment and regret crossed his face as he steadied himself, looking up at Sunja and Goku, desperation etched in his features. Mr. Sunja, Uncle Goku. It's really you. The future world is on the brink of destruction. Someone who resembles Uncle Goku. He calls himself Zamasu. He is terrifying, immensely powerful. And wherever he goes, devastation follows. As he spoke, Trunks' voice quivered, and his body shook slightly, as if the horrific scenes were replaying in his mind. Chapter 90. Zamasu. Upon witnessing Trunks in such a state, Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, his eyes brimming with sorrow and rage. He yearned to soar into the future and rend Zamasu to pieces. At that moment, a dark rift appeared in the sky, resembling the gaping maw of a demon, emanating a chilling aura. The black-clad Zamasu, shrouded in darkness, stepped forth from the rift, adorned with the ring of time. His gaze was cold and malevolent as it swept over the crowd, ultimately locking onto Trunks. With a chilling tone, he declared, Trunks, do you think you are safe here? Today marks your demise. Oh, Goku, you are here as well. Goku, seeing the reflection of himself in the sinister Zamasu, was filled with curiosity. Scratchingly, he remarked, Hey, you know me, but how come you look so much like me? Yet, the aura surrounding you suggests you are no benevolent being. That Zamasu you mentioned, is it you? Zamasu scoffed derisively, his face etched with disdain. Ah, it seems you are aware. However, you are merely a foolish harbinger of justice. Since fate has brought us together, let me demonstrate what true power is. As soon as he finished speaking, Zamasu vanished like a wraith, launching a fierce assault. In an instant, he reappeared before Goku. His right fist enveloped in dark, malevolent energy, akin to a cannonball primed for firing, aimed directly at Goku's face. Goku reacted with remarkable swiftness, slightly shifting his body to evade the ferocious punch effortlessly. Concurrently, his left fist coiled tightly, retaliating swiftly towards Zamasu's abdomen. Zamasu's lips curled into a sinister smirk as he leaned back slightly, artfully dodging Goku's strike. He then pivoted, his left leg imbued with dark energy, sweeping horizontally towards Goku's neck. Goku, perceiving the threat, swiftly crossed his arms before his chest, barely managing to block the attack. Nevertheless, the sheer force compelled him to stagger back a few steps, prompting him to transform into a Super Saiyan with a fierce shout. Seizing the moment, Zamasu pursued relentlessly, his hands moving rapidly as black energy coalesced, forming several glimmering blades of energy that launched towards Goku. Goku executed agile flips in midair, evading the onslaught like a nimble monkey. Meanwhile, Sanji observed the battle intently, scrutinizing Zamasu's attack patterns and combat rhythm, his eyes reflecting unwavering focus, ever ready to assist at a critical moment. Amidst dodging the incoming strikes, Goku shouted, "Aja, Vegeta, this fellow's power is indeed exceedingly strange." Aja refrained from joining yet. "Vegeta, let's strike together." Vegeta nodded slightly, his aura erupting with formidable brilliance as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, the golden flames blazing fiercely. Like a predatory beast poised to pounce, he charged at Zamasu. With swift precision, Vegeta conjured a dazzling ball of blue energy, hurling it towards Zamasu. In response, Zamasu swiftly waved his arm, conjuring a black barrier that effortlessly absorbed Vegeta's energy sphere. After an intense confrontation, Zamasu gradually realized that Goku and Vegeta's strength far exceeded his expectations. His body, now burdened, could no longer sustain the fight. With a disdainful huff, he declared, "Goku, Trunks, I shall spare you today. We shall settle this in the future." With that, he activated the Ring of Time, opening a distorted rift in space-time. Vanishing like a wisp of black light into the breach, retreating to the future world. Sanji, witnessing the escape, refrained from pursuing Zamasu, instead greeting his companions before teleporting away. After his departure, Bulma rushed forward, concern etched on her face as she grasped Trunks' hand. Vegeta remained quietly attentive. Trunks recounted the events since Sanji's previous assistance, noting that the future world had briefly flourished. However, a year ago, 2 years post the main timeline, the self-proclaimed Zamasu appeared on Earth, embarking on a massacre of humanity, declaring them the most filthy of beings. In response, Trunks and future Gohan stepped up to confront him. Initially, Zamasu's strength was manageable, but each time he was defeated, he would recover rapidly, his power escalating dramatically, soon surpassing both Trunks and Gohan, rendering them unable to contend. Future Gohan was injured but not slain, instead left to his own devices, while Bulma and Xiao Wu took him for treatment and care. Trunks had come to seek assistance via the time machine, hoping Sanji would lend his hand once more. Bulma gazed at Trunks with sympathy, suddenly realizing the identity of the individual he mentioned, prompting her to inquire about Xiao Wu. Trunks, upon hearing, exhibited a bashful demeanor, admitting that Xiao Wu was his girlfriend. Bulma's face lit up with surprise at this revelation. Upon arriving in the God of Destruction realm, Whis indicated he was already aware of the situation. Sanji informed Whis and Beerus that Zamasu was the candidate Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Whis and Beerus acknowledged this and prepared to venture to Universe 10 for further investigation. Sanji then teleported back to Earth. After Bulma repaired the time machine, Goku and Vegeta expressed their desire to journey to the future. At that moment, Sanji returned. Considering Zamasu's immortal nature in the original narrative and the fact that ordinary destructive energy could not vanquish him, Sanji nodded in agreement with Goku's proposal. Subsequently, the four embarked on their journey to the future. In the dark, sunless basement of the future world, a damp, moldy odor permeated the air, suffocatingly invading every breath, as if it could seep into one's very bones.